In order to make a living, the poor and handsome male impersonator managed to infiltrate the auditions for a super popular female idol group, becoming a mute dancer. During a year-end conference, when the female group and a male group practiced their mixed-gender dance routine together, Gu Miao was paired with the hormone-packed captain of the male group. On their first day practicing close-up dancing moves, an accidental touch led to an unexpected moment. Teen Captain. TSK. Chapter 1, An Unexpected Convexity. The Fiancé Entertainment Company's 10th anniversary gala required all its famous entertainers to perform a collaborative program. The company mobilized everyone 18 days in advance, trending topics appeared daily, and the artist pairings made fans both happy and mad. For example, two fresh-faced male idols who had been vicious rivals performed brotherly affection, a broken-up couple sang a love song together. Another instance was the mixed-gender dance by a male group and this female group, which seemed completely unrelated. Male team captain Fu Zhen, who was used to working with his tough teammates, was extremely unhappy about having to dance with the female group and explicitly requested to partner with Gu Miao, the female group's dancer. Domestic girl groups developed slowly, and Fengqi's was unique and stood out, each member having her own strengths. For the gala requiring a mixed dance, not everyone in the female group was proficient in dancing. For example, the female team captain was better at singing than dancing by a long shot. Fu Zhen boldly chose Gu Miao as his partner. Other teammates couldn't help but moan, "Do you have any humanity? Once you two strong dancers are paired, we will just be backup dancers." The biggest reason Fu Zhen selected Gu Miao wasn't even about dancing, it was because Gu Miao was mute. This meant that they didn't need any extra communication, and since Gu Miao's dancing level was high, it seemed they would make the perfect duo. As expected by Fu Zhen, Gu Miao indeed lived up to the description: beautiful, flexible, efficient, aloof yet professional, with good stamina. He could keep up with difficult dance steps and fast rhythms. While listening to the choreographer explain the next set of movements, sweat glistened on his face, mixing with bright eyeshadow, creating a radiant look, but his expression remained cool and distant. "Alright, do I need to repeat it?" The choreographer looked at these two artists who were staring straight ahead, one truly mute and the other nearly so, without needing their response. "You can start practicing, I'll check on other groups." These two were his least concerned dancers, no additional guidance was needed. Gu Miao had been studying dance since childhood. Due to unforeseen changes at home that required urgent funding, he coincidentally saw the girl group audition announcement. Because of the high rewards, he simply disguised himself as a woman and joined. As time went by, the girl group skyrocketed in popularity and became one of the two top idol groups, paralleling the male group. Gu Miao's looks and dancing skills were impeccable, and within the group, his gender was known tacitly. The only drawback was that he pretended to be mute. He diligently played the high-cold persona given to him by his management, never wavering from it. But today, Gu Miao felt like his composure might falter. Was the choreographer trained in Latin dance? Why did their hips have to be so close? Couldn't there be more space left between them? Isn't this going to reveal something inappropriate? Gu Miao glanced sideways at Fu Zhen briefly. His eyelids flickered. After all, they were two men, one being exceptionally provocative. He recalled what Fu Zhen's fans often bragged about, their brother possessing flexibility and strength, with incredible core strength, as if fueled by a motor. Fu Zhen stood up first, positioning himself in the center of the practice room. Gu Miao understood he was ready, so he adjusted the accessory around his neck, carefully covering his Adam's apple, standing barefoot across from Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen frowned at Gu Miao's bare feet, quietly retrieving a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet and placing them before Gu Miao. Neither was actually mute, but neither said a word. Still, Gu Miao could somehow understand Fu Zhen perfectly. "Where the shoes? It's too cold on the floor." Gu Miao shook his head. He was somewhat nervous now, fearing that due to their excessively close hip positions, he might lose his usual accuracy and step on Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen watched him silently. Gu Miao then put the shoes on reluctantly. Fu Zhen placed his hand on Gu Miao's hip area, his gaze as calm as a deep well, seemingly indifferent to everything. Gu Miao's expression began showing signs of unease. The following moment, Gu Miao experienced firsthand Fu Zhen's exceptional talent in dancing. Not only did Fu Zhen possess a motor-like rhythm, but it was powered by what felt like nuclear energy, continuous and unrelenting. During their dance, Fu Zhen noticed something unusual with Gu Miao. Whenever holding him closely by the waist from behind, glancing down showed red skin peeping through the collar of his shirt. While embracing him closely from the front, although certain resistance was necessary to highlight the dance's dramatic tension, Gu Miao's spine stiffening to such an extent was unprecedented. The situation grew increasingly abnormal as the performance progressed, Gu Miao's ears turning conspicuously red. As they engaged in a close and heated dance, Fu Zhen's hand slid over Gu Miao's abdomen again, revealing a fleeting flash of surprise in his eyes. However, the music rhythm was fast, leaving no time for much thought. Fu Zhen stood behind Gu Miao, one hand on his waist and the other on his hip, effortlessly lifting him up. Gu Miao cooperated cleanly and swiftly, his legs quickly wrapping around Fu Zhen's waist as he leaned back, his long hair flicking backward, the corner of his eye shimmering with silver-bright makeup dampened by sweat. At this moment, they could lock eyes perfectly. Fu Zhen remained composed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, a profound look in his eyes. He finally understood why Gu Miao maintained a meticulous appearance even during rehearsals. Gu Miao's face burned red, and his manhood had hardened. Damn. His persona is breaking, his member has been touched. Gu Miao told his agent about it. The agent paused for a moment and said, Fu Zhen isn't the type to meddle unnecessarily. Don't worry, it's most important now to keep maintaining the aloof mute persona. Afraid of being discovered as not only pretending to be mute but also male. Gu Miao was somewhat distressed. No, I feel like he keeps touching my. There was a move in the dance that required such proximity, and Fu Zhen had no choice. Gu Miao was homosexual, which was why his manager had felt comfortable putting him in a group of women. He'd gone 25 years without any romantic entanglement. But Fu Zhen got hard at just the slightest contact, turning what should have been a normal move into something overtly sensual. With 8-pack abs, Fu Zhen sweated profusely, sticking close to Gu Miao from behind as he breathed heavily, exuding irresistible sensuality. Gu Miao lost control right away, accidentally allowing Fu Zhen to touch his arousal. Still, arousal wasn't something that could be openly discussed. Fu Zhen acted so calm and serious, as if nothing had happened, leaving Gu Miao too embarrassed to bring up any need for physiological relief. They could only share an unspoken understanding, struggling to maintain the cold demeanor facade without collapsing. After this incident, Gu Miao noticed a subtle shift in Fu Zhen's attitude. He'd become smarter on the second try, choosing to relieve himself before practicing dances to finally resolve the awkward situations. Fu Zhen was a big tease, unconsciously flirting with Gu Miao every day while wearing an ever-so-serious frown. Being taller than Gu Miao, he glanced at him coolly, harboring all sorts of indecent thoughts about how to kiss him in his mind. One day, when he realized Gu Miao hadn't responded, his brows furrowed, he felt something wasn't quite right. Nobody could resist his handsome face. The problem must be with his hands then. So Fu Zhen secretly worked on studying over 180 G worth of videos, honing his hand techniques to perfection until he could skillfully stimulate with finesse. Gu Miao, what's going on? Is it kidney deficiency? After that day's rehearsal ended, Gu Miao typed out a message to Fu Zhen, roughly suggesting, this action is far too unfriendly, let's change it slightly upward because the chest prosthetics are fake anyway, it's okay to touch. Fu Zhen agreed. Why was there still a reaction? Gu Miao, shocked. Could it be I'm a slutty one? Chapter 2. At noon, Gu Miao was eating lunch in his personal lounge on the 23rd floor of the company. Due to gender issues, he hadn't made many friends in the entertainment circle, regardless of whether they were male or female. Getting too close wasn't appropriate and could easily expose secrets. Besides, he was also a high and cold mute, having barriers to communication with others. He got along well with the girl group but found it hard to join some of the conversations. Therefore, most of the time, Gu Miao preferred to eat alone. Suddenly, a shadow fell before him. Gu Miao liked to sit on the carpet and eat with a small folding table, so this shadow enveloped his entire body. Gu Miao looked up and was surprised to see Fu Zhen actually coming to find him. Even more surprising, Fu Zhen actually spoke. Gu Miao felt a bit emotional, as if his own child had finally learned to talk. Fu Zhen said that due to Gu Miao's personal issues, their rehearsals weren't going smoothly. He suggested finding a separate small classroom for practice. The personal issue referred to Gu Miao making last-minute changes to the moves. Gu Miao's eyes widened, he was truly unprofessional. How dare he force Fu Zhen to speak about it? The situation must be very serious. Without hesitation, Gu Miao nodded. Fu Zhen led Gu Miao to a rehearsal room on the top floor. This is fine. His gaze lingered briefly on Gu Miao's fake chest, then shifted to his slightly pink cheeks. Frowning, he asked, sorry, I'm in a rush. Do you want to rest for a while? It's healthier to sit quietly after eating. We can also have a chat. Fu Zhen thought. No. It was too awkward sitting together with two people pretending to be mutes. Gu Miao, who had fallen behind in professional skills for the first time, was determined like a person injected with adrenaline, wanting to master all these moves at once. Since he just finished eating, the originally ill-fitting fake chest piece was tight and heavy, making Gu Miao's face turn red. He glanced at Fu Zhen and, thinking of his indifference towards cross-dressing, tentatively proposed, since there are no outsiders, can I take it off? Looking at the line on Gu Miao's phone, Fu Zhen was satisfied with the phrase, no outsiders, do as you please. Then he added, in the future, when it's just the two of us, you don't have to wear it, nor do you need makeup. Gu Miao pursed his lips slightly, feeling a bit happy, and casually pulled down his clothes. When Fu Zhen accidentally saw Gu Miao's soft, white chest while he was changing, there was a patch of red where it had been squeezed, evoking a pang of sympathy and an intense emotion hard to describe, causing Fu Zhen to suddenly cover his nose with blood rushing out. Does it hurt? No, not at all. Gu Miao was startled. As Fu Zhen's cool fingertip lightly touched his chest, a current surged straight to the back of his neck. Fu Zhen's eyes darkened, and before either of them realized, he leaned forward and blew lightly where his fingers met Gu Miao's skin. Gu Miao's skin reacted faster than his brain, as if a spring breeze had swept through a 10-mile peach grove, a swath of rosy blush spreading fiercely over his whole face. Gu Miao's heart quivered. Based on past experiences, this was a sign of kidney deficiency. Sorry. This time Fu Zhen couldn't hold back, muttering lowly, I'll go to the restroom. After waiting outside for 10 minutes, Fu Zhen still hadn't come out, and the agent arrived first. There's something going on in the group, I'll take Gu Miao away first. The agent said this toward the tightly shut restroom door. A moment later, a muffled, came from inside the restroom. Agent, there's a strange sense of excitement akin to snatching prey from a tiger's mouth. Upon returning, Fu Zhen told his teammates he wanted to poach someone, the dance captain of the neighboring girl group. Teammates exploded, what? Captain, wake up. We're a boy band. Isn't the rule that even a female mosquito isn't allowed in our apartment? Who set this rule initially? Teammate 2, are we poaching based on looks? Teammate 3, Captain, just because you're quiet, doesn't mean you should go for someone who... Teammate 2 and 3 collapsed. When Fu Zhen mentioned this idea to Gu Miao was extremely nervous. If this continued, he'd be constantly weak-kneed with kidney deficiency. That condition was horrifying, and he only wanted to earn a living, so there was no way he could agree. The agent was even more flustered, higher-ups have already sent people to inquire about your contract. The boy band has deep pockets. Perhaps you should consider joining them. Taking Gu Miao's gender into account, although the agent didn't want to let him go, it was clearly better for Gu Miao to join a boy band, where his voice could finally shine. Gu Miao secretly thought to himself that he had already saved enough money. Staying in the entertainment industry risked revealing his true identity. With only half a year left on his contract, he decided to retire upon its conclusion. As soon as he thought of Fu Zhen, his legs started trembling. Dating someone in the entertainment industry was impossible, absolutely impossible, not to mention the hassle of coming out and always being chased by paparazzi. It was Friday again. This time, Fu Zhen was well prepared and intentionally chose a day when the agent wasn't around. Changing the moves above isn't an issue, but your chest. I'm allergic to silicone. Gu Miao quickly typed, are you still allergic through 2 layers of clothing? Fu Zhen held up his hand, there were 7 big red rashes on it, looking very fragile, even from 10 meters away he appeared to be allergic. In fact, Fu Zhen had deliberately let mosquitoes bite him by sticking his hand into a flower bed last night. Gu Miao felt extremely guilty, he'd heard of people being allergic to mangoes, breaking out in rashes just from the smell. What should we do? Should I swap with our captain? You could partner with her. Fu Zhen, no, this is arranged according to height. Your captain isn't tall enough. Here's what we'll do, I know a friend who can order you one made from another material. Gu Miao thanked him blushing, mentioning that his chest piece was prepared by other girls in the group. It was his first time dressing as a woman, he didn't know how to choose the right size for the fake chest and didn't think to say anything about it. Everyone in the girl group knew Gu Miao was male, they all adored him like a mascot. This mixed gender dance had everyone vying for Fu Zhen, the handsome and explosively popular captain of the boy band. To maintain harmony within the girl group, they all agreed to push the least competitive member, Gu Miao, forward. And since Fu Zhen specifically requested Gu Miao, everyone was pleased. Fu Zhen gave Gu Miao a knowing look and tapped his forehead, such intimate items shouldn't pass through others' hands, it's very unsafe, understand? Gu Miao weakly countered, nothing has ever gone wrong before, they're all really nice. He then looked at the righteous Fu Zhen and added another line of text, you're also very good. But Gu Miao didn't know that Fu Zhen's friend was in the adult products development business. When Gu Miao got the item, he was quite happy, it was light, aesthetically pleasing, and finally relieved some strain on his neck. The only thing was the strange sensation against the skin. It kind of itched. Still, unable to voice or type it, Gu Miao simply attributed it to needing some time to get used to the new material. Fu Zhen gave a deep and knowing glance at Gu Miao, whose cheeks were flushed pink. His phone pinged, it was a message from his friend. Make a person instead. 3-year warranty, settle the tail payment. Fu Zhen smoothly transferred an extra 0. Aren't you supposed to like men only? Are you single and turning kinky? I don't collaborate with freaks. Fu Zhen, scram. When Fu Zhen hugged Gu Miao, he realized that without those 3 pounds of silicone, Gu Miao was really slim and light. He mentally adjusted his staircase play from the 5th floor to the 7th. The annual meeting. For the first time, the boy band and girl band collaborated, their opening dance blew the atmosphere to its peak. Tickets for the event were hard to come by inside, fans were eagerly awaiting the live broadcast. The company had intended for the collaboration between the boy band and the girl band to ignite traffic, originally planning to buy a trending topic. However, Fu Zhen and Gu Miao created a major news event themselves, well, at least they saved money by doing so. After the opening dance, #boyband captain girl dance leader instantly hit the trending topics. Why did Gu Miao leave with Fu Zhen? Is he clinging to him? Please tell the Gu Miao fans not to force closeness, our brother deserves the best. Our Momo doesn't know left from right, please don't overinterpret this for part of the shipper community. This dance was especially erotic, I need blood replenishment. How could someone who can't distinguish left from right possibly differentiate genders? Give it up already. Who believes there's no scandal between them? I fully support them becoming a couple. The moves are the same for everyone, but why does this pair look like they're making love, especially the explosive kind? Hurriedly cleaned my C drive, just to preserve the breathtaking romance of this duo. Onlookers studied every frame with gleaming eyes. Case solved. It was Fu Zhen's gaze. Devouring Gu Miao. And Gu Miao, normally the cold and distant beauty, would occasionally show restraint, shame, and urgency on his face, red enough to drip blood. Someone summarized, exactly like foreplay scenes in adult videos. Although the sexual orientation mentioned by the upper floors is incorrect, but, borrow one speaking. Only I noticed Gu Miao's chest seems a bit bigger than before. What the heck? Could it be because the model chosen by Fu Zhen for Gu Miao was slightly off? The idol pet of the girl group matched up with the captain of the boy band, leading to fan clashes from both sides, causing quite a chaotic situation for a while. However, the parties involved were preoccupied with themselves. Halfway through the opening dance, Gu Miao suddenly felt something amiss with his chest. At first, he thought it might be his heart beating too violently, then after checking carefully, he realized it wasn't just his heartbeat. Out of reflex, Gu Miao glanced at Fu Zhen's hands. They seemed normal, perfectly gentlemanlike. Gu Miao was known for his patience, otherwise, he wouldn't have been pretending to be mute for so many years. The fingers of Gu Miao that rested on Fu Zhen's waist stimulated a reaction, pressing tightly together and scratching 4 red marks into the skin. Fu Zhen sucked in a cold breath, almost screaming out loud in front of the national audience. Even if Gu Miao was foolish, he realized there was something wrong with the fake chest. His legs grew weak, and during the dance routine gap, he tried his best to hint at Fu Zhen with a glare, turn it off. Fu Zhen was extremely satisfied with the remote-controlled silent simulation fake breast but only reacted after a brief pause, realizing that one of his previous side hug actions had caused Gu Miao's elbow to hit the remote control in his pocket. The music beat wouldn't stop because of their minor incident. Publicly, Fu Zhen couldn't reach into his pocket and pull out a remote control. Bear with it, sorry, Fu Zhen said apologetically. Just as Gu Miao thought things couldn't get worse, he discovered the device could change gears. Because he kept bumping the remote. Gu Miao's face turned increasingly red. Yet, he stayed professional, following the rhythm step by step. He didn't even kick Fu Zhen twice in revenge. As the stage lights dimmed, Gu Miao leaned against Fu Zhen and let out a sigh of relief, hearing a soft click sound. The fake chest began to sway precariously. Neither Fu Zhen nor Gu Miao anticipated this turn of events. Fu Zhen quickly pressed Gu Miao closer to his body. Gu Miao braced himself rigidly, not daring to move since touching or fixing the item would look too unseemly. Thus, he could only stay attached to Fu Zhen, relying on their friction and pressure to barely keep the problem concealed. During the curtain call, everyone noticed the two of them clinging together like Siamese twins. After the male and female groups danced passionately and then parted ways like the Red Sea, Gu Miao still refused to join the girl band, sticking closely to Fu Zhen instead. This added an ambiguous awkwardness to the situation. Members from both the boy band and girl band stared at each other, puzzled looks crossing their faces. The host nearly thrust the microphone towards their faces but remembered Gu Miao being mute and Fu Zhen being effectively mute, so he smiled and refrained from asking anything. Once backstage, Fu Zhen bent down and carried Gu Miao on his back. Gu Miao buried his face into Fu Zhen's shoulder, his hands frantically searching inside and outside Fu Zhen's pockets. Where's the remote? Cough. Fu Zhen gave a light cough as a reminder, his clothes slightly disheveled from Gu Miao's frantic search. Everyone is watching. Gu Miao raised his head and saw their captain looking at him with maternal disapproval. He slowly pulled his hand out from Fu Zhen's collar. It's not what you think. But he's mute. Fu Zhen briefly explained, his foots twisted. Gu Miao grabbed Fu Zhen's head, flicked his eyes towards Fu Zhen's pectorals, raised his chin slightly, and scratched lightly on Fu Zhen's neck. Quick. Say I'm helping you itch. Each scratch felt as though it landed directly on Fu Zhen's heart. Gu Miao resembled a proud little kitten exposing its soft belly, how could one resist not touching it? He's seducing me. Thus, without a word, Fu Zhen decisively carried Gu Miao back to his room. Gu Miao. The rest of the boy band and girl band. Celebrate. Chapter 3. Gu Miao was thrown heavily onto the soft, large bed. As Fu Zhen closed the door, Gu Miao tore open his stage costume and threw the fake breasts at Fu Zhen's face. When he looked up, however, he saw Fu Zhen staring intently at his chest. Glancing down, Gu Miao realized, the clothes worn by girl groups for their performances typically have as little fabric as possible, some areas were embroidered, with black straps and sequins. After Gu Miao's yank, the outfit suddenly became extremely inappropriate. Fu Zhen caught the fake breast and tossed it aside. Gu Miao took a closer look and noticed something seemed to have stuck to Fu Zhen's mouth from that throw. It was white. He froze like being struck by lightning, his expression blank. For 3 seconds, his mind was lost in confusion, producing milk. No, no, no. It couldn't be mine, it must be from the fake breast. Very sweet, you should try it. Fu Zhen suddenly grabbed the back of his head and kissed his slightly opened lips, grazing his palate before pulling away. A faint sweetness of milk mixed with mint lingered. Gu Miao's brain went blank. Every neuron in his head refused to process the current situation, leaving him only capable of thinking irrelevant questions such as, would this liquid hidden inside the fake breast for 2 days go bad? So, he looked at Fu Zhen, who was absorbed in kissing, with a concerned gaze as if to say, you're going to get diarrhea. What am I even thinking? Why didn't I push him away? Gu Miao silently screamed. Unable to resist, he slapped the back of Fu Zhen's head, shouting inwardly, my first kiss is gone. Fu Zhen spread out his arms and locked Gu Miao's upper body tightly. His hot breath sprayed on his neck, making it unbearably hot. Struggling out of his embrace, several more pieces of clothing fell off, disregarded. He knelt on the large bed, pointed seriously at his chest, then his crotch, and his barely noticeable Adam's apple, trying hard to emphasize his gender. He even bent his arm, showing off his biceps like Superman. After hours of daily dance practice, his arms were covered with a layer of thin muscle, plump, not exaggerated, but rather cute. He looked at Fu Zhen with an implication-laden gaze, you're so focused on boobs and milk, you must be straight, right? Look at my muscles and my big chicken. Afraid Fu Zhen still wouldn't understand, Gu Miao signed again, even more earnestly than the sign language interpreter at the bottom right corner of news channels. But Fu Zhen had never learned sign language. All their communication usually depended on typing messages on the phone. To explore additional means of communication, he had enrolled in a sign language course yesterday, but obviously it couldn't be mastered overnight. Still, Fu Zhen could guess what Gu Miao was trying to convey. Watching him demonstrate with full concentration, Fu Zhen thought Gu Miao was utterly adorable when explaining. Fu Zhen pulled Gu Miao's hand down and kissed his hand gently, deliberately misinterpreting his intention, you mean you're very fit? No, Gu Miao was almost about to scream out loud. I know, Fu Zhen smiled meaningfully, you practice 7 hours of dancing every day. Gu Miao. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I can't speak? My agent might kill me. A dumb man meeting a rogue, I'm completely speechless. After watching enough of Gu Miao's frustrated expressions, Fu Zhen stopped teasing him. Leaning down, he softly kissed his nose tip, can I kiss you? This voice sounded so tempting that it could make anyone pregnant. Although Gu Miao couldn't respond verbally, his body reacted honestly. Resigning himself, he flipped over under Fu Zhen and faced his back to pretend he was dead. Gu Miao's back was covered with lace-up designs on a black satin, revealing glimpses of his smooth, white skin. The beautiful shape of his shoulder blades was perfectly highlighted. I want to hear your voice. Fu Zhen lightly placed his index and middle finger on Gu Miao's vocal cords and softly coaxed. Gu Miao bit the pillow towel, tears streaming, don't torment a mute person like this. Aren't you worried about hearing a hoarse voice? Fu Zhen consoled him, I like any sound from you. Before his voice escaped his throat, Gu Miao, filled with indignation, hugged Fu Zhen's neck and brought him down for another kiss. The trending topics exploded. The top 5 all related to Fu Zhen and Gu Miao, with hashtag Gu Miao suspected to be pregnant ranking first. Yesterday's late-night antics left Gu Miao's mind numb when he woke up to this explosive news. In a haze, he almost thought the whole world knew what he and Fu Zhen did last night. Impossible. There's no way I'd get pregnant. We definitely didn't do anything like that. Gu Miao calmly crawled out of Fu Zhen's embrace. Fu Zhen was still asleep, reflexively locking his arms tighter around Gu Miao. Ah. Without fully regaining consciousness, Gu Miao let out a painful cry involuntarily, his waist hurt. His voice was like a piece of cool jade in texture, yet softened from a night spent in the hot springs, sounding a little like a kitten's mewl. Fu Zhen turned over and remained asleep. Gu Miao carefully got out of bed and hid in the bathroom to send a flurry of text messages to his agent. I don't care, clarify it immediately. Netizens' imaginations were running wild now. Seeing them holding hands, everyone instantly thought about the name of their second child. They confidently said that the reason for Gu Miao's suspected pregnancy was his enlarged chest. Could someone in their 20s grow bigger just like that? If not pregnant, what else could it be? Everyone analyzed Gu Miao's actions in the video, how exhausted he looked after one dance, leaning on Fu Zhen to rest and even struggling with the curtain call. What if not pregnancy? Go home and take care of the fetus. And at Fu Zhen better manage your wife, otherwise, you'll be labeled a scumbag husband. Below these comments, there was a whole row tagging at Fu Zhen. Gu Miao hadn't grown in the chest area but was definitely inflating in anger. As a tough guy, Gu Miao had never imagined there would come a day when he'd have to publicly deny being pregnant. The agent patiently persuaded him, anyway, there was no real chance of pregnancy, all this attention was already here. He couldn't stay in the girl group forever, so why not seize this opportunity to announce his retirement from the industry and start developing as part of a boy band? The company had planned everything for him. Gu Miao pouted, no way, I can't get past this mentally. Feels wronged. The agent sighed helplessly, okay, then do it together with the boy band leader. Joint denial, thank you. But isn't that difficult? The agent hesitated. As soon as the trending topic appeared last night, the company held an emergency meeting to decide whether to deny it. They were idol figures, maintaining singlehood was also a form of professionalism. But Fu Zhen himself had made it clear, he didn't care about any clarification. Gu Miao was surprisingly calm after witnessing something beyond science in Fu Zhen's actions. There had never been a moment he felt this composed. It could be lethal. He was about to restate to his agent the importance and necessity of singleness for idols, and how love might lead to the career downfall for the male team leader crafted by the company, when suddenly a shadow loomed over him. A hand with distinct knuckles snatched his phone and quickly replied on his behalf. "Alright, let's confirm it." Gu Miao grabbed back the phone, staring at the sent message, eyes wide with fury. "You." Fu Zhen kissed him softly, and Gu Miao immediately surrendered. His glance caught the word explosive following the Gu Miao pregnant trending topic, making him lash out again, grabbing the collar of Fu Zhen's pajamas, though failing because of its looseness. Thus, his remaining morale dissipated. Gu Miao furiously tapped the screen, wishing he could break it to delete the trending search entirely. "Are all these troubles caused by you?" Fine, the false breasts had some mechanisms built in, but how did size changes get noticed by netizens? Fu Zhen chuckled, reaching out to stroke Gu Miao's puffing cheeks. "Sorry, my estimation was off. Next time, they'll definitely notice." Grumbling, Gu Miao nodded and followed Fu Zhen to eat breakfast before realizing the calculation had gone wrong somewhere. "No next time." Gu Miao scribbled on Fu Zhen's palm. The boy band was about to start a tour concert. Fu Zhen was extremely busy, rushing around all over the country. Gu Miao had his own career and naturally couldn't follow blindly. Teammates had secretly fallen in love, girlfriends waiting offstage ready with loving drinks, except for the captain who stood alone. After careful deliberation, the teammates decided not to stimulate their captain too much, so whenever they had free time, they slipped away swiftly. Who didn't know their captain's pursuit of a certain female dancer in the girl band failed, leaving him irritable now? Whoever triggered his anger would end up miserably. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror backstage, Fu Zhen had his makeup removed while browsing entertainment news. A week ago, Gu Miao sent him a text saying he hurt his finger during practice and wouldn't be able to text. Fu Zhen almost rushed to the hospital, abandoning the concert, only to find out later that it was merely a cut on his index finger. A simple band-aid solved it. Rereading that message, every word seemed filled with pure joy, since they couldn't communicate by voice calls anymore, now even texting wasn't necessary. Fu Zhen saw his good mornings and nights texts left unacknowledged, and couldn't help but chuckle. Such an ungrateful little guy, disappearing faster than anyone. Once the tour concert was over, the girl groups always had abundant media coverage, photos easy to find on all major portals. Fu Zhen paused his scrolling on a group photo. Gu Miao's shirt barely reached his ribs, hinting at abs under his clothes. His thin, pale waistline shone against other members of the girl group, surpassing them all, and carried an undertone of hidden savage strength. Gu Miao feared exposing his silicone fake breast fact and avoided wearing such short tops. Following that incident, Fu Zhen sincerely asked a friend to customize more than a dozen pieces of lingerie for Gu Miao, perfectly tailored to fool everyone. Thus, Gu Miao could wear anything without fear now. Fu Zhen scrolled down, and a large personal picture of Gu Miao popped up. The journalist extravagantly praised Gu Miao's figure in 500 words, implying that the previous pregnancy rumors were mistaken. Then, as he looked at the comments below, quite a few people were making lewd assumptions about Gu Miao, causing Fu Zhen to instantly feel annoyed, as if he'd picked up a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He first sent a text message to Gu Miao, but no one replied. After thinking for a moment, he made a call. Gu Miao was taking a shower when the call came in, not seeing who it was and answering it right away. Apart from the agent who knew the truth, an ordinary person wouldn't call a mute. Just as he was about to speak, Fu Zhen's voice came through the phone, "Reply to my text message." Gu Miao abruptly stopped, a syllable stuck in his throat, almost choking him. "It's getting colder, so wear more clothes. What was there to reply to that? Gu Miao thought for 3 minutes and sent back an "oh." Seeing that Gu Miao didn't get the deeper meaning, Fu Zhen gently hinted again, "Wearing outfits like today's on stage, exposing your navel can easily make you catch a cold." Gu Miao's eyes darted around, immediately understanding what Fu Zhen meant, and feigned ignorance. "Same to you, don't catch a cold. Good night." Turning off the phone, the cunning Gu Miao touched his flat little abdomen. Once the stage photo came out, who would dare say he was pregnant anymore? He curved his eyes, using his ability to clarify the pregnancy rumors, or else they could just deal with it themselves. Chapter 4. The next day, Gu Miao flew to a coastal city to make an appearance for a brand, purely standing there silently. The brand had no need for him to speak and still dared to hire him, it all boiled down to his popularity. After the event, Gu Miao ventured out shopping with a thick mask and sunglasses on, wearing an oversized down jacket with a hood that completely covered his early spring limited edition gown, making him look nothing like a star who had just stepped off a stage. Gu Miao grew up in this city, but with his busy work schedule, he rarely had the chance to walk leisurely through its streets. As the gates of a middle school opened, a lively throng of students spilled out. Gu Miao leaned against a post to let the crowd pass and overheard them excitedly discussing a boy band's concert. "Fu Zhen is performing here for the first time. But my mom won't let me go." I heard there's going to be a surprise tonight, a mystery guest. Ah, I wish I could see it live. What if it's Gu Miao? What if your brother proposes right there on stage? Shut up. Are you crazy? Gu Miao looked at the girl with a ponytail, clearly a devoted fan of Fu Zhen, giving her a reassuring glance. Don't worry, it's definitely not me. He continued wandering aimlessly, eventually arriving at the sports square. A queue for entry wrapped around several times, with scalpers enthusiastically promoting front row seats. 5,000 each, no cheating. Perhaps because the scalper was too enthusiastic, Gu Miao felt tempted. Though he'd collaborated with Fu Zhen before, he'd never seen one of his live performances. Seeing that Gu Miao neither spoke nor rejected, looking like an easy mark, the scalper quickly switched to a simple, honest accent and began cozying up. Sister, this is my last ticket, and the show will start soon. Just as Gu Miao hesitated, a sudden disturbance arose in the crowd. The scalper's eyes flickered, and he shoved a stack of tickets into Gu Miao's arms. Your tickets are too expensive, I'm not buying. Gu Miao was startled. Moments ago, the scalper claimed only one ticket remained, but now dozens appeared. Don't move. Suddenly dizzying, both Gu Miao and the scalper were pinned to the ground. Thus, Gu Miao had an unexpected experience inside a police car. An entertainment reporter crouched near the stadium noticed something odd. Was that Gu Miao? At the police station. Confess, whose counterfeit tickets are these? The scalper fervently defended himself. Not mine, I was just trying to buy. I hadn't even taken out the money yet. The other suspect wearing sunglasses stayed silent, swallowing bile without complaint. The police officer immediately turned suspicious eyes toward the woman who hadn't removed her sunglasses the whole time. Some people might appear fresh and bright on the surface, but underneath, they swindle hard-earned money from working people. With no choice, Gu Miao borrowed a pen and explained his identity to the officer while pulling up his work schedule to prove he had neither the time nor reason to be selling counterfeit tickets. Though convinced for the most part, the officer still harbored doubts. Why did you buy scalp tickets for Fu Zhen's concert? Aren't you his wife? The question was sharp. Gu Miao thought to himself, trust marketing accounts to spout nonsense. We're just friends, Gu Miao wrote down on paper, every word written with strength. Gu Miao humbly accepted the oral lecture from the officer about buying tickets through legitimate channels and not encouraging scalping behavior. He left amidst the scalper's dumbfounded gaze. The moment he stepped out of the police station, camera flashes went off incessantly. Media originally blocked at the stadium had rushed over upon hearing the news. Gu Miao quickly retreated back into the police station. With neither his assistant nor agent by his side, he couldn't handle the situation as a mute. Gu Miao called his agent, but received no answer, so reluctantly, he sent Fu Zhen a text message. I'm at Cha-Cha police station. Can you send a driver to pick me up? Since Fu Zhen was probably getting ready backstage, he didn't see the message. Feeling somewhat apologetic, the officer said, let me help you call. Gu Miao hurriedly thanked him. The next second, he regretted it. Your wife is cooperating with the investigation at the police station. Could you come down when you have time? The officer smiled knowingly after checking the note in Gu Miao's phone. He cares about you very much, he'll be here shortly. Gu Miao's note referred to Fu Zhen as husband, a term Fu Zhen had sneakily changed, which Gu Miao, bothered by laziness, never reverted. Gu Miao assumed Fu Zhen would see the message and send a driver, but unexpectedly, within 10 minutes, Fu Zhen arrived dramatically, personally shielding Gu Miao from the camera's flashes. Gu Miao felt faint, he already knew what tomorrow's headline would read. Confirmed. Both husband and wife visit the police station together, gaining attention as rule breakers. Did Gu Fu's relationship sour? Gu Miao actually bought scalp tickets to see Fu Zhen's concert. Gu Miao arrested for buying scalp tickets, Fu Zhen personally goes to the police station to fetch him. As soon as they got into the car, Fu Zhen tried his best to hold back. He hadn't seen Gu Miao for several days, and the latter seemed more and more appealing to him. However, since he was wearing his performance costume, any intimate behavior might ruin it. Fu Zhen tightly gripped the steering wheel and couldn't help but confirm again, you bought scalp tickets to see me? Gu Miao detected a mix of excitement and agitation in Fu Zhen's voice. Worried that Fu Zhen might drive off the road, especially with the trailing media heading back to the stadium which would undoubtedly create a big scene, Gu Miao nodded absent-mindedly, indicating for him to focus on the road. Do you want to sit at the front row or wait for me backstage? Fu Zhen asked. Backstage. At this point, there was clearly no way for Gu Miao to act like an ordinary audience member. As long as he didn't appear at the front, tomorrow's studio press release about buying scalp tickets to watch the concert might still be salvaged. Fu Zhen left the staff abruptly and rushed away in the car as if his wife had entered the delivery room urgently, surprising everyone else who thought the concert might be cancelled. 20 minutes later, Fu Zhen returned with Gu Miao, causing their broker to sigh in relief with a somewhat subtle sense of, it was bound to happen. A row of boxed meals was piled on the table as the team prepared for the last minute. None of them touched the food when they saw Gu Miao enter, all of them shouting in unison, sister-in-law. Gu Miao. Fu Zhen rummaged through a pile of takeout and picked out a box containing boiled fish, one of Gu Miao's favorites. Are you hungry? Sit here and eat. Gu Miao shook his head. It wasn't appropriate for him to feast while everyone else was busy. Fu Zhen furrowed his brows, and the teammates enthusiastically chimed in, "Don't be so formal. We're all family." Gu Miao reluctantly accepted the food and sat to the side quietly, trying not to disturb them. The concert started on time. Fu Zhen's voice was instantly recognizable, and Gu Miao could hear every lyric and harmony he sang. He immediately realized that he was getting slightly addicted to it, which wasn't good. Gu Miao quickly opened the boxed meal to shift his attention but couldn't stop eating once he started. One reason why he rarely ate with girl groups was because he ate a lot, feeling somewhat embarrassed when surrounded by girls who only consumed vegetable salads. Unaware of what stage the concert was at outside, Gu Miao suddenly heard a commotion as the broker and organizers urgently discussed something. How did the sudden allergy happen? He's about to go on stage, this is terrible. After a month of promotion. We don't have time to find someone else. How can anyone go on without rehearsal? Apparently, the concert had invited a top-notch actor from Fu Zhen's circle of friends as a surprise guest. Unfortunately, just now the actor ate something wrong during dinner and was sent to the hospital covered in allergic reactions. The actor and Fu Zhen had rumors swirling about them across the country, and tonight's live appearance would have been the talk of the town. Of course, this was history now since Fu Zhen officially ended these speculations with his relationship with Gu Miao. That's right. Gu Miao. Who else today could match Gu Miao's level of topic trending? The broker's eyes gleamed as he looked at Gu Miao quietly sitting in the corner. Gu Miao, holding the box of food, I just ate your rice, that's all. There really was no such thing as a free lunch. Especially one given by Fu Zhen. The more the broker thought, the more things fell into place. Gu Miao and Fu Zhen had just collaborated spectacularly at a year-end gala dance that went viral among fans, with many begging for another performance. So just take the stage, guaranteed quality. The broker promptly informed the male idol group via the earpiece that the segment had changed. Gu Miao would save the day. Fu Zhen hesitated for a moment before the music turned into the familiar opening piece from the year-end gala. Other teammates, holy crap, we've truly become backup dancers this time. The broker pulled Gu Miao up, spun her around, and, whoosh, pulled down the zipper of the puffy down jacket, revealing the water blue evening gown Gu Miao wore earlier for the brand appearance. This outfit, well, it will do for now, we don't have time to change. Gu Miao was pushed onto the lift stage, still somewhat dazed. Why did he feel like he was being used like Fu Zhen's spouse? What about my sky-high appearance fee? For a fleeting second, Gu Miao zoned out but quickly adjusted his mindset. The star-laden stage lights dimmed momentarily. In the darkness, a soft spotlight shone gently on Fu Zhen's foreposition, creating a beautiful ring of light, and slowly revealing the figure standing within. Fu Zhen's gaze softened, looking at Gu Miao dressed in the elegant suit standing in the vibrant atmosphere of the stage, seemingly out of place, yet harmonizing unexpectedly well. It was as if the wild adventurer who had roamed recklessly had finally found the one worth treasuring for a lifetime. There he stood, gazing intently at the bride gracefully walking down the aisle toward him. They stepped in perfect sync, gradually approaching each other, their gazes locked. Each step blended flawlessly, as though they had practiced countless times before. For them, there was no longer the stage or audience, just each other. Gu Miao's evening gown created an unexpected contrast, blending serene elegance with untamed wildness, exuding passion and vitality. The rescue performance was nothing short of a success, even surpassing the original plan. As the music neared its end, Gu Miao instinctively hooked his legs around Fu Zhen's waist. Due to the clothing, this time he didn't lean back fully onto his palms but instead slightly separated his upper body just enough for the closing pose to be perfect. Suddenly, the strap around Gu Miao's neck loosened, revealing his Adam's apple. The 360-degree cameras broadcasted live, capturing every moment as it threatened to expose him before the public. Gu Miao's heart raced furiously, blood coursing through his veins. Being treated like a ticket scalper earlier left the strap loose. He usually ensured his throat was fully covered during performances but forgot to check in the rush. Looking at Fu Zhen, Gu Miao's eyes held a hint of grievance and anxiety, an unconscious plea for help. Fu Zhen swiftly leaned down, firmly locking his lips on Gu Miao's exposed Adam's apple. The real-time screen froze right at the center of the big monitor, showing Fu Zhen tenderly suckling on Gu Miao's slender, pale neck. His lashes tilted slightly downward, eyes filled with deep affection, as if a vampire exposing his sharp fangs aiming for the human's fragile veins. Their relationship was now officially confirmed. The entire venue erupted in screams, while fans of only Fu Zhen were thrown into chaos. Chapter 5. Gu Miao's agent watched the live broadcast screen, her left eyelid twitching uncontrollably, nearly causing a heart attack. Hashtag what is it like to carry an artist dressed as the opposite gender hashtag. The agent didn't have time to answer, hastily pulling out her contacts list to give the boy band's agent a call. Shut down the close-up cameras immediately. Pull back to long shots. Turn off the lights. The agent's voice cracked. Oh. The boy band's agent paused, appearing somewhat guilty, and quickly ordered, switch to long shots. Apply blurring. Sister Lin, please don't be angry. I had no choice but to send Gu Miao out there, right? We can negotiate the appearance fee, and the follow-up PR will go exactly as you wish. Whatever you say we deny, we absolutely won't confirm. Sister Lin relaxed onto the sofa after confirming Gu Miao's Adam's apple was safe, thinking, you don't understand me at all. Am I worried about Gu Miao's scandal? Compared to this explosive news that Gu Miao is actually male, those are trivial matters. Follow my wishes. Sister Lin sighed inwardly, my thoughts aren't much different from Gu Miao's, who is always easily calmed by Fu Zhen's few words. Fu Zhen kissed Gu Miao for about 10 seconds, still managing to observe his reaction. He looked at him like a small kitten held by the nape of its neck, unable to move, a rare moment of such compliance. The lighting finally dimmed in delayed realization, just as Gu Miao took a sigh of relief. But then he felt Fu Zhen lick his throat once. What the hell? Gu Miao almost let out a sound. Just less than 3 seconds away from revealing his gender, the act of pretending to be mute could have been exposed through the microphone. Too thrilling. Heartbreaking. Unaware of what happened, Fu Zhen was suddenly gripped hard by Gu Miao and inhaled sharply. Fu Zhen casually muted the mic and pressed the back of Gu Miao's head onto his shoulder. I'm sorry, do whatever you want to me when we get back. In this position, Fu Zhen not only apologized but also helped retie the strap around Gu Miao's neck carefully. Alright, wait for me in the backstage area. Teammates, suffocating, are we nothing more than background characters? When the lights turned on again, Gu Miao had already left via the elevator platform. The boy band lined up perfectly for the next performance, looking as cool and dazzling as ever, breaking some hearts while bringing others back together. Woo woo. Brother Fu is too handsome. And Gu Miao. Such a seductive fox. Once off stage, Gu Miao asked Fu Zhen's driver to take him straight back to the hotel. There were tons of reporters waiting outside, eager to question their relationship when Fu Zhen finished performing. He realized now how adept Fu Zhen was at fabricating their non-existent relationship with clever eloquence. If they both attended any interviews, it would definitely seem as though he agreed to the rumors by default. He needed to act first. After pondering briefly, Gu Miao posted a short status update, single. 2 words, concise and clear. Then, Gu Miao tucked his phone into his pocket and chose to rest his eyes during the car ride home instead of playing with his phone. When the driver handed him a room key and returned to the concert scene after escorting Gu Miao to the door. Hot search topics exploded one after another in just 20 minutes he wasn't checking them. Hashtag Gu Miao Fox Spirit hashtag, made by Fu Zhen's fans and random netizens. Hashtag Gu Miao Pregnant hashtag, fabricated by marketing accounts. Hashtag Gu Miao Single hashtag, originating from his male and female fans. Hashtag Gu Miao Caught Buying Scalp Tickets hashtag. Reported by news outlets. Ignoring the others, Gu Miao stopped when he saw the second topic, stunned and disbelieving at his supposed pregnancy again. He wanted to know who dared to lie brazenly. Thus, he clicked into an article. The piece began directly, stating without equivocation, Gu Miao was pregnant. It supported its claim by circling in red ink Gu Miao's abdomen in a snapshot taken during the concert where he leaned backward, hugging Fu Zhen's body. There's a slight bump. The article even compared it to photos from an annual company meeting, commenting how much larger his belly had grown. Several pictures of actresses at 3 months pregnant were placed side by side, further increasing credibility. At the end, it speculated about the motives behind Gu Miao attending Fu Zhen's concert by purchasing scalper tickets, or why Fu Zhen preferred abandoning his concert to personally meet Gu Miao at the police station. Behind these seemingly illogical behaviors, there must be something hidden. The truth is only one: pregnancy dumps people down for 3 years. Stroking his well-fitted suit jacket chest, feeling slightly oppressed, Gu Miao thought silently, all I did was eat a box of poached fish. Fu Zhen had given him a huge box. After eating so much, how could his stomach not bulge? Never should he have eaten anything Fu Zhen gave him. Gu Miao regretted it again. Upon entering the restroom, he changed into pajamas, lifting his shirt to tie a knot and took another picture against the mirror. This was his real state after digesting. After sending the picture, Gu Miao opened a game to blow off steam. He spent his days pretending to be mute outside, and to avoid becoming speech-impaired from long periods of silence, he locked himself in his room every day after rehearsal. Sometimes he would recite high school textbooks aloud, other times he would play games with voice chats turned on, unleashing all his words. There was a famous chatterbox player in one game who would sing when no one talked to him, song after song. He sang the Internationale while wielding his weapon and queued up funeral music when he fell. Teammate, I can tolerate him because at least his voice sounds nice. Gu Miao, gaming is so good, my teammates are cute and I get to chat with them. Finally finished everything, Fu Zhen returned to the hotel almost near midnight. He swiped open the hotel suite door, thinking that Gu Miao had already fallen asleep, but instead heard someone playing games in the bedroom, the background noisy from an open voice chat. One of those voices sounded pretty nice. Gu Miao. Fu Zhen knocked on the door. Gu Miao froze, his fingers mid-keystroke. How did Fu Zhen get here? A song lyric got stuck in his throat halfway through, so he gritted his teeth and sang it out. Then, cleverly improvising, he said, someone just came over to your place, so I'll log off. pretending this was a line spoken by a random player on the other end of the line. When Gu Miao opened the door, his eyes blazed with anger. How did you get in? Fu Zhen grinned. This is my room. The driver had been perceptive enough to directly give Fu Zhen's room key to Gu Miao. He deserved a double wage. Fu Zhen glanced at Gu Miao's pajamas. His collar was slightly askew, revealing his elegant collarbone prominently. He remembered the Weibo post Gu Miao had just sent out. First, Fu Zhen silently became jealous of all internet users for no reason. Suddenly understanding, Fu Zhen realized Gu Miao was clarifying the pregnancy rumors on his behalf. He thought it was kind of cute and wanted to. Fu Zhen said, if you want to clarify rumors, there's no need to post pictures, we could choose another way. Even sending out a lawyer's letter. As soon as this matter was brought up, Gu Miao felt wronged. Why was it always him being dragged into the scandals involving two people? Gu Miao raised his eyelids and gave Fu Zhen a teasing glance before typing, you take care of yourself, am I supposed to rely on you? He'd figured Fu Zhen out completely. Suddenly inspired, Gu Miao realized that although Fu Zhen kissed him to cover his Adam's apple, ultimately, if it weren't to help Fu Zhen save face, he wouldn't have encountered such an embarrassing situation in public. So why shouldn't Fu Zhen help clear up the mess? Feeling justified, Gu Miao boldly typed, clarify it right now. Fu Zhen looked at him strangely, are you sure? Gu Miao nodded vigorously. Fu Zhen handed over his phone, then you do it, then watched as Gu Miao opened his social media account, posting a clarification, Gu Miao is not pregnant. Underneath, the first reply was already there, what does Gu Miao's pregnancy have to do with you? Bet a cucumber that Gu Miao and Fu Zhen are at the gynecologist's right now, and they've just received their test results. Thus, the narrative completely veered off course, with some even fabricating a full story. Gu Miao had recently lost his appetite and appeared duller than usual. His slightly protruding belly was exposed during the concert dance, noticed by sharp-eyed netizens. Inexperienced as a first-time father, Fu Zhen only realized Gu Miao might be pregnant after reading comments from netizens, so immediately after the concert, he took Gu Miao to the maternity hospital for a checkup. The examination report just came out 3 minutes ago, thus leading to Fu Zhen's clarification tweet. Absolutely true, as his sister was in labor tonight, his aunt reportedly saw the two wearing masks. Between the lines, nearly everyone assumed Gu Miao and Fu Zhen had slept together, even the fans didn't object. Gu Miao, I will sue him. Fu Zhen quickly patted Gu Miao's back, trying to soothe him, baby, don't be mad. Gu Miao glared at him, you deliberately set me up. Fu Zhen helplessly spread his hands, I warned you. Gu Miao, can't quite articulate it, but it feels like Fu Zhen tricked him. Fu Zhen began showing up at every occasion involving Gu Miao, like the practice studio, like the hotel, and sincerely proposed to the upper management. The girl group model was now mature, each member having distinct qualities, it was time to upgrade benefits. With autumn approaching, let them live separately. Gu Miao was mute, and Fu Zhen wasn't talkative either, so every day the female members watched as the two went in and out of places together but never exchanged any words. Female group members, suffocating. JPG Is this what soulmates look like? The company president was Fu Zhen's uncle. To ensure Fu Zhen smoothly pursued his wife-to-be, he waved his hand and approved a neighboring apartment for Gu Miao, adjacent to the male idol teams, where Fu Zhen had already moved in. Living among girls, even without ulterior motives, there were still many inconveniences. After hearing the company's arrangement, Gu Miao accepted it without further questions. The moving company transferred all of Gu Miao's belongings inside the new apartment. Upon arrival, Gu Miao discovered there was another owner of the space. But it was too late. All his clothes, both women's wear and men's attire, had already been hung together with Fu Zhen's. Even the four-cornered underwear was right next to Fu Zhen's, each pair neatly arranged side by side. For every slot, there was one of Fu Zhen's and one of Gu Miao's. It was rumored that Fu Zhen had personally packed everything. Every day, Fu Zhen flirted with Gu Miao, pushing his boundaries back little by little, like a receding tide exposing a large stretch of sunless beach, only for Fu Zhen to trample all over it recklessly, marking his territory. Suddenly looking back, the tide surged forward, forming a monstrous tsunami that swept through, leaving people dizzy and lost in desire. Gu Miao felt this couldn't go on, he was bound to succumb eventually. While he still had some sanity left, he had to make things clear with Fu Zhen, this size mismatch simply wouldn't do. One day, after finishing his shower, Gu Miao reached for what turned out to be a black diamond-embellished apron hanging on the rack. Its wings were wider than usual aprons, tied neatly at the back to cover the butt just right. Gu Miao, no way am I touching this. He recalled the wolfish gleam in Fu Zhen's eyes earlier that night, not to mention tomorrow being his birthday. Fu Zhen had been dropping hints for a whole month now about wanting a gift from Gu Miao, the meaning of which needed no explanation. If he put on this apron, he'd never see the next sunrise. Fully aware of the impending danger, Gu Miao decided not to give Fu Zhen any hints. Taking a deep breath, he tapped on the bathroom glass door, fogged up from condensation. Using delicate fingers, he carefully wrote on the misty surface. High-waist cotton boxer briefs, autumn full-length cotton long-sleeve middle-aged style pajamas, thank you. Gu Miao scribbled vigorously, attaching an endless string of detailed adjectives. From the style and fabric to the size, he wanted to describe them so thoroughly it felt like he could paste a picture on Fu Zhen's face. Unfortunately, when he finished writing the last word, the earlier words for underwear had already blurred into a mess. And then he thought he heard Fu Zhen chuckling lightly outside the door. Gu Miao. You're done. Let me come in. In response, Gu Miao drew a big cross on the foggy glass, silently conveying his rejection. But Fu Zhen paid no heed, using his bully logic to hide his mischievous intentions. Not saying anything means consent. Forgetting that he was mute, Gu Miao blurted out, no. We're incompatible. The worst part is when the air suddenly turned silent. Chapter 6. In that instant, what flashed through Fu Zhen's mind wasn't, why can Gu Miao talk, or, Gu Miao's voice is so pleasant, but a news story he'd read before. The mute woman had, in desperation to stop her gambler husband from playing mahjong, actually spoken up to prevent it. Had he really driven Gu Miao this far? In that moment, his legs felt as if filled with thousands of pounds of ice, every bone in his body frozen into sharp icicles piercing through flesh and blood. There was probably a minute of silence. Gu Miao thought that Fu Zhen should be heartbroken by now, ready to drown himself in alcohol at a bar, and tomorrow's entertainment headline might just be about Fu Zhen being found drunk on the streets because of heartbreak. Should I console him? Sorry for keeping this from you. Fu Zhen finally snapped back to reality. What medical miracle? It was a miracle that Gu Miao managed to fool him for so long. Gu Miao cross-dressing, gaming with voice chat, how could he have been so stupid as to enroll in sign language classes when all these signs were there? These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant, but Fu Zhen had more pressing concerns. He asked angrily, so you can moan, then why didn't you? Wasn't I good enough? Gu Miao, you're too much, no, your focus is all wrong, buddy. Fu Zhen curled his fingers and knocked on the door. Come out. The coarse breathing was audible even through the glass. Gu Miao hadn't locked the bathroom door. The fact that Fu Zhen hadn't broken it open already was a great testament to self-control. Of course, one couldn't step out without clothes. Alarms went off in Gu Miao's head, and he immediately grabbed the handle of the shower room glass door. As expected, it encountered a massive resistance. Under their struggle, the metal handle fell loudly to the ground, successfully jamming the lock. Since they were too absorbed, half of Gu Miao's body stuck against the glass, and Fu Zhen saw his nose getting warm outside. Step back, I'm kicking the door. Gu Miao shook his head. He wasn't that stupid. When the big bad wolf knocked, did the little rabbit dare open? If he did, his fate tonight might end up like the door. Worried that Fu Zhen might not see, he cleared his throat and firmly said, no. If your first 3 sentences are all refusals after opening the door, I can't guarantee what I'll do, Fu Zhen said. Gu Miao silently counted them, instantly becoming still like a chicken. Say it again, step back. Wait, Fu Zhen, what time is it? 8:30. Alright, we're beyond those 3 sentences. Gu Miao rejoiced inwardly, his tone almost celebratory. Why don't we call a locksmith? Kicking the door is dangerous. You risk injuring your tendons, you need to dance, Gu Miao kindly suggested. With someone else present, Fu Zhen wouldn't go crazy, right? Would a locksmith really come, only to find a publicly identified female figure standing stark naked? Not only would it break confidentiality, but just thinking of anyone else seeing Gu Miao naked apart from him made Fu Zhen press his temple in irritation. He sullenly replied, I suggest you shut up. Thus began a standoff for half an hour. Leaning against the door, Gu Miao closed his eyes, unwilling to leave his shield. In the span of half an hour, Fu Zhen searched online for 18 ways to unlock a door. All attempts failed. Gradually calming down, Fu Zhen realized that prolonging this would lead to Gu Miao catching a cold, which wouldn't be worth it. Come out, I won't touch you tonight. What about tomorrow night? A sneeze escaped Gu Miao as he tested the limits of being bullied while staying firm. Fine, I agree with you. Aren't you cold? Do you think I'm some sort of beast? Fu Zhen sighed helplessly. Evaluating the credibility of Fu Zhen's words, Gu Miao pushed his luck further, you're not allowed to for the whole year. We aren't even through a third of the year yet. Don't even dream about it. Fu Zhen gritted his teeth. Gu Miao whispered petulantly, you don't even try to cajole me. Jerk, wanting to jump straight into bed before even dating. Baby, how am I supposed to coax you when it comes to such things? Hearing another sneeze from Gu Miao, Fu Zhen deeply felt this negotiation timing was not advantageous. Giving up on trying to reason with Gu Miao, he turned to a friend for remote guidance instead. Answering Fu Zhen's call, the friend exploded, you'd better not be calling about those trivial bedroom issues. The bathroom lock got jammed, how do I open it? How should I know? The friend roared furiously, try the key from the handcuffs you bought from me last time. Don't call me for the next 3 days. Why did this twisted product warranty period need to be so long? Deciding to sever ties for 3 days, the friend hung up. No problem. Fu Zhen calmly powered off his phone and wouldn't turn it back on for the next 3 days. In a daze, Gu Miao suddenly felt the door open. Standing naked in front of the full-length mirror, who wouldn't be tempted by such a beautiful sight? Fu Zhen pounced like a hungry wolf, startling Gu Miao into a scream. Wrapped in Fu Zhen's oversized robe, Gu Miao sat obediently on the bed, allowing Fu Zhen to blow-dry his hair without resistance. "I request a pair of underwear," Gu Miao timidly said. Fu Zhen paused, his fingers brushing through Gu Miao's hair, pushed aside the bangs on Gu Miao's forehead, and lifted his chin for a kiss. "You dare to use your cold as an excuse to negotiate with me? No deal. All right." A moment passed before Gu Miao added, "Premarital sex is not recommended." "Are you hinting at my proposal?" "Of course not." Fu Zhen clearly noticed that Gu Miao wasn't afraid of him, and in fact was talkative. In reality, besides his agent, no one could converse with him. If he wanted to chat, he could only play games online. For 3 years since debuting, Gu Miao had pretended to be mute without a single mistake. When the girl group first formed, due to their weak foundation, Gu Miao often bore losses as a mute. All issues that could be resolved verbally took more time for him compared to others. Most people wouldn't wait for his sticky note writings and just acted on their own, treating him as a default. During his first outdoor event participation, tied with a broken safety harness on the high platform, when the staff below asked if there were any problems, receiving no response from Gu Miao, they removed the floorboards. Gu Miao panicked, but even under such circumstances, he didn't speak, falling straight onto the cement ground. Because his family lacked money, he couldn't quit now. After 3 years in showbiz, going from someone who was frequently overlooked as a mute to being universally recognized as nonverbal and needing special attention, every matter had to be double-checked. Gu Miao spoke intermittently, disconnected sentences with no proper ending, seemingly finding someone he could confide in, unable to finish all the things he'd held in for so long. Fu Zhen immediately felt heartbroken and handled him gently beyond belief. "Sorry." Fu Zhen softly murmured, realizing unintentionally, he became the person forcing Gu Miao into that default. No, it was deliberate. With heavy eyelids, Gu Miao fell half asleep on Fu Zhen's chest, hearing him say, "Sorry." For some reason, Gu Miao suddenly wrapped his legs around Fu Zhen's waist, clinging to him like an octopus. With eyes closed, whispering like talking in his sleep, "Actually, I could have stayed quiet today." He then buried his face into Fu Zhen's chest, his cheeks slightly flushed. His endurance was superhuman. Fu Zhen had used 100% talent and 99% sweat, yet still failed to make Gu Miao moan during intimacy. But because it was you, it suddenly seemed fine to open up. So tempting. Not letting Fu Zhen have his way while still teasing him. Fu Zhen almost turned red-eyed, sensing he had fallen into Gu Miao's trap. Once Gu Miao started speaking, it was smooth and articulate, offering little that Fu Zhen wanted to hear. Yet despite himself, Fu Zhen felt heartbreakingly sorry for him, unwilling to proceed even though it meant denying himself pleasure. Chapter 7. Gu Miao and Fu Zhen have been photographed multiple times entering and leaving together, and with Fu Zhen denying Gu Miao's pregnancy, the public assumes that the two are in a relationship. Isn't that how the entertainment circle works? First, they hide it, then when they can't hide anymore, they take the opportunity to hype it up. The next time, they announce their marriage. After the girl group gained immense popularity, they couldn't keep mobilizing all members every time, so individual members often receive personal program invitations. But not Gu Miao. Because she is mute, she occasionally stands on stage just to let people take photos. As for variety shows or such activities, unless it's a group participation, it's difficult, as her show effects aren't good enough. Although the internal atmosphere of the girl group is harmonious, the war between fans doesn't care about real relationships. A small group of fans always collaborates to belittle Gu Miao, accusing her of holding everyone back and lacking commercial value, stating that she could only be sold through package deals, and falsely boosting her popularity, so much so that she couldn't even secure an event invitation. Die-hard Gu Miao fans passionately rebutted this claim, pointing out how without Gu Miao leading the new dance practice and coordinating with choreographers to refine and finalize all details before letting the group start practicing, how could the other members consistently be booked non-stop while delivering great stage performances? People shouldn't forget where they came from. Hater fans, these things could all be done by any professional dancer. This angered both Fu Zhen and Gu Miao supporters. Thus, a rumor spread within the industry, booking Gu Miao also gives you Fu Zhen for free. A captain like Fu Zhen, who is handsome and excels at his job, is sought after by various programs, but he behaves arrogantly as if he has more than enough money and declines offers. Producers sensed the whiff of a scandalous story and started offering astronomical amounts to get the couple on board for their first reality TV appearance. One particular show led the charge, presenting an offer with a string of zeros behind Gu Miao and Fu Zhen's names. Fu Zhen's price was slightly higher than Gu Miao's. Upon seeing the contract, Fu Zhen casually picked up a pen and erased the figures in front of the zeros, transfer everything to Gu Miao. The agent groaned inwardly. If you insist on turning over your paycheck, fine, but couldn't you at least clear it with the company's account first? So the production team ended up paying a hefty fee to hire Gu Miao, with Fu Zhen receiving just a paltry little tip. Gu Miao was unaware of the behind-the-scenes drama and initially wanted to decline the offer. He had a keen understanding of himself, wouldn't it hurt others if the show effect wasn't satisfactory? Fu Zhen pulled out a pen, placing it into Gu Miao's hand, then guided her to sign the contract step by step like teaching a 3-year-old child how to write. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Even if the ratings crashed spectacularly, Fu Zhen would already be prepared to fill the hole. Gu Miao turned to look at Fu Zhen, their faces so close that a mere turn resulted in a kiss. Fu Zhen's lips curled upward, this happy. No, Gu Miao replied honestly. At times like this, you could pretend to be mute. Fu Zhen joked regretfully. As planned, the variety show began recording, featuring an old yet crowd-pleasing segment called, You Act, I Guess. Among the participants, there were couples from the entertainment industry at various stages, married, in love, in marketing-induced flirtations, an ordinary couple, and Fu Zhen and Gu Miao, whose relationship was ambiguous. In the first round, Gu Miao acted out clues while Fu Zhen guessed. She did not use sign language but mimicked symbols as simply and boldly as others do. The usually aloof image of Gu Miao seemed unbelievably adorable through these actions, causing Fu Zhen to suppress laughter multiple times, resulting in Gu Miao sending many glaring looks his way. Other guests thought, who wrote this script for this overly cutesy duo? Unsurprisingly, they took first place. Everyone ostensibly expressed admiration and congratulations, but deep down, they all understood, it's because Gu Miao is mute, thus her body language is naturally more precise than anyone else's. In the second round, roles swapped. Since Gu Miao cannot speak, she could only use written hints. For games like this, the answers depend heavily on guessing and intuition, sometimes hitting on synonymous words, other times just landing on one character of a phrase. It all relies on the reaction capabilities between the pair, moving forward gradually under continuous affirmation and denial toward the right answer. Guests utilized every bit of their speed, whereas Gu Miao, she received a whiteboard and, despite writing slowly. We're going to rank last. Gu Miao whispered to Fu Zhen. As long as I'm here, Fu Zhen cheekily said. Gu Miao ignored Fu Zhen's boasting. He almost vividly imagined the awkward scene, it was like a sports-challenged student participating in the 1,500-meter race. By the time the athletes reached the finish line, he'd still have 1.5 laps left to run. But the spirit of sports lies in perseverance, so the poor athlete ran the entire course under the earnest gaze of the whole school, delaying the start of other events. They'll probably cut us from the episode. Gu Miao mused. Nope, but the editing team will fast forward. All the nation will see us speaking gibberish like chickens talking to ducks. Fu Zhen teased him. However, during the formal competition, something unexpected happened. To everyone's surprise, including Gu Miao, Fu Zhen suddenly switched to sign language. Is this cheating? The host exclaimed in shock. When did you learn this, Fu Zhen? One by one they performed. Fu Zhen seemed to be a master of sign language at level 5, not needing to speak throughout the entire process. His movements were fluid and elegant, maintaining his usual demeanor as a heartthrob. Gu Miao understood every single gesture of his and wrote down the correct answer without requiring him to repeat anything. The host was still stirring things up. Fu Zhen shows this skill for the first time in public. On behalf of the fans, I'd ask, what don't you know how to do? Did you learn it for Gu Miao? How long have you been learning? Alright, let's check the time now that the game is over, 1 minute and 5 seconds. The shortest time yet again, combined with last round, still first place. Oh, why is Gu Miao crying? Fu Zhen's face changed in an instant and he hurriedly came over to embrace Gu Miao. He stealthily turned off their microphones and consoled her facing away from others. What's wrong, baby? The host, well-versed in human relations and with a sharp eye, immediately caught on. Fu Zhen, did Gu Miao not know you've been practicing sign language? Did she cry out of being moved? Crew, quickly pass her a tissue. Gu Miao sniffled several times, her eyes slightly red. He hadn't expected that Fu Zhen had never mentioned it. Learning sign language for him, but he wasn't mute and even tricked Fu Zhen. Just then, the quick-witted host went on a tangent about how hard sign language was to learn and how busy Fu Zhen was, almost describing how Fu Zhen pulled all-nighters cramming. And then the host started sentimentally asking if Fu Zhen knew these details. The first time Gu Miao cried publicly, the reason is. Such a dramatic teaser had to elicit a few more questions. Gu Miao nodded and couldn't help but feel like crying again. Fu Zhen wanted to throttle this host, whose responsibility would it be if Gu Miao cried aloud? He was so distressed but didn't know what to do other than press Gu Miao against his chest. Afraid that the metal chain on his coat would hurt Gu Miao, he unbuttoned it, letting Gu Miao cry into his white shirt. In no time, he felt a large area getting wet, his heart searing with pain. His little baby was too pitiable, unable to make a sound despite sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Miao clutched onto Fu Zhen's coat, swallowing his continuous sobs repeatedly. He had never realized before how hard it was to suppress crying. He wrinkled Fu Zhen's back collar, stamping his foot anxiously while clinging to Fu Zhen unwillingly to let go. Thus, Fu Zhen continued the second half of the show wearing a crumpled coat. Gu Miao, feeling guilty, couldn't resist smoothing it out whenever he saw it, giving Fu Zhen the chance to grab his hand and rub it gently. The program editing team felt as though they possessed a treasure trove, excitedly working overtime to finish the video ahead of schedule and release it earlier to prevent spoilers and lose the excitement factor. Upon seeing this, Fu Zhen and Gu Miao's fans wept together in anguish. This is what perfect love looks like. Mom allows you to get married. On the other side, Fu Zhen subtly hinted at some insiders in the entertainment circle to seemingly confirm or deny leaked information, flaunting Gu Miao's high-priced TV appearances to slap black fans' faces hard. This is called commercial value. It's not that no one invites Gu Miao, it's that they can't afford him. Also shown were tax payment certificates. Fu Zhen had quietly hidden his achievements under the guise of supporting his bride, behaving immaturely like a junior high school thug sticking up for his girlfriend. After knowing about this, Gu Miao was eager to return the money, but Fu Zhen used the excuse of paying off his last concert support debt and refused, while casually handing over property and car keys. Can you make up for the debt by offering your voice? Fu Zhen sincerely asked. Gu Miao, can such things even be owed? Chapter 8. The noon sunlight streamed into the room. Gu Miao's eyelids flickered as Fu Zhen's chaotic kisses tickled him, making him twist his head to avoid them and accidentally engaging other muscles in his body, causing a sharp intake of cold air that woke him up. What are you doing? His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Last night, Fu Zhen said he wanted Gu Miao to make up for everything he owed, and later threatened to spank him if he couldn't talk. When Fu Zhen saw Gu Miao wake up, he slightly straightened his body, propping himself up with hands on either side of Gu Miao's neck. He looked down at him intensely and narrowed his eyes, saying, I had a nightmare last night. Gu Miao. I dreamed that you were still mute. I told you that not speaking meant you agreed to be my boyfriend, and then you spoke to reject me. What kind of nightmare is this? If you say it is, then fine. Gu Miao, then what? You need to compensate me. Gu Miao blinked with the only part of his body he could move, sincerely replying. You didn't even sleep last night. Even though he wasn't fully awake later on, Gu Miao still knew whether Fu Zhen had slept. If he didn't sleep, where would nightmares come from? With Gu Miao uncovering the truth, Fu Zhen didn't show any discomfort as he pinched Gu Miao's chin. Don't change the subject. Be my boyfriend. Gu Miao, my throat is sore. I don't want to talk for 3 days. Perfect, save some energy. Fu Zhen finally said this sentence and, before Gu Miao reacted, forcibly covered his mouth. 3 days later, Gu Miao finally got out of bed, insisting on taking a shower by himself. As he washed, he couldn't help but hum a song softly. Fu Zhen leaned against the door, full of laughter in his eyes. There was nothing left where the bathroom lock used to be. Although Fu Zhen didn't intend to enter, Gu Miao was now more cautious after being bitten once by a snake. Feeling his bottom hurt when seeing Fu Zhen's figure reflexively, almost falling down, he held onto the wall carefully. He definitely did not want another 3 days like that. While hearing Gu Miao humming songs, Fu Zhen unexpectedly found that he sang well and offered, why don't you join the male group? You can be the captain. Gu Miao thought he might be tired of him talking too much. Do you dislike me already? Or do you prefer me to stay mute? Fu Zhen sneered, how could I have plenty of ways to make you unable to speak a single word. Gu Miao. Fu Zhen has long desired to pull Gu Miao in, keep him close, and see him all the time. It was perfect. Half threatening, half negotiating, he said, are you really not considering it? No. Wasn't this like lambs into the mouths of tigers? You dare. Fu Zhen made as if to go in. Don't. I'll join if you insist. Gu Miao immediately became submissive. Fu Zhen failed to accomplish his goal, somewhat regretfully stating, you could have resisted a little more. The agent hadn't seen Gu Miao for 3 days and, for a moment, burst into tears. Finally, you've remembered about work. The two of them dropped such a bombshell on the variety show and then both disappeared just as the episode aired. Who knows how busy he has been recently? Denial was fake, and admitting it. In case one day Gu Miao's identity was exposed, leading to trouble for both being publicly outed, just thinking about it gave him a headache. Gu Miao apologized guiltily, sorry, I will work harder from now on. The agent stared suspiciously, am I getting old and forgetting things? Your voice wasn't like this before. Could it be because pretending to be mute for so long damaged his vocal cords? The agent was shocked and momentarily didn't know how to explain this to Gu Miao's family. Fu Zhen came over at this moment and said, he has a cold. The male idol group's agent followed behind. The 4 people sat on opposite sides like they were discussing marriage arrangements, discussing Gu Miao's future affiliation. Fate cannot always favor. The longer Gu Miao stayed in the entertainment industry as a female persona, the greater the risk, and changing identities to join the male group was better since he wouldn't have to pretend to be aloof or mute anymore. It doesn't matter anyway, we should slowly hint at leaving the industry. Under the lingering and reluctant looks of the agent, Fu Zhen walked away hand in hand with Gu Miao openly. Ms. Lin's face quickly transformed its sad expression to fiercely confront the male idol group's agent, let's properly discuss the transfer fee. Seeing Gu Miao somewhat dazed, Fu Zhen realized he was reluctant to leave his fans and joked, being in a girl group is pretty good too. Huh. That way, your voice will only be heard by me. Fu Zhen lowered his head and cupped Gu Miao's face affectionately, and I won't have to worry about your voice breaking tomorrow. I like hearing you. Pervert. Gu Miao kicked Fu Zhen angrily, dream on. Thinking that he shouldn't let Fu Zhen get his way, Gu Miao suddenly felt some anticipation towards joining the male idol group. Fu Zhen held his hand tightly, no matter which path you choose, I will accompany you. You don't need to carry any burden, just stay where you're happy. The worst case scenario would be them apologizing publicly and both retiring from the industry. With a wife, who would still work? Gu Miao nodded. He joined the circle only to earn money, and having earned enough with a boyfriend as well, he was already ahead. If Fu Zhen wanted more time together in the male idol group, why not go for it? At least during Fu Zhen's nationwide tour, they could be together all the time, receiving thousands of people's attention, participating in New Year's Eve galas, instead of being thousands of miles apart and not having to buy scalper tickets to attend concerts. Gu Miao reduced his public appearances, starting to practice male idol group dance steps and attempting to sing. As the captain of the male idol group, Fu Zhen dismissed Gu Miao's dance teacher out of explosive possessiveness and started private tutoring himself. How could such intimate physical contact involve anyone else? The captain naturally took over. Fu Zhen wasn't at all an upright teacher and took advantage under the guise of teaching. Gu Miao, watching Fu Zhen coming closer, felt alarmed inside but smiled on the outside. Fu teacher, I've already learned this. Have you really? I forgot, then teach me. Fu Zhen pulled Gu Miao towards himself. Is this hand supposed to go here? No, Gu Miao's eyes flickered, his lashes trembling, but he still answered his teacher truthfully, it should go, a bit lower. Fu Zhen pressed down abruptly, pulling Gu Miao into his arms. His long hair was cut short, revealing delicate pale skin on his neck. Fu Zhen just had to lean down and bite. I've had something I've wanted to try for a long time. What did you buy again? Gu Miao exclaimed in horror, thinking if he ever saw Fu Zhen's friend again, he'd make him pay dearly. Opportunities came quickly. Gu Miao and Fu Zhen were having dinner when someone far away recognized Fu Zhen and waved, there's a technical difficulty with what you ordered, sister-in-law. Gu Miao silently observed him, a beast in disguise and an erudite villain, this was definitely the guy. Gu Miao cornered Fu Zhen while he went to the restroom, that handcuff is nice. The friend touched his nose nervously, haha, it's fine. Gu Miao narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, if you sell him any more nonsense, I'll seduce you. I'm married, the friend panicked. Funny, so am I, Gu Miao shot him a fierce glare. The friend let out a quiet, what the hell, you want me dead? Gu Miao thought, you want me dead? Fu Zhen returned from the restroom and saw the two talking closely. He became cautious, saying, what are you talking about? Don't talk too much to him, he's no good man. Friend, let's break up, business done. Gu Miao looked thoughtfully at Fu Zhen, then at his friend, suddenly having an epiphany. Money, right? Who doesn't have that? If Fu captain can buy things, why can't I? Both the team captain and the friend felt chills run down their spines. The next year, Gu Miao announced his retirement from the entertainment industry due to health reasons. Fans wept and tried to hold him back. Although Gu Miao interacted the least with fans in the female group, almost equivalent to zero, he always carried warmth inside. With feelings of guilt, gratitude, and reluctance mingling, he cried himself stupid holding his phone. I could have danced in drag for another 10,000 years. Before his emotional surge subsided, he suddenly saw a popular comment ranked high up among others. See. Retired to have kids. Gu Miao's tears stopped instantly. Why hadn't this issue been settled yet? Do I need to specifically hold a press conference for clarification for people to believe? With the idea of staying low-key, Gu Miao angrily went to sleep and kicked Fu Zhen aside when he tried to do something else. Baby, what's wrong? What baby nonsense? I don't have a baby. Chapter 9. Gu Miao's fans would rather believe that Gu Miao has temporarily withdrawn from the circle to prepare for childbirth, and they tearfully brushed the tag blessing Gu Miao's pregnancy. After waking up, Gu Miao was dazzled by the 6 words #Gu Miao withdraws from the circle to prepare for childbirth #. This time, not even the word suspected was mentioned. She couldn't eat due to her anger. Before her withdrawal, Gu Miao's last appearance on the red carpet was in January, the first grand event of the entertainment industry at the start of the year. Stars were invited and gathered, dazzling in their fashionable attire, all vying for attention with their extravagant styles. Despite the chill of early spring, which brought the outdoor temperature down below zero, conscientious female stars still wore off-the-shoulder long dresses, smiling graciously, with perfectly made-up faces. The girl group was also among those dressed this way. A month before, the stylist had already prepared indigo short evening gowns, designed to showcase the girls' long legs, leaving no space for heat packs. Gu Miao sneezed loudly after changing into her clothes while suffering from a cold. The members of the girl group cursed the inhumane stylist in their hearts as they endured the hairdresser spraying icy setting spray onto their heads, causing their fur to lose its natural insulation and freeze into icy lumps. The manager stood nearby rubbing his hands, somewhat worried. Wouldn't it be better if you wear a long coat, Gu Miao? Fu Zhen kept nagging her day by day, telling her that Gu Miao is only temporarily staying in the girl group now, and not to let her get too tired. The agent felt very sorry in her heart, who would want their young protégés to fall ill. Gu Miao shook her head, indicating she could do without it. It wasn't out of concern for her own image, everyone was wearing the same series of outfits, and when standing together for photos, if she did something special and disrupted the overall harmony, marketing accounts would have reasons to fabricate rumors about splits within the girl group, criticizing their fashion choices as overly tacky. Ah Chu. As the manager's phone buzzed, an incoming call display showed Fu Zhen. She rolled her eyes, knowing full well why Fu Zhen was calling. Sister Lin flicked the screen right in front of Gu Miao. Hurry up and change. Fu Zhen's coming over to beat someone. Hello, Fu Zhen. Someone's coming to deliver some clothes. Oh, I see them. Sister Lin went out to receive the person while listening. Fu Zhen had a wide range of connections and somehow managed to obtain a high-end brand's yet-to-be-released autumn collection, a long gown, paired with an outerwear coat, double-layer thermal pants, and a box of heat packs. Upon hearing that Fu Zhen wanted these items for his girlfriend, a designer friend was quite generous and pulled out his best reserved design, only to find later that his unpublished gown would appear alongside a long coat, which enraged him enough to immediately indulge in an extra diet plan for that day. Furthermore, he got into a 3-hour video argument across half the world with the designer of the coat. Though this combination looked strange and out of place, once it was worn by Gu Miao, its stylish appeal instantly increased. Gu Miao had tall and slim figure, exuding elegance. Gu Miao hesitated, I might just say I'm sick and not go. Suddenly, Fu Zhen appeared at the door. Gu Miao was surprised, didn't I hear the host call the name of the boy group? Why are you still here? Today, Mr. Fu appears as dignified and gentlemanly as ever, but deep down, he's still someone who prioritizes beauty over friendship. Weren't you worried about being too different from the girl group? I'll take you. The agent agreed, right, there won't be any issues if the two of you go together. Fu Zhen personally stuck 4 warmers inside Gu Miao's coat lining, demonstrating great thoughtfulness. Thus, Fu Zhen and Gu Miao, standing between the boy group and the girl group during their entrance, resembled a perfect golden couple, like a pair of flawless treasures. The girl group, freezing to death amidst the ice and snow, complained, even though my teeth are chattering, I'm being fed dog food. The manager, not allowed. Stay single. When Gu Miao left the scene, she couldn't help but sneeze again, and one of the warmers from her coat fell, clearly visible against the red carpet. It turned out, using heat packs also required skill. Gu Miao paused momentarily, but Fu Zhen, the root cause of it all, calmly kneeled down halfway, picked up the warmer, and slipped it into his suit pocket, acting gracefully like a seasoned professional. After the video was circulated online, the netizens reasonably deduced the following based on the series of actions. First, it was true love. Second, this once again confirmed Gu Miao's pregnancy. Reasons as follows. First, Gu Miao had experienced similar situations before, but back then, in -3 degrees Celsius, she wore a bareback chiffon dress unlike yesterday when she was completely wrapped up. Gu Miao, that's because I had a severe cold. Furthermore, previously, whenever there was some small incident, Gu Miao would quickly resolve it herself. This time, however, she actually waited for Fu Zhen to pick up things for her. What does that signify? It means her baby bump is large, making squatting difficult. Gu Miao. I lost. A few days later, the agent contacted Gu Miao, informing her that an advertiser was looking for her endorsement. Gu Miao was surprised, what product? I've withdrawn from the circle, and advertisers are still looking for me. The coat Gu Miao wore on the red carpet has become a bestseller on Taobao, with such strong shopping influence that not only students and working parties love it, but also moms and pregnant women have a particular fondness for it. They all believe this coat could hide their bellies. After wearing it, they would look as slim as Gu Miao. Who knows which knockoff store came up with the brainwashing package? The agent stammered, maternity products, with considerable endorsement fees. Gu Miao felt chest tightness, won't take it. The boy group announced the addition of a new member. The debut performance was extremely successful, and the originally disapproving fans of the boy group expressed their thoughts after watching. It feels like this team is more complete now. Teammate 1, of course, the captain dug his wife in. Teammate 2, I also have a girlfriend, yet I can't help but feel the pain of single life at every moment. Puzzling.jpg. When bowing in gratitude together, the group appeared to be the best of brothers in the whole world. With a smile on her face, Gu Miao adjusted Fu Zhen's hand from her buttocks to her waist. There were 360-degree cameras around. The concert was named Return, and the stadium was exactly located on the Tropic of Cancer, with a high-rise hotel nearby. Once off the stage, Fu Zhen rejected the team's drinking proposal and eagerly returned to the hotel with Gu Miao to rest. Gu Miao's stage makeup hadn't been removed yet, and she was completely speechless. Are you so excited? Aren't you tired after singing and dancing all night? Fu Zhen, not tired. Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor of the hotel, the city was filled with bright lights while stars seemed far away. Fu Zhen pressed down on Gu Miao, speaking sincerely, I heard that doing it on the Tropic of Cancer makes it easier to conceive twins. A drop of sweat slid from Fu Zhen's chin onto Gu Miao's eyelashes, and Gu Miao suddenly felt her heart tip over. Where did you hear such nonsense? Half a year later, Gu Miao's old Weibo account updated again. A video showed her close dance with Fu Zhen in women's clothing. Gu Miao wore a wig and a mask, revealing a flat and delicate abdomen during the movements. Caption: No. Not. Pregnant. After holding her breath for 6 months, Gu Miao finally cleared the rumors about her pregnancy on her own. But the cost of the intimate dance with Fu Zhen was rather steep. A 1-minute video took an entire night to shoot. Fans rushed to see it, and after viewing it, I beg you to get pregnant. The end of this chapter. The hesitant aunt. Lao Jin crosses into becoming a pitiful girl whose fiancé passed away. Although appearing obedient on the surface, Lao Jin runs businesses across the nation. On the way to procure goods, she accidentally ingests traditional Chinese medicine and shares an encounter with someone. After returning to the capital, Lao Jin discovers this person is actually her fiancé's nephew, who is rather unreasonable. Huadu steps closer. I heard you sacrificed yourself for my uncle twice. Lao Jin pretends to be ignorant. Who are you? Do we know each other? Chapter 10. The Crown Prince Consort's eldest son Zhaoan fell seriously ill. Following the guidance of a senior monk, money was spent to marry Song family's lord for good fortune. Unexpectedly, the day before the wedding, the groom passed away. Lao Jin lived a poorer life than servants in the Song family. Now discarded by the Crown Princess's estate, facing marriage difficulties, enduring countless cold glances, and finding no way out, she decisively threw herself into a well. The unconscious Song lord was fished out, and after being comatose for 3 days, he woke up with the soul exchanged into modern-day Lao Jin. During university, Lao Jin started small businesses with classmates and founded a company right after graduation. Just as the business was getting on track, negotiations with a large group took place, and at the signing site, Lao Jin suddenly collapsed and arrived here. Lao Jin choked with anger. Damn, the contract is gone. No, Lao Jin cannot let the efforts of his first half of life go to waste. When no one was around, he found where the original body had jumped into the well and harshly leaped in. Being a materialist, yet encountering this bizarre crossing event happening to him, superstition became the only method to solve the issue. Lao Jin thought, according to ghost stories he'd seen, the original spirit might still linger in the well as a water ghost. By jumping in now, letting the souls align, could he return? Dream on. Lao Jin was immediately pulled out again and remained unconscious for 5 more days. Upon waking, the world was still the same world. News of Song's young master twice throwing himself into the well for sentiment spread throughout the capital, leaving listeners in tears and sympathizers heartbroken. With the crown princess's son deceased, plans to abandon this marriage had initially been set aside. The first time he threw himself into the well wasn't taken seriously, but the second time had to be dealt with carefully to avoid accusations of lacking compassion. Crown Princess, considering Lao Jin's deep feelings, along with pitying her son having no wife in this life, personally agreed to this marriage. Relying on Lao Jin having no backing, no ceremonies were held. Instead, using this title, she petitioned the emperor for an imperial edict granting Lao Jin a chastity archway, established grandly in the bustling west side of the capital, presenting a magnificent scene. Song Jin, who had been comatose for 5 days, woke up to find the situation irreversible. Half of the chastity archway had already been built, and there was no reversing the emperor's decree. Song Jin silently curled into the blanket, swallowing a mouthful of blood from sheer frustration. I didn't, and I don't want to be widowed. When Song Jin stepped out after his recovery, the archway had already been completed. He wandered along the street observing the local culture when he suddenly looked up with the crowd's gazes and spotted large characters engraved on the gate in Yen style, chaste loyalty. And right next to it was Song Jin's name. Song Jin. Some people in the crowd recognized Song Jin, and the news quickly spread among the masses. Soon, a circle of people surrounded him, their eyes flashing with expressions of admiration, sympathy, and respect, strange glimmers that made Song Jin uneasy. Pinching his temple, Song Jin thought bitterly that jumping into the well had indeed been a foolhardy decision. What a mistake. He wanted to strangle his past self. With this unexpected honorific title thrust upon him, Song Jin bore heavy pressure. A sudden gust of wind blew through, and Song Jin's frail body swayed, feeling dizzy and almost collapsing before being steadied by a servant. Onlookers sympathized even more, thinking twice of attempted suicide surely indicated that one foot was already stepping into the underworld of King Yama. Touching scenery evokes emotion. Great love does not lead to long life, someone lamented, earning the agreement of many others. I'll act out a natural death right here. Song Jin, headache. The residence of the Long Princess had too many female family members, making it inconvenient to keep Song Jin around. The princess did not wish to see him constantly haunting her sight either, so she sent Song Jin to live at an estate outside the city, under the guise of letting him recuperate from illness. Out of sight, out of mind. Song Jin went willingly, even glad for the lack of supervision. He bribed the 2 attendants and began dabbling in business. An impostor lived in the countryside estate while Song Jin himself, accompanied by 1 attendant, traveled afar. North and south, Song Jin's small businesses gradually expanded, bringing him some solace as he managed to catch up with the regrets of his past life. This time, Song Jin went to the coast to purchase tea but encountered a Japanese pirate invasion. He cautiously hid in an old mountain temple with his merchant convoy for 5 days until the imperial army arrived to drive away the pirates. A young and heroic general galloped down the streets, stirring cheers and admiration from the commoners. Song Jin found the man oddly familiar, so he took a second look. After buying the tea and returning to the capital, Song Jin rested at an inn. In the middle of the night, someone abruptly fell on top of him, breathing hotly like they had been poisoned by aphrodisiacs. General Huadu had eliminated the pirates and also eradicated a bandit hideout in the mountains. But these bandits often abducted men and women and possessed despicable items which, once used on Huadu, caused him to fall victim to potent aphrodisiacs. The drug would also expose his location, leading a group of the chief bandits' vengeful underlings tracking Huadu to kill him. Huadu resisted using his internal energy but instead exacerbated the effects of the drug. Suppressing his strength in the Dan Tian area, a burning heat remained concentrated in his lower abdomen. To remove the drug's effect, he had to resolve the problem immediately. Hiding in an inn, he caught sight of a bed underneath the window. Unexpectedly, he ended up pressing against a soft, slippery, half-naked figure beneath him. Taken aback, Huadu momentarily lost control of his breath, which he'd been suppressing. The person in the bed was sleeping naked. Song Jin woke up abruptly. Their eyes met, and both immediately recognized each other. Isn't this the same general he'd seen on the street earlier? Huadu's eyes darkened, he remembered how this person kept staring at him during the day, and now this fellow dared sleep naked. Truly licentious. You're enticing me. Huadu asserted firmly. The modern man Song Jin, wearing only boxers, you son of a gun, get off me. How am I enticing you? As Song Jin tried to push Huadu away, he suddenly felt something odd about the situation. The drug could actually spread via respiratory transmission. That night, Huadu indulged in his lustful desires with Song Jin and left refreshed the next morning, taking his blade and returning to deal with the henchmen who had been tracking him. Tying them up in neat rows like dumplings, he reported to the magistrate. This group of bandits came down from the mountains every year, causing great distress to the villagers. The county magistrate was extremely grateful and wanted to host a banquet in thanks. Huadu refused the magistrate's offer and led timid officers into the mountains to clear the remaining villains. Not until his trusted subordinates arrived to take over did he have the chance to return to the waiting guest at the inn. When Song Jin opened his eyes, he couldn't help doubting whose identity the meek and weak person last night really was. Some individuals seem dignified on the outside as mighty generals but turn out shameless beneath the surface. Song Jin picked up his pants from the floor, comparing their length against his knee. He definitely wore them, yet General Hu accused him of seduction. Leaning on his sore waist, Song Jin drank water at the table and noticed a note on it, generally stating, wait for my return and so forth. Lazily glancing at it, he turned to the back side and replied with a pen, drink tea, calm your heart, eliminate wickedness, savor the words of the sages, humble citizen respectfully submits. Being a stranger in this land and dealing with a powerful general, Song Jin naturally wouldn't wait around for him. Using aliases while doing business was his usual trick, he would change names depending on the place, making it easy to escape if needed. But now, he had to give up the tea he had already purchased, although leaving it behind felt satisfying as a way to irritate the other party. Song Jin covered his sore bottom and fled, utterly cowardly. When Huadu returned to the inn, the guest was long gone, and only then did he realize that he didn't even know the name of the person who had piqued his interest and whom he wanted to bring into his mansion. You seduced me, and now you're running away. Huadu's gaze deepened as he crumpled the paper into a ball but then smoothed it out again, examining its contents a second time. After acting so wanton, turning around to accuse him, better not let me find you. Upon returning to the capital, Song Jin heard suddenly that the Long princess was critically ill. As a man, he wasn't required to attend bedside like an ordinary daughter-in-law would, but it was still necessary to visit her out of respect. From the fact that the princess erected a chastity archway for him, it was clear how much she valued appearances. If Song Jin didn't show any concern, upsetting her could result in future complications, jeopardizing his current freedom. The princess had given birth late in life, having a daughter first. The daughter married far away and bore a child the following year. Thus, the princess's son and grandson were roughly the same age. This time, when the princess fell gravely ill, even her grandson, who had been traveling outside, rushed back. These pieces of news barely registered with Song Jin. Outwardly, he seemed prominent in the Long princess's household as if he were the second master, but in reality, no one in the household acknowledged his status. They all thought he clung tenaciously to the princess's reputation by crying, raising a fuss, or threatening suicide. Song Jin smiled slightly. The princess sought fame while the original body desired stability, and their relationship appeared mutually beneficial. However, during the first suicide attempt by jumping into a well, no one paid attention at the time, leading to the accidental situation where he now bore this enormous burden. In the early morning, before the sun rose, he stood under the hall and greeted the princess through several walls. Her maid dismissed him with just 2 sentences, but Song Jin wasn't bothered. If anyone addressed him politely as, young mistress, he'd surely wake up startled in the middle of the night. Before the princess recovered, Song Jin had to stay in the house and pay respects to her. The steward assigned him a distant wing room. Just as Song Jin turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a tall figure rushing into the front gate, someone familiar, no, very familiar. Wasn't this that shameless? The steward, Master Hua. Song Jin was greatly alarmed, and his face instantly changed. He finally understood why Huadu had looked familiar the first time they met. Though the nephew and uncle were different, one frail and scholarly, the other strong and valiant, they shared some resemblance in their features. Though Song Jin hadn't seen the real person, he had encountered the portrait of Lord Zhao Anshi in the Long Princess's estate. Seeing that Huadu hadn't noticed him in his rush to see the princess, Song Jin demonstrated unprecedented speed, almost disappearing from sight, swiftly crouching behind a decorative pine tree. But no matter how fast he moved, Huadu's sharp eyes spotted him. Initially focused on visiting the princess, Huadu hadn't paid attention to the person beside him, but Song Jin's movement drew immediate suspicion. Who is that? It's the young mistress. The steward replied. Song Jin buried his face in the dense pine needles, exposing only the black hair of his head, using his hands to brace against the trunk regardless of how it hurt. He pretended to have eaten something bad and threw up, hiding behind the pine tree. It looked convincingly real, so much so that the steward unconsciously distanced himself from Song Jin. Huadu lacked interest in this nominal aunt since he had never had a deep bond with his uncle in his youth. Coming from a military family, Huadu preferred practicing martial arts, whereas Uncle Zhaoan was a self-important bookworm, making it difficult for them to converse. Aunt. Huadu greeted her coolly. Cough, cough, cough. The pine shook, and Song Jin didn't know how to respond, hacking loudly as if echoing Huadu. Huadu withdrew his glance and walked inside. Through layers of pine needles, Song Jin watched Huadu get closer. Due to extreme tension, he unintentionally leaned all his weight on the tree, forgetting that it was merely a potted plant, top-heavy and unstable. As Song Jin hugged it, the whole tree toppled forward, landing right at Huadu's feet. Ah! Face down on the ground, Song Jin risked getting bruised by the bark but avoided worse injuries. In a flash, Huadu lifted his right foot, miraculously supporting the tree trunk and lifting Song Jin by the collar. Then with a kick, he sent the tree flying to the corner. Stand steady, Huadu released his grip, rebuking him as if scolding a new recruit. His eyes casually swept over Song Jin, and his stern demeanor faltered momentarily, revealing surprise on his face. You. Huadu hesitated, disbelief written all over his expression. The person he had been tirelessly searching for all these days turned out to be his aunt. Song Jin shifted his gaze guiltily. After a moment, Huadu cast a glance at Song Jin's clean face. Was this the same person who had been vomiting uncontrollably just moments ago? Clearly, he was avoiding him. Huadu let out a cold laugh. What, are you pregnant? No. Song Jin closed his eyes in despair. Why was he so unlucky? Could he not clear up one of these accusations, either being a flirt or a paragon of chastity? How unjust. Song Jin was restless and wanted to return immediately to his little estate outside the city walls. However, with the Long Princess unwell, it wasn't appropriate for him to leave without permission. He could only hope that Huadu would have some sense of propriety and not make everyone uncomfortable. On that night, Song Jin had merely fallen into the habit of sleeping without a shirt, a common practice among modern bachelors, and yet Huadu accused him of seducing him. This time, Song Jin learned his lesson, he slept fully clothed and even wore an extra coat for good measure. After visiting the Long Princess, Huadu called over a servant and questioned them thoroughly about Song Jin's private affairs. Who in the capital didn't know about Song Jin's story? The servant, sensing Huadu's interest, embellished the tale dramatically, adding details about Song Jin's romantic past with Lord Zhao Anshi. Compared to the original version, after 2 years of embellishment by the people, the tragic love story now featured a scene where Song Jin and Zhao Anshi fell deeply in love at first sight and secretly pledged their lives to each other. If Song Jin hadn't been a man, there might even have been rumors of a mysterious pregnancy. Huadu's face darkened as he listened. This wasn't the Song Jin he knew. Didn't Song Jin appear much more promiscuous? This conflicting personality meant either Song Jin had deceived his grandmother or Huadu himself. Given the credibility of the capital stories and the undeniable truth of Song Jin's attempts to jump into the well twice, it dawned on Huadu that perhaps he'd been mistaken for a substitute all along. Bang! A steaming cup of tea was thrown forcefully, smashing a windowpane, showing the immense force behind it. The servant flinched nervously and quickly left under a pretense, thinking he might still receive some tip from Master Hua today. Huadu silently polished the Feiyin sword, personally bestowed by the emperor, his eyes filled with stormy emotions. A substitute? How could he, Huadu, be someone else's substitute? Ridiculous. Song Jin stayed vigilant through most of the night, eventually falling asleep in a daze. When the faint glow of dawn filtered through the windows, he woke up startled by the person seated in his room drinking tea. Huadu noticed Song Jin sitting up as the blanket slid down, revealing neatly worn clothing underneath. You didn't even take your clothes off. Waiting for me to elope with you? Looking shocked, Song Jin thought, if wearing clothes meant eloping with him, then not wearing clothes must mean seducing him. Could this man give him a chance to live? Before Song Jin could protest, Huadu silenced him, gripping his chin tightly. Remember, I'm your man. Song Jin struggled incoherently, I'm your aunt-in-law. This seemingly harmless comment inexplicably enraged Huadu. Song Jin was met with a forceful kiss. Worse yet, men in the morning tend to act on impulse easily, and Song Jin began to feel something stir. In order to shake off the label of being promiscuous, Song Jin pulled the blanket higher, trying desperately to hide himself. Yet he discovered that this body of his emitted sweet and soft moans involuntarily, even ones that made him uncomfortable hearing himself. But how could Song Jin's lung capacity match that of Huadu, seasoned from battles? After a long, intense kiss, Song Jin eventually grew limp, leaning against Huadu, his eyes brimming with moisture like a sleep-deprived lamb. As Huadu's calloused palms caressed him, every touched spot flushed pink rapidly, sending waves of heat rising to his face. He felt entirely like an inexperienced bride, utterly undignified. Hiding his face in the pillow, Song Jin realized he couldn't endure this life anymore. He must leave soon, otherwise, the long princess would inevitably find out. He bore no responsibility for that chastity archway, but he was a coward and valued his life. For several days, Song Jin lived in constant trepidation. He was forced to copy the name, Huadu, 500 times for no apparent reason, getting 10 harsh kisses for every incorrect character, swelling his lips almost unbearably. It was unclear why Huadu had gone berserk. Did he not realize how terrible Song Jin's calligraphy was? Upon seeing her grandson Huadu, the long princess' condition improved significantly. Song Jin breathed a sigh of relief and quietly bid farewell to the princess. It wasn't until later in the day that a response came back. As usual, it was delivered by the senior maid, who handed Song Jin some silver coins. She said the princess was fine now and that he could return whenever he wished. With his own savings from business ventures, Song Jin declined to accept any further favors from Huadu. Instead, he added another 100 taels as a token of respect for the princess. The maid's expression brightened slightly when she heard that Song Jin's small estate had seen decent harvests over the years, accumulating some wealth. Her perception of this spoiled young mistress improved slightly. Realizing he was finally free to go, and coincidentally Huadu was absent from the princess's mansion, Song Jin eagerly packed his things. Even though it was already night and thunderclouds loomed in the distance, nothing could dampen his joy of returning to his little estate. The servant had matters to attend to today and had already returned to the estate, leaving Song Jin to impulsively set off on his own without waiting for him. He thought a great deal as he walked. First, he would go to the old Gong family in the west part of the city to hire a carriage, then find 20 strong men at the Southern Express Agency. Once they surrounded the estate, it would surely prevent Huadu from bothering him. Of course, this was just for show. If Huadu decided to force his way in, who could stop him? So Song Jin resolved to return to the estate tonight, tally the goods, and immediately set out on an earlier trip to trade in the northern frontier. The world was vast, there was no way he'd continue falling into Huadu's trap. Song Jin hurried along with his head down, but suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground as someone grabbed him from behind by the collar. Chapter 11. Where is Jin going? It was none other than Huadu's voice. What kind of weird nickname is Jin? Song Jin was placed on the horse by Huadu, her heart racing like a drumbeat, and she didn't even dare to look back at Huadu's expression. Put me down. Huadu ignored her request, instead pressing his legs against the horse's belly. Go. The Hua family estate is just ahead. Is Jin in such a hurry to meet her in-laws? How could Song Jin know that the road led to Huadu's house? She was utterly impressed by Huadu's knack for always twisting her intentions. She retorted sharply, "You're my nephew, your mother is my elder sister." Huadu suddenly yanked hard on the reins. Song Jin almost flew out but quickly seized a pillar beside her, taking advantage of Huadu's momentary distraction and refusing to let go while hugging it tightly. Let go. Put me down. Say it again, let go. Beneath Huadu's calm voice lay unprecedented anger. When Song Jin glanced up, she internally cursed her misfortune. The pillar she held onto was actually her own chastity arch. This was her chance to finally settle things with Huadu. Forcing 2 drops of tears, Song Jin used the strength from leaning on the pillar to jump off the horse. The process ended up kicking Huadu's stomach unintentionally. But there was no time to worry about that. Quickly, she sat on the ground and cried her eyes out, holding tightly onto the pillar. At this late hour, the townspeople had already retired to their homes early. Song Jin stifled her sobs so as not to wake them, gently knocking her forehead against the pillar with every suppressed wail. She looked worse than a grieving young widow visiting her husband's grave. But she dared not do so forcefully. After falling into the water twice, her body could hardly endure more reckless actions. If she accidentally knocks herself unconscious or brain damaged, wouldn't Huadu be able to tempt her away with just a candy stick? However, without drawing blood, how could she demonstrate her noble principle of refusing to live under duress? With teary eyes, Song Jin remembered a tomato inside her package meant for quenching thirst along the way. Huadu's gaze was firmly fixed on the words Song Jin engraved on the chastity arch, recounting her supposedly touching love stories, exaggeratedly romanticized by literary scholars like another Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Seeing Huodu distracted, Song Jin stealthily took out the tomato from her bundle, crushed it thoroughly on the ground, and smeared its juice on her forehead. This created an eerily convincing scene under the cover of darkness. Then, she fervently tried recalling the face of her deceased fiancé, struggling hard for a long time only to fail to remember his name. So she began to babble nonsensically. That day I saw you in Ningzhou reminded me of him. It was just a single glance in the crowd. Silently licking the tomato juice trickling down her lips, Song Jin sobbed even harder. In the moonlit night, a widower weeping aloud, purple lightning intermittently illuminated half the sky. The words, faithful, carved onto the memorial arch flickered between light and shadow, creating an astonishing visual effect. Even Huodu was genuinely infuriated. Standing rigidly in place, he watched Song Jin bawl uncontrollably beneath the arch meant to honor her virtue. Only he knew how stiffly paralyzed he felt inside. Though he was no gentleman who refrains from pressuring others, preferring military strategies over orthodox virtues, he still understood forcing someone would never end well. Huodu might have been regarded as a prodigy in the capital and invincible in battlefields, yet Song Jin treated him merely as Zhao An's replacement. Yes. Huodu gave a bitter laugh, reflecting inwardly, a woman who has decided to die for love, having long placed life and death aside, wouldn't possibly seduce a stranger. All this because he happened to resemble Zhao An, leading to this irrational obsession. Looking at Song Jin again, Huodu noticed the traces of blood on the pillar and felt an overwhelming mix of anger and sympathy rising in his throat. Enough. Let her go, Huodu thought to himself. Unaware of Huodu's inner turmoil, Song Jin continued pouring fuel onto the fire. How am I supposed to survive since you left 3 years ago? Huodu, who was about to give up, stared in bewilderment. Zhao An only passed away 2 years ago. Suddenly realizing Song Jin's unreliability and accuracy, Huodu became even angrier. As someone knocked their door nearby, his irritation reached its peak. If they weren't in public right now, for today's act of defiance, he'd ensure Song Jin spent 10 days unable to rise from bed. He pressed his temple, saying, my uncle passed away 2 years ago. Song Jin ceased crying immediately, hiccuping once before hesitating, if she made another mistake. She quickly adjusted her statement, so this is what they mean by enduring every second like a year. In the beginning when your uncle passed, I couldn't tell the difference between spring and autumn, day and night. Shut up. Huodu interrupted coldly, watching her still clinging stubbornly to the pillar. Unless you intend to crash your head against it tonight and force me to follow you to hell in repentance, otherwise. Jin, don't attempt to provoke me. Huodu was known for being ruthless, so Song Jin started to feel intimidated. Having already drowned twice and been spared by the river god, she dreaded the rumors spreading tomorrow if people found her dead from ramming herself into the chastity arch. With tears swirling in her eyes, Song Jin was already pondering how to gracefully end this farce. After wailing like a young widow paying respects at her husband's grave, was she really going to act as if nothing had happened? He couldn't possibly swallow such humiliation. He sniffed once, suddenly feeling an irritable moist sensation on his forehead. Song Jin froze as she watched Huodu's warhorse lick Huodu's forehead before shoving him aside with its leg and leisurely munching on the rotten tomato on the ground. Song Jin sprawled face down on the ground. What the heck? Huodu, who was just about to tear off a piece of white cloth from his robe to bandage Song Jin, stood there speechless. How could this situation be salvaged? Song Jin closed her eyes, pretending to faint in mid-cry. As Huodu took Song Jin into his arms while she was unconscious, his eyes flickered briefly with a hint of faint relief and amusement. Everyone likes to boast, but whether one truly fears something or not is a different matter entirely. Had Song Jin chosen self-destruction just then, Huodu would have probably let go. Carrying Song Jin horizontally, Huodu's untethered stallion obediently followed behind. Even Changfeng is better behaved than you. Huodu said, knowing Song Jin could hear. Song Jin silently pretended to remain unconscious for a while, then slightly opened an eye to sneak a peek at Huodu's expression. Clutching the front of Huodu's shirt softly, he pleaded weakly, can we not go to the Hua family estate? Woke up. Huodu glanced down at Song Jin, remaining ambiguous about his request. Climbing a bit closer within Huodu's embrace, Song Jin switched to hugging him face to face. His exhaustion after crying prevented him from mentioning stepping down. Instead, his hand slid around Huodu's neck, rubbing his face against Huodu's neck side. Let's not go to the Hua family. In the dead of night, with the nephew carrying his aunt back home, the scene was so picturesque it might last until next year. Song Jin's voice wrapped in a soft sob resembled a newborn kitten's meowing. Huodu couldn't resist his entreaty and nodded once, agreeing. Song Jin thought that his sense of shame had thickened another layer. It was all Huodu's fault for preferring gentleness over aggression. He was flexible. Huodu took Song Jin to the training field, a vast place filled with spears and swords lined every 3 paces apart, surrounded by guards as solid as an iron bucket. Upon seeing Huodu, they called out, General. At the far end of the training field stood a small house where Huodu often spent his nights during martial practice. Jumping down from Huodu's arms, Song Jin inspected the room's setup. A bed, a table, and stacks of weapons by the wall corner. It was extremely simple and austere. Just as Song Jin turned around, he met Huodu's gaze brimming with inscrutable emotions and instinctively took a step back. The reckoning had come. There was no way Huadu would have let this slide so easily. Huadu stepped forward, his tone still measured. If I hadn't stopped you in time, where did you intend to go tonight? Forced towards the desk, Song Jin leaned backward with both hands on the table, cautiously replying, be back to the village. Huadu locked Song Jin's four limbs without much effort, asking calmly, then why were you heading to the security company? Song Jin finally realized it, Huadu had been following him the whole way. I noticed how hardworking my nephew is, so I thought I'd hire some bodyguards for you. Song Jin nervously grinned, using his hands to push himself up onto the table intending to escape to the other side. You. Song Jin frowned, only realizing he was securely trapped by Huadu. Like talking here on the table? With a raise of his eyebrows, Huadu lifted Song Jin onto the old wooden table with one sweep, fine with me. It's not, Before Song Jin could even protest, Huadu claimed his lips with a kiss that didn't allow any defense. Huadu's passionate kisses overwhelmed Song Jin, his soul and essence seemed drawn away by Huadu's dominant lips and tongue. The little wooden table, having stood for years unknown, let out creaks after just one kiss without Song Jin putting much struggle. It groaned faintly under each breath, as if Song Jin exhaling more deeply would collapse it completely. Without choice, Song Jin clung to Huadu's shoulders for support, finding himself relying on the person he despised yet inexplicably depended upon. His clothes were disheveled, revealing his well-defined collarbone and pale, slender shoulder, half-concealed and tantalizing. This table was moved to a family training ground when it was built. Supposedly, it was a dowry gift from our first grandmother. Huadu smirked lightly, every generation of the Hua family has sat here to strategize late into the night. Just be gentle, Jin. Don't break it apart, Huadu teased as he nibbled at Song Jin's blood-red earlobe, or else we'll have to give it back to the Hua family as your compensation. Before Hua family rose to prominence, the dowry was naturally a common farm table. For it to last until now was already miraculous, considering the generations of rough warriors' abuses and neglectful forceful gestures that could split even sturdy mountain pines. What does be gentle mean? Did he choose to do this? Wouldn't it be enough to simply put him down? Grandma's dowry. Song Jin couldn't possibly afford compensation, so he stiffly remained seated on the table. A slight move, and the entire table swayed. Really? Not fooling me? Song Jin doubted, why couldn't heirloom antiques be locked in a box for good preservation? The tear-swollen eyes from earlier were cooled by the night breeze, restoring them to clear brightness, like stars in the sky. Huadu looked at Song Jin, unable to resist gently stroking his eye corner, smiling and saying, why would I deceive you? Then let me down. Can't. Huadu rubbed Song Jin's nose tip, decisively declared, counting tonight, you've run away twice. If you could get pregnant, you wouldn't be able to run anymore. Song Jin couldn't help but slap Huadu across the face, a bold gesture with little force, you're the one who can fucking get pregnant. Animal, today he'd let Aunt teach him about physiology. The table wobbled. Song Jin timidly retracted his hand. Huadu tapped on the table with his bent finger, alluding to something, this is because we have ancestors' blessing. Song Jin was stiff, without resistance, letting Huadu undress him completely, raising hands when asked to raise hands, lifting hips when told to lift hips. By the end, Huadu was clearly impatient, no longer patient at first, changing from taking off clothes to tearing them apart. Due to this rough action, Song Jin bit Huadu's Adam's apple. The table is going to fall. Song Jin was worried. Why was he the only one worried about the table? Chapter 12. The next day, when Song Jin woke up, Huadu was not beside him. Immediately panicked, Song Jin recalled how Huadu had quietly carried him inside last night, ensuring no one knew his true identity, probably assuming he was just someone Huadu had picked up to warm his bed. Now, how could he get out of here alone? Suddenly the door opened, and the blinding light shone into the room. Song Jin instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. As he did so, the loose sleeve slid down slightly, revealing the bruised marks on his arms and a silver bracelet that had been placed around his wrist at some point. Song Jin paused in surprise, an odd expression flashing across his face. What is this? He asked. Huadu placed the noon meal on the table, the small table, which had survived the night intact, remained upright. He sat at the head of the bed, pulling Song Jin close, gently lowering his sleeves to cover the two shining silver bracelets. For Hua's wife, Huadu said frankly. For now, others can't see them yet. Be good. Song Jin pointed to the table that had caused him so much discomfort, was it also inherited from the family? Seeing Huadu nod, he immediately tried to take the bracelets off. Why would a grown man wear silver bracelets? And on both wrists, like a child forced into a prearranged marriage. Huadu stopped him, holding Song Jin's hands and pinning him down before kissing him. By accepting the Hua family heirloom bracelets, you're mine. I didn't accept. Song Jin refused to be coerced. And besides, those clearly look new, don't even dare call them heirlooms. You're right, Huadu said without missing a beat. The bracelets aren't old, but the patterns engraved on them are. Are you not afraid someone will see? In the future, when we meet, you'll wear them. Otherwise, just keep them hidden for now. Huadu also found it troublesome and furrowed his brows as he thought of a solution. To outsiders, the pattern may seem meaningless, but it symbolized unwavering loyalty and fierce protection, akin to the reverence given to royal authority. It was for guarding his own wife in such a way. Someday, Huadu thought, everything he gave to Song Jin would eventually be something they could openly display with pride. It wasn't until dinner time that Song Jin finally emerged from the room. If he hadn't insisted, Huadu probably would have kept fooling around all night. Brat. Didn't he know what it meant to show authority? Shouldn't he be treated as a fierce tiger instead of some sickly kitten? Song Jin, holding his sore waist and trembling legs, reflected bitterly on the effort he made to ensure the table wouldn't fall apart. Yet Huadu continued his antics, worsening things. Who exactly decided that grandmother-in-law's dowry piece needed to endure this kind of torment? Caught in the whirlwind of events, Song Jin even accepted the losing deal, agreeing, tomorrow morning Huadu will fix the table for me. Only by dawn did the sharp businessman Song Jin come back to his senses, realizing, why should he care about that table if it has no financial value to him? Just as Song Jin approached the training ground gate, he suddenly heard a guard hail him. Lord, Madam. Song Jin startled for a moment before reacting, comprehending that Huadu's parents were here. In a split second, he shifted from feeling weak and boneless to standing straight, tucking his trembling hands behind his back. Song Jin, whose keen eyesight noticed a matching bracelet on the wrist of Huadu's mother or perhaps sister-in-law, felt his heart skip a beat and wished more than anything to swallow that secret-away bracelet whole. But Huadu greeted the elders nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by their presence. The old general Hua no longer fought on the battlefield, but occasionally visited the training grounds to reminisce about the glorious era of clashing swords and galloping horses. This is Jin, Huadu introduced casually. Song Jin had never met the old General Hua, and under his stern gaze, combined with Huadu's endearing term of address, he nearly lost all composure and wanted to disappear on the spot. The Jin nickname was fine for private bedroom moments, but how could Huadu still use it in front of his parents? Song Jin silently hoped to live another 2 years. The old General Hua merely nodded toward Song Jin, showing no sign of disapproval regarding the intimate name. Seeing Song Jin's sudden change in demeanor, Huadu leaned closer, guessing his thoughts. Didn't you know, aunties are often called Jijie? What? Song Jin's mind froze for a moment. Apologies, his lack of knowledge truly showed. Song Jin shot Huadu a glare, feeling somewhat dejected. All this while, every time Huadu called him Jin, it was simply referring to aunt rather than affection for his name. Annoyance surged within him, and Song Jin scuffed his shoes against the rough ground, imagining it was Huadu's face beneath his feet. Who cared about such a trivial nickname? With narrowed eyes, Song Jin shot Huadu a harsh look. You're not allowed to call me that anymore. Huadu chuckled lowly, seeing through Song Jin's awkwardness. This caused Song Jin to blush red without reason. Old General Hua then called Huadu to go practice martial arts in the training grounds, leaving Song Jin face to face with Lady Hua, staring blankly at each other. Song Jin stammered to explain why he was here, forcing himself to say that he enjoyed martial arts training and had asked Huadu to bring him along for a visit. Lady Hua felt somewhat conflicted about this sister-in-law who repeatedly attempted self-sacrifice for her younger brother. Song Jin appeared too fragile, not fitting in with their tough family. Maintaining his shy and gloomy demeanor, Song Jin managed a brief awkward conversation with Lady Hua before she gave up on talking. Rolling up her sleeves, she declared she would go practice martial arts with the two men. The Hua family members were all skilled in combat, making Song Jin feel completely inadequate. As Lady Hua walked away, Song Jin sighed in relief but couldn't shake off the scene he'd glimpsed earlier. When Lady Hua had rolled up her sleeves, her wrist revealed a bracelet, dented from constant rough use. Song Jin couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. In this lifetime, it seemed impossible for him. Absent-mindedly tracing the patterns on his own bracelet hidden within his sleeve, Song Jin let out a sigh of frustration. His bracelet was meant only to be stored away unseen, never shown to others. Lost in thought, he took a step too large, forgetting he was physically weakened. Instantly, sore muscles caused his knees to buckle, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gritting his teeth through sharp breaths, he stifled any noise so as not to attract the attention of the trio and expose his clumsiness. Trying to scramble back up on all fours, Song Jin failed to notice Lady Hua returning quietly. Skilled in martial arts, her steps were light. During Huadu's youth, she had often snuck up behind him to catch him misbehaving. Huadu was always annoyed by his mother's quirky habits, which prompted him to work hard on his martial skills. Once his abilities improved, he was never caught again. Now complacent, Huadu had forgotten his wife was utterly inexperienced in martial arts, a fragile weakling. Lady Hua never imagined, after more than a decade, that she would once again uncover her son's misbehavior. Looking at Song Jin sprawled on the ground, the identical silver bracelet clearly visible on his wrist, her gaze flickered momentarily. Watching him hobble out of the training grounds, Lady Hua remained silent throughout. Back in the training area, Huadu paused mid-motion, deflecting his father's strong palm strike and admitted defeat. Your vigor increases with age, I concede today, he announced. I have something to attend to, mother can train with you. Leaping over the wall of the training ground rather than walking through the main gate, Huadu rushed to follow Song Jin, determined to see him back home safely. Old General Hua. Is there some sense of my child growing up and no longer needing me? Song Jin returned to his suburban estate, coexisting peacefully with Huadu for several days. The only exception was that Huadu kept sending people to deliver things to him. There was no way to refuse them. Unlike the bustling capital city filled with prying eyes, life in the countryside suited Song Jin just fine within his safe boundaries. When Song Jin started pondering if he should make a trip to Jiangnan to do business and thus avoid Huadu's increasingly frequent visits, Huadu suddenly told him that he was leaving westward. With recent unrest at the border, generals naturally had little rest, but due to his connection with the royal family, and having just returned to the capital to recuperate, no one could force him to leave if he didn't want to. So sudden. Song Jin was startled, somewhat flustered. Was the military situation so urgent? Huadu had just come back to the capital not long ago. The emperor has promised, if we achieve victory, I will be granted one request. Huadu's tone was arrogant, as though victory was already certain. Jin, do you know what request I will make? Looking deeply into Song Jin's eyes, Huadu displayed both an unrelenting determination and a tender affection. Song Jin opened his mouth but found it hard to speak. Seeing how earnest Huadu looked. Earnest enough to make Song Jin believe they might actually share a good future together. War brought danger, every blade cut mercilessly, messages from soldiers often delayed, bloody battles fought fiercely in exchange for uncertain outcomes. After living 2 lifetimes, Song Jin wanted to advise Huadu to abandon this request. He held the bracelets, scratching their intricate patterns while his thoughts raced chaotically. Before he could speak, Huadu questioned him, will you wait for me, Jin? Suddenly recalling the imposing memorial archway, Song Jin harbored a rebellious hope. Alright, Song Jin was shocked by his own answer, but seeing the joy on Huadu's lips, he couldn't help repeating, alright. That night, Huadu refrained from fooling around with him. Instead, he left a group of men to guard the estate, instructing Song Jin to seek Lu General from the west side of the city if anything happened. They were good brothers. Watching Huadu ready to depart for battle, Song Jin hesitated with something unsaid. Huadu assumed Song Jin was about to utter a rare kind word. However, after waiting a long time, all he heard was, do you need money? Song Jin huffed and puffed as he pulled out a chest full of silver coins and banknotes from under the bed. It was all his earnings from 2 years of commerce since arriving in this world. Supplies like grain and horses, everything required money. Song Jin feared Huadu wouldn't live comfortably outside. Just as well, he had plenty of wealth, and much of it. No need, Huadu chuckled, pinching Song Jin's cheek. How could he take money from his wife to support the troops? You just wait for me. However, Huadu glanced at the chest, realizing his wife was wealthier than he'd imagined. Don't leave the money under the bed. Thieves might get interested if they notice you. Song Jin pushed the chest toward Huadu, then you take it. So eager to start a family with me that you mix everything together. Nonsense. Alright, I'll keep these at Brother Lu's place. Ask him if you need money. Huadu mounted his horse and said goodbye, but an inexplicable unease welled up in Song Jin as though this glance might be their last. Tisk tisk tisk, Song Jin scolded himself inwardly. How dare he harbor ominous thoughts while Huadu was heading into battle. A month passed since Huadu's departure, and Song Jin had promised to wait for him. Thus, he refrained from pursuing business ventures and stayed idly in the capital, eagerly awaiting news. Since he wasn't officially Huadu's family member, he had no access to military affairs or any updates about the campaign, so all he could do was count days anxiously. He considered asking General Lu, but remembering their hidden relationship shouldn't be revealed, he abandoned the thought. Huadu wouldn't mind letting him seek help from General Lu when necessary, but Song Jin believed it best to keep their bond secret from others. Half a month later, Song Jin packed his luggage and prepared to leave on a long journey. He realized it was better to distract himself rather than overthink while staying in the capital. If Huadu returned victorious and made his request to the emperor, only to have the Hua family disown him, what would he do? He needed to earn plenty of money to support Huadu, who ate 4 bowls per meal. Before leaving, the Empress Princess suddenly fell ill again and sent someone to fetch Song Jin back to care for her. Song Jin was utterly confused. As a man, he had barely been accepted by the princess's household before, even when volunteering last time. Why did the princess insist on calling him back now? Chapter 13. On the streets of the capital city, Song Jin could still hear passers-by talking about him, as if he were a subject of great conversation and delight. As the carriage passed by that chastity arch, an unexpected event occurred. The arch began to crumble from the top, with large bricks falling down, startling the 2 horses which reared high in panic, and Song Jin was repeatedly jostled around inside the carriage. Fortunately, it ended up being just a scare without any serious harm. 2 round bracelets rolled down during the chaos. Song Jin quickly picked them up and blew off the dust. These were the bracelets given by Huadu, carefully wrapped twice with delicate red strings, embellished with several golden pearls, so much that their original appearance could no longer be recognized. He touched the bracelet, feeling something profound, then lifted the rear curtain of the carriage and saw the collapsed chastity arch, with bricks engraved with the words, chastity and fidelity, scattered on the ground, shattered into pieces. This was undoubtedly the most gratifying substandard engineering project he had ever seen. Song Jin's lips curved into a faint smile, wondering if this was heaven hinting at his ability to break free from constraints. Song Jin got off the carriage and looked up at the signboard of the Grand Princess's mansion. He recalled the reunion with Huadu, which also happened here. He chuckled softly, now unsure whether their encounter was fate or misfortune. When Song Jin arrived, he happened to meet Lady Hua coming out of the house. They exchanged polite nods but did not have much to say to each other. Lady Hua appeared hurried and stern-faced, seemingly implying that the current situation involving the Grand Princess might be dangerous. Song Jin couldn't help but worry. Huadu was on the battlefield now, and it was naturally hoped that everything would be fine for the family in the capital, so that he wouldn't be distracted. The Grand Princess was already advanced in years, her temples streaked with white, yet she wasn't bedridden. Instead, she was properly dressed and sitting in the main seat, looking quite spirited. By her side were 3 maidservants and 2 big men. Song Jin's eyes flickered. Clearly, the Grand Princess wasn't sick at all. Song Jin, how has my Grand Princess's residence treated you? As heavy as a mountain of grace. Song Jin answered cautiously. When Aner passed away and the marriage was called off, you attempted suicide twice. It was only after I shamelessly sought an imperial decree from His Majesty, bestowing the title of chastity and fidelity, that things settled down. The separation of the sexes means you didn't live in the mansion, but on the estate, there were still maidservants and servants to take care of your needs. You have never lacked for food and clothing. Each sentence from the Grand Princess made Song Jin's heart sink deeper. It seemed that the matter between him and Huadu had leaked. Huadu is still unmarried, youthful and impetuous, yet you follow his nonsense. Disgracing our ancestors. Making the Grand Princess's residence and the Hua family the laughingstock of the capital. The Grand Princess scolded fiercely. Song Jin, am I raising a white-eyed wolf in the Grand Princess's residence? The 2 strongmen stepped forward to search him. First they pulled up his sleeves, finding nothing, then thoroughly searched the other pockets, finally discovering 2 red string bracelets. Song Jin steeled himself, these are ones I bought fresh at a roadside stall. The Grand Princess brought the bracelet near the candle flame. With a few crackling sounds, the red string snapped, revealing the silver beneath. At this point, no matter how Song Jin tried to defend himself, it was useless, and there was no way to justify his actions. He couldn't exactly say that he wasn't really Song Jin anymore, why should he carry the burden of this chastity arch alone? I feel ashamed, Song Jin, he complied, kneeling on the ground to buy some temporary peace. As long as he could survive, he would keep his promise and wait patiently for Huadu's return. At this moment, Song Jin thought how foolish he was staying in the capital alone instead of following Huadu westward. For half a month now, Huadu hadn't sent even a single word. After seeing the bracelet, the Grand Princess's complexion worsened. She looked at Song Jin as if he were some filthy thing. I can't keep you. Song Jin closed his eyes tightly. In the end, they had reached a dead end. Royal power treats lives as trivial, eliminating potential threats immediately. If you truly cared about Huadu even slightly, you would know what's best for him. That's right, being someone half dragged to the coffin by the chastity arch, why should a promising youth like Huadu waste his brilliant future on him? What a load of nonsense. Suddenly, Song Jin stared directly at the Grand Princess and counter-questioned, did you ask Song Jin if he wanted the chastity arch? With no formal matchmakers or wedding ceremonies, the Grand Princess residence has enjoyed fame through Song Jin's reputation of chastity and fidelity. Must Song Jin be bound to this arch forever? Song Jin does not wish this. Huadu merely hastened his realization of the inner unwillingness within his own heart. The Grand Princess became so angry that she slammed her hand rest, shouting, you don't appreciate what's good for you. Bring him in. Song Jin wanted to die clearly, asking, how did the Grand Princess find out? If she'd known earlier, why wait until now? If she had recently learned, he hadn't done anything unusual lately, had he? One cannot conceal anything unless one refrains from doing it altogether. The Grand Princess didn't answer directly. But Song Jin thought of Lady Hua and roughly understood. Actually, Huadu probably wrote him a letter. But he hadn't received it. He would never receive another one. Would Huadu write something brazen and reckless in the letter? On the 9th day of this month, the capital city had more gossip to talk about. That Song Jin who attempted suicide out of love, twice, tried a 3rd time but this time he really died. The Grand Princess pitied his deep devotion, allowing him to be buried in the ancestral tomb. In the northwest, war was raging fiercely. Huadu led the army across thousands of miles of yellow sand. For some unknown reason, the usually steady fiery steed suddenly stumbled on its front legs, causing Huadu who was distracted at that moment to fall off. He struggled up with his long sword, sinking into the yellow sand. General. The subordinate general quickly came down to help him up. Huadu had been injured in the previous battle. Would the wound start bleeding again? It's nothing. Huadu steadied himself and called over a family soldier, asking, have all the letters been sent? Is there no reply? The family soldier replied, there is a reply from master. Huadu sighed, contemplating whether he should write a solemn family letter next time instead of phrases like, wash your bottom well and wait for me to come back and marry you, only then would Song Jin reply, right? TSK, he thought he was quite tactful already. There were even more explicit words left unsaid, waiting until after their marriage to tease her. Suddenly, Huadu clutched his chest and furrowed his brows. The wound seemed to have reopened, stirring a deep-seated panic inside him. "General," the deputy called out. Huadu clenched his fists tightly, enduring the discomfort. "Order the entire army to accelerate forward. We must reach Tiger Forest before nightfall." Huadu had a dreadful intuition, his time was running out. Good news kept coming from the frontier pass. General Hu decisively commanded the troops to chase the enemies far beyond the Chishan mountain, ready to triumphantly return to the capital soon. The court wouldn't need to worry about the northwestern military affairs for at least 10 years. However, at this moment in the main tent, Huadu read the short letter 10 times, wanting to devour every word. A desperate and agonized scream echoed from the camp, startling the entire camp momentarily. Everyone looked on as the very general who just declared victory and announced rewards for the soldiers now galloped out wildly, riding his fiery steed and whipping everyone away, rushing straight toward the capital city. When had the mastermind Huadu ever acted so unbecomingly? All the soldiers couldn't help but speculate, did something unexpected happen within the Hua household? The deputy rushed out subsequently, shouting, "Break camp immediately and head back to the capital." Huadu rode a horse, with another one following behind. He alternated between the two horses while having barely slept for days. How could Song Jin commit suicide? They had agreed to get married when he returned. Huadu couldn't believe it, his soft and timid Song Jin, who actually understood things better than anyone else. He took every shortcut into the capital and rested 9/10 of the time deep in the forest. Both horses almost ran themselves to death. Huadu's eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, and his beard grew disheveled when he reached the capital, not even recognizable by his good friend Lu Jin who guarded the city gate. "Did Song Jin visit you?" Huadu asked just that one sentence. "No." Huadu's heart sank. Leading his horse step by step back to the Hua residence, he recalled several months ago, on this same road, where he had stopped Song Jin who was trying to run away. Blinking his eyes, that day, was it also someone like this who had blocked his way? Passing by the Grand Princess's mansion, what he heard were fragmented and grating discussions. Song Jin was dead. For love. For his ill-fated husband. Huadu smirked coldly, husband. He was Song Jin's husband now. For the first time, Huadu shouted loudly at the Hua family elders and the Grand Princess, demanding the truth about Song Jin's death. All claimed Song Jin had committed suicide with strong words as proof. Huadu felt like being submerged in deep water, feeling bone-chilling cold. He knew Song Jin hadn't committed suicide, but without evidence, he couldn't claim justice for him. Huadu's eyes turned icy cold. Evidence. He would provide it. He told everyone how he had coerced and persuaded Song Jin, secretly forming an understanding, until they fell deeply in love, living harmoniously as devoted partners. Seeing the unpleasant expressions on Hua's parents and the Grand Princess, he addressed Song Jin as Madame Hua. He promised to wait for my return and wouldn't break his promise. It was me who seduced him first. Why didn't you come look for me, this shameless and unfilial son? Why go after him? With regret mingling with anger, Huadu tightened his grip on his long sword, which resonated sharply. The Grand Princess's authority had never been challenged this way. She frowned sternly, veins bulging on the back of her hand, impudent. General Hua lost his mind, yelling at him for failing to protect his loved one and now throwing a tantrum. It's because I'm not capable enough. Tears welled up in Huadu's eyes. After a deep breath, he said to the Grand Princess, Song Jin cannot be buried with uncle, he should enter our Hua family. Cough cough cough. Mrs. Hua almost fainted from shortness of breath. Among those present, the Grand Princess was the most senior. She had lived several decades longer than Huadu and had seen every storm of life. Naturally, she was not afraid of her grandson's provocation. With a light flick of her wrist, she uttered, Huadu, don't even think about it. If he really went ahead with it, the entire city would mock them. Without another word, Huadu went to the palace and sought an imperial decree. It was a promise he had secured before departing for battle. But even the emperor hadn't issued such an absurd order. Huadu wanted him to grant their marriage. Preposterous. The nephew marrying a man who had attempted king, suicide out of love, 3 times, already buried, and personally honored by the emperor with a chaste widow's plaque. Wasn't this clearly slapping his own face? Marrying a courtesan would be better than this. Huadu knelt outside the study all day until he finally made the emperor relent. He was a valiant and capable general who rarely craved power. He could give up military control just like that, all for one mother-in-law. The emperor valued this trait in Huadu. After much deliberation, even at the cost of humiliating himself, he decided to win the loyalty of this general. In public, it would seem Huadu was foolish for causing this mess, while the emperor appeared merciful and humane. Moreover, the emperor feared Huadu might ally with other powerful families to grow stronger. Now Huadu wanted to marry a man, sealing off any offspring. Though there was some confusion within, the emperor would have agreed sooner if not for these complications. Huadu led his personal troops, directly breaking through the encirclement of the Grand Princess estate, sending people to dig up the coffin. The weight of the coffin seemed off. Huadu, holding on to a slim hope, opened it. He hoped perhaps Song Jin had managed to escape, but then thinking about how meek Song Jin was, unable to even leave his palm, how could he deal with the domineering Grand Princess? A porcelain white urn stood neatly in the coffin, as pure and calm as their first meeting when a man dressed in white stood by the roadside watching the general gallop by. The sound of digging had lightly pushed the lid open halfway. Huadu, stunned, reached out, picking 2 bracelets from the ashes. Silver-white bracelets had been burned black, yet the patterns remained visible. They were the pair he had given to Song Jin. Huadu, in disbelief, looked at the Grand Princess, his voice almost inaudible. "You cremated him? Since you found him contaminating your family graveyard, why didn't you let him stay with me?" Mrs. Hua hesitated to speak. Seeing Huadu's crazed state, she wanted to say something but ultimately thought that Huadu was still young. Once he experienced more, he would forget about Song Jin. Besides, where could they find someone like Song Jin again? On the day of the Hua family celebration, Huadu's parents both excused themselves from home. Jin, we are married." Huadu invited no one. Embracing Song Jin's ashes, he completed the wedding ceremony, leaving the capital that same day, forever alone. Song Jin, one of the great legends of the capital city. The story even spread to distant towns in Jiangnan, constantly embellished by merchants and travelers, portraying Song Jin as celestial-like beauty. If anyone hadn't heard this story, they must have just started dabbling in the world, inexperienced and in dire need to attend the tea house for 3 days and nights to catch up. "Brother, I see you have built such a big business but remain so uninformed." A middle-aged man waved his fan in lament. The youth opposite him smiled brilliantly. "I've just arrived here. Please take care of me, brother." Chapter 14. The southeastern coastal areas were frequently plagued by roving bandits. Huadu, stationed in the southeast, was well known far and wide and had become a war god in the hearts of the coastal people. It had been 2 years since he had returned. Regardless of how much pressure came from the capital city, Huadu remained steadfast. One must establish a career after starting a family. What kind of family is this to have started? There were so many fine daughters in the capital city, how could one be fixated on a deceased widow? Lady Hua cried herself to sleep every night, and had come to regret her actions. She shouldn't have intervened at the beginning. The Grand Princess still held a strong stance. Upon realizing Lady Hua's regrets over obstructing their union, she despised her, and slowly, the 2 families ceased all interactions. However, General Hua took things lightly, saying that it was a man's duty to pursue ambitions across the lands and build accomplishments. It was only natural. There were many islands along the southeastern coast, where the flow of endless pirates, driven by covetous intentions, seemed unbreakable. Their resistance kept the court officials troubled endlessly until there was an improvement a year after Huadu established his base there. One day, Huadu caught another group of bandits who were dressed in civilian clothes, pretending to be merchants as they entered Yunquan City. They planned to attack unarmed citizens during the night. Having suffered greatly at the hands of Huadu, they dared not confront him directly, venting their anger on the city's civilians instead. The captured bandits revealed there were 3 more accomplices within the city, prompting Huadu to lead his soldiers in searching room by room through the inns. Despite the outside chaos with soldiers riding and patrolling with weapons, the lives of the common people inside the city went on undisturbed, showing no signs of panic. As long as Huadu was around, the townspeople feared nothing from these bandits. Song Jin continued his routine of trading goods across the country. He inexplicably traveled here, unable to remember anything except for a 100 liang banknote, carrying no identification items. From initially knowing nothing when he first arrived, he became knowledgeable enough to identify shortages and demands just by pointing to any place on the map of Great Zhao. This time, he reached the southernmost edge of Great Zhao, where business acquaintances advised him against coming due to the frequent miasma swamps in the south, which were less civilized than central China. Yet Song Jin somehow felt compelled to search for something here. Delayed on the road, he arrived late and found the last available room in an inn, sharing with another traveler since he didn't suffer from cleanliness obsessions. Here, wooden houses easily succumbed to dampness due to typhoon attacks from early summer to late autumn and pirate disturbances. Hence, stone houses were common for both inns and residents. It was Song Jin's first time staying in a stone house, finding it quite novel. Yet, he constantly felt as if he had been here before. After living 2 years mainly in the northern part of the land, this mysterious familiarity confused him. Closing his eyes for a nap, Song Jin vaguely felt something odd about the man lying on the opposite bed, Fu Laosi. Not only did Fu keep hugging a long fabric bundle, but he also pretended to be asleep even though he clearly wasn't. Recalling the shape of the bundle, Song Jin suddenly realized that it looked exactly like a long sword. Connecting this thought with the commotion earlier today, Song Jin immediately broke out in cold sweat. Daring not to move a muscle, he timidly considered hiding under the bed. Just then, Fu Laosi, seeing Song Jin seemingly asleep, got up silently, drawing out a shining machete from the wrapped cloth. The pale glow of moonlight reflected off the blade and flickered past the face of the man lying in bed. Clang! Before the machete could fall, Song Jin performed the most agile reaction of his life, rolling off the bed onto the floor. Fu Laosi failed to strike a vital spot and quickly bent down to deliver another slash. Caught between survival instincts, please, spare me, or, I'm rich, don't kill me. Song Jin ultimately crawled into the bed bottom, barely escaping. In a flash, the door crashed open, revealing a tall figure like a divine protector stepping into the night, engaging in combat with Fu Laosi. Fu Laosi was skilled in martial arts, forcing Huadu to restrain himself inside the small room to avoid harming the other guests. Eventually, Huadu lured Fu Laosi outside. Something tumbled out from the general's armor, ringing crisply like clashing jade, bouncing all the way to Song Jin's hand. Picking it up, Song Jin traced its intricate patterns in the dark, identifying it as a bracelet still warm with the person's body heat. Staring at it for a moment, the room suddenly brightened. It turned out a soldier had lit a candle and began asking each guest about their safety. Fu Laosi has already been captured. Are you unharmed, sir? Song Jin emerged from under the bed, tidying his clothes. I'm fine, thank you. Under the dim light, Song Jin examined the bracelet's patterns closely. So familiar they nearly blinded him. Ah. That belongs to the general. The soldier hastily snatched it away. People in their camp often saw General Hu staring at a pair of bracelets while reminiscing. Losing them would certainly make him desperate. Was that just now, the general? The sight of Song Jin's starry-eyed expression prompted the soldier to feel responsible for protecting the general from unwanted admirers. The general has already started a family. Although his wife has passed away, would you like to hear about the twists and turns of their love story? Wanting to marry our general now is out of the question. As the soldier left with the bracelet, Song Jin remained in a daze. He pulled up his tattered sleeve. On the inside of his left wrist was a similar mark. It appeared as though, during an emergency, someone had shoved the bracelet deeply into the flesh to leave a meaningful imprint. That day, when Song Jin's connection to Huadu through the bracelet was discovered by Lady Hua, it eventually revealed the relationship between him and Huadu. Terrified and unsure what to do, Lady Hua dared not consult General Hua, worried about how he might react given her son was involved. If the old master learned about this mishap, Lady Hua simply wanted to wait for Huadu to break off his ties with Song Jin voluntarily. But waiting brought the news that Huadu had departed for battle, due to a mix-up among the soldiers who delivered 2 letters meant for the villa where Song Jin stayed. Instead, the letters reached Lady Hua. In the letter, Huadu clearly stated his intention to return and marry Song Jin, a bold declaration without shame or restraint, which made Lady Hua's face flush with both fury and embarrassment. It turned out Huadu went to war to seek the emperor's blessing. No. She must stop this before Huadu returned. Lady Hua sought advice from the Grand Princess, known for her soft exterior yet iron will, who immediately feigned illness and summoned Song Jin back to her estate for a permanent resolution. Song Jin relied entirely on the Grand Princess's household for survival. Not only did he fail to show gratitude, but he also entangled himself romantically with her nephew. With a cold sneer, the Grand Princess berated Song Jin and served him a cup of poisoned wine. Hesitant and conflicted, Lady Hua was reprimanded by the Grand Princess. If you're too kind-hearted to watch, just leave. Dealing with such a frivolous rogue does not deserve my full attention. They unanimously blamed Song Jin for all the trouble, ignoring any context or rationale. As Song Jin was held down by 2 burly men and the poison was about to be forcibly poured down his throat, Lady Hua returned abruptly. In her hand was a newly unsealed letter, intercepted from one of the servants. The tone of the letter from Huadu suddenly became earnest, heartfelt expressions of longing for Song Jin were vividly written down. It was precisely this letter that made Lady Hua reflect, if Huadu truly loved Song Jin. The senior Hua had married none other than Lady Hua throughout his life, without concubines, raising only one son under their roof. This reflected the usual mannerisms of the Hua family. Once they chose someone, it was lifelong devotion. Empathizing, recognizing her own flesh and blood, Lady Hua softened her heart toward her son, willing to give Song Jin another chance. However, no matter who Song Jin could be associated with, whether man or woman, the fact that he was Huadu's maternal uncle was a taboo. The grand city of the capital wouldn't let them live in infamy if they indulged in forbidden romance. Throughout their lives, they'd be judged. Song Jin may have lived, but at the cost of forgetting Huadu. Lady Hua sent someone to erase Song Jin's memory, dispatching 2 servants to escort him far from the city. Once he disappeared beyond sight, there would be no need for further updates on his whereabouts. When severing ties with someone, every bridge should be burned completely. Huadu's reaction stunned everyone. He ventured to the southeastern coast, staying for 2 whole years. Regretful, Lady Hua thought, since they were criticized anyway, would Huadu come back to the capital if Song Jin were still alive? Secretly, Lady Hua dispatched spies to search for Song Jin. Afraid to tell Huadu the truth, she weighed options. Compared to searching the earth and sky for a man whose life or death remains uncertain, an endless mission, she preferred Huadu to stay in the coastal region instead of returning to the capital. When the Grand Princess learned of this, it was the first time a rift formed between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Cold sweat dripping, Song Jin awoke from his nightmare again. He dreamed the same dream again. In the dream, while everyone else paid no heed, he pressed the intricate design of a bracelet hard against his arm until it bled, determined to etch a lasting mark. Then the bracelet was snatched away. What happened afterward became blurry. Song Jin always thought this was part of his memories inherited from his predecessor. But everything in the dream felt so familiar, as though experienced firsthand. That frantic, sorrowful urge to leave behind some kind of mark was like someone unwilling to drink the river Meng's tea after death because they still had earthly attachments, clinging stubbornly to their past even as they transcended into the next life. The soul-shattering reminiscence was like being struck on the head with a hammer, compelling him to recall. Outside the house, the wind had risen fiercely at an unknown hour, wailing and howling like spirits, almost lifting the roof off. By Song Jin's estimate, this storm at least matched the upper limit of a severe typhoon. Daring not to venture outside, he gradually felt the pressing need to relieve himself inside the room. And yet, there was no chamber pot. Relieving oneself on the floor was clearly uncivilized behavior. Listening to the outside breeze quieting momentarily, Song Jin thought it safe to open a crack in the door and slip out bent over. Unbeknownst to him, this was just a pause in the storm's fury, which then intensified with renewed vigor. As soon as Song Jin stepped outside, a powerful gust of wind swept him off his feet and hurled him down from the inn perched on the slope. Too tall, too slim, and clad in billowing clothes, Song Jin had no time to react. Like fallen leaves in the autumn breeze, within seconds, all he could think about was how horribly he was about to die. Everything's against me today. He shouldn't have come to the coast. Just as Song Jin braced himself to hit the ground headfirst, he suddenly landed in a broad embrace. The hard armor pressed painfully against his internal organs. Song Jin. Huadu, who had been overseeing the soldiers and civilians repairing roofs and caught Song Jin by instinct. Had heaven delivered his wife back to him? Chapter 15. Song Jin had not yet recovered from the shock when a strong force suddenly seized his waist, almost splitting him in two. Even worse, he, a man of modern civilization, nearly lost control in public. Let go. Let go. Song Jin couldn't care less about anything else as he struggled to pry Huadu's hands off him, desperate and hopeless. Don't press my stomach, I really can't hold it anymore. If Huadu thought earlier that it was an illusion, or that someone just happened to look exactly like Jin, this voice confirmed that this was his spouse. Let go. How could he possibly let go? Huadu restrained Song Jin's struggle, called over his deputy to continue commanding, then carried Song Jin toward the general's residence. The wind was fierce. Song Jin was disheveled, though you had saved him twice already, but he was about to burst any second now. Put me down, I need to use the restroom. Song Jin shouted. Unfortunately, due to the strong wind, the general didn't hear clearly and only caught the part where Song Jin said he wanted to get down. Huadu's face darkened instantly. Why was he still avoiding him even after reaching Yunquan City? If it wasn't for the wind blowing him down today, would he have avoided meeting him until tomorrow when Huadu went to High City for patrol defense and left before seeing him, coming secretly, leaving quietly, pretending that there was no such person as Huadu? Ah! Song Jin was thrown onto a big bed. He endured for a while, relieving some urgency, dazed and dizzy, vaguely hearing Huadu say, I'm giving you a chance to explain. Explain what? Hadn't he done something heartless in the past? Huadu, with a serious expression, pulled Song Jin's hands above his head, pressing them against the mattress, covering him with his whole body. Why didn't you come find me when you were alive? Are you enjoying being widowed and living alone? Or, are you pretending to wait for me while conspiring with the Empress Dowager to deceive me into believing you're escaping like the cicada sloughing its skin? Huadu had so many questions to ask. How was the past 2 years? How did the Empress Dowager make life difficult for you? Did you suffer? And does our original promise still count? Huadu pressed his weight on Song Jin, delivering a fatal blow. His breaths became weak. General, can you let me go to the bathroom first? I can't hold it any longer. Huadu's expression changed, and he stood up to pull out a urine pot from under the bed. Hurry up. Can you turn around? Song Jin requested. How am I supposed to urinate with you watching me? Huadu cast a sidelong glance, and Song Jin inexplicably found this familiar. It seemed he never dared resist Huadu's decisiveness from start to finish. The word cowardice flashed in his mind, and Song Jin quickly resolved his situation right in front of Huadu. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Jin saw Huadu's expression ease, realizing that perhaps this person preferred softness to resistance. Blushing furiously, Song Jin returned the urine pot to the bed bottom. The commoner thanks General for saving his life twice. Song Jin bowed properly, thinking about maybe he should just give all the grain Huadu transported from Taihu to the camp soldiers. This trip was filled with misfortunes, and each crisis was solved by Huadu saving him. Better to spend wealth to protect his life. Then he'd leave tomorrow. Twice. At the inn, when the bandits came. The person under the bed was me. Song Jin scratched his cheeks, feeling foolish for repeatedly landing in dangerous situations. Huadu remembered that night, gasping for air. If he had arrived just a moment later. He should lock Song Jin to his waistband forever, carrying him everywhere. Commoner. Now that your wings are hard enough, do you want to pretend that nothing ever happened between us? Jin, I won't allow it. Huadu was incensed at Song Jin's new attitude. Had he forgotten how he used to call him husband in their bedroom intimacy after running wild outside? Song Jin was completely baffled. Past events. I'm sorry, General, have we met before? Huadu choked with anger. Pretending again. Where was the gentle and cowardly wife he once knew? And how did she learn to provoke him like this? But the unfamiliarity and puzzlement in Song Jin's eyes didn't seem faked. Huadu's eyelid twitched. A possible explanation came to his mind. Did you lose your memory? Huadu's voice turned hoarse. Thinking about it, how could they let Song Jin go so easily back in the capital city? This fool, her memories had been wiped without her knowing. We are married, Jin. Huadu hugged Song Jin tightly. That day, red silk ribbons adorned the entire Hua family mansion, bestowed by the emperor himself. I was alone. Huadu's voice choked, unable to continue. Fortunately, you're still here. Fortunately. Unable to understand what Huadu was saying, Song Jin felt bewildered that he'd suddenly become a married person through mere 3 words. However, when he touched the bracelets in Huadu's arms, he inexplicably felt strangely reassured. He leaned on Huadu's shoulder, at a moment that was supposed to be tender and full of affection, suggesting generously, all the food supplies are yours, I will return to the northwest tomorrow. History repeats itself astonishingly. Huadu faintly recognized the tone of these words. Some people, even without memory, still abandon goods and run away the same way. The temperature dropped to 0 degrees instantly, and Song Jin felt as if he saw a strong wind wrapped in ice shards piercing his face from Huadu's eyes. Click. In the next moment, Song Jin suddenly had 2 pairs of shackles on his hands, locked to the bedpost. You. In Huadu's eyes, a storm was brewing. I have something to do, don't run or you'll bear the consequences. Before leaving, he bit into Song Jin's chest a few times to leave marks. Song Jin touched his slightly swollen nipples, feeling somewhat melancholic, yet he didn't feel any resistance strangely. Have I become this timid? Startled. Huadu noticed his confusion and mercilessly exposed it. Your body remembers better than your mind. Song Jin, could it be that we really had something going on in the past? Huadu left it at that. He didn't expect Song Jin to remember everything immediately. One thing at a time, there would be opportunities in the future. Wait. Song Jin called out to Huadu who was about to leave again. It's windy outside, be careful, I'll wait for you. Song Jin wrapped himself in the blanket, turning his back to Huadu. Saying, I'll wait for you, evoked a strange emotion, as if he had been waiting for him all along. Finished. Not only am I timid, but I might have other issues too. Song Jin anxiously thought. Who knows how much Huadu wanted to hold his spouse and show affection properly. But outside, fierce winds were blowing, waves surged, and trees swayed. As the great general guarding one region, how could he indulge himself alone in tenderness? Huadu was drenched in rain and covered in mud, suddenly remembering Song Jin who was still locked inside the room. He quickly ordered someone to deliver food to him. Huadu had instructed his deputy to send food to Song Jin, but the deputy thought it wasn't important. He had more urgent matters to deal with, so he casually handed it off to a nearby guard. The newly promoted guard recently had the chance to get closer to the general's residence area. He had been in the army for a long time without much skill, relying solely on seniority to advance. He opened the door with the meal, seeing Song Jin wrapped in blankets, looking unwell. While they braved the harsh weather outside, this prisoner slept soundly in bed. Song Jin sat up wrapped in the blanket, the hot weather causing it to slip slightly, exposing a small patch of white neck. Hungry, he reached out to take the food, mentally criticizing Huadu for locking him up while letting others deliver his meals. Wasn't he concerned about his dignity? The guard's gaze wandered, unable to move forward. They lived in a camp full of men enduring hardships, and hadn't seen a woman in 3 days. Now encountering Song Jin, fair-skinned and handsome, they almost forgot his gender. Song Jin ate hungrily, not caring about anything else. As the blanket slid down, it revealed wrists chained by the handcuffs and love bites on his neck, aggressive marks left by Huadu. These marks clearly resembled signs of their passionate encounter from the night before. The guard's eyes became lewd immediately. He was sure Song Jin was a spy caught by Huadu, possibly even a man playing the part of a concubine. As for their relationship, the guard wore a knowing smile. General Hua was renowned for deeply loving his deceased wife, an undeniable fact known throughout the army. There was no way he'd have any kind of relationship with the person in front of them. So, the conclusion was, whatever happened wouldn't be a big deal since this was just a prisoner anyway. Perhaps he even specialized in such roles. Song Jin had no idea that during the short time he was eating, the guard had already fabricated his entire background and career, nor did he know that General Hua's reputation for loyalty within the military rendered his excuses unbelievable. The general will like someone like you. Laughable, even if a fairy descended, the general wouldn't be interested. Just let me kiss you, once. The guard spat on the ground, revealing a set of yellow teeth, repulsive. Ordinary people hide their true nature until faced with temptation, masking it well. Get out. Song Jin threw the bowls to the floor, creating noise, then immediately picked up a sharp porcelain shard as a weapon. However, Huadu locking him to the bed greatly limited his movements. Being unskilled in martial arts already put him at a disadvantage, making him worse than disabled now. Song Jin broke out in sweat from anxiety. This overwhelming greasy nausea made it unbearable even from 5 meters away. With the strict rules under the general, aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Seizing the opportunity, Song Jin swung the porcelain piece, cutting a large wound on the guard's mouth. If it gets out, I'll say it was coercive interrogation. The guard, who failed to steal a kiss and sustained an injury, grew angry. Bitch, don't make trouble unless you want to suffer. Song Jin moved to the other side, kicking over the table, trying to create more commotion, but outside, a furious wind raged, tiles crashed around, and the indoor noises were completely drowned out. Seeing Song Jin's determination to resist, the guard wiped the blood off his face, losing control, grabbing Song Jin's head and smashing it against the edge of the bed. At first, Song Jin still had the strength to kick the guard's abdomen. With one hand grabbed, he could only use his other handcuffed hand to forcibly pull and block the forehead. The fetters embedded into the flesh, and together with another exposed bracelet mark, evoked a bizarre sense of déjà vu. The second blow numbed Song Jin's mind. He had only one thought left. Huadu, I truly owe you. Seeing Song Jin unconscious in a pool of blood, the guard panicked. Not having touched the swan meat at all but causing such a major event was the last thing anyone expected. Who would have thought this person, though seemingly slow and hesitant, would struggle so fiercely? He checked Song Jin's breath, he was still alive. Suicides by prisoners were common in jails. The guard looked at Song Jin, fearing he might wake up and accuse him. Trembling fingers grabbed the back of Song Jin's head as a resolute expression flashed across his face. Stop. Jin. Just in time, the door was kicked open. Huadu had been hesitating, feeling it wasn't good for others to see his wife in this state, so he returned himself. Song Jin's voice haunted his dreams every night for 2 years, it was unmistakably familiar, and even from far away amidst the howling storm, he heard Song Jin's cries. Huadu sped up immediately, kicking the door open forcefully, just in time to see the guard smashing Song Jin's head for the second time. His eyes turned red with anger. A flash of cold light revealed a sharp blade, striking directly at the guard's crotch. The guard was kicked against the wall, spitting out blood. Huadu shook as he unlocked the unconscious Song Jin's shackles, repeatedly shouting his name and that of the doctor, his voice filled with helplessness. On the day he married Song Jin's memorial tablet, he rode his horse through the night out of the capital toward the East Sea. His tears dried in the mountain wind, and no one understood. Today, Huadu experienced the exact same emotions once again. This was the wife he had just retrieved. Song Jin lay with tightly closed eyes, pale face, and a huge swollen bump on his head, wrapped in bandages. The doctor came, shook his head, not knowing when Song Jin would regain consciousness, only leaving it to fate. Song Jin's left hand protruding outside the blanket had delicate knuckles, but the 2 circles of marks were alarming. One circle from a silver bracelet, one from an iron chain. Every single trace of damage marked his life's perilous moments, like the rings of an ominous year, each representing despair. Huadu clutched Song Jin's hand as if wanting to kill himself. It was he who forced the silver bracelet and iron chains onto Song Jin, twice pushing him off the cliff with his own hands. Ever since following him, Song Jin never enjoyed a single day of happiness, living in constant fear and becoming the laughingstock of the capital. Huadu slapped himself, blood immediately overflowing from the corner of his mouth. What reason did he have to blame his mother and the Empress Dowager? All the harm inflicted on Song Jin, wasn't it all caused by him alone? Song Jin's eyelids fluttered slightly. Jin, Huadu held his hand repentantly, if you wake up, I will no longer force you any further. I swear, if I ever make the same mistake again, may I die in battle, my body left unclaimed. Jin. The general, it's time to feed him medicine. A maid arrived with the medicine, speaking cautiously seeing Huadu's tear-streaked eyes. Give it to me. Huadu took the medicine, administering personally. Under the maid's concerned gaze, despite being extremely careful, his actions full of love, 2/3 of a spoonful of the herbal medicine still spilled onto Song Jin's clothes. Huadu fumbled with a towel, wiping the water stains off Song Jin's neck and chin. Having done this before, he managed better feeding the second spoonful and successfully woke Song Jin by making him choke. Cough. Song Jin spat out the bitter and sour Chinese medicine completely, vomiting all over Huadu. Uncomfortable, his half-closed eyes saw Huadu's disheveled appearance, and the fingers dangling under the blanket quietly clenched. Jin has woken up. Huadu exclaimed. The doctor came once more, wrote a prescription, and left. Sitting upright in bed, Song Jin, his back rigid, clouds of worry covered his face as one hand propped his forehead. He felt somewhat unwell and, seeing Huadu enter, looked at him questioningly. After observing Huadu for a while, he guessed from the resemblance between him and Zhaoan, Master Hua, why are you here? Don't call me that. Huadu remembered his newly made vow and calmed down, concerned instead, does your head still hurt? Without answering, Song Jin asked, what is the date today? 2nd day of the 8th lunar month. The 2nd day of the 8th lunar month, your uncle has been gone for a year, right? Song Jin spoke to himself, I want to pay my respects to him. We're currently in Yunquan City. Unable to hold back, Huadu couldn't remember the last time they mentioned his uncle. But as soon as Song Jin said it, he instantly grew irrationally jealous. Hold on, 1 year. Zhaoan had clearly been gone for 4 years. Huadu suddenly felt an ominous premonition rising in his chest. The last time Song Jin didn't remember Zhao An's death anniversary and was caught out, if it was just to provoke him, she definitely wouldn't make the same mistake. So there was only one possibility left. Jean, do you remember which year of the Daliki era it is now? There's a proper order between elders and juniors. Though my words might carry little weight, you should address me as aunt. Song Jin corrected him. It's the 27th year of the Daliki era. What's wrong? 27th year. Huadu took a step back. The 27th year, it was the year uncle had just passed away, the year when Song Jin was newly widowed, and they hadn't met yet. Jean, you really? Song Jin pressed her forehead and squatted down. Ugh, it hurts so much. Huadu quickly shut up and carried Song Jin to bed. Even then, Song Jin didn't forget to remind Huadu to prepare offerings, muttering that the princess had always refused to let him pay respects to the crown prince, asking if Huadu could secretly take him there. Huadu pretended to agree, but his heart felt like it was twisting in acid. He secretly called the doctor again. The doctor said that Song Jin had taken medicine that forcibly induced amnesia before, and being able to remember this much was already pretty good. Whatever she couldn't remember might not be important, or perhaps too painful, her subconscious might have chosen to protect itself by forgetting those things. Every sentence from the doctor darkened Huadu's face further. Not important, too painful. Huadu wasn't sure for a moment whether he should admit that he was less significant than Zhaoan, or admit that the harm he'd done to Song Jin was deeper than the loss of her uncle. Huadu also discovered that every time he called her Jean, Song Jin would clutch her head in pain unless he called her aunt. Thus, everyone in the general's residence was baffled. The general's wife, whom he had struggled hard to marry, kept calling him uncle. What strange, private preference was this? Chapter 16. Auntie, it's time to take your medicine. Huadu held the medicine bowl, feeling frustrated as he tried to coax her. Nephew has come. Song Jin got out of bed. Huadu mumbled a quick response. Each conversation felt like a personal insult to him. After a few times, feeding her medicine had become a refined skill for Huadu, not a single drop spilled. Huadu opened his mouth. Jin. Song Jin frowned. Huadu immediately corrected himself. Today I have to go train the troops. Auntie, if you need anything, just ask Oldly. Your wound hasn't healed yet, so it's better not to go outside. The general is filial. Who the hell wants to be filial to an auntie? I'm your husband. Huadu silently tidied up the soup bowls and left, his figure brimming with anger. Song Jin watched Huadu step out of the room into the twilight, disappearing among the blue-tiled roofs. Gently, swiftly, she raised her hand and touched her wrist. At night, Huadu came in holding a pillow, insisting on squeezing onto the same bed as Song Jin. Auntie, I'm afraid of the dark. Huadu shamelessly picked Song Jin up and moved her to the inner side of the bed. A mighty general would still be afraid of the dark. Song Jin didn't expose him and lay down inside with clothes on, his breathing gradually steadying. Huadu thought Song Jin was asleep, and sat up, scowling. His gaze lingered over Song Jin's face. Within 5 years, there had been 4 life-threatening events. Song Jin's body had grown increasingly frail, blood loss making his complexion pale. The veins at the junction of his jaw and neck were clearly visible, deep and shallow depending on the moment. Huadu gripped Song Jin's hand, repeatedly warning himself, he couldn't lose control again. His genieing shouldn't suffer any more hardship. He couldn't afford another setback. Anyway, since she was officially his wife now, what difference did calling her auntie make? It was what he owed Song Jin. Now was the time to repay it. But, stealing a little kiss, that should be fine, right? Huadu leaned down slightly, kissing gently and tenderly, deeply in love, fearing that Song Jin might wake up and slap him hard. Song Jin hummed, suddenly opening her eyes. What are you doing? Genieing, no, auntie, I. Huadu, the famous general known for his valor, explained awkwardly like a clumsy young boy caught in the act. Why did one need a reason to kiss his own wife? For half a day, Huadu couldn't find an excuse, and under Song Jin's parental, stern but loving, gaze, Huadu sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Song Jin nodded expressionlessly, inwardly elated. Huadu usually played the role of a domineering lover, this kind of humiliation for him was indeed rare. That single word, auntie, made his whole body feel refreshed. Not being someone who could easily hold grudges, after Huadu locked him up repeatedly, if they could stay peacefully together, then it would just be some quirky romance, but every time something happened. Since Huadu wouldn't learn from his mistakes, let his auntie teach him a lesson. Seeing Huadu lie back down, Song Jin stared at his lips for a while and lamented vaguely. Who could help it when a simple kiss made him melt, made him vocalize? If Huadu had kissed him after Song Jin fell asleep, it wouldn't have mattered. However, he was wide awake facing his long-lost lover, who could keep silent. To avoid exposure, Song Jin simply opened his eyes to scare Huadu a bit. He wanted to play along for a couple more days. In the general's mansion, Song Jin was treated like royalty. When Huadu stepped out, he became the unchallenged authority. People outside couldn't understand the relationship between General Hua and Song Jin. Hearing their polite, distant titles for each other, many merchants and minor officials secretly guessed that Huadu regretted it and didn't want to tie himself to his auntie. Thus, they began scheming to send their daughters to Huadu. Song Jin never expected that one day, he'd have to meet matchmakers for Huadu as an elder relative. So annoyed, but still had to keep smiling. Polite, he saw off one matchmaker only to create a bigger wave. Word spread around Yunquan City about Song Jin's non-opposing attitude, making the matchmakers believe breaking into the general's mansion was possible. They all scrambled to come forward. In just one afternoon, 17 or 18 of them came, leaving Song Jin full of jealousy. Finally unable to contain himself, he burned all the portraits of these prospective brides and grooms in one go. Showing them to Huadu. Impossible, not that generous. The people in the mansion knew exactly what was going on, clear as daylight. Only a new servant girl, barely 13 or 14, unaware of Huadu's legendary love story, hearing everyone call Song Jin auntie, truly believed he was an auntie. Bold enough to ask why Song Jin wasn't living with Zhaowen. Zhaowen? Honestly, never heard of him. Not even capable of concocting such lies. Song Jin flipped through a ledger with one hand and cracked sunflower seeds with the other. After a pause, he said, when we got married, he showed me a table, passed down by our ancestors, saying that was the dowry. It wobbled so much it couldn't be used, yet he insisted I use it. Isn't that frustrating? Not only was it infuriating, but it also left her with a sore back and weak legs. Someone so domineering and stingy shouldn't be lived with. Song Jin altered her story and carelessly fobbed off the young servant girl. The little maid, unaware of the real situation, nodded earnestly from the bottom of her heart. Song Jin was pleased and handed her a bag of sunflower seeds. Still smiling faintly, she turned her head to see Huadu standing in the doorway with a knife, his eyes bloodshot with fierceness, and there was no telling how long he'd been listening. Song Jin's legs instantly went limp. Judging by Huadu's current feigned foolishness, the incident with the table likely fell under something he hadn't remembered yet. It was about to be exposed. It's over. As she contemplated whether she should firmly stand up against him or pretend to faint to avoid this wave of fury, Huadu suddenly turned around and left. This left Song Jin completely bewildered. Why did he leave? Was he planning to settle accounts later, or had he decided not to bother with her at all? Song Jin hurriedly discarded a handful of sunflower seeds, wiped her hands, and followed. Huadu walked briskly ahead, showing not an iota of intention to wait for Song Jin. Panting heavily, Song Jin chased after Huadu to the training ground, seeing him sitting by a stone table, his precious sword slapped onto the tabletop, and he quickly drank down a whole pot of chrysanthemum tea in one breath. He was clearly very upset. Don't come closer, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Huadu said hoarsely. Song Jin felt a pang in her heart when she caught Huadu's gaze, discovering that sorrow outweighed anger. I've hurt his feelings. Song Jin's scalp tingled, and right then, she didn't care about Huadu's words, couldn't hold back. Who could matter more than Huadu? Big deal, being restrained for a day or 10. Huadu. Song Jin approached him, You. Before Song Jin could apologize, a tremendous force pulled her toward Huadu, colliding with his cold, hard armor. Song Jin was held captive in Huadu's embrace, every sensation cold and unyielding except for the bump of her head buried in his chest. Something warm seeped through the light summer clothing, burning the skin on her chest as if piercing straight into the heart. Jin, I can't take you acting this way. Huadu's voice carried a mournful despair and rage-filled tremble. Song Jin immediately lost all footing, such vulnerability from Huadu, how could anyone not feel for him? Even if asked to lock him away forever, Song Jin might even nod. Ever since he arrived in this era, Song Jin had been pushed, coaxed, and even forced along by Huadu to this point. Aside from business matters, he remained passive toward Huadu, which resulted in him having absolutely no idea how to cajole others. Even dating required coaxing, yet Song Jin's romance was nothing short of earth-shattering, and he still made zero progress in this area. Song Jin touched his forehead lightly, feeling a headache coming on. Huadu noticed the movement, his hands stiffening momentarily, but he didn't let go. Yet still concerned about Song Jin getting headaches over title issues, he voluntarily corrected himself, muttering sullenly, Auntie, you can't forget our past like this. Even if you don't remember the promise to wait for me, please don't attribute our shared history to someone else. He couldn't bear it. When Huadu returned, hearing that Song Jin had burned the matchmaker's portraits gave him immense satisfaction, prompting him to urgently seek confirmation. But instead, at the door, he heard those few words, as if struck by a blade through his skull, all his hot blood turning cold. Huadu rested his face on Song Jin's chest, making an enormous effort to control himself. He thought, once Song Jin woke up, even if he didn't recall their relationship, everything would be fine, he would always stay by his side, waiting for Song Jin to remember, or waiting until old age, until death. He was wrong. Call him selfish or domineering, compared to Song Jin losing his memory, compared to dying on the battlefield, he feared even more that Song Jin would transfer their love to Zhaowen. Having his cherished memories erased, willingly handed over, throttling him without allowing a cry of injustice. Yes, Huadu had misunderstood. He assumed Song Jin's memory had gotten jumbled, mixing up what Huadu had done to him and attributing it to Zhaowen. Song Jin didn't hear Huadu clearly, his mind was full of how to make Huadu forgive him. Of course, even if he had heard clearly, he wouldn't have understood Huadu's twisted logic. So, he patted Huadu's back, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. Song Jin hesitated. Alright, I did deceive you deliberately. What do? I love you. I love you. Huadu took several seconds to react, then abruptly raised his eyes, like a prisoner walking in darkness suddenly encountering daylight. He stared intensely into Song Jin's eyes, not letting a single flicker escape. What do you mean by deceiving me? You didn't lose your memory. Song Jin's mind blanked out for a moment. Shouldn't the focus be on, I love you? Lighten up, it hurts. Song Jin exclaimed. Huadu suddenly exerted more force, as if he wanted to split the person in half. In the blink of an eye, Huadu had transitioned from sitting on the stone bench crying while hugging Song Jin to standing up and placing her on the stone table, pressing close with a dark gaze. Song Jin couldn't react fast enough, her head spun and her vision blurred. Then she heard Huadu murmur in her ear, his voice hoarse and trembling. Dislike wooden tables. Is this one hard enough? Anti. Anti, self-explosion, tragic. Chapter 17. Song Jin was pressed against the stone table, her eyes blinking as she realized the reason for Huadu's anger. Looking at Huadu, she knew he had suffered enough these days, so it didn't matter if they were exposed. But I really have a headache. Before Huadu could kiss her, Song Jin quickly blocked him with her hand. Huadu always lost control, and after just having suffered a concussion, even being held and spun around made her dizzy. Upon hearing this, Huadu immediately pulled Song Jin up and held her on his lap, softly kissing her forehead and hairline as if protecting a treasure. He couldn't let anything go wrong again, he'd been almost driven crazy with jealousy these past few days. Song Jin's head rested on Huadu's shoulder. Suddenly, she thought of a brilliant excuse not to do certain things and pointed to her head. Didn't the doctor tell you? I can't make any big movements. My memory has just come back, and if I shake too much, it might be gone. Huadu believed her exaggerated words and handled her as if she were a priceless porcelain. Song Jin spent a pleasant while living an early retirement life, except for Huadu's somewhat exaggerated attentions. The great general who broke enemy formations served people with even more servility than eunuchs serving a concubine. I can walk by myself, Song Jin emphasized. Huadu firmly placed Song Jin's hand on his wrist. Be obedient. If you fall, you'll be the one suffering from a headache. Song Jin thought, I am clearly a young genius, but now after dinner strolls need me to be assisted. Ahead were 7 or 8 steps, and just as Song Jin suspected, a tall figure squatted in front of her and said, Jin, get on my back. My legs are fine. Carrying you is steadier. Song Jin had no choice but to climb on, feeling that Huadu was overly anxious, as if she couldn't take care of herself. It was like he only missed helping her urinate. Or, should she directly tell Huadu that her dizziness was gone? She would probably be persuaded into doing things she wanted to avoid. Song Jin was conflicted until one night when she got up in the middle of the night. Huadu obligingly helped support her bird behind her. This way, you don't have to bend down. Song Jin's cheeks flushed red. You're deliberately doing this. Who could still urinate like this? It was already hard. Song Jin suspected that Huadu saw through her scheme. Huadu's breathing became heated. He had restrained himself for over 2 years. Every night, he held his wife in his arms to sleep but wasn't allowed to touch her, his eyes nearly emitting sparks. I promise to be gentle, okay? Huadu kept his hands moving and added, the doctor doesn't recommend you shaking your head, it might make you dizzy. In a daze, Song Jin nodded. Can I walk by myself tomorrow? Huadu cruelly refused. Not yet. Then I won't do it. I will. It turned out that General Huo was extremely reasonable. Lying in bed, Song Jin found it difficult to even get out of bed, let alone walk by herself. Relying on local resources, early in the morning, Yunquan City's docks were bustling with activity. Under the pretense of inspecting, Huadu personally bought seafood for Song Jin every day. The doctor said eating fish was good for the brain, so Huadu unswervingly prepared big fish and meat for Song Jin in all 3 meals. Whenever fishermen caught something rare from the deep sea, they sent it directly to the general's mansion. How much money they earned was secondary, most importantly, they wanted to help General Huo. Ever since General Huo arrived, they no longer had to worry about pirates invading. And the general's wife was also very skilled in business. In just half a year, Yunquan City gained many items exclusive to central China, greatly expanding their horizons. The common people all hoped the general and his wife lived here comfortably, staying stationed here as long as possible. At the general's mansion gate, Old Li carried a basket of mackerel, ribbonfish, cod, and croaker and also held a basket of walnuts in his hand. When he noticed that General Hu hadn't shown up at the dock buying fish in the morning because he had led troops to a nearby mountain for training the last 2 days, Old Li calculated that the general's wife wouldn't have any fish today. Since he had bountiful catches today, he quickly set aside several types of fish the general frequently bought, kept them fresh in seawater, and then went up the mountain to pick wild walnuts. On his previous visit to the mountains, he discovered a walnut tree which had ripened perfectly during these few days. Old Li put down the basket of fish and walnuts at the general's mansion gate with great sincerity and asked the guards, could you please deliver these to the general's wife? The guard recognized him. Last month, when Old Li's mother fell critically ill with rare symptoms, the doctor prescribed a medicine ingredient scarce in the south, and none could be found in Yunquan City. Just as Song Jin and Huadu passed by, being familiar with such ingredients from the capital city, they conveniently had some stored in their household. Without hesitation, Song Jin ordered someone to bring everything for old Li. Since Madame Li needed to take medicine for a long time, Song Jin introduced one of her subordinates responsible for cargo transportation to old Li. Whenever Madame Li ran out of medicine, old Li could find this person to assist him. It was originally a trivial matter, but Li Laosi was a filial son and remembered the favor shown to him. He cared about Song Jin even more than General Hua. How could something as crucial as nourishing the brain be stopped? Not even for a single day. As soon as Huadu missed a day buying fish, Li Laosi immediately sent some over. Guard, hold on, I'll get the money from the accountant. Because there were so many people giving fish to Song Jin, Huadu didn't want to let their kindness go to waste, so he had the guards purchase them. After all, his wife wasn't short of money. No, it's free. Li Laosi shook his head quickly. My mother said we must repay kindness. After saying that, he swiftly slipped away. That evening, Song Jin waited for Huadu to return from training and have dinner together. Begging tirelessly, Song Jin finally got Huadu's agreement that during the 2 days he went to the mountains for training, Song Jin would only eat vegetables. Song Jin felt like these few months, he'd eaten enough fish for several lifetimes. The sea is vast, but the stomach is small. And yet, why did he lie in the beginning and say his memory loss might come back? General Hua was too strict, there had to be fish on the dining table every day. Song Jin hadn't expected anyone to be stricter than Huadu. Seeing the 7 or 8 fish completely overshadowing the presence of any vegetables, Song Jin widened his eyes. Didn't you say I can eat vegetables today? One must not break one's word. Huadu picked up some fish with chopsticks for him and cracked a walnut at the same time, raising an eyebrow. I indeed didn't buy them. Then where did they come from? When I didn't go to the pier today, Li Laosi sent them. Huadu highly praised Li Laosi's behavior. Look, this was his thoughtful gesture, it wouldn't be right not to try it, right? Song Jin had a mouthful of fish fed to him, which he swallowed reluctantly, all because of you. Everyone in Yunquan knows my memory issues now. People asked about it even on the street. Huadu lifted Song Jin onto his lap and touched his forehead. Be a good boy, your scar is still here. You need more nutrition. Song Jin, how long? 1, 2 years. Huadu saw Song Jin's unkind gaze and changed his words, 2 months. Humph. Song Jin thought carefully before asking Huadu earnestly, are you still hung up on the thing about your uncle? Huadu hugged Song Jin tightly but didn't speak. Though Song Jin's second episode of memory loss was fabricated, he still had experienced one instance of amnesia in the past. What if someday? Huadu tightened his breathing, recalling the time when he sent someone to investigate Song Jin's act of self-sacrifice in the capital. The servant described everything vividly, and though Huadu knew he couldn't trust all of it, surely at least part of it was true. He was jealous, mad with jealousy. However, the painful lesson told Huadu clearly, if he used forcefulness on Song Jin, not only would Song Jin reject it, but heaven itself would punish him. This pent-up possessiveness found its release in his relentless effort to nourish Song Jin's brain, since he truly never wanted to call anyone else auntie again. While playing with Huadu's fingers and intertwining them, Song Jin gathered up his courage and slowly opened his mouth. In fact, you really don't need to worry. Have you noticed? Everything about Zhaoan, I know less about it than you do. If you randomly choose someone from the capital, they probably know more than me. But you gave your life for him twice. Song Jin was amused by this sour comment and retorted, no. Never. The Song Jin in those tales isn't me. Song Jin looked directly into Huadu's eyes, tense as if gambling everything. Tales of rebirth through possession were already tiresome in tea-houses. Huadu never expected to hear it once again, this time from Song Jin. There was nothing particularly to tell, but a careless lie from Song Jin had caused Huadu much discomfort for so long, so Song Jin decided it was necessary to resolve the issue. Huadu was silent for half a moment, and in Song Jin's uneasy gaze, tears welled in his eyes as he hugged Song Jin tight. Would you? No, I wasn't well during the previous 3 faints. Song Jin sighed in relief, so, Huadu, I almost died for you once, no one else. Huadu pinched Song Jin's mouth, I will never let you get hurt again. Don't mention that word anymore. Looking at Song Jin with his happy eyebrows curved slightly, he suddenly wondered if he had been too petty, hurriedly explaining, I'm just jealous, it's not because I think poorly of you. Anyway, whether or not there's Zhaoan, I love you. Song Jin, seeing Huadu lacking confidence, understood what he meant and smiled, I'm more jealous than you. After all, from start to finish, the one who has always known you is me. If you become jealous of the old Song Jin because of me, I'll be upset. Huadu, you're only allowed to like me. For once, Song Jin exerted his dominance, using up all his courage. Then he rubbed his ear feeling slightly warm, am I being petty? No. Huadu swore he had never felt this cheerful and clear-headed in his entire life. The two of them, both being petty, suited each other perfectly. As the new year approached, the Hua family wrote a letter asking Huadu to bring Song Jin home. The letter directly referred to Song Jin as daughter-in-law. Madame Hua had secretly searched for Song Jin for over a year without success, but faithfully, Huadu met him on his own. Believing that marriage was destiny, Madame Hua had long come to terms with it and only hoped that Huadu would bring Song Jin back for a family reunion. She also separately wrote Song Jin a letter of apology. Song Jin could never have imagined that the capital accepted their relationship to such a degree. It seemed that Huadu's extreme actions, like digging up graves and opening coffins, shocked many people. Though Madame Hua erased Song Jin's memories, from another perspective, she also saved his life. Standing at the elder's perspective of Huadu, he understood and appreciated her motives. The Hua household extended its goodwill, completely breaking ties with the Long Princess mansion. Everyone held their own stance, undisturbed by one another. On the day they left Yunquan City, citizens lined the streets to bid farewell, presenting them with pickled ribbonfish and cured pork that filled 5 large carts. Will the general and madam return? They'll be back after celebrating the new year, Song Jin replied with a smile, holding a thick stack of lists. When I return, I'll bring everyone something nice from the capital. Huadu held Song Jin's hand. Let's go. All right. Song Jin smiled at him. The storyteller hurriedly documented this classic scene. While General Hua was away from Yunquan City, everyone would surely show renewed interest in the story of overbearing General Handsome Ant. 2 extra sessions could be told every day. The end of Uncle Song. Next story, entertainment industry renovation plan. The 4 notorious figures of the entertainment industry were forced to participate in a renovation reality show. The main lead ended up with a steamed bun that looked exactly like him. The cleanliness-obsessed, irritable protagonist was utterly subdued by the bundle of joy, patiently warming milk and feeding meals without any complaints. The protagonist who was patient solely with his ex-boyfriend cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Is someone teaching classes behind my back?" Chapter 18. In order to purify the entertainment industry and convey positive energy, Funchi Entertainment recently launched a celebrity renovation program allowing the public to vote for the stars who need the most transformation in the entertainment circle. Wen Bian, with his super high popularity and equally notorious bad temper and germophobia, remained at the top of the voting list. Joining him were 3 others. Together they were known as the 4 great giants of the entertainment industry. Despite their exceptional good looks, which were considered national treasures, and receiving countless fans' adoration, they were criticized daily to leave the entertainment industry due to various bizarre incidents. Wen Bian had his otherworldly long legs propped up on the coffee table, annoyance and fierceness almost overflowing from his eyes. Why should I go? And why bring kids? Wen Bian was practically laughing out of anger. This seemed like such a preposterous idea. Who asked you to be everyone's favorite choice? The agent pleaded earnestly. The other 3 have agreed already. If you don't go, it will look really bad. I can already picture the black fans calling you a coward. Moreover, it's not that long, just 3 episodes in total, 1 month and it'll be over. The news that Wen Bian would be participating in a reality show for the first time, released by his studio, sent the fans into a frenzy akin to celebrating New Year. This is wonderful. Finally, Wen Bian was about to learn some manners. They were thrilled like a group of black fans. The hardest challenge no doubt would be taking care of children, and difficult ones at that. The production team held nationwide auditions for a few 3- or 4-year-old children, requiring them to resemble celebrities closely in appearance, possess a good character, be able to communicate, and if possible, even have some acting skills. Although the requirements were high, China is vast, so suitable candidates could always be found. However, Wen Bian posed more difficulties because he had slight foreign ancestry, making it tough to find a child similar to him in appearance. In the end, the director spotted a 4-year-old boy in a kindergarten. His features were so striking that people might even believe he was Wen Bian's secret son. The boy belonged to Gu Shisheng. Gu Shisheng, fair-skinned, warm, and refined, smiled with crescent-like lashes and a hint of mischief at the corners of his eyes. In university, he dated Wen Bian for 2 years before being discovered by Wen's family. Mr. Wen secretly exerted pressure on Gu Shisheng. Because of Gu Shisheng's collaboration on his thesis project with an older student, Wen Bian became insanely jealous and took advantage of him in bed every day. Gu Shisheng was left powerless by Wen Bian, often distracted during his final year project, reprimanded by his supervisor, and troubled by Wen Bian's father, yet communication between them seemed impossible. In the end, Wen Bian's father used a bit of maneuvering, causing Gu Shisheng to cry all night and finally decide to break up with Wen Bian. Enraged, Wen Bian questioned Gu Shisheng's reasons, but Gu responded indifferently, as though seeing through the relationship, saying no one could tolerate his temperament now or later. In truth, although Wen Bian had a fiery temper, Gu Shisheng had tamed him easily, turning him from a teddy bear into a golden retriever. Over the years, Gu had mastered the art of handling Wen Bian. After their breakup, Wen Bian's disposition worsened, and even after achieving success in the entertainment industry, it remained unaltered. Following their split, Gu Shisheng discovered he was pregnant. Coming from a modest family background, unable to work while pregnant, those initial days were exceedingly hard. However, conditions improved somewhat over the last couple of years. But raising a child in a big city was expensive, and he desired the best education for his child. Upon hearing that a director had taken an interest in his child as a co-star for Wen Bian, Gu Shisheng opposed it outright. Regardless of exposing their identity to Wen Bian, considering Wen Bian's volatile nature, there was reason to fear entrusting the child to him. But little Bun had his own thoughts. With the offer matching Gu Shisheng's 2 years' salary, he didn't want his dad to continue working 2 jobs anymore. Gu Shisheng's gentle demeanor prevented him from telling the truth. When Little Bun looked at him with eyes identical to Wen Bian's, all his reservations melted away. This lifetime, breaking up with Wen Bian was the only defiance against him. Alright. If anything happens, call Dad immediately. Gu Shisheng gazed worriedly at the tiny little bean who barely reached his thigh, and make sure your new daddy doesn't overhear. And Gu Shisheng felt slightly embarrassed, scratching his cheek as he instructed his son, if your new daddy behaves poorly, take care of him a little. This kind of reality show, filled with teasing implications, delves into every corner of life. Gu Shisheng truly feared that Wen Bian's image would tarnish further, risking a ban. Between his well-behaved son and the troublemaker father, evidently, the father gave more cause for concern. Little Bun's large dark eyes brimmed with curiosity, for in his memory, the only time his father had told him to take care of someone else was when he entered nursery school, where he was told to care for a girl in his class. Gu Shisheng pondered for a moment, then confessed honestly, since Dad once did something wrong to Uncle Wen, I hope you can help me be nice to him. Call me if you can't handle it, I'll find a way. Gu Shisheng reminded again. Little Bun, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Bian in terms of high looks, quickly gained a group of fans who loved by association. In stark contrast to Wen Bian, Little Bun's well-behaved and cute personality caused fans to exclaim, if only I had been born 10 years later, who would still be your fan? Wen Bian, are these real fans or fake ones? On the first night, the production team required them to cook their own meals. However, the rules were not strictly enforced, and the other 3 artists boldly ordered takeout. The more rebellious the artists, the happier the director became, because when the netizens criticized, the show immediately gained attention. Wen Bian also wanted to order, but none of the 4 villains knew how to cook, nor did they intend to reform properly. Dad, eating takeout isn't good. Just as he was about to place the order on his phone, Little Bun tugged at his pant leg and said softly. Wen Bian chuckled inwardly, a slight curve on his lips as he made eye contact with Little Bun, preparing to announce his decision to eat takeout from then on. An hour later. Wen Bian, who was extremely germophobic and impatient, couldn't get rid of the smell of scallions and garlic on his hands, and there were even oil stains on his clothes. As he watched Little Bun hungrily shovel rice into his mouth, doubts about life began to creep into his mind. Wen Bian had enough self-awareness not to ask Little Bun what he thought of the taste. But the director zoomed in on the bowl in Little Bun's hands for a close-up shot, a messy, muddled pot of stew. Director, how does it taste? Little Bun, it tastes just as good as what my dad makes. This was actually a language art. For a second, Little Bun wavered between not lying and remembering to protect his new dad, ultimately choosing the comparative sentence structure. Because Gu Shisheng wasn't a good cook either. That's alright, stop eating. Wen Bian took away the bowls and chopsticks, drink some milk instead. He awkwardly prepared the milk, tearing open a bag of bread and placing it in front of Little Bun. Wen Bian's habit of sleeping poorly was as terrible as his temper, and his blanket had never been properly covered over the course of one night. The production team was hard to communicate with, asking for an extra blanket almost cost the director his life. With a cold expression, Wen Bian tucked Little Bun into bed and stepped out to clear his mind. Next door lived another villain, singer Lu Huaqing, famous for lacking contractual spirit. Periodically, companies sent him legal notices for breach of contract. Now he was making noise about leaving the show. On the right side was an A-list actress whose acting skills reached unparalleled heights, unfortunately lazy like a snake hibernating. After filming an award-winning movie, her true nature surfaced. She absolutely refused to act unless forced, opting instead to use stand-ins. Now she was sweet-talking a little girl to help her with makeup removal. Opposite was the lotus flower-like actress who appeared delicate as water in front of others, shedding tears easily to gain sympathy but stabbing people in the back behind the scenes. Her assigned child was also a frequent crier, making her feel overwhelmed since she couldn't outcry the kid, eventually being brought to tears herself. Wen Bian felt suffocated. He thought of the small Bun peacefully sleeping in the room, conjuring up the image of Gu Shisheng. Gu Shisheng possessed a modest temperament, like a smooth jade. No matter how restless Wen Bian was, he couldn't help but hide his sharp edges, transforming into a calm green rock near him. As he thought, Wen Bian angrily slammed the wall, cursing himself under his breath for being useless. In the darkness, Wen Bian failed to notice that the wall he hit was actually a window. With a bang, the glass shattered. Director, intense, call the doctor. Wen Bian confirmed his reputation for explosive temper late at night, receiving a quick bandage job before going back inside to sleep. Lifting his long legs, he directly lay on the outer edge of the bed without using the blanket, avoiding any nightly struggles with the child. Taking advantage of the time while Wen Bian was getting bandaged, Little Bun called his father hastily, like a spy, saying, "It seems like Dad got hurt." Sounded groggy from working overtime, Gu Shisheng suddenly became alert upon hearing this. Is he alright? Not a big problem, Little Bun mimicked the director's tone, but we only have one quilt tonight. Gu Shisheng understood Wen Bian's concern right away. Hug him while you sleep. Sleep issues usually arose due to recklessness. Since the first time Gu Shisheng caught a cold after sharing a bed with Wen Bian behaved like a model during the subsequent nights, not turning over even once. Thus, when Wenbeian lay down, a warm little dumpling burrowed under his arm, like a portable heater. The next morning, the staff woke everyone up earlier than military training, stepping firmly on the sore points of the 4 artists. Furious, they sat around the table, perplexed by a pot of scorched porridge. Meanwhile, the children sat on the opposite side, with steaming breakfast dishes before them, vegetable and fish congee, meaty delicacies, all fully provided. The director cleared his throat. Think about the difficulty of obtaining every bowl of porridge and rice. This morning, we're making you experience the hardships parents go through. Parents always leave the best for us, preferring to eat leftover rice with fish bones. After finding out last night that withdrawing from the show would result in being blacklisted, the singer harbored resentment and immediately pointed out a flaw. Isn't that backwards? Now we are the parents, shouldn't these foods be served to the children? Director, it's not wrong. The 4 of you are the ones being reformed. You're forbidden from ordering takeout today, and there's physical labor ahead. We hope you seize this opportunity to eat breakfast. As they smelled the delicious food across from them, who could bear to eat scorched porridge? None of the 4 touched their food. When the director saw they weren't eating, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Of course, as parents, you have the right to decide what you eat. Let's vote now. Would you like to trade meals with your kids? Even if they were all foolish, they knew better than to fight over food with the kids. When the director said, raise your hand if you agree to swap, only one person eagerly raised their hand. I want to trade with Dad. Wenbeian looked at the eager little bun with great helplessness. All right, put it down. Anyway, he never ate breakfast, having long become accustomed to skipping it. Coercing him into breakfast was harder than climbing to heaven. Since the day he started college, Wenbeian had grown lazy about breakfast due to his youth and good health, unconcerned about developing stomach problems. Over the 2 years he spent with Gu Shi, he became more obedient, but after breaking up, Gu Shi's greatest worry remained Wenbeian's eating habits. Little Bun had been assigned a task by Gu Shi last night: coax Wenbeian into eating breakfast. Relying on his young and strong physique, Wenbeian didn't bother with breakfast since college and wasn't afraid of starving his stomach out. During the 2 years with Gu Shi, he'd followed rules strictly, until their breakup when Gu Shi kept worrying about whether Wenbeian ate properly. First, Little Bun tried getting Wenbeian to feed him, then seized the chance to ask for help eating several bites himself. Every time, Wenbeian, though verbally refusing to eat, would end up eating something anyway. Their ratio usually held steady at 3-1, Little Bun would finish 3 times as much food while convincing Wenbeian to eat just once. So, to make sure Wenbeian ate enough, Gu Shi often ended up stuffing herself, leaning on Wenbeian to massage her bloated stomach. In the early stages of pregnancy, she mistook the small belly bulge as a result of overeating. It was retribution, she thought. With guidance from Gu Shi, Little Bun mimicked her behavior. First came the request to be fed, then, while the director wasn't watching, tugging gently on Wenbeian's sleeve in a soft childlike voice, can you help me eat 1 bite? My teeth need a break, can you help me eat another bite? So familiar was the scheme that Wenbeian almost spooned food straight onto Little Bun's face in surprise. Not until he was tricked into finishing an entire bowl of porridge did Wenbeian realize how deep he'd fallen, a look of extreme distress clouding his face. Not only had he eaten something he'd previously refused, but he'd also willingly massaged Little Bun's stomach. Where had it all gone wrong? Fans didn't care about Wenbeian's inner conflict, focusing instead on Little Bun's videos each day. Comments flew across the screen. Ah, this must be an angel sent from heaven to save Wenbeian. Ha ha ha, look at him unable to get angry. Congratulations to Wenbeian on his successful transformation. However, there were moments when even Little Bun couldn't handle Wenbeian. Words lost much of their power after filtering through layers of understanding, leaving very little to actually reach Wenbeian. For instance, when Wenbeian drank. Technically, during the program period, he shouldn't have access to alcohol. But today was special, it marked their 1888th day of love and their 1111th day of separation. Wenbeian slipped out secretly during Little Bun's afternoon nap to drink. This kind of drinking binge had occurred over 50 times before. Such as the 1999th day of kissing, the 1000th day of sleeping together, or the 1000th day of their breakup. The production crew turned a blind eye, expecting chaos. After all, Wenbeian's behavior recently had been far too abnormal, it shattered his public image entirely. When Little Bun rubbed his eyes awake, he saw a heavily drunken man returned by his agent, sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. He doesn't want me anymore, we've been separated for 1111 days. He must have found someone else, his kid is already this big. I'm the fool. The assistant Zhang Shou awkwardly blocked the camera lens, this couldn't be filmed. Little Bun's belly was soaked by Wenbeian's tears, and he pleaded for help from Zhang Shou, who gave a helpless look back, presenting the ultimate challenge: can you convince him to take medicine? Wenbeian, drunk, had a fever. Splashed with water during a midday game, he hadn't changed clothes before heading to the riverside to buy himself a bottle to drown his sorrows. If anyone should catch a cold from this, it's him. He refused needles and medication alike. The assistant brought Little Bun aside, saying, you might infect him like this. Immediately, Wenbeian let go and buried his head into the pillow beside him, continuing. Little Bun tiptoed to feel Wenbeian's wet scalp and sighed deeply like an old sage. This problem exceeded his syllabus. Thus, he quietly found a place where no one was around and called Gu Shi. Getting Wenbian to take medicine was truly a tough task. Gu Shi's eyebrows knotted together. In the past, he had to agree to many of Wenbian's conditions just to coax him into taking it, like giving him candy in exchange for kisses, insisting on sweet strawberry-flavored condoms, and applying cherry cream on his nani. It was as if every hair on Gu Shi had to be made sweet just to offset the bitterness of the medicine. Gu Shi tried many methods, but none of them worked through Little Bun, who acted as a qualified messenger. 39 degrees. Ancestor, I'm begging you to stop crying. You're dehydrating yourself. Your fans will tear me apart. Gu Shi heard Xiao Zhang's voice collapse from the other end. He grew worried. What was wrong with Wenbian? Recalling a neighbor who often dressed as a female online streamer, Gu Shi ran out to borrow a voice modulator. Gu Shi swore he hadn't run this fast in 3 years, his heart beating like an explosion. Little Bun always made things easy for him. There was never any instance of grabbing a child falling off the bed in a moment of crisis. Rather, it was Little Bun's father who caused so much trouble. He couldn't tell whether it was because he had run too fast or because hearing Wenbian's voice again after 4 years left him disoriented. His ears were ringing, blood rushing to his head like a young boy madly running to buy medicine for his girlfriend during her period, preventing him from questioning why the cross-dressing neighbor, upon receiving a young professor-like guest, cooked while wearing an apron but no clothes. Hello, can you hear me? I'm Gu Shi's dad. Gu Shi's voice trembled slightly. Wenbian suddenly stopped crying. Sheng. Is this voice changer fake or what? After 4 years, hearing his nickname once more from Wenbian's mouth caused Gu Shi to hold his breath. Ever since Wenbian found out about that nickname, he loved calling out to it in bed, teasing him by asking whether he could give birth. And somehow, he really could. Wenbian, feverish and delirious, didn't hear clearly who was on the other side, only guessing blindly based on Gu Shi's familiar tone. You must have mistaken someone else for me, Gu Shi attempted to cover up. How dare you lie to me after breaking up with me? Wenbian flared up, flipping over in excitement and tumbling down from the bed with a loud thud that startled everyone. Your nose is bleeding. Xiao Zhang cried in alarm. Are you Sheng? Wenbian blurted, smearing his bloody nose and staring aggressively at the phone. Yes, Sheng, Gu Shi helplessly gave in. With the kid already born, he didn't mind agreeing anymore. Slightly satisfied, Wenbian began accusing Gu Shi of the sins he committed over the last 4 years, talking nonsense and mostly about how incredibly wronged he felt. Gu Shi persuaded him to have an 4 drip, and Wenbian clutched the phone tightly in one hand while the needle pierced the other. Promise me. Gu Shi issued all sorts of promises freely, knowing Wenbian would forget everything when he woke up from being drunk. Tomorrow, he'd let Little Bun convince Wenbian that it was all a hallucination. By the time the hustle ended, the accompanying doctor had already left, and Xiao Zhang went out to handle something. Only Little Bun slept soundly through the night due to Wenbian sneaking out to drink earlier. Now fully awake, he looked lively and energetic. Gu Shi, having calmed the older one, moved on to soothe the younger one to sleep. More aware than before, Little Bun rolled his eyes as he heard his father repeat the same words he'd used to comfort Wenbian. Little Bun questioned, this rhetoric sounded the same even when he listened the second time and became immune to its effect, yet why did Wenbian still believe it without hesitation? Dad, he's so dumb, Little Bun whispered to Gu Shi. Gu Shi, don't say that about him. Do you mean you aren't sleepy? Then help Daddy keep an eye on him. The call lasted over 3 hours, warming the mobile phone until it started heating up. Wenbian's consciousness wavered, babbling incoherently into the phone, don't leave, please don't go, Sheng, I miss you. Gu Shi covered the phone's receiver, his heart also warming up. Little Bun's chubby little hand supported his chin as he stared wide-eyed with curiosity. I don't cry when I talk to Daddy on the phone. Perhaps because Gu Shi didn't reply to this sentence, tears welled up again in Wenbian's eyes, like a hurt little animal whimpering in pain while curled up. Wenbian kept sobbing and saying how much he missed Gu Shi, which affected Little Bun as well, whose eyes slowly moistened. Sniff sniff sniff. I miss Dad so much too. Gu Shi's head started throbbing. At this moment, he felt like a despicable man abandoning his wife and child. The two of them, one a father, one a son, were both pitiful enough to make anyone want to immediately book tickets to fly over there. When Wenbian woke up the next day, his head felt like it was going to explode. Pinching his temple, he asked those around if a person named Sheng had called him last night. Everyone shook their heads simultaneously. Nope. It was only Little Bun's dad calling. You forcibly forced him to call himself a Sheng. The doctor came back for follow-up treatment, when Wenbian incredulously exclaimed, did I get an 4 last night? That's impossible. My dad is awesome. He just says a few words and you agree, Baozi boasted with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. Wenbian was completely baffled. Why did a group of people suddenly appear, knowing his weak points? Damn it, did Gu Shi write a textbook for private circulation? Chapter 19. Gu Shi used a voice changer to secretly call and inquire about Wenbai's condition. Little assistant Zhang, rubbing his fingers, asked if they could add each other on WeChat. Cough, cough. I think you're really resourceful, and in the future, if Wenbai gets moody, could you offer some remote advice? Fine. Gu Shi thought that once Baozi and Wenbai's collaboration ended, their lives would no longer intersect. The intertwined ball of yarn had suddenly untangled, which would leave even a cat stunned for a moment. I'm helping others out of kindness. Gu Shi self-hypnotized. Pictures of Wenbai and Baozi hugging each other and crying circulated online, breaking the hearts of millions of fans during a sleepless night. During the change of filming locations, they were surrounded by media. May I ask why you were crying? Wenbai was unapologetic. Cry if you want to, what's it got to do with you? He didn't want to answer any questions, holding Baozi tightly in his arms. Both of them wore matching sunglasses, looking very cool. Baozi, who was very polite, upon hearing a beautiful reporter's question, gently pushed up his oversized sunglasses, letting them naturally slide down to his neck, and sweetly answered, because I missed my dad. His eyes blinked innocently, melting the hearts of a bunch of old ants. The reporters clutched their hearts while trying to pry more answers from Baozi. Further questioning, why was Wenbai crying then? He also misses his dad. Baozi referred to his own dad, but the media interpreted it as Wenbai's dad. Wenbai snorted coldly, pressing Baozi's head against his shoulder and turning around. Don't talk to strangers. It was Father's Day. Wenbai's mourning of his father trended on social media. Fans were wiping away tears, watching the video dozens of times, moved by the thought, my idol finally has a positive trending topic. Wow. Wenbai and his father's relationship was strained due to Gu Shi, but after this misunderstanding, wherever Wenbai's father went, friends said to him, I heard your son misses you so much that he cries, how filial. My son hasn't said he misses me since he was 4. At least I have a well-behaved grandson who says he likes grandpa best and wants all the inheritance. Saying this, his friend patted his bald spot and subtly bragged about his grandson. Father. Thus, despite being vocally dismissive, he quietly tuned into Wenbai's show, only to see the grandson. The secretary explained until hoarse, clarifying that this wasn't his grandson but rather a partner selected through nationwide auditions for the show. The chairman refused to listen, my son is distant, and without a grandson, our family fortune will rot. So confident he sent someone to sneakily obtain DNA samples from the set. After catching up on the show, he watched numerous clips. Right after finishing a group meeting, before even leaving the room, he called the secretary and said, quick, play it on this projector. The more he watched, the more he liked it. Watching his son get humiliated improved his mood just like the fans. Looking at his hot-tempered son, he wondered how someone so prickly could raise such a sweet little milk bun. It must be the daughter-in-law's influence. A billion yuan reward. Baozi called Gu Shi to tattle. Today, Wenbai forced him to eat yam, but he didn't like it. Gu Shi kindly explained, kids shouldn't be picky eaters, otherwise, they won't grow tall. Look at your new dad, how tall he is. My new dad doesn't like eating it either. I saw him secretly feed it to the dog. Gu Shi was helpless, unable to believe Wenbai was so picky and got caught by the child. He used to like it, but stopped after he turned 20. You're only 3.5, you know. Just then, Wenbai appeared. Baozi hung up and asked him, is what my dad said correct? Do you really stop liking it after 20? Yes. Wenbai, why does this line of reasoning feel so familiar? When the first episode ended, Gu Shi picked up the child. Excluding Wenbai, the other 3 notorious ones all breathed a sigh of relief. The child looked adorable, but whether he was truly difficult only they knew. The neighbor Shou tried to find out if the little bun was actually Wenbai's illegitimate child, her exaggerated contact lenses spinning around as if plotting something. Wenbai didn't want anything to do with this famous white lotus flower in the industry. No. Yet only he himself knew that, in those days, he had really deluded himself into thinking he had a son, hadn't it not been for the fact that he never dated anyone. Before sleeping at night, Wenbai habitually touched the empty spot beside him. In these past few days, he had gotten used to waking up 2 or 3 times at night to check if little Bunzi had his blanket on correctly. His hand encountered nothing but air, startling him awake. This frustrating feeling seemed familiar, pulling him back to memories right after their breakup. Wenbai sat on the living room sofa after lighting a cigarette, his mind too clear to relax. The golden blue flame of the lighter sparked to life as Wenbai recalled that he would meet Baozi again next week and promptly stubbed out the cigarette. An old photograph lay face down on the table, its edges charred black, as if it had been scorched by fire. Wenbai picked up the photo, absently fiddling with the lighter in his right hand. A tongue of fire flickered at the edge of the photo, but just like for the past 4 years, nothing happened to the photo itself while the lighter was tossed against the glass wall across the room. Wenbai hadn't felt this agitated in a long time. It seemed taking care of a child truly took his mind off things. He stayed seated until dawn, estimating that little Bunzi should be awake by now, and sent a video call invitation. Gu Shi bought his son a phone and registered an independent social media account for him. On weekends, while he was cooking breakfast, the phone screen in the living room lit up, displaying Wenbai's name. Gu Shi. Little Bunzi was still sleeping, and Gu Shi held the phone like it was a hot potato, urging his son to wake up. Do you want to answer? The little one, still half asleep, sat up in bed, feeling that his father wanted to answer more than him. Dad, you help me greet Uncle Wen. Gu Shi firmly refused. Take care of your own affairs. He then activated the screen recording function, answered the video call, and handed the phone over to his son before running away as if someone set fire under him. The little one held the phone, blinked his eyes, and slowly became alert. "Hello, Uncle Wen." At the sudden greeting, Wenbai was somewhat caught off guard. "Sorry, are you still not fully awake?" Gu Shi hid behind the door, eavesdropping stealthily. Last time, when Wenbai was drunk and confused, Gu Shi, bold and confident, went straight to the call using a voice changer. Now, the other side was completely, and it seemed that even the slightest slip could immediately expose him. He nervously listened, unconsciously swiping through his phone, when suddenly he saw a push notification about Wenbai. A gossip account delved into the daily lives of the renovation plan members, pairing Wenbai with Shou Bailian, a famous actress, describing them as a perfect match made in heaven with double children. Below the gossip content were dozens of high-definition photos, all showing Wenbai and Shou Bailian together. Each held a child who resembled their adult selves, and both looked full of happiness. Gu Shi froze, feeling a void creeping through his heart, as though something had been hollowed out. Upon searching further, he realized that the entire web was discussing this. Regardless of whether they were netizens or hired commenters, the comments were largely similar. "The happiest thing in life is to have 2 kids with you, one looking like you and one like me. I declare that Wenbai and Lu Fei are officially locked. Swallowed the key. The looks of this family of 4. I'm dead right here, I'll be their 3rd kid in my next life. But they were mine." Gu Shi puffed up like an angry blowfish. He retrieved the voice changer and knocked on the door. "Eat first, say goodbye to your uncle, we'll chat again later." Given his understanding of Wenbai, these rumors shouldn't have come from him, so he quickly ended the call to clarify the scandal. Though seemingly calm on the surface, Gu Shi waited until his son finished eating breakfast and noticed that Wenbai had made no effort to refute the rumors, leaving him suddenly deflated. Didn't they agree that everyone, from the main actors to the fans, would have explosive tempers and fight tooth and nail? Could this actually be real? Gu Shi suppressed himself briefly but couldn't hold back. He indirectly asked little Bunzi, "Is your uncle Wen familiar with her?" The child tilted his head, thinking carefully. Though Lu Fei persistently brought her daughter to find them, Wenbai barely paid her any attention. He simply let the kids play together and coldly rejected her suggestion of cooking together. But apparently, the little one couldn't yet understand that this one-sided familiarity wasn't true familiarity. Despite having his son around 24/7, Bryony managed to pry him away somehow. It seemed Wenbai really liked her. This fleeting thought made Gu Shi abruptly realize, this wall of Wenbai's didn't belong to him 4 years ago, nor does it belong to him now or in the future. Whoever Wenbai chose to protect or support has absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. Gu Shi privately mocked himself, realizing how muddled his position had become after just one drunken call. Wenbai's drunken consciousness clearly lingered in the past, but when sober, perhaps he didn't wish to bring up those memories at all. He ruffled his son's hair and instructed him, "You two should get along well. If Uncle Wen talks with the pretty lady, you can quietly play yourself, adults sometimes need to share secrets too." The child nodded heavily. Adults sure have many secrets. Even Uncle Wen liked telling him secrets before bed, warning him not to tell anyone. The child puffed out his chest proudly. He was a trustworthy kid, he wouldn't tell even his father. After finishing the video call with Baozi, Wenbai received a call from his father, asking straight away if little Bunzi was his biological son. "No," Wenbai coldly replied. Mr. Wen obviously didn't believe him. "You and Lu Fei, I see the internet says quite a lot about you too. She seems alright." The picture of a family of 4 was so ingrained, plus Wenbai's age and his reluctance to find a girlfriend, made Mr. Wen now think even a sow was attractive. "Not familiar," Wenbai said in 2 words, too lazy to explain further. After being pressured by his father's nonsense proposal, Wenbai had no interest in what the internet said at all. He felt uneasy, couldn't help but wonder what Gu Shi would think if he saw this rumor. He had been pure for him in the entertainment circle, killing any rumors as soon as marketing accounts popped up, just in case one day, if Gu Shi decided to look back, nothing online would be an obstacle. Wenbai waited 4 years and got nothing, slightly retaliating by not clearing things up. The recording of the 2nd episode began. Although verbally saying no clarification, his body kept 8 meters away from Lu Fei. Every male artist who collaborated with Lu Fei could not escape her bundling and hyping package. No matter if they responded or not, Lu Fei would symbolically cry in front of the masses as if she'd met a cheating scumbag. Wenbai and little Bunzi wore identical sunglasses, exuding a natural chill. In the renovation plan group, not only was Wenbai someone people wanted, little Bunzi was also no exception. While the director was discussing the next game rules with Wenbai, his eyes suddenly changed, and in the blink of an eye, his long legs disappeared from sight. "Director?" Little Bunzi was building blocks with other kids, and when a little girl came closer, little Bunzi wondered why she was getting nearer. Suddenly, he was lifted off the ground from behind. "Dad? Don't worry." Wenbai gently pinched little Bunzi's cheeks, looking calm. After this scene was put online, netizens went crazy laughing, with some even cutting together clips of, "Someone is trying to steal a kiss from my son." No matter what Wenbai was doing, as if having eyes at the back of his head, whenever someone tried to steal a kiss from little Bunzi, he quickly pounced on them like a lion retrieving its cub, fast enough to distort the screen. Wenbai appeared justified, his face written all over with "no early romance," leaving little Bunzi confused, unaware of what had happened. As everyone was laughing their heads off, only the double-burdened loyal fans of Wenbai and little Bunzi were crying online. The two of them were irresistible targets wherever they went. Wawi brother is bound up in a PR stunt with that White Lotus, and our baby is being taken advantage of. Mom, please don't film anymore. Let's go home. Our brother has become so good already, can you reduce his sentence? Wah, I regret letting my relatives vote. Ayahawk, me too, I regret it, I've even started seeing my ex-boyfriend again. It was a large-scale regret field within fandom. The overly emotional thought process of hardcore fans was even beyond Gu Shi's comprehension. On the final night of the program, Baozi suddenly broke out in a rash. Wenbai rushed into the hospital and urgently asked the staff to contact Baozi's family. Gu Shi was busy working overtime and his phone had died automatically. When he finished work at midnight, Wenbai had already lost his temper multiple times. The patient's bed card read Gu Wen Shou in 3 characters, which made Wenbai even angrier. What kind of name is this? From now on, follow his surname Wen Shou. Wenbai could feel Baozi's love for his dad, including the fact he accidentally revealed that he joined the team to reduce his father's burden. Wenbai had originally planned to take Baozi to shoot 2 parent-child advertisements, with the advertising fees going entirely to little Bunzi. Now he dismissed this idea, never knowing whether the guardian might take advantage of the child for more profit. In Wenbai's heart, the unseen guardian was already beyond redemption, he would hit him upon seeing him. Why doesn't he come if the kid misses him so much? Does taking money from a kid mean you can abandon them? Shit. If I ever see him, I probably won't be able to control myself. The phone isn't getting through, maybe there's something holding him up, the assistant consoled him. When a child is outside, shouldn't the phone always be on? A sick child is hard to comfort, repeatedly calling for dad. Dad didn't come later and then ended up holding onto Wenbai, calling him dad. Wenbai's heart melted completely, despite his lack of experience in comforting children, he somehow figured it out naturally, lulling Baozi to sleep. When Gu Shi learned his son was hospitalized, he nearly lost his mind. They were in another city where he couldn't get tickets at short notice, so he drove himself. 5 hours of driving before arriving at the hospital. Dark circles from overwork deepened by 2 shades. Just during the time Wenbai was fetching water, a bustling figure suddenly showed up in Baozi's ward. That's his dad, the assistant said. He looked incredibly handsome, polite and warm, almost like a different person compared to Wenbai. Even though he had been frantic upon entering, the moment he stepped into the ward, his movements became gentle and unhurried, careful not to disturb the child. No wonder Baozi was so adorable. Wenbai set down the water pot, suppressing his breath. Call him out. The assistant trembled. You're not going to hit him, are you? Not. I'm going to teach him how to be a decent human being. Wenbai boasted arrogantly. At this moment, Gu Shi turned around. A loosely knitted sweater hung loosely on his body, his protruding collarbone and dark circles under his eyes clearly visible. Wenbai instantly fell silent. Chapter 20. The assistant was still reflexively stopping him, don't hit anyone. It'll be on the news. But no one paid him any attention. The assistant felt like an innocent extra who had wandered onto the wrong set. Wenbei's mind went blank for 5 or 6 seconds. When his willpower returned to control his body, he had already tightly embraced Gu Shi. Gu Shi remembered working overtime for 2 days and rushing here with a weary appearance, so he struggled a bit, trying to push Wenbei away. You. I'm not hitting anyone. Wenbei forcefully held Gu Shi, you're not allowed to speak. Gu Shi actually heard a faint sob end in Wenbei's domineering tone. He suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, due to his busy work schedule, he couldn't take his son to the aquarium on his birthday. Back then, the little bun hugged him tightly, understanding his father's hardships and never crying loudly to demand anything, keeping the tiny sense of grievance inside without speaking about it. Gu Shi raised his hand and patted Wenbei's back. The little bun might be young, but his maturity made him always think of ways to lighten the load for others. After learning his partner would be Wenbei, after initial concerns, Gu Shi actually felt somewhat relieved. In those moments when he wasn't up to par as a father, Wenbei came into Gu Wenshu's life, offering another fatherly presence to help him experience life, providing all-day companionship and fostering his independence. Thank you. This simple thank you brought Wenbei back to reality. What did he have to thank? Thanking for whom? Are you married? Wenbei grabbed Gu Shi's shoulders and interrogated him. As soon as he saw Gu Shi, Wenbei could only think of him, completely forgetting everything else, and unable to connect the resemblance between the little bun and Gu Shi. Gu Shi stiffened for a moment, unsure how to explain. Sorry, Wenbei felt dizzy for a second. He had waited 4 years only to find out Gu Shi was now married with a child. But beyond this outcome, what else was he waiting for? Even unintentionally, he treated Gu Shi's son with someone else as a treasure. No wonder he always found himself powerless against the little bun, turns out father and son had conspired together to trick him. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. You've got guts. Before he could make even more embarrassing and submissive actions, Wen Bian rushed out of the door. Eh. The assistant shouted. What happened? Just a second ago, he was shouting about hitting someone, and now he ran off like a defeated rooster. Gu Shi wanted to chase after Wen Bian, but the little bun was groggily calling for his dad. Go check on him for me, ask him to come back, I have something to say. The assistant agreed and quickly followed, wondering outside the door why it was specifically him. Wen Bian went straight to the parking lot. Far away, a car parked crookedly flashed its lights. As Wen Bian approached the door to get in, he noticed a white sedan parked even less orderly ahead of him. Its owner left hastily, even leaving the window down. In the entire area, Wen Bian's car was exactly blocked inside. Enraged, Wen Bian kicked the hood. With a bang, the headlight shattered, and part of the body sank. Wen Bian froze for a second, realizing the car had already been scratched. He felt irritable, noticing sticky notes and a pen placed on the front desk. Stretching his long arm, he picked them up, intending to leave the assistant's contact information for the car owner. Wen Bian opened the cap of the pen with one hand and was just about to write when familiar handwriting stopped him in his tracks. He quickly flipped through a few pages, regardless if it violated privacy, finally confirming that the writing belonged to Gu Shi. There were small details recorded, like buying colored pencils for the little bun today, and such. It was Gu Shi's car. Wen Bian remembered how last night at 12 past midnight, Gu Shi took his call saying he was working overtime, yet came by driving himself in the morning. How far away from here was Gu Shi? Wen Bian pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by a strong sense of fear coursing through his internal organs, nearly collapsing on his knees. If it weren't for his relentless, irrational outburst, how hurried would Gu Shi have been? He probably crashed into a guardrail. Calmly regaining his senses, Wen Bian retraced his steps. When passing the obstetrics and gynecology department, Wen Bian hesitated for a moment, then turned in. As soon as the assistant stepped outside, Wen Bian was nowhere to be seen. After looking around and finding no trace, he returned, reaching for his phone to call the agent. Isn't he off drowning his sorrows somewhere near a river again? The assistant sighed inwardly. Every time there was some special commemorative day, he would have to drag both Wen Bian and his car back, facing his worsening temper each time. No. Gu Shi instantly thanked his instincts. When he saw Wen Bian's car in the parking lot, he subconsciously drove over to block the way. Maybe somewhere deep down, he already felt today's meeting wouldn't go smoothly, so he prevented Wen Bian from acting impulsively beforehand. However, Gu Shi never expected that they hadn't even managed to exchange a single sentence completely. Wen Bian, unable to get through on the phone, was now sitting with a number tag at the gynecology department, frowning as he sat on a waiting chair, staring at men and women passing by, lost in thought. His face would have caused a stir anywhere else, but fortunately, this was an expensive hospital where the gynecology department was renowned nationwide. Those around him were all pregnant women who couldn't chase stars even if they wanted to. Pregnant women either had their husbands accompanying them or came alone. Wen Bian was sitting there alone, a tall man with long limbs, standing out awkwardly. Some people associated him with yesterday night's bombshell from the White Lotus actress who recently revealed her suspected pregnancy with Wen Bian as the alleged father after stirring up gossip to keep her name trending during the closing of her image renovation plan. The last time she attempted to draw attention, it wasn't mocked enough, and this time she used Wen Bian's name shamelessly to create hype for herself. The elderly gynecologist observed the young man in front of him and sighed sympathetically, such a young person, yet how could his brain be so off? Can men give birth? The doctor smiled gently, no, they can't. But if a person gave birth to a child who looks extremely like their ex-boyfriend, what could it mean? Doctor, the sound of raindrops falling on the green grassland. Wen Bian struggled to explain, first of all, this person is male. Doesn't this suggest that the person still loves their ex-boyfriend so much that the baby born resembles him? Like daydreaming leads to dreams. Wen Bian didn't know what he wanted to prove. Even as he said these words, he knew how absurd they sounded. Indeed, the educational level of those involved in the entertainment circle seemed quite alarming, as the doctor internally mused while maintaining a professional demeanor on her face. It might be a coincidence, or maybe you are estranged twin brothers. She indirectly suggested seeking orthopedics. Wen Bian. Not only did he not get the answer he sought, but he ended up feeling even more irritated. Wen Bian walked out of the gynecology department feeling suffocated. Why should it be that Gu Shi kept obstructing his life, leaving no space for escape, even involving the car? Like a trapped beast, Wen Bian paced a few rounds on the rooftop but ultimately succumbed to missing Gu Shi again. He abandoned himself recklessly, heading toward Shou Bun's ward. Shou Bun had just woken up. Seeing Gu Shi, he puckered his lips ready to cry. Gu Shi, moved by pity, pressed on Shou Bun's hands to prevent random grabbing while narrating a story to put him back to sleep. He struggled against heavy eyelids, praying his son would fall asleep quickly. Sleep fast, once you're asleep, you won't feel pain anymore. Who knows where your dad Wen is crying right now? Looking at his well-raised son with rosy cheeks dotted with red patches, pitiful looking, Gu Shi immediately got a headache thinking about how his father reacted inappropriately when upset instead of addressing grievances appropriately. Wen Bian took too long to return, and neither could his assistant find him. Overcome with drowsiness, Gu Shi rested his eyes while leaning on the edge of the bed. When Wen Bian returned, he saw both father and son sleeping peacefully. He cursed them silently for being carefree. Carefully, he separated Xiao Bun's hand from Gu Shi's and carried him to another bed. For years of deliberately letting his temper run loose automatically retracted before his beloved one, like a tired bird returning home, incapable of causing trouble. How pathetic. Turning back, Wen Bian faced Xiao Bun's furrowed brows replacing Gu Shi's position, silently looking at him. Even though it was Gu Shi's child with someone else, Wen Bian liked the sight of him more and more. He pinched Xiao Bun's little finger inside. Who else could he call dad in his lifetime? If Xiao Bun called him a few times, he would consider it as earning extra favor. Lost in deep thoughts, Wen Bian suddenly remembered Gu Shi's memo notes which clearly stated Gu Wenshu's birthday. His brain froze momentarily. Despite having excelled academically back in the day to attend prestigious universities where he met Gu Shi, now his mind seemed just as shocked as the gynecologist's was over the average math skills within the entertainment industry. Had he been assimilated into stupidity among the fools? No matter how the timeline fit, the child was conceived before their breakup. Wen Bian's face turned pale green. He pulled out the note hidden in his pocket, calculating elementary-level math problems seriously, triple-verifying them more meticulously than during his college entrance exam. He abruptly raised his head to look at Gu Shi lying across the opposite bed. Did he see something wrong? No. Gu Shi wasn't that kind of person. Back then, before the split, Gu Shi worked closely with a senior student on class projects. Jealousy surged inside Wen Bian like wildfire. But such irrational jealousy left him powerless to extract favors from Gu Shi. So, whenever he had free time, he dragged Gu Shi to bed to vent his envy. What if his efforts had resulted in conception? Without inheriting his strikingly handsome features, how could little Bun be this adorable? While fully aware of the physiological facts, Wen Bian couldn't help but indulge repeatedly in fantasies. Just at that moment, Chairman Wen called. To avoid disturbing the child, Wen Bian hung up, yet Chairman Wen persisted, calling again and again. The inherited explosive temper in the Wen family indicated these repeated calls were about significant matters. Chairman Wen's tone was bad, and somewhat aloof, as if he had a secret son demanding that his eldest son leave. He started by scolding Wen Bian harshly for causing trouble without the ability to take responsibility. Then he arrogantly bragged about having wisely checked Gu Wenshu's DNA, confirming him as the eldest grandson of the Wen family. Who is the mother of that child? Wen Bian stood up abruptly, the chair sliding backward with the sound of friction against the floor. Xiao Bun furrowed his eyebrows, prompting Wen Bian to immediately lean over and pat his back. Chairman Wen's voice faltered suddenly, stuttering after a pause, "It's that little boyfriend you dated in university." "Hey, where is my grandson?" "In the hospital." Wen Bian quickly tossed 2 words before throwing down the phone. His heart raced extremely fast, as if it would burst out of his chest. He wanted to immediately pick up Xiao Bun and squeeze him to express his paternal love, but Xiao Bun was sleeping. Wen Bian quickly shifted his focus to the responsible party, almost like a ravenous wolf leaping directly across the bed, dragging Gu Shi toward the restroom. Blood rushed rapidly, bubbling fervently, while Wen Bian struggled to control his trembling hands. The sound of locking the door was exceptionally light. Gu Shi, groggy in Wen Bian's arms, changed positions and leaned against his shoulder, dozing off. Since Xiao Bun's birth, he always slept lightly, but perhaps because he knew Wen Bian was there, enveloped by familiar warmth and presence, this time he slept deeply. If someone else had been held by Wen Bian with such force, they would surely have awakened or choked from the pressure. However, Gu Shi was different. He had long since become accustomed to such intensity from Wen Bian, like highly flexible dough, capable of enduring any manipulation without complaint. One hand encircled Gu Shi's shoulders tightly like steel rebar, while the other urgently worked on unbuttoning his shirt. 3 buttons bounced off onto the floor before Wen Bian finally found what he sought, a very faint scar on Gu Shi's abdomen, extending downward into a portion hidden beneath the fabric. The incredible hypothesis was confirmed, causing Wen Bian's eyes to well up suddenly. He propped Gu Shi against the wall, then leaned down, biting the scar with intent. At the last second, his head turned slightly, ultimately avoiding the actual wound, instead biting the area just right of it. Awakened by the sharp pain, Gu Shi not only felt pain but also noticed a hot liquid trickling down his abdomen, slightly irritating the nerve endings around the injury. He reacted instinctively, realizing what had happened, glancing down only to find Wen Bian silently weeping against his stomach. Seeing this, Gu Shi was immediately filled with deep concern. He touched Wen Bian's back gently to soothe him, trying to lighten the mood. "Aren't you going to teach me a lesson?" "Ah, it hurts." Wen Bian bit again, this time merciless. "I'll teach you something all right. I'll show you how to create life." Gu Shi's nose stung, suppressing himself silently. After all, one got used to Wen Bian gnawing eventually. Would he truly bite hard enough to draw blood? A small patch of bloody moisture remained on the pale, slim abdomen. Gu Shi froze momentarily, promptly realizing that Wen Bian had bitten his own lip. Alarmed, Gu Shi immediately pulled on Wen Bian's hair, bending down and presenting his lips in front of Wen Bian's face. "Master, please, go ahead and bite me." In response, Wen Bian kissed him passionately and at length. Gasping for breath, the couple lost themselves briefly inside the restroom until Shou Bun's babyish voice came from outside, "Dad, I need to pee." Gu Shi paused, pressing Wen Bian's shoulder, "Quick, go." Recently, he'd seen snippets of Wen Bian interacting with Shou Bun on TV. Watching them every day after work had looped through his mind repeatedly. In the beginning, Wen Bian fumbled awkwardly while cooking or dressing Shou Bun incorrectly, inside out or backwards, but now he did everything competently. Thinking back to when he himself first became a father, even more flustered than Wen Bian on the surface at least, though Wen Bian always appeared sullen, making it hard to discern his inner thoughts. Wen Bian took out a new urine pot from under the bed. Although unnecessary, lacking experience in caregiving, influenced by an enthusiastic saleswoman at the hospital shop, he practically purchased half the store. "Use this." Shou Bun wrinkled his nose, somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle, can I use the bathroom instead? Your dad is tidying up his clothes in the restroom." Wen Bian touched his nose, suddenly realizing that given how he'd torn off the buttons earlier, Gu Shi wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. A real man must dare to try. Wen Bian poured water from the bedside cup into the urine pot. "It's as simple as that." "Little Bun." Gu Shi finally managed to button one button and took the urine pot, saying, "You take him to the bathroom." Gu Shi had rested a bit earlier and was now feeling energetic. He asked Little Bun what he wanted for lunch. Foods high in protein were temporarily off limits, so Little Bun turned his eyes mischievously and said he wanted ice cream. "Ice cream is too cold, we'll have it in a couple of days." Little Bun glanced at Wen Bian, who immediately interjected, "I've already arranged for some light meals. They should arrive soon." Gu Shi glanced at this father-son pair suspiciously and said, "Then I'll go take a shower first." The private room Wen Bian booked came with its own shower. Gu Shi needed to be careful about hygiene now, but Wen Bian, arriving hastily, didn't dare to hold him just yet. When Gu Shi finished his shower and came out, Little Bun immediately ran into his arms. Gu Shi quickly held him on the bed and said, "You can't rub against Dad right now. Your skin might get itchy." Wen Bian fed Little Bun rice from a bowl, and Gu Shi caught on immediately to something odd. Wen Bian was picky when it came to food, especially breakfast. It seemed Little Bun had inherited this trait, deliberately avoiding common foods like carrots, corn, or bok choy unless Gu Shi personally fed him. Then he'd obediently open his mouth. But now in Wen Bian's large bowl, there wasn't even a hint of those common foods, only ingredients Gu Shi couldn't name. Wen Bian confessed voluntarily, "Isn't this from last night when I was trying to cajole him?" Actually, Wen Bian wasn't skilled at coaxing kids. Instead, on the show set, it was usually Little Bun comforting Wen Bian. Not knowing how to properly comfort him, Wen Bian simply asked what Little Bun liked to eat. Taking advantage of their alone time while Dad was away, Little Bun rattled off a long list of foods he disliked. Coincidentally, Wen Bian disliked these same foods, leading them into a pleasant exchange. Both agreed no one else in the world could possibly understand them so well. Wen Bian assured him that there wouldn't be any unpleasant food during their stay, and Little Bun fell asleep with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. "Gu Shi, is this coddling or spoiling?" Wen Bian angrily whispered back, audible only to the two of them, "Isn't it like you teaching him to secretly ask for outside help and deceive people?" "Gu Shi, how is it deceit?" "Fine, I admit it's my fault." "Wen Bian, we'll settle this later." Gu Shi felt guilty but still managed within half an hour to cook a pot full of dishes that Wen Bian disliked, eat in front of him. There's nothing like food made by your beloved spouse, even if Wen Bian doesn't want to eat, he still has to force himself. Gu Shi's reasoning was straightforward, treat the symptoms but also the root cause. Little Bun learned from Wen Bian, so all he needed to do was correct Wen Bian's habits, ensuring the bad example was removed. "Wen Bian, what kind of quack theory is this?" Wen Bian stuffed a piece of yam into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it down. Gu Shi gently reminded him, "Slow down. Is it tasty? Now have another bite of carrot. Be good." Little Bun held his bowl, staring eagerly at Wen Bian. "Is it yummy?" Wen Bian performed his task reluctantly. "Once a day." Gu Shi patted Wen Bian's shoulder. Gu Shi turned on the TV randomly, stopping on an entertainment news channel where a scandal involving Wen Bian and the White Lotus Flower actress appeared prominently. All morning, Wen Bian's mood swung wildly, and he hadn't yet been informed of the latest developments outside. Rising actress Lu Fei suspected to be pregnant. She reportedly had a close relationship with Wen Bian. Gu Shi. "Wen Bian, she's lying." Gu Shi lovingly patted Little Bun's hair and asked, "Is Daddy Wen familiar with this pretty sister?" "Familiar." Little Bun looked determined, puffing his cheeks, giving the same answer as before. "Wen Bian, after painstaking efforts to prevent anyone from stealing a kiss, does it mean nobody will believe in my integrity?" Chapter 21. Wen Bian turned his head and kissed Gu Shi lightly, saying to the Little Bun, "That's how you become familiar." Gu Shi couldn't help but slap Wen Bian. Wasn't this teaching kids bad habits? Wen Bian said, "Wait a moment." He then went out and dialed his agent, demanding an immediate clarification within 10 minutes. The studio had its own set of templates for clarifications, adding a few sentences was all it took. 10 minutes later, the studio issued a statement in black and white, stating that except for program requirements, Wen Bian had not once taken the initiative to speak with Lu Fei, urging marketing accounts to know their limits. Along with the statement, a long list of names was released, directly naming the marketing accounts and reminding them that court summonses were already on the way. Having been in the entertainment circle for 4 years, Wen Bian didn't know where to spend his money, especially on legal fees. The team of lawyers maintained by Mr. Wen Chairman retweeted articles expressing support. In a live streaming event, Lu Fei was being interviewed by a journalist on-site fabricating details, calmly spreading rumors about how Wen Bian had brought the little bun to play games with them at night. A tabloid reporter glanced at the latest news and asked her what she thought about Wen Bian's lawyer letter. The face of the young actress changed abruptly, unsure of the content of the lawyer letter, and the journalist wasn't going to tell her either. Artists using legal tools to defend their rights, of course I support that, she replied. The journalist added fuel to the fire. Wen Bian claims he did not take the initiative to talk to you during the program. She, used to having male artists only issue a "just friends" statement when bound up in scandals with her, was now humiliated directly. What's worse, she discovered no more marketing accounts were willing to pick up her promotional materials, leading her popularity to plummet from second-line star status straight down to 18th-line anonymity. Our elder brother is so tough, we should spend money on him to cover lawyer fees. Fans celebrated universally. Gu Shi took advantage of Wen Bian's absence to say to the little bun, "Call him daddy too from now on." The little bun looked up at Gu Shi curiously, asking, "Are we still in the show?" Gu Shi responded, "No, you have 2 fathers. Do you remember why you are called Gu Wen Shou?" The little bun pretended not to recall, scratching his chin until Gu Shi quickly stopped his hand. "Daddy knows you're ticklish. Just hold on a little longer, baby." His plan foiled, the little bun hung his head in disappointment, because Daddy said reviewing the old enables one to learn the new. "There's another reason," Gu Shi continued. "You're my and your father Wen's precious child, that's why you're named Gu Wen Shou." Gu Shi considered lifting his shirt to show the little bun, telling him he came out from there, but remembering the tooth marks left by Wen Bian on his abdomen, decided against it. "Am I also Daddy Wen's baby?" The little bun opened his eyes wide, yet somehow felt worried as his dad seemed somewhat clumsy. He figured he'd better teach Daddy more stuff in the future. "Yes," confirmed Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't know that the little bun planned to impart every trick of consoling people he had learned from him. Wen Bian proudly showed his lawyer letter to Gu Shi, who found it somewhat laughable that he spent a fortune just making a phone call. Seeing that Gu Shi wasn't jealous as he had expected, Wen Bian instantly became aggrieved again. They reconciled so fast, as if the breakup 4 years ago never existed. Yet, Wen Bian always remembered Gu Shi's reason for breaking up, he couldn't tolerate his temper. Wen Bian's temper had grown worse over the 4 years. From start to finish, apart from the unreasonable behavior concerning his college senior incident, he believed he had been restrained enough in front of Gu Shi. He hoped Gu Shi wouldn't get too close to others because he would be jealous, and therefore led by example by maintaining chastity despite working in the entertainment industry. Wen Bian deemed this as equal exchange. If this wasn't enough, what exactly needed to be done? Afraid of waking the little bun who had just fallen asleep, Wen Bian pulled Gu Shi to the corridor and demanded, "You don't care at all if I am involved in scandals with other stars, do you? When I fell sick previously, you didn't come over. Even when I had a fever like crazy, you didn't show up, wanting me to turn into a fool unable to recognize you, perhaps." Gu Shi replied, "Who was comforting you over the phone?" Wen Bian twisted his head away, "I don't know, some unfaithful man with a voice modulator." Gu Shi hooked his little finger with him and smiled, "Didn't I answer when you called me Sheng? Why did you break up with me?" Wen Bian finally asked, "You couldn't stand my temper. If so, go now. Otherwise, we'll end up splitting in the future anyway." Though saying this, Wen Bian's right hand tightly grasped Gu Shi's wrist, not loosening at all. After a sleepless night, Wen Bian's eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. Since the previous night, he hadn't been relaxing at all. Gu Shi suddenly felt soft-hearted but didn't want to stir up trouble between Wen Bian and his father. "Sorry, it was my fault. I had a bit of depression back then. Will you forgive me?" Later, he realized that due to pregnancy, the hormonal fluctuations in his body made him more sensitive than before, making him physically uncomfortable each time after being pressured by Wen Bian, far from the apparent peace they had on the surface. The opposition from Mr. Wen Chairman was one reason, but not the whole picture. The most critical issue was the loss of communication between him and Wen Bian. When he felt stressed, he didn't say anything, and neither did Wen Bian when he got jealous. Wen Bian thought this reason was too flimsy, but remembering the cause of Gu Shi's depression, it seemed excessively heavy. While he enjoyed his fame in the entertainment circle, Gu Shi bore the child alone, raising him and educating the little bun so well. There must be other reasons. Wen Bian stared at Gu Shi. Gu Shi's heart jumped as he thought he'd been found out, only to hear Wen Bian continue, "Was it because of the college senior?" It had been 4 years, even he had forgotten how Gu Shi could still remember, which made his eyebrows raise in annoyance. "Why don't you try reminiscing about him?" "Just because I do, why can't I mention it anymore?" Wen Bian acted like an uncontrollable guard dog, barking loudly and trying to break free from his tether to fight the college senior. Right at that moment, a familiar figure flashed downstairs. It was none other than the college senior. Seeing Wen Bian so furious he was about to leap off the third floor for a decisive battle, Gu Shi quickly grabbed his neck and kissed him. For a few seconds, Wen Bian froze, then reacted suddenly as his breath turned from angry to panting in a different way. Before hospital.avi could roll, Gu Shi gasped and pushed Wen Bian away. It has nothing to do with the college senior. Shut up, I forbid you from mentioning those two words again. Wen Bian licked Gu Shi's upper lip and said, if you mention them again, I'll kiss you. Gu Shi. Who is the one bringing it up? I'm jealous too, alright? Including Lu Fei, Yang Chirue, Fang Yu, apples, bananas, peaches, there are plenty. Gu Shi listed a string of actresses and their aliases, all failed cases of intended controversies with Wen Bian. So, should we compete on who's more sour? Wen Shou is already grown up. Each name Gu Shi mentioned caused Wen Bian's mouth to stretch wider, until finally chasing Gu Shi and asking, are there more? So Sheng Sheng had been paying such close attention to him. More. Gu Shi raised an eyebrow. Wen Bian wasn't entirely satisfied, he felt Gu Shi should remember all the female stars he interacted with, along with male ones too. He admitted explosively, you only remember these. They're not names you secretly memorized recently, are they? Saying so, he started to feel wronged himself. Gu Shi. Alright. When the little bun was having dinner, Wen Bian also held his food, sitting cross-legged at the foot of the bed face to face with him. This time it wasn't a bowl but a plate, listing foods both father and son disliked. By irritating Gu Shi, Wen Bian increased the frequency of showing his eating habits daily. The little bun, noticing Gu Shi wasn't around, looked sympathetically at Wen Bian. Dad, did you only start liking this food after turning 20? Just like disliking yams after 20. Wen Bian recalled during the recording of the show when the little bun once asked him this question without any context. Back then, Gu Shi used this approach to make the little bun eat yams. Wen Bian looked at the little bun's red face, finding it hard to tell him, you must like what your dad Gu wants you to like at whatever age. That's not true. Wen Bian sincerely answered the little bun, I've always liked it, very delicious. Sometimes you dislike it just because it's a mistake, and after trying a few bites, you might start liking it. Yams are so cute, if you don't like them, they will be sad and won't grow tall. Ah, the little bun saw Wen Bian seriously talking nonsense and gave a face-saving response, I'll try my best to like it. So difficult to eat. Wen Bian and the little bun thought simultaneously. But when Gu Shi arrived, both spoke unanimously, delicious. After the little bun was discharged from the hospital, Wen Bian took both of them home, feeling he was a life winner, having a wife and a son. Wen Bian had been vegetarian for several years and couldn't hold back on the first day home, climbing into Gu Shi's bed. No condom, it doesn't work. Wen Bian crawled onto Gu Shi, biting everywhere, I'll clean you afterward. You lack skills. Gu Shi worried about getting pregnant again and firmly refused. Do I lack skills? Wen Bian's expression blanked for a second, did you trick me every time before? Post-coital cleaning skills. Those little tadpoles are so sly, do you think you're some kind of five-finger mountain? Wen Bian clung to Gu Shi's body, wanting to go at it again but didn't want to leave him to buy condoms. He became irritable and started rubbing against Gu Shi while hugging him tightly, then let me rub a bit first. Gu Shi went to the supermarket to buy groceries. When paying at the cashier, he saw condoms on the counter, calmly took 2 boxes. But once outside, his face turned red all the way to the neck roots. He rubbed his cheeks, took a deep breath, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Chairman Wen's car parked by the roadside. A polite-looking secretary courteously invited him into the car. Everything was just like 4 years ago. Chairman Wen simply told him with his hands crossed behind his back, I won't harm you in any way, but you need to understand, if Bai Yan wants to enter the entertainment industry, without the strong backing of the Wen group behind him, what do you think? Will he be subjected to sexual favors? Get banned after fighting? Be placed under a media embargo? I consider myself an open-minded parent, even if he were to enter the entertainment circle, I wouldn't interfere. But this one point, no, not possible. Bai Yan hasn't suffered hardship since childhood. Can you bear watching him get bruised and battered in the entertainment industry? Are you sure that he will still be the same person when that happens? Chairman Wen gave a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, perhaps, you can also persuade him to give up. The inexperienced Gu Shi was threatened indirectly, and his psychological defenses began to crack. The period afterward seemed more difficult with Wen Bian, leading eventually to their breakup. But now, it's different. Gu Shi stared at the fumes rising from the ancient teacup table before him. Time brings stability, and offers harvests. Both he and Wen Bian are no longer naive rookies. With a stern expression, Chairman Wen pulled out a card, 100 million yuan. Gu Shi remained unmoved. Not satisfied. Chairman Wen himself thought it wasn't enough to express sincerity and pulled out another card, 300 million. The secretary brought over a stack of documents, placing them one by one before Gu Shi. When Shou is still young, these property transfers, my daughter-in-law, you can sign them for him. Daughter-in-law? Gu Shi. Eager to liquidate his assets, Chairman Wen said, can I see my grandson already? Asking Wen Bian to pass something along was harder than killing him, so Chairman Wen had to come personally. Gu Shi finally found his voice, you take these things back. You keep them. Consider it an apology for my rudeness back then. Given the momentum, there was no turning away, and Gu Shi temporarily accepted it, planning to return them later to Wen Biyan. On the other side, Wen Biyan couldn't believe such a crude reason for the breakup. When he saw the diary in Gu Shi's house, his thoughts moved quickly, flipping directly to the entries written 4 years ago which he'd secretly read. He never realized that during that time, Gu Shi's emotions had been truly terrible. This was clearly evident in between every word, and all he did was jealously stew over baseless suspicions. Gu Shi very briefly documented his conversation with Wen father, skipping the finer details. Using his powerful imagination and idle drama knowledge reserve, Wen Biyan reconstructed the entire process. After putting down the diary, he desperately wanted to see Gu Shi. As a public figure, Wen Biyan rushed out without wearing a mask, searching for people. He didn't find anyone at the supermarket but noticed Chairman Wen's car parked in front of the tea house. Panic set in within him, immediately causing him to search room by room. When he saw the secretary standing outside the door, he stopped abruptly, furiously pulling the door open. What do you intend to do to him? Gu Shi was about to leave with Chairman Wen, heading home to wait for the little bun to finish preschool. Seeing Wen Biyan there left him momentarily stunned. Wen Biyan's gaze immediately shifted to the items in Gu Shi's hand, a vegetable basket containing a file folder and 2 bank cards. He instantly flew into a rage, grabbing Gu Shi's vegetable basket. Don't accept his things. I'm not breaking up. Wen Biyan picked each hazardous item out of the basket and tossed them onto the ground. What is this? Tossing aside the file folder. And this? Tossing away the bank cards. Gu Shi. Tell me what this is. Whenever Wen Biyan found anything that didn't seem kitchen-related in the vegetable basket, he threw it out. In the end, he was squeezing the box hard until it deformed. Upon looking up and seeing what Wen Biyan was holding, Gu Shi felt a bit dizzy. They're condoms, silly. Chapter 22. Wen Biyan acted like a madman, and the servers were excitedly watching the drama unfold between the entertainment circle and the wealthy family. Gu Shi noticed someone taking photos and realized it was too late to stop them. He tiptoed, trying to snatch back the item before everyone could get a clear look. Being taller, Wen Biyan saw Gu Shi's attempt to grab it and raised his hand higher. Following his movement, Gu Shi accidentally fell into his arms. Wen Biyan quickly hugged his wife. It's a seondom. Gu Shi growled into Wen Biyan's ear, enunciating every word through gritted teeth. Not only were they being watched by the servers, but this was also the first time the two were meeting each other's parents. Couldn't they be less embarrassing? Wen Biyan hesitated for a moment, suddenly becoming sober under Gu Shi's glare. Try throwing it again. Chairman Wen hadn't seen his son in a month and actually felt somewhat guilty when he saw Wen Biyan making a fool of himself. It seemed he hadn't taught his son well enough before letting him out to date. He signaled his tall secretary, who immediately snatched the condom from Wen Biyan's hand, threw it into his briefcase, and smiled as he asked the server to leave and delete the video. Realizing his hand was empty, Wen Biyan's fiery moment cooled down, and he coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Patting Gu Shi's shoulder, he declared firmly to his father, "This is my wife." Chairman Wen rolled his eyes at him. "I know. Come on, your son should be finishing school by now." Was this agreement? Did he not come to stop them? A glimmer of light appeared in Wen Biyan's eyes, and he looked for confirmation from Gu Shi, who nodded at him. Though Wen Biyan heard a hint of disdain for himself in his father's words, he didn't care. Quickly and skillfully, he picked up what he had thrown earlier and returned it to the basket. He even attempted to retrieve the condom from the secretary's briefcase. It was something bought by his wife, so it meant more. Smack. Gu Shi slapped Wen Biyan's fingers away. It was too late. Walking slightly behind Chairman Wen, they exchanged quiet words. "Xingxing, I apologize on behalf of my dad." "I'm sorry," said Wen Biyan as he held his hand, sincerely reflecting on their situation. "And about me, I'm worse than my dad. 4 years ago and 4 years later, all I've done is make you angry." How could the old man change so quickly, while Wen Biyan remained stuck in his ways? "I have problems too," Gu Shi admitted honestly. Though Wen Biyan could be annoying when he didn't understand the truth, once explained properly, he listened. "How did you?" Gu Shi stopped midway, remembering all the trouble Wen Biyan had caused in the past. Had he been peeking at his notebook again? Gu Shi didn't mind. Busy with studies and work, he never found time to record sentimental musings. His diary was simply filled with brief notes about daily events. Let him read if he wants to. Wen Biyan confidently denied nothing, not feeling wrong in the slightest. "Do you regret breaking up with me?" Gu Shi wasn't sure how to respond. In reality, he didn't regret it. His father-in-law's stance had been firm 4 years ago, and after enduring the hard times alone, it resulted in Wen Biyan having a smooth career in show business. Looking back, everything was worth it. He couldn't bear to see Wen Biyan suffer, especially after the baby was born. Raising children made his protective instincts stronger. At any time, he would do everything in his power to protect the big one and the little one. But hearing Wen Biyan crying over the phone tore him apart with guilt. How many times had Wen Biyan secretly cried during their separation? Regret. Gu Shi gave the answer Wen Biyan wanted to hear. Wen Bian's stern brows relaxed, and he glanced at his father-in-law's stern back ahead, then at Gu Shi's gentle eyes. A smile spread across his lips. Hey, let's go pick up our son. Gu Shi smiled. The reasons for lovers to be jealous boiled down to two things, one was due to matters of interest, and the other was due to a lack of security. Clearly, Wen Bian belonged to the latter category. Security doesn't just come from relationships but also from family. Despite Wen Bian's determination to overcome obstacles and stand up to the world for their love, the disturbance from his father always lingered as an unsettling factor. With his mother gone early, Chairman Wen had raised him roughly, yet his large hand guided the baby at birth and provided every solid step along the way. The role of a father was indeed special. Finally, the foot dangling in mid-air in the realm of love touched solid ground. Gu Shi clearly felt Wen Bian's excitement and peace. It was wonderful, they would strive to be good fathers to Wen Shou as well. Chairman Wen came prepared. After being called Grandpa a few times by the little dumpling, he gleefully pulled out gifts one by one, like a magician. Wen Bian watched coldly from the side, recalling how when he received birthday presents as a child, his father never displayed such a talent. Gu Wen Shou was like a custard bun, sweet to everyone who saw him. Coincidentally, Chairman Wen and Wen Bian shared similar traits, much like when Gu Shi taught the little dumpling how to flatter Wen Bian with those exact words. They always worked flawlessly. Wen Bian let out a light tisk, feeling disdainful, as the president of a multinational corporation had been fooled by the little dumpling's second-hand tricks, his face glowing with joy. Sure enough, in the Wen family, the son being critical of the old father carried on from generation to generation. In the evening, the little dumpling got tired from playing and went to bed early, making an appointment with Grandpa Wen to play together the next day. After taking a shower, Wen Bian hurriedly climbed into bed but was predictably pushed down by Gu Shi. Weren't you throwing them around vigorously? Now I declare, you've thrown away half a year's worth already. Thinking about the embarrassing scene earlier, Gu Shi's neck turned as red as his ears. In broad daylight, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Wen Bian pounced on Gu Shi and showered him with messy kisses, half a year. At most, we'll use it all up in one night. Gu Shi broke free from Wen Bian, got out of bed, and dismantled a keyboard. You sleep with this tonight and reflect properly. You should be compensating me. Wen Bian argued unreasonably, for 4 years, I haven't even touched a box. Its packaging has changed several times, how was I supposed to know it was a condom? 4 years ago, he was so familiar with all types on the market that he could recognize them from 10 meters away. Sitting in jail for 4 years, was it not pitiful that he couldn't keep up with the times? Wen Bian pushed Gu Shi's bathrobe up to his chest and bit open a package. I'm telling you, Sheng, there must be compensation, and with interest. Gu Shi almost convinced by his logic, If you were calm, would you not have been able to read the words clearly? Sorry, us entertainment circle people are generally illiterate. The entertainment industry suffered a hit, pitiful indeed. When Gu Shi woke up sore the next day, he really wanted to throw both Wen Bian and the condom out. A warm bowl of porridge was left at the bedside, seemingly timed perfectly for when he woke up. The living room was very quiet. Gu Shi held his waist as he came out and saw a note left on the table by Wen Bian, saying he took the little dumpling to Chairman Wen, and they planned to visit the ocean world together. At the door of the Wen family villa, Wen Bian made an arrangement. Grandpa wants to take you to a faraway place to play, and if you're tired tonight, can you stay at Grandpa's house, okay? The little dumpling, wearing sunglasses, looked up at his dad through the gap under the frames and said, Okay, Daddy. Very good. Call us if you miss Daddy, and we will come get you. Hypocritically, he wanted a two-person world on this memorable day. He appeared sincerely towards the little dumpling while secretly praying that he wouldn't return home tonight. The phone in his pocket buzzed, as Wen Bian walked with the little dumpling into the villa and answered, Is the ring taken out? Good, I'll go pick it up later. Wen Bian was planning to propose to Gu Shi, intending to give him a surprise. He had custom-made the ring 4 years ago, preparing to propose after graduation, but unfortunately, they split before the rings were finished. The pair of rings had been stored in the safe of a brand for 4 years and now finally had a chance to be reclaimed by their owner. After handing over his son to Chairman Wen, Wen Bian drove back in a hurry. The little dumpling immediately called Gu Shi to report his well-behaved itinerary. Daddy, I may not be coming home tonight. Good, Daddy will come pick you up tomorrow. Was it Grandpa Wen who sent you? Where is he now? Grandpa Wen went to get the ring. The little dumpling revealed everything truthfully. Chairman Wen wanted to cover his grandson's mouth on behalf of Wen Bian, but it was too sudden for the little dumpling. Forget about the proposal method. With such a cute grandson, who cared how that brat proposed? Gu Shi froze for a moment, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. This, then be good, don't run around randomly. Wen Bian returned quickly, with a slightly bulging area in the right pocket of his suit pants. Gu Shi knew the secret ahead of time and couldn't take his eyes off that spot. Proposal. How was he supposed to answer? Wen Bian maintained a normal expression throughout the day under Gu Shi's tense gaze and showed no indication even before going to bed. Was he regretting it? Already prepared with 108 possible answers, Gu Shi's mood was high up in the air. Before sleeping, he couldn't help turning over, pressing Wen Bian, and pinching his face asking, Aren't you planning to propose? When Byeon's expression stiffened, he hadn't set up the venue yet, planning to do it the day after tomorrow. The program team for the entertainment transformation plan designated When Byeon as the only outstanding graduate, and they were going to hold an award ceremony the day after tomorrow. When Byeon originally didn't want to attend this lousy ceremony, but as he thought that without this program, he might not have met Gu Shi so early, he accepted the invitation. It was a perfect chance to make some big news. What a pity. Anybody could guess who had leaked the secret with their toes. TSK, little brat. When Byeon took out the ring and was forced to hastily propose, feeling somewhat wronged, decided to turn his indignation into motivation. Whether or not When Byeon was happy, Gu Shi's eyes twinkled with joy. Couldn't you pretend you don't know? When Byeon nibbled on his earlobe, just because I like you. Gu Shi. If you like someone and want to marry them, how can you pretend? Gu Shi felt it wasn't him who should feel guilty, but every time he faced the apparently aggrieved When Byeon, he couldn't help but lose all self-respect, down to his last pair of underwear. But as long as they loved each other, they would enjoy every moment of it. The end. My boyfriend has too many. A handsome singleton made up 108 boyfriends based on a model to deal with package promotions from matchmaking websites. Every time, his boyfriend would hear it. Until one day, they sat at the same matchmaking table. Boyfriend, I've been cheated. Main story. Fong Yuhan was almost 27, still single, and under intense pressure from his family to get married. He came out to his family early, and though understanding, they insisted on pushing him to find a boyfriend. Busy with work and frequently traveling across the country, Fong Yuhan never had time for blind dates. His mother was very worried and registered her son on all kinds of dating platforms, ensuring he could meet someone no matter where he went. These platforms offered Fong an unrelenting and attentive service. His mother, being a VVIP member of these platforms, ensured Fong even had personal customer service. To prevent him from blocking contacts, these sites rotated numbers just to harass him further. Every 3 phone calls, at least 2 were from matchmaking platforms offering their newest packages. This irritated Fong Yuhan immensely, yet to satisfy his mother, he could not simply hang up. Weekly, he was required to log at least 1 hour of dating call records. Too busy to go on blind dates. At least understand the market. Check if your age is still appealing. A pretty face but no boyfriend. Fong Yuhan. Having a good appearance is also my fault. Fong Yuhan had just arrived at the hotel and was waiting in the lobby to check in when another call came. Hello, Rat Customer Service speaking. Mr. Fong, we observe that you're currently in Times City, right? We happen to have a 10-person offline gathering tomorrow. Are you available? Coldly, Fong Yuhan replied, no. The service representative remained undeterred, all right. Knowing your current situation, let me introduce some details about the participants, and if you change your mind, please reach out immediately. A male, 178 centimeters, master's degree. B male, rural origin, no financial burdens, good looks. C. As the person went on incessantly, Fong Yuhan realized his weekly call duration was still short. Listening to A, B, C males looped through his mind, something surreal struck him, and he said suddenly, sorry, I have a boyfriend. The service agent responded with familiarity, is that so? What's he like? We need some data so we can better resource integration for you. Fong Yuhan glanced at the hotel entrance where a group of people walked in, led by a strikingly handsome man whose presence dimmed the luxurious hotel hall. Glancing quickly, he lied confidently to the agent, he is very tall, at least 187 centimeters, likes to wear dark gray suits, has a straight nose bridge, and looks nearly perfect from the side. The customer service agent struggled, our platform has many suitable individuals too, and all are economically successful. Fong Yuhan paused, then exaggerated, oh. My boyfriend is the president of a listed company, requiring 10 bodyguards on business trips. The agent. In the distance, Qin Zhan heard someone boast wildly, coincidentally, his own team had exactly 10 hidden bodyguards. Intrigued, he glanced at Fong Yuhan, noticing the man's fair white nape as he looked down at his phone, his eyebrows raised slightly in interest. Fong Yuhan counted the minutes on his phone contentedly, accumulating 62 minutes, grinned as he took a screenshot to report back to mother. Mission complete. Naturally, the matchmaking platform wouldn't tell Fong's mom he'd found someone. After all, she was such a cash cow, they charged per introduction regardless of whether he accepted it or not. After a few days, a different customer service agent reached out, pretending ignorance, and kept pestering him. Customer service Nyonyo, hello, sir. Fong Yuhan, I already have a partner. Yes, he's a doctor. Heart surgery. Very handsome, owns 3 apartments downtown and a 3-story villa in the suburbs. Do you want to try dating someone else? No need, I currently have 3 boyfriends. That's plenty for me to handle. Just then, Qin Zhan who happened to be passing by heard this, his memory was incredible, and he was a little surprised that Fong Yuhan had replaced his last impressive CEO boyfriend with a doctor. Apparently, it seemed Fong Yuhan was cheating on someone. As Fong Yuhan rode the elevator while chatting idly, he didn't notice Qin Zhan's profound look. Ding. A prolonged beep sounded, and suddenly the elevator stopped, stuck. Qin Zhan pressed the emergency repair button and gave Fong Yuhan a thankful smile. Then Fang Yuhan quickly resumed his conversation with customer service to complete this week's matchmaking quota. Thus, Qin Zhan listened as Fang Yuhan boastfully chatted with his friends for half an hour about his new boyfriend. Running out of words, Fang Yuhan started describing Qin Zhan's back which radiated coldness, turning it into a 3,000-word description of appearance. Qin Zhan felt like these descriptions were oddly familiar. Another customer service hoo-hoo, Mr. What? Did I break up with the doctor? Fang Yuhan frowned tightly. He had long forgotten what kind of character the doctor was supposed to be, so he said, we broke up. Reason? My current one is richer. Though he doesn't work, his family owns a mine. He says he'll propose and gift me an entire mine. And another customer service called Tootie. Qin Zhan would never have imagined that in just half a year, he'd overheard Fang Yuhan talk 12 times with friends about his lovers. From financial tycoons to company presidents to piano chiefs and university professors. Countless ex-boyfriends. All over the country, countless beds trampled. The only commonality was their height, appearance, and style seemingly remained unchanged, slightly resembling him. Qin Zhan, of course, wouldn't know that Fang Yuhan was describing him based on a template from their first meeting when Qin Zhan showed his profile sideways. Looking at Fang Yuhan, he thought the man indeed had this capital. However, the saying, golden exterior conceals tattered insides, couldn't be more accurate. It was even more exaggerated than some of Qin Zhan's business friends who frequented nightclubs. The encounter rate was far too high. No matter which city, Fang Yuhan could always make an unexpected appearance. Being highly vigilant, Qin Zhan might have suspected ulterior motives if this was someone else, such as reading too many brainless novels attempting to attract his attention, but Fang Yuhan was entirely excluded. Given Qin Zhan's love view and self-discipline, he would never involve himself with such flirtatious people in his life. After Fang Yuhan created 108 imaginary boyfriends, his mother finally got mad, rejecting all excuses. She demanded he return for an offline blind date since he hadn't chosen anyone online properly. It wasn't surprising this time why Fang's mom was so determined. Fang Yuhan's father had a comrade whose 70th birthday was being celebrated. They invited old comrades for a reunion, and the son of one of them was not only good-looking but also very successful in his career. After multiple inquiries, Fang's mom discovered this person was also single and homosexual. So they decided to set a table for a dinner match. Qin Zhan always respected his grandfather, following his arrangements accordingly. They hyped up Fang Yuhan as handsome, polite, naive, and completely inexperienced in love. The grandfather's comrades were all reliable, and Qin Zhan fell for this well-crafted propaganda. At the dinner gathering, when Qin Zhan saw the private room door open, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Fang Yuhan. Indeed handsome, but completely inexperienced in love. Ha! Fang Yuhan's memory wasn't great. He forgot people easily after seeing them once or twice, so he looked confused. What's going on? Why does this guy seem hostile? Is he also forced to come for the blind date? Isn't he the comrade's grandson? Fang Yuhan immediately felt a connection and smiled warmly at Qin Zhan, as though they were lifelong friends. This bright and open-hearted smile was incredibly contagious, even Qin Zhan couldn't resist it. His loosely clenched fist tightened. Blind dates are indeed unreliable, easy to be taken advantage of by those seen as naive. But who in the business world dared to take Qin Zhan as a naive person? He could crush you so hard that not even bones would remain. Qin Zhan stared deeply at Fang Yuhan. You'd better stop while you can, or you'll bear the consequences. Fang Yuhan, unable to understand what Qin Zhan meant, looked fiercely into his eyes. You're definitely here unwillingly too. Chapter 23. Mr. Qin Zhan was kind and gentle. Xiaoniao, do you have a boyfriend yet? Fang Yuhan blushed upon hearing this long-forgotten nickname. No, I've never been in a relationship. When Fang Yuhan was little, he was small and delicate, looking like a beautifully crafted doll. Before he turned 3, his mother had him checked several times to ensure he was growing properly. At Qin Zhan's 4th birthday party, Fang Yuhan was brought to Qin Zhan's house by his parents. In the middle of the celebration, they realized the child was missing, causing a commotion as all the security guards were mobilized to search for him. Qin Zhan, at 4 years old, loved raising birds. His grandfather specially gifted him a birdcage over a meter tall as a birthday present. The cage was ivory white, lined with soft white velvet, creating a rather dreamy style. Since such a large birdcage couldn't be carried, it had small wheels attached at the bottom so it could be pushed around. As everyone was frantically searching, Qin Zhan's birthday celebration continued. He pulled down the curtain of his birdcage, eagerly expecting a fierce eagle but instead found a soft, adorable little bundle. Fang Yuhan had somehow crawled into the cage and knelt inside, gripping the railings of the cage with his chubby little fists, his black eyes wide and innocent, his long lashes fluttering, seemingly tickling everyone's palms. Big brother, carry me, Fang Yuhan sweetly smiled after realizing he couldn't get out by himself. The guests sucked in a sharp breath. Was this how things worked among the elite families? Sending a foster wife at just 4 years old. And even keeping her caged up. With such an adorable appearance, the parents were clearly heartless. That was true. When young, Fang Yuhan looked more beautiful than any girl. Qin Zhan felt the surrounding gazes getting hotter. I don't. Fang's mother chuckled awkwardly as she quickly took her son out of the cage. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. But with that one careless movement, Fang Yuhan had jumped straight into what he thought was a pumpkin carriage. Fairy tales before bedtime had given him this fixation. Later, whenever Fang's mother told stories, she emphasized that boys didn't ride in pumpkin carriages, they only drove them from the outside. Both of them forgot this embarrassing story later on. However, the story about the foster wife spread quietly among the elite families, eventually affecting Qin Zhan's arranged meetings poorly. Qin Zhan watched coldly as Fang Yuhan acted pure, bashful with pink-tinted ears, making him appear quite convincing. Yet Qin Zhan did not expose Fang's act. Still, if he didn't have those inclinations, why observe it so carefully? Grandpa Qin noticed that his grandson appeared disinterested, but his sidelong glances kept landing on Fang Yuhan's face, confirming something in his mind. Smiling contentedly, he suggested, "Our Qin Zhan doesn't have a girlfriend either. You two are always running around different places, maybe it would be good to become friends and support each other." It was clear from his words that he wanted to push their meeting together romantically. Fang Yuhan glanced at Qin Zhan, feeling some shared sympathy. It seemed Qin Zhan was another unfortunate victim of forced marriage. Sure. Fang Yuhan immediately agreed, thinking he was helping Qin Zhan. If both of them remained indifferent, Qin Zhan would likely be forced to continue attending arranged meetings. Thus, showing interest might let Grandpa Qin believe there was potential, reducing the pressure. This was doing a good deed for the day. Skewed eye contact and a sip of pu'er tea couldn't hide the mischievous gleam in Fang Yuhan's eyes. This much assistance he provided to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan assumed Fang Yuhan was mocking him for being a virgin and darkened his expression. What Fang Yuhan hadn't expected was that doing a good deed came with follow-up. The parents of both families, noticing their slow progress, unknowingly applied additional pressure. By pretending to be sick and pathetic to force their marriage, these two unwilling victims finally consented verbally to give the relationship a try. Once they nodded, the plans were already laid out by their elders, the time, place, people, everything arranged clearly. Qin Zhan drove to pick up Fang Yuhan. They only had 5 days left of the holiday season, enduring those 5 days meant going separate ways afterward without interference. Fang Yuhan didn't recognize Qin Zhan's car while still on a call. The dating platform seized the opportunity during the holiday to promote its services. Unfortunately, the updates weren't timely, unaware that their big client was about to slip away. Fang Yuhan was amused, realizing it would be the last call he had to take. With Qin Zhan as a convenient excuse, he no longer had to meet his call quotas and enjoyed chatting casually with customer service. After cycling through several rounds of customer service representatives, corresponding to all 12 zodiac animals, this time it fell back to the original mouse agent. Happy New Year. I have someone now. Thanks. I remember my first president class ex-boyfriend, right? But in the end, I prefer presidents who are wealthier and cultured. It's not a reunion, a good horse doesn't eat returned grass, it's a new president. Stop worrying about me. Seriously, it won't lead anywhere. The customer service representative, unwilling to lose a big client, persisted. Based on our observations over the past year, you seem to change boyfriends about once a week. So, we can still keep an eye out for some good resources for you. Do you want to look at a few backup options? Fang Yuhan retorted bluntly, with so many ex-boyfriends, do I really need to find a backup through a matchmaking platform? They're all backups. Contact information? No way. If you drag them off to date others, how can they still be my backups? Fang Yuhan refused, there was no contact info for people who didn't even exist. Qin Zhan observed his supposed boyfriend committing emotional infidelity from across a polished glass window. The cold spring air blew slightly, while Fang Yuhan wore a yellow short puffer coat with a beige scarf wrapped around his neck. Tall and elegant, he resembled a budding apricot branch emerging from a field, quietly blossoming in joyous spring light, enchantingly pleasant. Of course, this sentiment held true only if the soundproofing of the glass were better, preventing Qin Zhan from hearing the content of his phone call. After finishing the farewell call with the matchmaking platform, Fang Yuhan's mouth curved with a faint dimple as he turned to see Qin Zhan staring at him intensely behind the glass, seemingly upset. He figured it must have been due to the prolonged waiting time. Sorry, he apologized. Qin Zhan gave a tactful reminder, even though our relationship is fake, there must be mutual respect according to contract. For the sake of both families' dignity, I don't wish for any rumors. With a gentle smile and twinkling eyes, Fang Yuhan assured confidently, I only have you. Sweet talk came easily to him, like balancing numerous relationships effortlessly. Qin Zhan had zero trust in Fang's words, feeling a desire to plug those flirty dimples somehow. Every time Fang Yuhan took a work call during these 5 days, Qin Zhan felt the green horns on his head growing stronger. Fang Yuhan was often busy working and frequently traveled, making lots of friends along the way. His New Year calls never ceased. Since his memory of faces wasn't reliable, his phone contacts were labeled with detailed adjectives, which looked exactly like how a player would mark features of countless mistresses. Kicking himself into remembering Fang Yuhan's many lovers, Qin Zhan eventually realized that constant reminders led to nothing but more confusion. Qin Zhan admitted his possessiveness, knowing how flirtatious Fang Yuhan could be, staying together would surely end in pain. It's a legal society where forced love doesn't thrive, and since their grandparents knew each other well, he preferred not ruining relations. On the other hand, Fang Yuhan was completely oblivious to Qin Zhan's inner turmoil. He thought although their dates were fake, holidays shouldn't go wasted, hence worth investing seriously. Amidst streets brimming with festive atmosphere, various snacks lured him, while Fang Yuhan kept looking around even while eating, ensuring he picked up something nice for Qin Zhan as well. Holding up his phone snapping photos, he acted like a love-struck couple documenting sweet moments together. Fang Yuhan glanced down at the pictures, asking Qin Zhan casually, "Do you want me to send them to your email?" Qin Zhan fixed his gaze on the small patch of exposed white skin on Fang Yuhan's neck when a piece of red firework confetti floated in and landed behind Fang Yuhan's collar. Qin Zhan instinctively reached out to pick it away. Frost-bitten fingertips made Fang Yuhan instinctively cringe his neck. "Do you want some?" He'd chosen different backgrounds deliberately for these date photos, sending one out every few days completed his mother's task satisfactorily. Beautiful indeed. Tilting his head back, intending just to clear a speck of confetti, Qin Zhan unexpectedly came into extended physical contact with Fang Yuhan's smooth, warm skin, unable to pull his hand away. Controlling himself hard, Qin Zhan avoided sliding his hand further, calmly withdrawing it and saying, "No need. You'll go back to work tomorrow, right? Drive safely." Okay. Fang Yuhan stared dumbfounded at Qin Zhan who suddenly bid goodbye. There was also a twinge of hurt mixed within, sensing perhaps incorrectly that Qin Zhan pinched the nape of his neck forcefully like stroking a cat earlier. Seeing the flushed skin on the back of Fang Yuhan's neck, Qin Zhan's fingers twitched at his side. That's it then. This was Qin Zhan's final bout of endurance, reaffirming the resolve that everyone has suitable lifestyles and altering them forcibly brings nothing but suffering and selfishness. Dating Fang Yuhan wouldn't balance risks and rewards equally. It was best to let go before becoming irreplaceably attached. Thereafter, they remained ostensibly together yet nearly a year without exchanging any words. At first, Fang Yuhan was slightly disheartened, thinking they might at least be friends. However, immersed in work immediately wiped clean any such thoughts. But fate played its cruel tricks. The following year, Grandpa Qin firmly demanded Qin Zhan bring Fang Yuhan to attend the company annual meeting. A whole year having passed since their supposed relationship began, it was time to officially reveal themselves. Though they pretended to be in accord, Fang Yuhan attended the meeting dressed formally and took a photo at the entrance for the grandfather to see. Once the task was complete, he retreated to a small room to play games. Qin Zhan delivered a brief speech at the annual meeting, but his mind kept wandering back to the sight of Fang Yuhan earlier, crisp shirt, tie, and a well-fitted suit that left a striking impression. Since Fang Yuhan had traveled so far to come to his company, Qin Zhan couldn't neglect him for long. He picked a bottle of wine from the rack and went to find Fang Yuhan in the small room. The warmth inside made Fang Yuhan's cheeks rosy. Upon seeing Qin Zhan enter, he immediately discarded his game and moved closer. "Hey, aren't you busy?" Qin Zhan loosened his tie. "There wasn't really much for me to do anyway." Fang Yuhan decided this evening would mark a gathering of successful single youths compelled by marriage pressures. The drink flowed freely as they shared their genuine feelings. With excellent alcohol tolerance, halfway through they even called the secretary to bring more bottles. They alternated between red and white wine, eventually tumbling into bed half-willingly. After waking up, Fang Yuhan, clutching his sore anus, fled into the bathroom and sought help from a friend. "It's over. He won't make me take responsibility, will he?" The friend exclaimed in shock, "You slept with Qin Zhan." Fang Yuhan, "No. So why should you take responsibility? He was a first-timer. Not just physically, but also technically new." The friend rolled his eyes. "Aren't you new too?" Fang Yuhan, "I'm different." Clearly, Mr. Qin valued his chastity more than Fang Yuhan did. Otherwise, why would he constantly hint at not messing around? Fang Yuhan thought silently, if someone as self-disciplined as me could draw so much attention from Qin Zhan, it showed how strict he was. As the saying goes, one should be lenient with others but strict with oneself. Qin Zhan must hold himself to an even higher standard. "Friend, what's your plan?" Fang Yuhan cried genuinely, "I don't want to take responsibility." Qin Zhan heard every word from the bed. As expected, one shouldn't harbor any expectations regarding Fang Yuhan's view on love. He massaged his temple. Last night was too chaotic, but now that things had reached this point. After Fang Yuhan entered, regardless of how many boyfriends he had, Qin Zhan said firmly, one must take responsibility for their actions. If the party involved can't handle the responsibility, it's necessary to inform their guardian. Even as an adult, tattling like this clearly showed how much Qin Zhan valued his first time. A wave of guilt arose in Fang Yuhan. "Isn't it enough if I take responsibility?" Chapter 24. Although the two had officially become a couple, their unconventional behavior made them more like an old married couple. After getting dressed and tying their ties, they went off to work. Of course, this was from Fang Yuhan's perspective. Qin Zhan watched as Fang Yuhan left with a debonair air, barely resisting the urge to drag him back by convincing himself that he was a CEO, not a jealous housewife. Fang Yuhan, walking with a strange gait, went to complain to his childhood friend Lu Lishuan. Lu Lishuan, experienced and well-versed, pointed out after hearing Fang Yuhan's grievances, "Are you coming here to ask for porn?" He glanced at his childhood buddy, whose skin was fair and face was beautiful since he was young. Before middle school, he was even more delicate than girls. He was very popular in kindergarten and elementary school, and both boys and girls lined up from the classroom door to the restroom to offer him candies. Fang Yuhan would eat any candy given to him, his chubby cheeks holding a piece of candy as his two small, plump hands struggled to make a large circular motion. "Do you have a pumpkin carriage at your place?" Fang's mom said he could only drive it, but he didn't want to. "No. Well then, I'm not going to your place to do homework." Fang Yuhan had many admirers, but none dared to hold even a finger of his. Beauty to such an extent has its boundaries. Lu Lishuan chuckled softly. "Were you bitten by a pig on the corner of your mouth?" Those two dimples were red as if lipstick was applied incorrectly. And the part exposed at the back of his neck looked like it had been tugged at like a cat's fur all night. Fang Yuhan pursed his lips and glared at him. "Just tell me if you'll give it or not." Both he and Qin Zhan were novices, and desperately needed to make up knowledge in this area, especially Qin Zhan. Bold but lacking skill, all he did was trouble people. Fang Yuhan felt pain in his buttocks but showed great moral courage thinking that Qin Zhan seemed so proper. There might be a chance his computer would get infected next time. This kind of sacrifice should be made by him instead. From his childhood friend, Fang Yuhan got 180 G of resources. He found a courier point and directly sent it to Qin Zhan's company. "I've sent you something, please sign for it." When Qin Zhan received the call, he thought it might be a loving lunch or something similar. For the first time ever, he didn't wait for the secretary to bring it up, he took the elevator down to get it himself. Instead, he received several USB drives. With a ridiculous thought that it might be business secrets, he inserted one into his computer and opened a video. Qin Zhan's face darkened. Think his technique is poor. Recalling Fang Yuhan's 108 ex-boyfriends, Qin Zhan was instantly drowned in jealousy. Having fought in numerous battles, this understanding was amplified and bold-faced in President Qin's mind again. He even suspected whether there was some sort of technical ranking in Fang Yuhan's mind. Was he the last on the list which prompted him to be given a USB drive to learn from? On the 37th floor in the CEO office, Emperor Qin Zhan felt a strong sense of crisis. Frowning, he carefully studied human reproductive technology just like analyzing a financial report. Technique equals 99% hardware plus 0.5% talent plus 0.5% learning. In a single afternoon, Qin Zhan consolidated this perfect formula, ready to practice it with Fang Yuhan that evening, driving all ex-boyfriends out of Fang Yuhan's memory. But that evening, Fang Yuhan regretfully told him, "I'm about to go on a business trip," though they'd only just started their relationship that day. Anyway, they weren't inexperienced teenagers anymore, so there was no need to focus too much on formality. Qin Zhan, that USB disk. Though it had quite extreme content, Qin Zhan wanted to know if Fang Yuhan would accept everything. Fang Yuhan's cheeks turned bright red. It would be better if they all just understood without words. He was going on a business trip for a few days. "If you studied hard, everyone would be happy." He mumbled, "I think it's okay after watching it." These matters should originally be studied together, but being rather shy, Fang Yuhan lied, pretending he had watched it. Clearly unfamiliar at first, now after sleeping together once they were discussing such shameful things. Fang Yuhan's entire body heated up, and he quickly found an excuse to hang up. A post floated around a forum. "OP, my partner changes boyfriends every 2 years, retaining contact details for each one. He even mentioned considering them as spares in front of me once. A drunken incident led us to sleep together, and we became a couple the next day, but he immediately left for a business trip afterward. What exactly does he think? LL, falling in love with a wild horse, destined to be under a sea of grass. 2L, do you really think he's on a business trip? 3L, swallow the bitterness and move on. 4L, the licking dog will end up with nothing. 5L, swallow the bitterness and move on. 1. Kissing Zhan closed the forum feeling heartbroken, realizing it wasn't just his imagination. He immediately instructed his secretary to book a flight ticket to the same city as Fang Yuhan. According to Fang Yuhan's self-narration over the phone, he had boyfriends all across the country. Once he left Qin Zhan's side, wouldn't he be surrounded by wolves? Fang Yuhan was on a business trip for 1 day, and when he left the hotel the next morning, a car stopped in front of him. Inside sat Qin Zhan. "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "Are you here on a business trip too?" Fang Yuhan was surprised. Qin Zhan didn't have the face to admit he had come just to keep an eye on him. "Get in the car." Fang Yuhan was used to going on business trips, but it felt completely different knowing that someone was waiting for him in the same city. Standing by the car door, looking at Qin Zhan, a misty dampness rose in his heart. The fog seemed vague, like a gentle stream of spring water nourishing his heart. This was perhaps the special charm of love, attracting every person who tested its boundaries. Most of these seemingly beautiful coincidences were more than likely planned. There was no doubt that Qin Zhan had come specifically for him. Fang Yuhan regretted a little, feeling like a scoundrel who would run away with his pants up. He got in the car and said to Qin Zhan, "Take a right turn ahead to go to the art gallery." Quickly finishing his work meant he would have time to spend with Qin Zhan that evening. Qin Zhan's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, but Fang Yuhan didn't notice, and instead complained about the neurotic artist who had arrived at today's exhibition. Qin Zhan recalled the scandalous tales Fang Yuhan had shared over the phone. The heart surgeon fought with a fitness trainer for me. The trainer broke the doctor's leg. The present boyfriend, a delicate artist watching nearby, was so affected that he had a heart attack. The doctor, despite having a broken leg, saved the life of the patient thanks to his medical ethics. The trainer, deeply moved, began to pursue the doctor. The details about the artist matched perfectly. This must indeed be a rival for his affection. Good thing he came. Didn't you actually come here just for me? Fang Yuhan smiled smugly, somewhat pleased. Qin Zhan was startled, thinking that his possessiveness had been noticed. He quickly composed himself and answered solemnly, "No, I had a meeting here." Tough luck rolling out, 3 characters, the first being tolerance. Their relationship wasn't deep enough yet. In this period of mutual adjustment, one party needed to show more consideration. Without tolerance, there would be harshness. Without the harshness, one might leave. Qin Zhan hoped they wouldn't end up in such a situation. Fang Yuhan was made somewhat awkward by his presumption, not knowing how to respond. But then the wholehearted attentiveness Qin Zhan showed all day long made Fang Yuhan forget this small hiccup entirely. No matter where he was, Fang Yuhan could always feel Qin Zhan's gaze following him, making him feel satisfied and at ease. After returning, Fang Yuhan applied to reduce his business trips at the company. Whenever he had spare time, he went to pick Qin Zhan up from work, believing himself to be a very responsible man. Fang Yuhan would always wait for Qin Zhan outside in the car. He didn't want to cause a scene inside the office complex. Anyway, whenever he came, Qin Zhan would definitely come down within 5 minutes. One day, Fang Yuhan got out of the car and entered the restroom in Qin Zhan's building. By accident, he overheard some old gossip. "Did you see today? Zhang Lily from the marketing department asked President Qin to dinner again and got refused. TSK, President Qin has been single for so many years. Don't be fooled by appearances. Last time when President Qin asked me to send some materials to Director Liu, there happened to be several rich housewives gossiping at Director Liu's home. Guess what I heard? What? President Qin has a fiancé since childhood." The other person gasped sharply, fiancé since childhood? You can never understand the life of the elite families. It is said that he was given to Qin grandpa in a cage at 7 years old. Damn. Isn't this illegal? Fang Yuhan also found it unbelievable. Setting aside legal and moral issues, if one had a fiancé since childhood, why come out for blind dates? Still, he maintained rationality and didn't take the employee's words at face value. A mature boyfriend shouldn't jump to conclusions and start accusing Qin Zhan directly. His immediate reaction was to ask his mother. "Mom, I heard today. Does Qin Zhan have a fiancé since childhood?" Mother Fang was putting on a face mask when she heard her son's question and wanted to laugh, but forcibly restrained herself to avoid wrinkles around her eyes. "Yes, I know." Wait a minute, Mother Fang was getting ready to recount the forgotten story to Fang Yuhan. His mother's vague confirmation almost made Fang Yuhan cry with anger. With red eyes and pouting lips, he muttered, "You guys knew." Seeing her son dash into the bedroom after uttering only a sentence, Mother Fang was momentarily shocked and hurriedly peeled off the mask. "What's the hurry, son? It's you. You forgot, didn't you?" Fang Yuhan buried himself under the quilt, so he couldn't hear clearly what his mother was saying. Fang Mom hurriedly took out an album from the shelf, flipped to a certain page, and pulled her son out from under the quilt. "Take a look at this." Fang Yuhan's nose tingled, his mind in chaos, and before he could focus on the photo, he quickly concluded, "You still kept this photo. Who's this girl? Qin Zhan, you're not human." Fang Mom slapped the back of Fang Yuhan's head. "Look carefully. That's you." "Ah." Fang Yuhan immediately reined in his almost falling tears and focused. "Is that really me?" After looking up at his mom with disbelief in his eyes, he muttered inwardly, it wasn't possible that his own mother would let him become someone's foster bride as a child. "Still looking at me? You crawled inside yourself, do you remember your nickname?" Amidst the laughter of his mother, Fang Yuhan learned the whole truth. So Qin Zhan's years of being misjudged were actually all his fault. "People," said Fang Mom, "have nothing better to do than gossip about others' family matters, always making things mysterious by cutting off parts of stories, which eventually twists the truth. And you believe them?" Fang Yuhan, he wanted to destroy the evidence. Recently, Qin Zhan had noticed that Fang Yuhan seemed obviously eager to please him, resembling a guilty man with a dog outside the home trying to face his legitimate boyfriend without showing any guilt. Qin Zhan knew he shouldn't suspect Fang Yuhan like this, since they'd been together for a month and Fang Yuhan had been the perfect partner. They were naturally meant for each other. Leaning against the sofa, they watched a soap opera on TV while Qin Zhan handled emails and Fang Yuhan communicated with manufacturers, each doing their own tasks. Suddenly, the protagonists in the soap opera became emotionally agitated. The female lead screamed in anguish, "You lied to me. You didn't cut ties with your ex-girlfriend. Are you going to delete the numbers of your 7 exes or not? You disgusting leech, I misjudged you." Seeming irritated by the female protagonist's words, or maybe unable to continue acting. The male lead smirked coldly. Fine, since you already know everything, there's nothing left to say. Let's break up. Fong Yuhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was too fast. Thinking of a long list of previous boyfriends stored in Fong Yuhan's phone, Qin Zhan probed curiously, what would you do in such a situation? Fong Yuhan leaned on Qin Zhan's shoulder, pondering earnestly. Finally, he said, probably even I'd immediately call it quits. How thick-skinned would one have to be to keep pretending and comforting their girlfriend? People like that generally have some strange self-respect issues. Do you have strong self-respect? Very strong. Fong Yuhan emphasized, looking straight into Qin Zhan's eyes. Therefore, don't ever try anything shameful again, he has too much dignity. Qin Zhan had hoped to clear something up. Never mind. The matchmaking platform was very diligent, frequently calling back to check if Fong Yuhan had broken up yet. This greatly troubled Fong Yuhan. He had finally found a boyfriend, yet every day he was asked about splitting up. He sincerely questioned, do you really think that given the number of my previous boyfriends, I need to find a backup through a matchmaking service? Ms. Yang, customer service a backup might be plenty, but they won't last forever. No one stays a backup forever. Everyone will eventually get married and have children. At that point, your resources will decrease, whereas we can provide you with new, first-hand single information. Fong Yuhan, but I really have a boyfriend now. He threatened, if you keep bothering me, I'll make my boyfriend confront you. He has a short temper and is very jealous, graduated from sports school, me, everyone gets along better if you just leave me alone, please let go of me. Not satisfied with this, Fong Yuhan added further, and there's one more who is involved in organized crime, you decide. In the end, Fong Yuhan thought for a moment, and then mentioned Qin Zhan, it would be a pity not to show off the real person he loves most, one who loves me the most is a corporate president. Just one word from me, and he can acquire your company anytime. Don't call me again unless you want to lose your job. We parted well. The customer representative remained silent for a long time before finally saying, all right, sir, this is the last time. Since Fong Mom stopped paying for membership, they were only planning to confirm one final time anyway. Whistling happily as he took a shower, Fong Yuhan felt very pleased. If it weren't for his mom's earlier insistence of providing all contact details including work and personal numbers to the dating platform, he wouldn't have to argue with them every time. These matchmaking messages were relentless. If one day Qin Zhan misunderstands him, thinking he's secretly using the service elsewhere, how should he explain? Meanwhile, outside the door, Qin Zhan was surrounded by dark clouds, sports school graduate. Organized crime boss. Corporate president. He only counts as 1/3. Qin Zhan actually knew whether or not Fong Yuhan had any real contact with other boyfriends. They were together every day, leaving no time for anything else. But even a mental preoccupation wasn't allowed. In the swelling desires of love and possessiveness, Qin Zhan gradually turned dark. Fong Yuhan was completely unaware. He only noticed that Qin Zhan became increasingly rough in bed, each session leaving him fully claimed from inside to out, top to bottom. Suffering soreness and pain everywhere, it felt like he was warming the bed as someone's foster bride. You're an evil tyrant, Qin. Fong Yuhan shivered as he accused Qin Zhan of his wrongdoings. Overthrow the unjust, punish the cruel tyrant Qin, are kings and generals born of noble blood. The personal rebellion against the tyrannical Qin was suppressed. Painful. Fong Yuhan weakly admitted his mistake with resignation, I lacked the strength, truly. He really couldn't climax anymore. He shouldn't have let Qin Zhan watch those videos. They should keep things simple when in bed, what was with all the fancy stuff? In silence, Qin Zhan helped Fong Yuhan take a shower. Having managed relationships with 100 boyfriends, he found it strange that just one person could leave him perpetually exhausted. Was this proof he didn't love him enough? Chapter 25. As the new year approached, Fong Yuhan felt a bit nostalgic. Last year during the Spring Festival, he and Qin Zhan were just pretending to be an ordinary couple. This year, ever since the company's New Year party, they had rolled in the sheets hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Hundreds. Fong Yuhan's buttocks began to hurt as he remembered that recently Qin Zhan was on frequent business trips, and their frequency of such activities has greatly decreased. Of course, this decrease was only what Qin Zhan thought. Fong Yuhan felt once or twice a week was perfect, and once every 2 weeks would be even better. The reason Qin Zhan was often on business trips was that he wanted to accumulate paid vacation days, and Fong Yuhan had been informed early to try to obtain a few more days off. Qin Zhan planned to take him out to play. How evil. If these two didn't have any work to do, being together 24 hours a day wouldn't result in anything good. Before that day arrived, Fong Yuhan decided to give his little soldier a break. So at the beginning of January, Fong Yuhan dragged a large suitcase, telling Qin Zhan that he would be on a 1-month business trip, and would return just before the Lunar New Year. Qin Zhan didn't say anything. He was busy lately. Even if Fong Yuhan went to meet his ex-lover, he didn't have time to catch them red-handed. No, he probably still had time for that. But Qin Zhan decided to trust Fong Yuhan. You're not allowed to ignore my calls. Fong Yuhan, stimulated by the autocratic style of the president, felt weak in the legs, with 2 dimples appearing on his cheeks. All right. No matter when you call, I'll pick up immediately. Qin Zhan stared at those two dimples, as if they were naturally better than their owner at pleasing others, expressing joy, vexation, anger, appearing quietly at the corners of the mouth, just like Fang Yuhan's restless thoughts. Seeing Qin Zhan's gaze, Fang Yuhan quickly put on a mask, rushing away like a celebrity chased by paparazzi. What are you doing? 10 minutes later, Fang Yuhan went out with misplaced blush on his face, touched his nose, regretting he hadn't moved slower, realizing that the more active you get in front of Qin Zhan, the more likely you'd end up being hunted down like a rabbit in the grassland. Now his mask was ruined. He stood by the roadside and called his childhood friend Lu Lishuan. I'll be on a business trip for a while, and then I'll have a few days off, let's go skiing. He had only planned to be on a business trip for 25 days but intentionally extended it to a month, showing quite some cunningness. Hey, Qin Zhan is willing to let you go? Upon hearing the mocking tone, Fang Yuhan got angry instantly. What videos did you show me? Next time he would definitely tie Lu Lishuan to a chair and force him to watch them for 3 whole days and nights until he puked. Educational films. Lu Lishuan could probably guess that Fang Yuhan didn't watch them and directly gave them to Qin Zhan. Fang Yuhan always spoke without thinking and was incredibly thin-skinned in certain aspects. Is that all? Or do you have evidence? Fang Yuhan. 25 days later, Fang Yuhan and Lu Lishuan successfully met at a ski resort abroad. He first beat up his childhood friend and then declared mercilessly, I'm staying for only 1 day. Leaving tonight. Weren't we supposed to stay for 5 days? Did he fly over easily? Fang Yuhan felt somewhat embarrassed. With almost a month having passed since last seeing Qin Zhan, he started to miss him. Now that the work was done, why not surprise his boyfriend and go back immediately? Lu Lishuan saw through Fang Yuhan's deliberate revenge, kicked his calf, but as both had already equipped their skiing gear, this kick tripped them both, making them tumble onto the ground. Lu Lishuan pinned Fang Yuhan down, holding his neck and said, I'm a golden bachelor. If I go out again with someone who's in a relationship, I'm an idiot. 5 meters away, a shutter clicked lightly, and the snow picture was transmitted in real time to Qin Zhan's computer. Zhang Lili had been chasing Qin Zhan for 5 years without success. When Fang Yuhan found out there was such a rival in Qin Zhan's company, he casually held Qin Zhan's hand and strolled past her. Qin Zhan immediately understood Fang Yuhan's intentions and introduced him generously as his boyfriend. Therefore, when Zhang Lili saw Fang Yuhan allegedly cheating at the ski resort, she took a photo and sent it to Qin Zhan. At this point, because of the surprise that Fang Yuhan deliberately arranged, Qin Zhan, who believed Fang Yuhan was on a business trip somewhere else, was speechless. He immediately called Fang Yuhan to confirm, where are you now? Fang Yuhan was not a good liar, in a meeting. Isn't it late for a meeting? Fang Yuhan suddenly realized that the ski resort's location was daytime, whereas the place where Qin Zhan was, due to several time zones difference, should be around 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Yes, the client changed their mind last minute. We're discussing solutions. Alright, I've gotta go, bye. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuhan felt a bit nervous for some unknown reason. He said to Lu Lishuan, let's not play anymore. I need to go back right away. Don't you like my set of naval warships? I'll give it to you as an apology. Lu Lishuan saw how a single phone call could change Fang Yuhan's mind so quickly, his eyes filled with mockery. He thought that being in love was making Fang Yuhan overly affectionate, and being single was better. Alright, since your heart is already back in China, I don't dare let you ski. If you get hurt, Qin Zhan will surely tear apart my small company, joked Lu Lishuan. Does this count as meritorious protection of Mr. Fang, so your tyrant can finance me? You're the one who likes to act like Mr. Fang. On the other side. Qin Zhan's expression turned cold, as if the icy air on the other end of the call could travel through the phone, freezing even the fingers holding his phone. After a long pause, Qin Zhan finally moved his fingers, taking the phone from his ear and dialing another number. Are the plans from last time ready? Yes, Mr. Qin, you can come pick them up tomorrow. As soon as Fang Yuhan landed, he eagerly returned to Qin Zhan's apartment. Upon opening the door, he froze. Several workers were busy assembling a massive birdcage, 4 meters in diameter and 3 meters high. Fang Yuhan was shocked. Is Qin Zhan going to keep birds in the apartment? So large. It couldn't possibly be just to house dozens or hundreds of birds, could it? Fang Yuhan imagined himself sleeping soundly only to be woken up by a cacophony of birds every morning, lips tightening. Wouldn't raising me be enough? Next to the cage lay some specifications. Fang Yuhan glanced at them carelessly, only to be astonished by the listed gold purity. It was a solid gold birdcage. There's no way Qin Zhan would do this without consulting him first. The idiom, hiding beauties in golden houses, came to Fang Yuhan's mind, causing his face to flush. Suddenly, he remembered the old photos his mother had shown him. For more than 20 years, there were 2 cages. Despite differences in size and material, Qin Zhan's aesthetic preference hadn't changed much. Fang Yuhan finally understood why his childhood self had been drawn to birdcages, and he found himself feeling oddly tempted again. Wait. Alarm bells suddenly went off in Fang Yuhan's head. Could Qin Zhan have remembered his embarrassing childhood incident and was planning to settle the score now? He'd endured ridicule about it for years. How would Qin Zhan settle the score? Fang Yuhan's bottom reflexively throbbed in pain, as if pricked by a needle. He jumped off the chair he had just sat on. The promised break didn't happen, and things seemed to be getting worse. He needed to apologize first. As Fang Yuhan hurried out of the door, he collided with Qin Zhan, who was just about to enter. Qin Zhan was surprised that Fang Yuhan had come back early. Fang Yuhan, what a coincidence. Seeing how guilty Fang Yuhan looked as he tried to slip away, anger surged within Qin Zhan. He grabbed Fang Yuhan's wrist tightly, pulling him inside while barely maintaining his composure to dismiss the workers. In the meantime, Fang Yuhan stood timidly by his side, acting very meekly. I'm sorry, said Fang Yuhan immediately after the workers left, preemptively apologizing, I made you lose face, but hasn't everyone been young and ignorant before? Qin Zhan was amused yet angry at the phrase, young and ignorant. Clearly, Fang Yuhan realized he'd messed up. Mockingly, Qin Zhan retorted, do you still think you're 4 years old? You take no responsibility in love. Like children playing house. Do what you want, with as many boyfriends as you please. Fang Yuhan didn't expect Qin Zhan to be this angry, feeling a little lost. As Qin Zhan carried him into the soft bed inside the birdcage, Fang Yuhan sank into it entirely. When Qin Zhan closed the cage door, Fang Yuhan scrambled on all fours toward it. With a knowing look, he clung to the gilded bars and squeezed out 2 teardrops, though none actually appeared. He still didn't think it was a big deal. Qin Zhan wasn't the type to hold grudges over something from decades ago. A petty person couldn't lead a major group. But little did Fang Yuhan know that Qin Zhan was fuming, recalling the past he had long despised. He pitifully used the nickname that Qin Zhan hadn't called him in years, Big Brother, I'm wrong. Qin Zhan squatted in front of Fang Yuhan, suppressing his urges for a moment. Then, hearing this familiar term again stirred his rage anew. Little slave. Qin Zhan's eyebrows knitted together as his hands trembled with anger. He knew that Fang Yuhan often behaved freely, never expecting him to use such self-deprecating terms openly. And with whom had he used these terms before? Facing this fact was like rolling through fire and brimstone. Yet wasn't all this Qin Zhan's own fault, driven by his inability to resist temptation? Kneeling down, he faced Fang Yuhan across the bars, their foreheads touching as Qin Zhan closed his eyes. I don't want to treat you this way either, let me calm down. What he had always cherished was not a caged bird, but a white sparrow preening itself by the water, free, beautiful, and returning home on time. But he had to build this gilded cage as a reminder for him. Qin Zhan shoved the key at Fang Yuhan, if you really know you're wrong, then come out yourself. After saying that, he went back to his own bedroom, his silhouette looking somewhat desolate. Fang Yuhan. Something feels off. Without any pressure, Fang Yuhan simply opened the door and recalling the apology trump card he had thought of earlier, his eyes darted around before he sprinted out the door to get it. The front door slammed shut with a bang, leaving Qin Zhan behind. Was he being too lenient? Chapter 26. Fang Yuhan drove straight to the craft street, checking out every store there until he finally found a satisfactory birdcage. It was only the size of his palm, carved from golden-threaded Nanma wood, with every tiny pillar polished along the golden grain of the timber, gleaming brilliantly and shimmering like gold. Then, the doorbell of a prominent lawyer in the city district was rung. Fang Yuhan stood outside, smiling politely. Lawyer Yang adjusted his glasses, his long fingers brushing some soft fine fur. What is it? Fang Yuhan leaned up slightly and saw a pile of tools on the table behind him, brightening his eyes. I knew you were playing with wool felt. Hurry up, teach me, I'm in an emergency. Lawyer Yang, please mind your words, making wool felt. Alright, making. Fang Yuhan squeezed inside and carefully placed the small cage on the table. Teach me how to make something this tall, as cute as me. I've got photos. Fang Yuhan pulled out his phone and called up the photo. Make it according to this, Lawyer Yang, my marriage depends on you. Not many people are as conceited as you, Lawyer Yang said as he tucked away a row of plush toys from the sofa, revealing a hint of elite demeanor, charging by the hour. Lawyer Yang strictly separated work from pleasure. For friends, legal consultations could be free, but teaching wool felting was definitely not, and could not be desecrated. Fang Yuhan. Alright. But he wasn't a qualified student at all. He held a needle, kneading the wool into hard stones, and no shape had yet emerged. Just starting to mold high-difficulty little figures, Lawyer Yang immediately regretted taking the job. Fang Yuhan sat cross-legged on the carpet next to the coffee table, diligently working according to the guidance, failing 8 times before finally producing a ball. Lawyer Yang sighed and ordered takeout for the two of them. 4 hours later, Fang Yuhan trembled as he took a picture of his right hand holding the needle, originally intending to send it to Qin Zhanhua to gain sympathy. But then he worried that if he couldn't finish the project, he'd lose face. His finger slipped, sending it to Lu Lixuan instead. My hands are going to be paralyzed. Lu Lixuan replied instantly, is Empress Fang trying to do embroidery now? Get lost. 6 hours later, Fang Yuhan held on to his painstakingly made Q-version minifigure, moved enough to place it gently into the cage. The expression was spot on, each movement perfect down to the smallest detail, adorably sweet, with dimples even when closely inspected. Of course, none of these details were due to Fang Yuhan's craftsmanship. Lawyer Yang spent 6 hours slapping the table, turning his palms red, before Fang Yuhan managed to form a vague human shape. Eventually, Lawyer Yang couldn't bear it anymore and took over himself. Fang Yuhan's legs ached so much he could barely stand. Looking at the finished product, thinking of Qin Zhan, a smirk curved his lips as he closed the cage door in satisfaction. Now, weld this cage door shut. Lawyer Yang dutifully brought out the dedicated glue, doing everything himself since he feared Fang Yuhan might accidentally destroy a day's worth of effort. Fang Yuhan thanked Lawyer Yang and happily carried the cage home, his knees aching, yet that didn't stop him from sprinting back as fast as he could. Placing himself in the cage to present to Qin Zhan was about as sincere as it gets. And yet, why should he, the wise and rational version of himself, be the one to sit in the golden birdcage, given it was the 4-year-old Fang Yuhan who had made the mistake? With clear logic, Fang Yuhan boldly tapped the cage with his index finger. Let it atone for his sins. He didn't believe Qin Zhan would still be mad after seeing such a cute version of himself. Looking back, Lawyer Yang truly was meticulous down to the last bit, literally. Even when just dealing with black wool area, accidentally mixing in a single gray hair too fine to see, would be spotted immediately by Lawyer Yang, who seemed to have a microscope for eyes, and required without exception to remove the strand. 100 times stricter than the primary school math teacher watching him solve problems. Fang Yuhan swore this was the hardest thing he'd ever done in his life. Qin Zhan hadn't expected Fang Yuhan to leave so resolutely, so confidently, without even a sign of return. All the lights on the entire floor were off, the faint flickering red light finally extinguishing itself in silence. In those 6 hours, Qin Zhan thought a lot. He suddenly didn't know how to define his relationship with Fang Yuhan, probably just one among his many hookups, and certainly not the boyfriend worthy of such honor. Should he let go? Letting go feels unbearable. Not letting go, though, does he really confine Fang Yuhan in a cage, never allowing him to leave his side? From the start, he had foreseen this situation. But upon hearing Fang Yuhan's, "I don't want responsibility," he impulsively acted. Adults must pay a price for their impulsiveness. Qin Zhan wasn't sure if he could bear the result of his next impulsive act. He suppressed all those wild and unrestrained crazy thoughts bursting out, tightly gripping the armrests, his veins popping up as if using all his life strength. Finally, the fingers with distinct joints brushed off the cigarette ash from his suit pants, and Qin Zhan slowly stood up, expressionless as he tidied up a few important items, deciding to leave until he was calm enough to handle the situation. Fang Yuhan had just wanted to open the door when a sound of footsteps came from the entrance hall. He stopped, hands behind him, but his eyes couldn't hide his laughter, like distant stars falling into his gaze, shimmering softly like water. The door opened slightly, Fang Yuhan's face rose with anticipation, corners curling, tilting his head as he called out, "Qin Zhan." Qin Zhan paused at the call, looking at Fang Yuhan's faint smile, his heart suddenly darkening. Why could Fang Yuhan be so carefree? Fang Yuhan sniffed at the cigarette smell on Qin Zhan, wondering strange since he never knew Qin Zhan smoked. Could it be because of him? The situation seemed more serious than expected, making Fang Yuhan somewhat awkward. Had he really made a severe mistake? He unconsciously scratched his finger while under Qin Zhan's cooler-than-nighttime gaze, slowly lowering his head as he brought out the already warm birdcage from behind. "I'm sorry, I've prepared an apology gift for you." With downcast eyes and a humble attitude, he held up the exquisite and delicate birdcage and an adorable wool-felt baby Fang Yuhan. "Can I let him apologize for me? Even though my body is outside, I have locked my heart inside. There's no key." Qin Zhan trembled both mentally and physically, struck by Fang Yuhan's sweet talk. In that moment, he couldn't think of anything else, wanting nothing more than to hold Fang Yuhan in his arms, make him cry and swear every single word was true, and repeat it 1,000 times or even more. Forget about being cool-headed. Why couldn't he bind Fang Yuhan by his side, whether through responsibility or anything else? This cage looked familiar, but Qin Zhan couldn't recall where he had seen it before. He attributed it to some association caused by the earlier scene this morning. As soon as he reached out, Fang Yuhan quickly ducked away, slipping into the room past him. "It cannot be crushed. I worked on it all day. It also cost 5,000 yuan in tuition fees." Qin Zhan grabbed him from behind around the waist, taking a bite of his tender neck. "If there's ever a next time, I..." "Ah." Fang Yuhan sucked in air sharply. "No next time." After enduring 10 minutes of Qin Zhan nibbling on him, Fang Yuhan covered his neck and asked, "Not mad anymore? Will you forgive me?" Qin Zhan replied after the words left his lips, feeling himself rather pitiful. Fang Yuhan merely made a little figure, not unlike how Sun Wukong plucked a handful of monkey hair, conjuring thousands of monkeys, none of which was the real thing. Yet, he fell for such a low-quality trick. If he had any nieces or nephews in the future, he would surely tell them to fall in love more, otherwise nearing 30, they'd easily be completely taken in by good-looking unfaithful men. Seeing Qin Zhan still being sulky, Fang Yuhan's mind became lively immediately, unable to resist showing off his achievements today. "Do I look like me?" Qin Zhan nodded. "You're cuter than him." Feeling slighted, Fang Yuhan insisted on comparing with the photo again. "Take another look." Qin Zhan's pupils shrank, realizing no matter how much he forgot about the situation back then, he wouldn't possibly misidentify the self who was frowning sternly. Isn't it what made people say you've been rumored to have a child bride? Fang Yuhan asked, sounding a bit aggrieved, am I not your wife now? What difference does it make if it was 20 years earlier or later? Fang Yuhan leaned his head against Qin Zhan's chest, finding the cigarette smell a bit strong. Acting on his own initiative, he loosened Qin Zhan's collar buttons and whispered close to his heart, not daring to let the owner hear, you are so petty. Qin Zhan felt his chest tingling, as if his heart momentarily ceased to beat, his brain turning chaotic and unable to sort out his thoughts, you. Fang Yuhan softly breathed, can you pass this message on to your boss, telling him not to be angry? How could Qin Zhan focus with this happening right in front of him? 2 steps ahead were golden houses, and Qin Zhan put his hand over Fang Yuhan's nape, pressing it on his chest, feeling his kiss through a layer of shirt as lust surged fiercely. Fang Yuhan was forced to retreat, landing several steps later onto the softer-than-cotton velvet cushion inside the cage. His brain raised a first-class alarm, but fortunately, he had a countermeasure. Hold on. Fang Yuhan blocked Qin Zhan's descending lips, let's sign a contract first. He quickly pulled out from his jeans' rear pocket a folded piece of paper the size of tofu cubes, unfolding layer after layer, until finally revealing 2 A4-sized sheets. Qin Zhan recalled the day they talked past each other, when Fang Yuhan had mistakenly thought he was dwelling on trivial matters from 20 years ago. All those assurances of never again turned out to be completely unrelated nonsense. The most important issue hadn't even been addressed yet. When Qin Zhan saw the 2 sheets of paper that Fang Yuhan pulled out, he instantly braced himself as if preparing for war. If this turned out to be some kind of casual friend contract, he swore he'd make him regret it so much that he'd swallow the paper. Having swung wildly between emotions, Mr. Qin clearly no longer had any patience. Fang Yuhan struggled to move a bit beneath Qin Zhan, finally creating some space to breathe. He cleared his throat and began reciting like one would read legal statutes. Party A, Fang Yuhan, Party B, Qin Zhan. Considering both Party A and Party B are first-timers, Party A expresses understanding towards Party B's unrestricted sexual behavior in the past. However, a harmonious and enduring relationship between husbands must be built on mutually acknowledged rules. It is imperative to lock certain body parts within institutional boundaries, avoiding misuse and overuse to cultivate a trustworthy household atmosphere with a plan for lifelong marital peace. Fang Yuhan patted Qin Zhan's bulging bundle with an accusing glance before continuing, based on the above principles, Party B must adhere to the following stipulations. 1. No more than twice per week, each time not exceeding 2 hours. 2. Standard, harmonious, and commonly used positions shall be employed. As soon as Qin Zhan heard the phrase, both are first-timers, his mind went completely blank. Staring at Fang Yuhan's incessantly moving lips, he couldn't make out anything else said afterward. It was as though waking from a dream, finally catching a glimpse of the knot that had been gnawing at their long-standing issues. First time. Qin Zhan interrupted Fang Yuhan, all his blood freezing in place as he waited for an answer he never dared to imagine. Startled, Fang Yuhan shot back, isn't that the case with you? That meant he'd lost out, he definitely needed to revise the contract. Once a week would do fine then. Chapter 27. Fang Yuhan shifted his hips and pulled out a pen from under his butt, then I'll have to make some appropriate changes to the contract. Qin Zhan looked at Fang Yuhan who was paying attention to the contract. For the first time, he clearly realized that their minds were not in the same world. He took away the pen in Fang Yuhan's hand, put both hands together, held his waist so they could get closer, their breaths intertwining. Their eyes met, Fang Yuhan's eyes as clear as springtime fountains, reflecting Qin Zhan's image with purity that couldn't accommodate anyone else. Qin Zhan stared intently into his eyes. In the past, you said on the phone that you had 108 ex-boyfriends. Huh? Fang Yuhan's face changed, memories flashing by like a horse-drawn carriage. He remembered there seemed always to be a familiar silhouette passing by in those forgotten corners since he began boasting for the first time until the second time. That person was Qin Zhan. How embarrassing that this thing got heard by him. Fang Yuhan's face burned, retreating like a turtle, hiding under Qin Zhan. You understand, dating platforms are too annoying, if I don't say I have a boyfriend, they won't stop nagging me. He thought Qin Zhan should be able to empathize since they're both overage singles being pressured to marry, complaining slightly, you wouldn't know how many dating platforms Miss Fang has registered me on. It's incredibly difficult to stay unmarried with a zero dating record and meet someone like you. After finishing his words, Fang Yuhan's face turned even redder. What kind of tone was this to ask for merit? Qin Zhan's mind went blank, as if walking down the street and being struck by a falling gold ingot. He couldn't believe it. No, people of their status can't measure the shock and joy in their hearts with any monetary value. Fang Yuhan was his priceless treasure. What about Xiaonu? Qin Zhan asked a question that had been troubling him for a long time. It's just a nickname, the bamboo radical one, As the clouds in his heart cleared up, Qin Zhan could no longer contain the surging emotions within, kissing Fang Yuhan fiercely. The kiss wrapped in cherishment, excitement, and guilt, making a mixed taste. Fang Yuhan was completely defenseless, like a little chick squashed on a soft bed, getting squeezed thoroughly. His skin almost peeled off a layer. He secretly stored strength, wanting to resist all at once, but every time it came to the critical moment, his strength would suddenly dissipate as if easily teased by Qin Zhan, every move entirely under his control. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuhan held his lips red like chili peppers and seized the opportunity to accuse, so you've been thinking I cheated on you? Though he had seen and heard things before, Qin Zhan still thought about how deplorable it was of him to suspect Fang Yuhan with such thoughts, disgracing the white rose blooming in his heart. He deserved the punishment. I'm sorry, Qin Zhan apologized, hugging Fang Yuhan. How lucky he should be to learn all this before everything became irretrievable. Why didn't you ask me? Do you think silently bearing all this is grandiose and glorious? But I wouldn't know. Sniffing the smell of smoke that clung to Qin Zhan's body, he didn't know how many cigarettes Qin Zhan had smoked in the last 6 hours. Are you smoking because of me? Fang Yuhan pounded his arm with red eyes. If you hadn't told me, how would I know? You always try to stir your own emotions, I wouldn't even care. Even though she said she didn't care, her crying voice made it obvious. What else did you do while I wasn't knowing? Qin Zhan gently patted his back. I'm wrong, honey. If you need to hit me with a coat hanger, it's fine. Just don't get mad yourself. Fang Yuhan rested his chin on his shoulder, feeling angry yet also compassionate. He never expected that someone like Qin Zhan, who always stuck to his word, would suppress himself and wear 100 green hats for him, not daring to mention a word. Such a person had crossed his path. And it can't be all blamed on Qin Zhan. If he hadn't spoken nonsense and forgot about the situation each time, encountering Qin Zhan multiple times and having no memory of it. Do you remember the first time? I even described you when fabricating my looks. Were you jealous of yourself? He sniffed again. I thought your golden birdcage was for me because I liked it very much, ever since I was little. It turns out you were warning me. Qin Zhan attempted to justify, it is indeed for you. Fang Yuhan slapped him, shut up. My fingers blisters just to make that birdcage. With slender, white fingers, Fang Yuhan, who had never done heavy work, showed his right hand, with each index finger, middle finger, and thumb sporting a small blister the size of a grain of rice, looking pitiful. Fang Yuhan's eyes turned pink, hanging with an almost invisible moisture, lowering his gaze to Qin Zhan. That needle was really hard to use. Fang Yuhan kept feeding candy into Qin Zhan's mouth, each piece wrapped with a sugary coating of coquettish complaints, making Qin Zhan's heart feel sweet yet guilty. Qin Zhan held his hand and gave it a devout kiss. I admit I was wrong, you can punish me in any way you like. Although Qin Zhan spoke sincerely, it didn't stop him from thinking that with Fang Yuhan's thin face, he probably wouldn't come up with a way to punish him. Alright, then you stay here and experience the taste of self-entrapment. Fang Yuhan pushed Qin Zhan away, took out the key from his pocket, and locked the great President Qin inside the birdcage in one smooth motion. Qin Zhan, who had lost his guard due to the sugar bullets. Even after half an hour of communication with Fang Yuhan, Qin Zhan didn't calm down. On the contrary, his body became increasingly excited. Who knew he just wanted to grab Fang Yuhan and wildly roll around on the bed right now? His desires were no longer tangled with jealousy but erupted even more thoroughly. Can we change the date? Qin Zhan adjusted his breathing and kindly negotiated. Not possible. Fang Yuhan completely understood what Qin Zhan was thinking right now. If he let him out, would Qin Zhan still have any sanity left? It had already been so outrageous earlier. I'm really smart. Fang Yuhan sat on the ground half a meter away from Qin Zhan, sticking the pen behind his ear, and looked as serious as a clerk. I assume Mr. Qin didn't clearly hear the contract terms earlier. Based on the principle of openness and transparency, I will read it again. Qin Zhan restrained himself, being momentarily confused when he heard 100-year plan for pillow sleep. He put forward his full attention as if attending a shareholders' meeting, listening to Fang Yuhan announce. I oppose. What kind of tyrannical clause is this? Even writing the breakup consequences like a breach penalty. Qin Zhan was furious and wanted to immediately drag Fang Yuhan and give him a spanking. Thinking that way, Qin Zhan calmly analyzed on his face, sweetheart, twice a week is too few, and 2 hours at a time is impossible. We won't even get out of the bathroom before the time is up. Fang Yuhan turned red hearing these words and snapped angrily, I'm the party A, you have to sign even if you don't want to. He tempted him by saying, if you sign, I'll let you out. President Qin stood firm, saying he wouldn't sign no matter what. Fang Yuhan became a little worried. He originally did this to make Qin Zhan sign the contract, but could he really lock a live person in there forever? Under Qin Zhan's intense gaze, Fang Yuhan had a flash of inspiration and lit fire from afar. Do you not want to immediately do it with me? Qin Zhan. Oh, right, Fang Yuhan added, this should be counted towards the next week. Qin Zhan, this is utterly lawless. He glanced around and easily twisted open 2 golden pillars by hand, striding out sideways. Fang Yuhan was dumbfounded, terrified, and dropped the pen behind his ear. How couldn't he pry it open in the morning? Is the gap between people so large? Qin Zhan scooped up Fang Yuhan, whose clothes were deliberately disheveled, exposing a wide expanse of white chest, and answered his question. 2 are pure gold, the others are 3D hard gold. Pure gold is not very hard, easily deformable. The birdcage had many retro intricate patterns. 3D hard gold technology is more perfect, and has high hardness. Except for those 2, overall, the birdcage could only be considered a metal alloy product with gold purity exceeding 90%. Qin Zhan, as a commercial titan, had unique strategic vision and executive decisiveness, but also got used to always having a retreat plan for everything. An average person grabbing the iron-hard cage door wouldn't think about investigating other columns. It was originally meant to be Fang Yuhan's escape route, just in case of the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuhan had completely blocked himself. No one could force President Qin to sign a contract, leaving Fang Yuhan regretful. Thrown heavily onto the bed, Fang Yuhan was kissed until he rambled nonsense. "You're so bad, the birdcage only has 2 columns that are made of pure gold. Stingy ghost, you don't love me." Fang Yuhan was mercilessly flipped over, unable to move, and could only bite the sheet and argue unreasonably. "You probably planned to propose to me with a ring bought by the roadside, made of alloy, fooling me. Ms. Fang would never agree to this marriage proposal. What kind of nonsense is this? Would he be lacking that bit of money?" Being questioned about having no money, Qin Zhan furiously shut Fang Yuhan's mouth with real actions. When Fang Yuhan woke up the next day, the 2 A4-sized contracts were nowhere to be found, later finding suspicious ashes in the trash can. Poor me. Fang Yuhan winced and sat on the sofa, noticing Qin Zhan's laptop on the coffee table and couldn't resist wanting to play games. He only played finger movements games. Qin Zhan's company had an emergency matter, and he went out for an hour. The computer was still open to the work page. Fang Yuhan called Qin Zhan asking if he could play. His own computer luggage hadn't been unpacked since coming home yesterday. Making him go for it now could be lethal. "Sure," Qin Zhan replied, taking the opportunity to ask if he felt unwell. "I'm fine." In broad daylight, Fang Yuhan's thin skin showed through. With a click of the mouse, he saved the document for him and discovered a somewhat familiar picture on the desktop before exiting. The small image looked like a ski resort. Impulsively, Fang Yuhan clicked to enlarge it, only to find it was a photo of himself wrestling with Lu Lixuan. No wonder Qin Zhan had been wearing that green hat for so long. This time, his reaction was the biggest. But that wasn't the point. The real issue was, did Qin Zhan send someone to follow him? Fang Yuhan returned to his family home in a huff. Qin Zhan. His wife really disappeared at the drop of a hat. Chapter 28. After Fang Yuhan was last sent home due to the rumors of being a child bride, Ms. Fang was shocked to see her son come back limping. "Did you fight with Qin Zhan?" "Fang Yuhan, I was pinned down and bullied on the bed unilaterally." But this couldn't be told to Ms. Fang. How embarrassing would that be? Fang Yuhan instinctively defended Qin Zhan. "Nothing like that, I accidentally slipped when I was coming back." It had been snowing since last night in this city, and today it was overcast with icy puddles everywhere, turning every corner into an impromptu skating rink. Fang Yuhan stumbled 3 times spectacularly right after he left Qin Zhan's neighborhood, his fall so grand that it almost seemed divine, landing him covered in ice chips. Mrs. Fang looked worried. "Didn't you hurt yourself?" She pulled out a bottle of medicinal oil from the cabinet. "Go inside and massage it." "Do you need me to help?" "Thanks Mom, I can do it myself." Fang Yuhan feared that once he lifted his shirt, his mother might see the love bites, and then he wouldn't dare show his face at home ever again. He gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to inhale sharply as he walked steadily into the bedroom and flopped onto the bed, feeling like all his bones had been dislocated and rearranged. Fang Yuhan let out a breath as he pulled down his pants and glanced back, only to be startled by the bruising on his buttocks. He must have fallen hard. Fang Yuhan kicked off his pants entirely with both legs, sending them sliding under the bed, and noticed his knees were not spared either. Already feeling sore from Qin Zhan's actions, now it seemed like his condition worsened. He thought about going back to Qin Zhan's apartment while he lay sprawled outside but dismissed the idea, thinking that showing up looking like a mess would ruin his dignity. Lying prone on the bed, though appearing composed, Fang Yuhan was stealthily massaging his buttocks beneath the covers, moving around the tailbone area methodically, left 3 circles and right 3 circles, until the medicated oil nearly soaked through his skin. With his head resting on his arm, he reflected on his surprising revelation of the day. Qin Zhan had someone follow him. In any way one looked at it, this was infuriating. He knew Qin Zhan acted out of misunderstanding, and such grievance could still be forgiven before realizing its actual influence on daily life. But once he learned he'd been followed, it became harder to be lenient. Humph. Even having bodyguards would have been better. Why didn't anyone step in to help him when he fell so badly? Was Qin Zhan being stingy? Only hiring detectives but not paying for bodyguard wages? Was it possible that the stoic man captured pictures of him lying on the ground, for limbs sprawled out, and sent them to Qin Zhan? Lost in these thoughts, Fang Yuhan punched the bed in anger, confirming the president who uses alloy rings indeed never falters in character. Qin Zhan, I did not, I haven't even proposed yet. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Mrs. Fang enthusiastically opened the door. Qin Zhan held a stack of New Year's goods, followed by 5 assistants each laden down with full arms, reminiscent of grooms during the old era carrying their betrothal gifts. This was the first time Qin Zhan and Fang Yuhan truly visited the Fang household together, especially close to the new year, and it bore immense significance requiring serious preparation. At least there should be an understanding of Mr. and Mrs. Fang's preferences and catering to them rather than just awkwardly bringing in an excess of gifts as they currently are doing. No matter what, Mrs. Fang remained delighted. "You coming is more than enough, why bring anything?" Little Fong didn't mention it beforehand either, and were completely unprepared. Dad went out to play chess, I'll call him back. Oh, Fong Yuhan, Shou Qin has arrived. Fong Yuhan's hand rested on his bottom, froze momentarily, pretending not to hear. After slipping on slippers, Qin Zhan aligned his shoes neatly next to Fong Yuhan's, slightly bowing his head apologetically. I apologize for arriving somewhat suddenly today, Mother Fong. Actually, I'm here to explain something to Xiaonyo as there are misunderstandings between us. Mrs. Fong, quick-witted, remembered the last time Fong Yuhan returned home crestfallen because of some baseless rumor, leading to a jealous reaction. She had a hunch now and smiled, he's inside. Couples must communicate more. Qin Zhan, this guy isn't very responsible, you need to talk to him repeatedly, and if that doesn't work, let me do it. Xiaonyo is great, my carelessness is more frequent. Fong Yuhan listened inside hearing his mother and Qin Zhan call him Xiaonyo, his face heating up like a red egg. He intended to get up and lock the door but abandoned the idea upon lifting his leg slightly, it really hurt. Kissing him softly, Qin Zhan twisted the door open, seeing Fong Yuhan wrapped in a blanket lying face down resting, immediately becoming cautious as he closed the door tightly. Taking 2 steps closer to the bedside, he prepared to lift the blanket. What happened? Are you still in pain? I applied the medicine last night, hasn't it worked yet? Fong Yuhan swatted away his hand. Thinking he was angry about the photos, Qin Zhan knelt half at the bedside, holding Fong Yuhan's hand and kissed it lightly. The scent of safflower oil wafted towards Qin Zhan, who decided not to dwell too much on it and kissed Fong Yuhan first. Fong Yuhan hastily pulled his hand back, exclaiming, damn, I used this hand to rub my butt. The photos were not taken by someone I arranged. Do you remember Zhang Lily? She happened to be on vacation there, saw the two of us, and took the initiative to snap a picture and send it to me. Recalling the existence of this rival from his memory, Fong Yuhan became even more upset. How could such a coincidence exist? You guys must have been in cahoots. Who's in cahoots with her? I'm only partnered up with you for life, Qin Zhan said as he lifted the quilt. This wasn't a coincidence, we've bumped into each other multiple times over the past year. Let me take a look at your back. Qin Zhan suddenly froze when he saw the state of Fong Yuhan's buttocks, which were far too ghastly. The tooth mark on the tip of the buttock wasn't the worst part, what was worse was that the whole area had turned blue and was now red from being rubbed, radiating heat. What happened? Qin Zhan looked at him, unsure where to touch, feeling extremely heartbroken. It was almost gone this morning. Fong Yuhan suddenly felt this was an excellent opportunity to exploit. He turned his head, tensed his butt muscles for a moment, and immediately tears welled up from the pain caused by the muscle pulling. Fong Yuhan blinked, exaggerating his sorrow. I already told you no. Wah. It's all because of you, I can't even move. When I was little, just a light bump in the garden resulted in bruises that lasted for days. My mom was heartbroken. And you don't care about me. A clever way to shift blame, ensuring no troubles in bed. Qin Zhan knew Fong Yuhan had delicate skin, red at the slightest touch, the kind spoiled young master who should be held gently lest he fall. He deliberately controlled his force to ensure it only reddened without bruising. Had he slipped last night? Pinched too hard, resulting in bruises that only surfaced the next day. Kneeling beside Fong Yuhan, Qin Zhan gently blew on his buttocks. Xiaonyo doesn't hurt anymore. It was my mistake, it won't happen again. Fong Yuhan sneered, you're just talking nonsense, you don't even sign a contract. Who runs a family by signing contracts? We're not business partners, Qin Zhan coaxed him. Between husbands, mutual understanding is needed. Take a step back, both of us. In the future, I'll be gentler and control myself. This situation today will never occur again. If I repeat the offense, I'll sleep in the study for a month. Fong Yuhan countered, twice a week. Qin Zhan replied firmly, no time limit. Taking advantage of his status as an injured party, Fong Yuhan added, overtime results in penalties. Accumulate 5 penalties, and you'll go sleep in the study. With a pout, even his small dimples brimmed with profound grievance, you simply don't care about me. I do care. Qin Zhan sighed helplessly, thinking does getting on the bed mean giving a PowerPoint presentation, including penalty points, yet unable to say anything against seeing Fong Yuhan's sore rear end. His beloved wife still needs careful coddling so she won't run off impulsively. Alright, Just then, Mrs. Fong entered opportunistically, Qin Zhan, I just boiled some eggs, take them to Xiaonyo to massage the bruise. He fell earlier, we don't know how swollen it might get. Quickly covering Fong Yuhan with the quilt, Qin Zhan processed the information from Mrs. Fong's words. Turns out it was a fall. Fong Yuhan remained unsettled, having been betrayed once again by his own mother, and decided to pull the blanket over his head to pretend death. Qin Zhan stood up gracefully, accepting the boiled egg. Thank you, Auntie. I need it exactly. As soon as Mrs. Fong left, Qin Zhan mercilessly lifted the quilt, pressing his fingers onto the tailbone. Fong Yuhan shrieked, you just promised. Qin Zhan tapped his thigh lightly, what did I promise you? Don't move. Let me take a look. We should still go to the hospital and get an x-ray. Otherwise, I won't feel reassured. Qin Zhan directly opened the wardrobe and found a pair of thermal long pants for Fang Yuhan. Fang Yuhan, keep everything separate, we'll discuss bedroom matters later. It's wrong of you to twist things when you're injured, delaying treatment. Don't make me turn suspicion into reality. I won't dare. I don't want to go to the hospital, Fang Yuhan begged, remembering how every trip to the hospital involved unwanted attention from nurses. This time, he didn't want their gaze directed truly, it would be embarrassing. No way, you can't move. There are always consequences to exaggerating one's condition. Carried by Qin Zhan towards the hospital, Fang Yuhan initially felt the frustration of a failed plan but soon let go and tightened his grip around Qin Zhan. Being carried by the person you love certainly feels different, just going to the hospital isn't so bad. The result showed no fractures fortunately, the doctor prescribed some external medicine with a deep meaning before letting them go home. Upon returning home, as usual, he was still being carried. Qin Zhan gently patted Fang Yuhan's bottom. In the future, listen to the other person's explanation first. Don't run away arbitrarily, alright? Alright. On the New Year's Eve, the two families had dinner together. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Fang Yuhan, slightly drunk, held hands with Qin Zhan by the river to watch the New Year countdown fireworks show. Thousands of firework rockets ascended into the high sky and exploded into golden meteor showers, cascading like a curtain. The whole sky was filled with colorful blossoms, illuminating the sky and earth as bright as day, signaling the arrival of the new year. Kneeling down on one knee, Qin Zhan held a blue velvet box in his palm, which contained two plain rings nestled side by side. Fang Yuhan, will you marry me? Fang Yuhan looked down at Qin Zhan and the ring in his hand, finding both far more dazzling and brilliant than any fireworks. His eyes misted slightly, but he remained silent. From his pocket, Qin Zhan took out another document. For a moment, Fang Yuhan thought it might be the marriage certificate already prepared, but it turned out to be the platinum purity certification for the rings. They're really not alloy, Qin Zhan emphasized that he wasn't lacking the money for such a purchase. Fang Yuhan's face darkened momentarily, retracting his tears as he hastily put the ring on. I like alloy ones, they're durable. Smiling, Qin Zhan stood up and wore the other ring himself, then said, take a look, there's something else inside. Shaking the certificate booklet, Fang Yuhan found a silver-white fine chain dropping out, with two smooth small rings attached to each end, one large and one small. The larger one was thick as a finger, elegantly simple, the smaller one exquisitely delicate, like a miniature version of the ring embedded with a sapphire. What is this? Its style was uniquely charming. An ankle chain, Qin Zhan knelt again, rolling up Fang Yuhan's trouser leg to help him wear it. The two small rings clicked and fastened together. Fang Yuhan's ankles were slender and pale, wearing the chain giving off an inexplicable allure. Qin Zhan's fingers circled his ankle as if charged with electricity, causing tiny tremors. Fang Yuhan wiggled his toes. Seeing Qin Zhan's gaze fixed unwaveringly on his ankle, that look seemed so solid it anchored him in place, unable to run away forever, he felt somewhat bashful. Get up. You can't take it off even while showering. Fang Yuhan also liked it, thus simply agreed, alright. It stayed on for a year until Lu Lishuan, a single man, bought two myna birds to keep him company, and Fang Yuhan saw similar chains on their feet, only then realizing the truth. How unique a design. The two circles, evidently, one fits around a bird's leg, the other ties to the wood. What aggravation. Qin Zhan showed no shame in being discovered, so you want an enlarged version? Fang Yuhan suddenly pulled back his foot. Never mind, I think it's just fine. Truly, no one else will replace it with anything else. The end. The mistaken umbrella match. Synopsis: after mistakenly joining an umbrella sharing group, the main character is falsely accused of harassing women. The over-responsible group admin disguises herself as a woman to bait him into inappropriate behavior, aiming to have him handed over to the police station. Attack: all I wanted was a simple romance, your goal is making me go to jail. Main text. In the scorching summer, with temperatures often soaring above 39 or 40 degrees Celsius, Hua Fuan, self-proclaimed as the toughest man in the universe, refused to use an umbrella regardless of the blazing sun. After peeling off layers of burnt skin for the 18th time, Hua Fuan joined an umbrella sharing group with a gloomy expression. Carrying an umbrella by oneself was unthinkable, it was only possible when pretending to shield a girlfriend from the sun, preserving his reputation as the top bully at the sports academy. Within half a year of university life, Hua Fuan successfully trained 8-pack abs, secretly snapping a photo as his profile picture to flaunt under a fake account. While flaunting, Hua Fuan humbly darkened the background, creating a pitch-black image basically equivalent to a solar eclipse. But someone in this world is always meticulous and overly scrupulous. Su Yuha, the group admin, meticulously screened every applicant to ensure everyone's intentions were upright. Seeing Hua Fuan's black silhouette on the profile picture emitting dubious vibes, Su Yuha scrutinized the picture carefully for 3 minutes using Photoshop, discovering it was an abdominal muscle photo. Muscle photos are commonly seen as avatars among internet hookups, prompting Su Yuha to furrow her brows and question Hua Fuan's evasive behavior. Thus began a thorough investigation into his motivation for joining the group. Are you a party member? No. Purpose of sharing umbrellas? Too much sun. Why don't you carry an umbrella yourself? Lack of face. Hua Fuan became extremely impatient. He felt his hardman image was thoroughly degraded by these inquiries. To those who know, this was about joining a group, to those unaware, it seemed like filling out dating application forms. If it weren't for the suspicion that the person might be a woman, Hua Fuan would have mocked right back. With proper motives confirmed, Hua Fuan was accepted into the group. Su Yuha marked a red tick in her notebook. Task released, from Chaoyang Building to the East District, requires a girl, pay is 30. Recently, a generous employer joined the group. It was rumored that he was a stunningly handsome man who kept releasing tasks almost twice a day. The moment the task was posted, it disappeared immediately. But gradually, fewer people became enthusiastic about taking his jobs. Sometimes they even complained in the group. If you're not desperate for money, never take his job. Seriously, don't do it. You'll regret it. I feel like I'm selling myself for cash. It's only because he's rich, otherwise, I wouldn't endure Su Yuha and all this suffering. When Su Yuha saw the message, he was at the bus station. He immediately put down his luggage to check the message on the spot. A motorcycle rushed by, leaving his luggage intact but stealing his phone. Though Su Yuha had determination and confidence to contribute to national development, he weighed barely over 100 caddies, a weakling. He could neither chase the thief nor get any response from shouting, so he just accepted his misfortune. By the time he bought a new phone and opened the group chat again, the topic had already changed rounds, and there were no traces of the earlier conversation. Hua Fuan continued posting tasks. Recently, it took several minutes before someone accepted his tasks, which made him think the pay might be insufficient. So he raised it. I really want to take it, but, forget it. Recently, there has been a pervert around Chaoyang Building. Everyone needs to be very careful. This was accompanied by a, you know what I mean, expression. From these sentences and an emoji, Su Yuha reconstructed the full story in his mind. He'd heard about this pervert in Chaoyang Building a few days ago. School authorities failed to find evidence, but the guy was actually lurking in his group. To harass girls right under his nose. Indeed, one can never truly know a person by their outward appearance. A single inspection isn't enough to weed out experienced perverts. Su Yuha seriously reflected upon this and wrote 3 pages filled with thoughts. He then immediately issued a statement. Lately, it has been discovered that many male members seize the chance of umbrella sharing to flirt with girls. This group strictly reiterates. Everyone must thoroughly self-reflect, correct their reasons for joining, advocate a spirit of dedication, and jointly create a harmonious, friendly, and righteous campus WeChat group. The group quickly echoed, the admin is so responsible. Last time I met such a person, you guys have to be careful. It's not worth it for this small amount of money. Seeing the girl's avatar, Su Yuha recognized her as the one who had taken Hua Fuan's tasks before. Evidence confirmed. He hurriedly created a secondary account and, with the speed of a 2-decade-long bachelor, snatched the first place when Hua Fuan released a new task. Brother, can we meet at the staircase entrance of Chaoyang Building? Su Yuha typed a row of cute emojis, keeping a straight face. Hua Fuan briefly replied, alright. And please, don't call me brother. We're not familiar, it feels strange. Su Yuha noted, suspect has a certain degree of verbal persuasiveness. Su Yuha set his phone aside and borrowed a knee-length strapless dress from his roommate, who often dressed as a woman. He tucked a recorder into his inner pocket and solemnly adjusted the length of the dress. Just wait till I blast this pervert. What Su Yuha missed in the chat history was the truth. Victim 1, I said the umbrella seems too small, I've got wet. I tried being polite. Then he asked if I thought the umbrella was too small and suggested making a custom rain canopy. Ha! He earned the task through sheer ability. Victim 2, this guy's tall and holds the umbrella dead center, leaving me, a shorty, completely exposed to the sun. Hell yeah, is sunscreen free? The skin care products are way more expensive than the pittance we earn. Victim 3, the worst part is, he acted all formal about men and women keeping proper distance. Looking all gentlemanly, but maintaining 15 centimeters between us. Am I, standing at 155 centimeters, unworthy of the protection of the umbrella? Victim 4, all roasted like dried fish, who cares about gender anymore? Chapter 29. Su Yuha and Nian Nian, who won national scholarships, always buttoned their shirts to the top button, never played with their phones while walking, and always brought goji tea to class. Asking him to wear a skirt was quite troubling for him, he always felt like there was a draft beneath it, making his steps awkward. After 10 minutes of mental preparation, he finally put on a pair of summer sleep pants that were shorter than the skirt underneath it. The Chaoyang Building had 2 types of stairs, one wrapped around the columns and went up, used by fewer people. Su Yuha hid behind the pillar, avoiding the crowd, and sent a message to Hua Fuan. Not long after, a tall figure approached, is this Shou he? Ah, it's me. Su Yuha looked up and was startled by Hua Fuan's build. Over 185 centimeters tall, well-muscled but not rough, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, he was masculine and handsome. Even if 3 Suyas were tied together, they wouldn't be able to beat him. The color drained from Su Yuha's lips under his mask as his heart quivered and he confirmed, sharing an umbrella? Hua Fuan noticed the person in front of him staring blankly, their face covered by a large mask straining to look up at him, revealing only a pair of bright big eyes. A bit cute, Hua-du thought. He swung his backpack onto his shoulder and took the umbrella from Su Yuha. Let's go. The suspect had a certain advantage in appearance, perhaps because of this, many girls chose not to report him. Su Yuha analyzed and clenched his fists tightly, determined not to be deceived by appearances. Su Yuha walked cautiously, afraid that any gust of wind might lift his skirt. His hands pressed down on the hem anxiously. To outsiders, it seemed like a little girl going out on her first date with her crush, secretly infatuated, with rosy cheeks. Walking beside Hua Fuan, he looked just like a small lamb, with a huge size difference. Hua Fuan glanced down at the girl beside him and saw her face turn bright red. Furrowing his brows, he remembered the girl from the neighboring class in high school who handed him a love letter. She was also timid like a weak clover that would wilt under the blazing sun. Unconsciously, Hua Fuan moved the umbrella 10 centimeters towards her side. Su Yuha did not feel Hua Fuan's consideration, he was almost overheated. Prone to sweating and wearing a pair of pants under his skirt, plus the umbrella held high leaving his lower body exposed to the sunlight, sweat streamed down his calves non-stop, his face becoming increasingly red from the heat. Enduring the discomfort, Su Yuha secretly observed Hua Fuan's reactions, sure enough catching him stealthily peeking. It infuriated him further, how could someone so tall know whether or not he was looking at his chest? Even though he didn't have one. But other girls did. Hua Fuan caught Su Yuha's glance for a while, witnessing his face turn red as an apple, and then discreetly shifted his gaze. What thin skin, getting red from just one glance. It was their first time sharing an umbrella, both remained silent throughout the walk and parted ways once they reached their destination. As soon as Su Yuha returned, he threw his tank top into the laundry basin to soak. He sat at his desk to write out his plan and reflection. With his glasses on, he summarized his findings from this encounter. Firstly, he seriously underestimated the suspect's physique. Su Yu drew Hua Fuan on scrap paper, placing a force point on his arm, drawing directions for gravity, pressure, and support. Hua Fuan's single arm could carry at least 2 of him. Secondly, the suspect's patience was better than expected. Aside from today's peeking, there was no improper behavior. However, criminal acts are often a process of gradually escalating. Recalling Hua Fuan's first dispatch to when people complained within the group, it spanned over 2 weeks. Apparently, 15 days might be one cycle of his crime. Su Yuha noted the dates carefully, reminding himself not to rush, or he'd reveal his hand too early. Not only could that fail to catch the pervert, but it might lead to a beating. Taoba's wolf prevention spray would arrive within 3 days. Mastery of anti-wolf techniques would take 2 weeks. Finally, he'd deliver the suspect to the police station. After writing down the work plan, Su Yuha immediately found a set of strengthening exercises on video websites, diligently practicing every day according to instructions. Each time he finished, he'd touch his arms, thinking they seemed stronger than yesterday, not really. Su Yuha felt a bit upset, how did that man train anyway? The crossdresser entered from outside with a panicked expression, as if meeting someone in real life left him greatly shocked. Seeing Su Yuha sitting on a yoga mat looking troubled, he became even more surprised. Yoga mat? What are you doing? Sculpting your figure. Su Yuha, training muscles, but it seems not effective. The crossdresser couldn't bear to remind him, flowers cannot grow tall pines, nor can yoga mats train massive muscles. Glancing at the washed clean little skirt hanging out to dry on the balcony, remembering Su Yuha's intentions, knowing this was likely to be a prolonged battle, he generously said, I'll give my skirts to you. How could I possibly do that? Su Yuha was taken aback, I'll buy it from you. It's not a new skirt. It has already depreciated in value. Consider this as my little contribution towards combating pornography crimes. Thank you, I will work hard. Su Yuha received his roommate's full approval, and immediately became energized. Hua Fuan opened the weather forecast for tomorrow and saw an unbroken string of 39 degrees Celsius. He switched to the shared umbrella group to start dispatching orders, copying and pasting to send out. During the waiting time, a thought crossed his mind, and he browsed through the group members, noticing that Su Yuha's alternate account was online, which made him look forward even more. Sure enough, it was Shou he who accepted his order again. Is he secretly in love with me? Accepting my orders every day. Su Yuha, it's only been twice so far. The next day, Hua Fuan styled his hair a bit before class, applied some gel, and didn't wear his favorite sportswear. Instead, he fished out a casual suit that his mom had bought for him when she was a first-year student, even pairing it with a pair of completely non-breathable canvas shoes. I just don't want to ruin the image of the person that the young girl is secretly in love with. Hua Fuan didn't overanalyze his actions and even thought he was very considerate. As soon as class was over, Hua Fuan rushed out of the classroom at sprint speed. When he reached the spiral staircase and saw the corner of black and white skirt behind the pillar, he immediately stopped, steadied his breathing, and walked over pretending to be nonchalant. Su Yuha was more familiar now. This time, he wasn't wearing a mask, revealing his sharp little face, well-proportioned nose, and skin whiter and smoother than peeled eggs, making people want to bite into it. Hua Fuan took the umbrella casually, mentioning, we are quite destined to meet each other. How about we partner up in the future? I won't have to send tasks every day anymore. Su Yuha's eyes lit up, looking up at Hua Fuan, here it comes. The suspect finally made a move. He realized his expression was too joyful and coughed lightly, narrowing his fine eyebrows and hesitating, but sometimes I don't have classes here. Hua Fuan, seeing Su Yuha pretending to be indifferent while clearly delighted, became even more certain, almost blurting out something like, then I can come pick you up too. He thought he should act dignified and said in a matter-of-fact tone, if you're willing to make a detour, I can offer a slightly higher price. No need. It's not for the money. What I mean is, the money you give is already plenty. There's no need to add extra. In fact, Hua Fuan severely disrupted the market by randomly setting prices. A 3-yuan task for sharing an umbrella was boosted tenfold, leaving other male students embarrassed to speak up. Including Su Yuha, there were many who wanted to beat him up and stuff him into a sack. Not for the money. Then what else could it be for? Hua Fuan glanced sharply but didn't pursue Su Yuha's slip of tongue. The young girl might be experiencing her first love, inadvertently blurting out her real feelings. Hua Fuan felt he should be a gentleman and take care of others' dignity. At the same time, a strong sense of protection arose in his heart before he even realized it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hua Fuan. My name is Shou. This feeling of protection manifested in action as Hua Fuan completely tilted the umbrella toward Su Yuha, almost wanting to hide him behind himself and fully shield him. His own forehead gleamed from the sun, sweat flowing down as if he were merely a servile umbrella bearer, doing so happily and laughing like a fool. Girls who had previously shared an umbrella with Hua Fuan, upon encountering Su Yuha and Hua Fuan walking together, their first reaction was sympathy, even wanting to exchange tips on post-sunburn care. The next moment, upon seeing Hua Fuan's favoritism, they all widened their eyes, holy crap. Is this roughneck capable of being this thoughtful? Then they looked at Su Yuha's skin and appearance. Never mind, this refined girl bows gracefully. Who wouldn't let such a white and soft young lady get sunburned? Apparently, looks really do matter in this world, even for something as simple as sharing an umbrella. When a previous umbrella-sharing female student passed them, she clearly saw a large wet patch on Hua Fuan's back, feeling oddly satisfied as if avenging a long-standing grudge. Su Yuha, meeting those girls' complex gazes, was somewhat puzzled at first, then suddenly realized, this must be a shared response among victims. Make a note of it to analyze later. A week later, in a male dormitory. Hua Fuan casually came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, his neck showing 2 distinct shades. A roommate exaggeratedly called out, didn't you go share an umbrella with someone? Why did you get even darker? Is there something wrong with that umbrella? As soon as the topic of sharing an umbrella came up, Hua Fuan felt that the shared umbrella group was definitely the most valuable campus group he had ever joined. While opening the mobile shopping platform, he enthusiastically recommended it to his roommate, you should find someone to share an umbrella too. It's absolutely worth it. I now feel like I have something to look forward to every day when I go to class. Life is full of hope. Roommate? Your skin tone is utterly unconvincing. It doesn't look like you've been sharing an umbrella for a week, more like you've been moving bricks at a construction site for 7 days. The roommate was suspicious, something about Hua Fuan's word seemed strange, look forward, hope, it didn't sound quite right. Could this be some kind of undercover pyramid scheme? Observing how Hua Fuan had recently changed, the roommate hesitated whether to report him to the school or not. Glancing at Hua Fuan's phone screen, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked directly, are you looking at sunscreen spray? Giving it away. Su Yuha's little face turned bright red every time they went out, despite Hua Fuan's best efforts to shield her. But under the sun that could bake a person alive, all was in vain. Hua Fuan was heartbroken. After consulting the customer service, he decisively chose the spray and carried it in his backpack, frequently taking it out to help Su Yuha ease the effects. The roommate's train of thought, previously wandering off into wild assumptions, was pulled back by Hua Fuan's silly smile. It turned out he was in love. TSK, even Mr. Woodenho has finally come to his senses one day. But Mr. Woodenho might just be growing black mushrooms. The roommate bluntly asked him, when are you going to take your girlfriend out for a meal? Hua Fuan, what girlfriend am I talking about? If you're not giving it to your girlfriend, then who? To the one I share an umbrella with. Hua Fuan realized suddenly after speaking, do you think I'm dating her? Isn't that the case? Sort of, she's pursuing me. If you have feelings for her, why not just agree? Be careful not to end up losing both your wealth and your love interest. It's still early, Hua Fuan stubbornly replied without any sign of moving his heart. He, Hua Fuan, the dominant figure in the sports academy since childhood, had received countless love letters over the years. Was he so easy to pursue? So, when exactly would Shou Hisu confess? Chapter 30. 2 weeks after the umbrella sharing business began, apart from their increasingly close physical proximity, Hua Fuan maintained strict propriety, never crossing boundaries and showing no signs of impatience or improper intentions. But Su Yuha was anxious. He sat at the stairwell entrance, fiddling with a small tear in his skirt, one that had been snagged on a tree branch a few days ago. He didn't have another skirt. Buying a new skirt was out of the question. He needed to achieve the best results at the lowest possible cost. Fortunately, it was summer now. Wearing it during the day, washing it at night, and drying it under the hot airflow from the air conditioner meant he could wear it again the next day. Su Yuha frowned as he recalled the common features of those victims he studied truthfully. He felt he probably wasn't far off in resembling them, except for one glaring issue, his chest. He took a deep breath and squeezed, but alas, there was still nothing but flatness. When Huafuan arrived, he happened to see Su Yuha staring sorrowfully at the tear in the skirt. His heart suddenly clenched painfully. How had he not noticed his little treasure's predicament? Since they'd met, Huafuan had only ever seen Su Yuha wearing this single skirt. Huafuan had assumed Su Yuha had 7 or 8 identical skirts, just like how he himself would buy 18 pieces of a t-shirt he liked and continued wearing them until they were faded white. So pitiful. Come to think of it, if it weren't for poverty at home, why would someone take on orders like these? Huafuan immediately associated Su Yuha with the stereotype of hard-working students who supported their families through part-time jobs. Surely all the labor fees earned from him had been sent back home for his younger siblings' education, while Su Yuha couldn't even afford to buy himself a skirt. His little baby was so mature and considerate, it broke his heart. Do you feel sorry for the skirt? Huafuan asked, sitting down beside Su Yuha. Su Yuha nodded, Is this your only skirt? Not exactly. Su Yuha's tone changed abruptly, leaping up like a cat startled by a sudden step. He nearly slipped up again. How could a girl who loved skirts only own one? Huafuan resolved silently that he would order a new skirt for Su Yuha tonight. Su Yuha clearly sensed that Huafuan had started talking more lately, indirectly prying into his background. Still, Huafuan seemed patient, adopting a strategy of long-term gain. This could not continue. Su Yuha analyzed the current bottleneck. Their usual route must be too crowded, making Huafuan hold back. He had to lower Huafuan's guard. Once Su Yuha thought it through, he tilted his head toward Huafuan, revealing an innocent smile akin to that of a lamb. I heard the lotus flowers are blooming in the northern district. Would you like to go take a look? At this time, everyone would be eating in the cafeteria, so the northern area would be practically deserted. Su Yuha gripped the anti-wolf spray tightly inside his bag, somewhat nervous. He felt Huafuan should agree and make a move. All right, Huafuan said, looking at Su Yuha's flushed cheeks, suppressing his excitement. A date was the first step toward confession. Did he intend to confess his feelings? Should he let Su Xiaohua finish speaking before responding, "Kid, I've known for a while," or should he directly pin him against the wall and declare his love himself? Huafuan felt the latter approach was manlier. Thus, two people, each harboring their own secrets, walked under one umbrella at noon on a scorching 39 degrees Celsius day, heading to the northern district to see the lotus flowers. Neither found it odd. The sun heated Su Yuha to drowsiness, his eyes unfocused, his face flushed unnaturally. He lifted his hand to wipe sweat but his arm felt weak, lifting halfway before gripping the umbrella handle instead. Huafuan thought Su Yuha wanted to hold his hand but hesitated and secretly rejoiced. He took a small bottle of mist spray out of his bag. Su Yuha instantly became alert. However, his whole body went numb, and he could make no reaction as he watched Huafuan press the mist toward him. A fine spray of water vapor approached his face, bringing refreshing coolness, but also giving Su Yuha a chill down his spine. Finished. As consciousness left him, Su Yuha widened his eyes in helpless anger toward Huafuan. The suspect actually carried knockout drugs. Dying before achieving success, often leaving heroes tears streaming. Su Yuha even recited 2 lines of poetry. Xiaohua. When Su Yuha suddenly collapsed, Huafuan's face turned pale. In the nick of time, he caught Su Yuha's body and realized he had suffered from heatstroke. In haste, Huafuan transferred Su Yuha to the nearby 6-cornered pavilion for viewing lotus flowers. Looking at Su Yuha with his eyes closed, Huafuan broke out in a cold sweat. It was entirely his fault. He knew workers get days off in high temperatures yet made no considerations for his precious little gem. He shouldn't have asked Su Yuha to come out during such heat. Huafuan quickly removed his own t-shirt, washed it thoroughly under the faucet, and twisted it into a soggy mess. After wringing it dry, he used it to cool Su Yuha down. With a tearing sound, the t-shirt was split into 2 halves. One half was neatly folded and placed on Su Yuha's forehead, while the other was used to wipe his hands, feet, neck, and every bit of exposed skin meticulously down to each finger. He also removed Su Yuha's sneakers, hesitating for a moment at the sight of the small straps of Su Yuha's tank top before deciding that he couldn't undo the clothes. Huafuan stretched out his long arms and rather unethically picked a large lotus leaf from the pond. After dampening it under the faucet, he used it as a fan to cool Su Yuha down. He wished he had 8 hands so that he could check both temperature and pulse simultaneously. If they weren't in the normal range already, he would have called an ambulance by now. Huafuan elevated Su Yuha's head and rested it gently on his leg. Little Ho, can you hear me talking? Like Sleeping Beauty, would one kiss wake him up? With the sweet fragrance of lotus flowers, Huafuan sniffed and found his little Ho just as fragrant as these blossoms, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement. Without a shirt, Huafuan displayed a well-toned upper body with 8-pack abs pressed against Su Yuha's head. Coupled with a concerned expression, it looked indeed strange. When Su Yuha slowly woke up, this was exactly the sight that greeted him. Even the shirt is off. Su Yuha was shocked, lamenting the loss of his dignity for a second before suddenly remembering he was male. It's fine. Hua Fuan is straight. Su Yuha felt relieved. As soon as he turned his head, his face directly touched Hua Fuan's firm abs. They were slightly cooler than his own body temperature and felt not unpleasant. Su Yuha swallowed saliva, wishing to take a bite and place it on his arm. His clothes were intact, but Hua Fuan was an exhibitionist. Su Yuha urgently analyzed the current situation, his eyes darting around. Hua Fuan had sprayed him with knockout drugs, yet didn't do anything to him. Was he planning something worse? Should he expose him right away or wait until catching him red-handed? Hua Fuan scratched the back of his head, rough yet careful. Do you feel better now? Are you still dizzy? Su Yuha immediately sat up, seeing the lotus leaves on the ground and some pieces of cloth, realizing things might be different from what he had assumed. You suffered from heatstroke. Su Yuha blushed instantaneously, feeling guilty about his irresponsible assumptions. One shouldn't accuse someone of wrongdoings they haven't committed just because of prejudice. Sorry, I trouble you. Su Yuha stood up, bowing deeply to admit his mistake. Hua Fuan was startled. He had never experienced such a standard bow in his entire life, making him so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands. What a polite little darling, with a distinct scholarly air, bringing comfort just at the sight. Even mistakes that weren't his he would own up to. In the future, if he managed to win his affection and bring him home, old Hua would surely be thrilled. The Hus were coal tycoons, rich and powerful. Hua Fuan didn't excel in academics but relied on his athletic talents to get into a prestigious school. For 3 days, old Hua held banquets celebrating endlessly. My son, I've heard that there are loads of diligent girls in universities. You must keep your eyes open and find the most cultured girl for our family. Old Hua instructed him at the railway station when Hua Fuan was leaving for university. Hua Fuan stood up too, threw the torn pieces of cloth into the trash bin, squatted down in front of Su Yuha. Hop on. I'll take you back to your dormitory. Back to the dorm. Male and female building numbers were separate. What if Hua Fuan insisted on escorting him all the way to the door? No need, I can manage myself. Su Yuha shook his hands. You should go change first. Walking around bare-chested in the girls' building isn't proper. His little hoe was truly particular. Hua Fuan cast lingering glances at Su Yuha several times. What a pity, today was supposed to be the day Su Xiaohua confessed to him. As Su Yuha walked back, he fell into confusion. Had Hua Fuan really reformed? Was his sting operation still meaningful? No, Su Yuha's gaze became resolute. A person hasn't fully corrected their ways unless they've paid for past misdeeds. He took out the tape recorder from his inner pocket and started playback. Do you want to take off the skirt? No, can you hear me talking? So beautiful, one kiss to wake up, real fragrant. Have you been kissed? Su Yuha wiped his mouth, extremely angry. It seemed one's nature is hard to change, and Hua Fuan clearly still harbored ulterior motives. He had previously asked Hua Fuan whether he had feelings for him. Although he engaged in entrapment tactics, he made sure not to let the suspect develop true feelings. At that time, Hua Fuan firmly denied, no, you are just like those girls we shared umbrellas with in the past, in my eyes. Su Yuha felt reassured, meaning Hua Fuan's behavior toward him would be the same as toward other girls. In the following few high-temperature days, Hua Fuan didn't call him. However, one night he was summoned to the playground where Hua Fuan gave him several skirts. Su Yuha firmly rejected the offer, taking gifts would entangle him financially with Hua Fuan, and that had to be avoided. It was Hua Fuan's first time giving a girl something. He watched as Su Yuha almost turned the skirts he gave her into antiques, even patching one up in places, which made Hua Fuan quite anxious. His little hoe was so beautiful, what skirt could possibly not suit her? Then inspiration struck Hua Fuan. He understood the pride of a lofty intellectual. It's not like I specifically bought these for you. I wholesale bought a box to give away, there are just a few left. If you don't want them, I'll throw them out. Hua Fuan used every ounce of his knowledge to persuade Su Yuha. Through history, nations rise through diligence and fall through extravagance. My dad says people must live frugally, no wastefulness allowed, so I thought of you. Old Hu's motto is seize the day. Su Yuha hesitated, maybe they're not suitable for me. How could they not be suitable? Without further ado, Hua Fuan pushed Su Yuha into the women's restroom by the playground, go try one on right now. Seeing himself suddenly inside the ladies' room, Su Yuha. Fortunately, there was no one there. Reluctantly changing into the skirt, Su Yuha saw 5 or 6 girls holding hands pass by, one of whom wore the exact same dress as him. This piqued his interest, and his eyes turned toward the center of the playground where many people walked at night. It wasn't long before he spotted 3 others wearing identical outfits, including some of the umbrella-sharing victims. So that's how it is. Now Su Yuha realized Hua Fuan hadn't lied, he really did buy a whole box and gave them out to lots of people. Clearly this was an essential part of his criminal acts. Su Yuha categorized it as hush money. Though Hua Fuan did buy a whole box, he didn't give them out everywhere. He figured Su Yuha should share his sentimentality towards certain styles, loving to wear the same ones daily. That way, today a few dresses, then later more, eventually Hua's purchases filled Su Yuha's wardrobe entirely. This invasion of daily life felt indescribably wonderful. But somehow he'd ended up buying Taobao bestsellers. When Su Yuha emerged in his brand new skirt, Hua Fuan lit up instantly. "You look great, wear it every day from now on." With great ease, Hua Fuan took the old skirt out of Su Yuha's hands. It was washed soft, resembling little Ho, and still carried his warmth. "This one's broken anyway, don't wear it anymore." Hua Fuan took 2 steps to the trash bin, paused mid-action, looked back at Su Yuha, seeing he wasn't paying attention here, swiftly unzipped his backpack and stuffed the skirt inside. This was proof of their budding romance, couldn't be thrown away. His baby's worn clothes shouldn't be mixed with vulgar, dirty garbage. Su Yuha watched Hua Fuan stashing his skirt in the bag like a treasured item, cheeks heating up, eyes full of astonishment. He truly is a psycho. What does he plan to do with my old skirts? Su Yuha had a premonition, the truth was getting closer and closer. That evening, when Su Yuha returned home, it was already late, even the drag queen who often went out late had come back. The drag queen recently met someone tough, terrifying enough to make him stop dressing up as a woman altogether. Witnessing the door open and close, Su Yuha came back wearing another skirt, and he found this situation rather fantastical. In fact, didn't their souls get swapped while they were asleep one day? What about being the top student of the grade, always disciplined and traditional scholar? The drag queen focused on the back of Su Yuha. Usually nothing stood out, but today with a new skirt, certain changes became evident. "Shou he, what was that bodybuilding video you've been practicing?" For nearly a month using the yoga mat, Su Yuha hadn't grown any muscles except his increasingly rounded rear end. This unintentional yet effective result tempted the drag queen. "Oh, I'll send it to you." Su Yuha readily shared with his roommate without hesitation, having memorized all the moves on the first day. Afterwards, he practiced based on memory. Diligence bore fruit, but disappointingly, Su Yuha sighed for the first time. "I feel it's useless." The drag queen, looking at the title, began to ponder. Exactly. Which muscle-building video needs a yoga mat? Su Yuha must have gone to the wrong apartment number again. Su Yuha also stayed silent. Why do workout videos come in so many types? Come to think of it, if he's become so, whatever it is, why hasn't Hua Fuan touched his butt yet? Chapter 31. In the past month, Su Yuha had earned nearly 2,000 yuan from Hua Fuan, not including the money from dresses and sprays. The party has educated us that we must not have any financial entanglements with suspects. Su Yuha was somewhat troubled about how to return the money to Hua Fuan. Why not write an anonymous letter and put the money in the envelope to return it to him? Great plan. Firstly, the dormitory number of Hua Fuan must be found out. Su Yuha launched a sudden attack, sending Hua Fuan a video call invitation. Hua Fuan had just finished bathing and was holding Su Yuha's small camisole, unsure of what to do, so he hung it on the bedpost first and hesitated whether he should wash it or not. Suddenly, the phone on the desktop vibrated. Hua Fuan saw it was Su Yuha and accepted the video call without thinking. Su Yuha sat on the bed and immediately saw the old dress hanging behind Hua Fuan in the video, which was quite bizarre. Su Yuha stayed calm for 3 seconds and pinched his throat and said, "Is there anyone else in your dorm? I feel a bit awkward. Can we go outside and chat? I have something to say to you." Actually, there was nothing to say. He just wanted Hua Fuan to go out so he could see the doorplate number. Hua Fuan was shocked like a tiger. Was the missed confession of the day finally going to happen now? In a moment, 800 responses were already prepared in his mind, but he only felt a little regretful that it wasn't face-to-face because then he could immediately press Su Xiaoka against the wall and kiss her until she couldn't speak. He quickly took a t-shirt from the wardrobe and put it on. Wait a moment. Hua Fuan got up and opened the door. The camera showed the balcony facing the door and several long skirts floating on it, which looked particularly strange in a boys' dormitory. This time Su Yuha was really shocked. He knew Hua Fuan was bizarre, but he didn't expect him to be this extreme. Did he have a habit of collecting girls' old skirts? Actually, he bought new skirts in bulk just to have an excuse to make the girls change clothes and take away the old ones while they weren't paying attention. Su Yuha thought he found the root cause. Then what mistakes did Hua Jinan make? Hua Jinan washed clothes by hand for the first time in his life, just because he wanted to send a clean dress to Su Yuha to show his sincerity. Su Yuha was frozen for 2 seconds and pursed his lips, trying hard not to let Hua Fuan see through his ruse. Hua Fuan thought he was nervous and instantly became quiet when closing the door, like a lover's tender kiss, giving goosebumps to all the men in the room. There wasn't a man in their sports school who closed the door like that. When Hua Fuan was opening and closing the door, Su Yuha managed to catch sight of the building number on the door panel. The purpose achieved, Su Yuha began chatting aimlessly. I've checked the weather trend for next week, it might not be that hot. Are you still sharing umbrellas? Hua Fuan, of course. If he didn't, and Su Xiaoka was too poor, wouldn't she find someone else? The umbrella would be green if envy set in. He felt he was too anxious and tried to cover it up, saying, "It is difficult to get used to simplicity after living luxuriously. We've been cooperating for a month, I've already gotten used to it and cannot break the habit." Are you sure? Su Yuha wanted to take a break for a week because he practiced the wrong body part, disrupting his schedule, and he needed some time to start over. How could he run away halfway? Was it because he hadn't given enough hints, making Su Xiaoke lose heart and no longer want to pursue him? Hua Fuan looked seriously at Su Yuha. I only want to sign a long-term umbrella sharing agreement with you. A marriage certificate would be better. Su Yuha, thank you for trusting me, it's getting late, good night. A pile of drafts hadn't even begun to be played out for Hua Fuan. Where was the confession? Was it over just like that? Hua Fuan was depressed and couldn't sleep for half the night. The next day, Su Yuha made sure Hua Fuan wasn't in the dormitory, blended into the school inspection team, and marched boldly into Hua Fuan's dormitory. Su Yuha was the backbone of the student union, strict in style, loved deeply by leaders, teachers, and students alike, so it was extremely easy to arrange to temporarily act as an inspector. He took advantage of his companion's distraction and secretly placed an envelope on Hua Fuan's desk containing 2,000 cash. The dormitories of the entire physical education college basically had no connection to simplicity. Takeout boxes were everywhere. Su Yuha looked at Hua Fuan's bunk bed and maturely nodded. It was okay, but it would be better if fewer women's skirts weren't exposed. Su Yuha held back again and again, reminding himself of the standard behavior expected of inspectors, don't mess with others' things. Not even his own dresses. Even if Hua Fuan had them hidden under the bed, he shouldn't dare to touch them. Rumors spread somewhere. Today, the old cadre of the student union, Su Yuha, personally conducted the dormitory inspection. The inspection standards were extremely strict, seeing takeout boxes would result in fines directly. Points for moral qualities would be deducted until one begged him on bended knees. All the boys in the building hurried back upon hearing the news, desperately trying to hide their smelly socks in the quilts. This included Hua Fuan, who was outside playing basketball. Losing points for discipline wasn't the issue, writing self-criticisms was the most embarrassing thing ever. Hua Fuan didn't worry too much at first. But when all his buddies left and he was alone without anyone to play basketball with, it hit him harder. Moreover, he remembered his skirts hanging on the balcony. If Minister Su, this conservative guy, thought a girl stayed overnight in their dorm, TSK, he could already picture the inspector's face turning pale while muttering about how improper it was. Such conservatism would make one never find a partner. Su Yuha was not as unapproachable as the rumors claimed. Back in his day, he simply caught someone breaking rules and made that person recite the student handbook. Next time would be better. Purely exaggerated gossip. And he wasn't even here today for dorm inspections. He felt a bit guilty sneaking into Hua Fuan's dorm, but after leaving the envelope, he turned around and prepared to leave just as his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a bulky figure blocking the doorway, hugging a basketball, almost entirely cutting off the light. It was Hua Fuan. The setting sun streamed directly through the door, casting a golden halo that made Hua Fuan look especially tall. In comparison, Su Yuha seemed like a little chick awaiting slaughter. Drenched in sweat after running all the way from the playground, Hua Fuan found himself quite annoyed by this unexpected inspector. Narrowing his eyes, he exuded a sense of hostility. In a flash, Su Yuha turned and bolted into the toilet. Sorry, may I borrow it? Hua Fuan watched Su Yuha's retreating figure, inexplicably feeling familiar. The hips, the waist looked oddly similar to Su Xiaoke's. Su Yuha stood anxiously inside the toilet for 10 minutes, hearing nothing but Hua Fuan washing his face and hair outside. Knock knock. Suddenly, the toilet door rattled. Are you playing on your phone in there? Hurry up, I gotta go. Things were about to go sideways. Su Yuha eyed the red water bucket on the floor, tempted to place it over his head to escape. Looking around the cramped space, he took a deep breath, then grabbed the tissue box from the windowsill. He pulled out a single tissue, dampened it, and stuck it on his forehead. Next, he drew out 9 more tissues, arranging them into a circle, pressing the center with his right hand, and covering half of his face. With his lock carefully unlocked, Su Yuha hid behind the door saying softly, thanks, and crouched low intending to sneak away. Wait! Hua Fuan called out. What kind of sick behavior is this? Hiding his entire face except for his eyes, just like applying a face mask. Hua Fuan couldn't understand, it wasn't a stinky restroom, why cover the nose unless this person was afraid of showing his true identity? However, Hua Fuan, so-called bully of the Physical Education Institute, had never actually fought. He'd always been the first to intervene in others' conflicts, so there was no reason for such hostility between them. After mulling it over, a preposterous idea popped into Hua Fuan's mind. Did you come here to steal tissues? Taking without permission equals stealing. 7 big words flashed across Su Yuha's mind, striking his very soul. Honest and straightforward all his life, Su Yuha froze, immobilized by the stain on his otherwise clean record. But fishing expeditions must continue, warriors must possess the resilience and grace to withstand slander before achieving their goals. Su Yuha hesitated for a moment, then bolted, I'll pay you back. Hua Fuan, the more I watch, the more he resembles her shadow. Last night, sleepless thoughts of Su Xiaoke must have messed with my brain. The next day, an enormous box of tissues appeared mysteriously outside Hua Fuan's door, enough for the whole dorm to last 6 months. A sincerely apologetic letter accompanied the gift. Hua Fuan skimmed through the opening and closing of the letter, spitting out 2 words, weirdo. Friday, heavy downpour. A group of straight men gathered at the classroom door, frowning at the curtain of rain outside. Leisurely standing among them with his hands in his pockets, Hua Fuan radiated superiority. He was different from those straight men. He had a partner. And she'd bring a big umbrella to meet him. As soon as he saw Su Yuha appear in the rain, slightly lifting the umbrella and looking around for him, Hua Fuan immediately dashed into the rain, ducking under the umbrella and seizing the handle from his grip. He could almost feel the envious gazes of others. Little he is so sweet, he wanted to kiss her. Staring at Su Yuha's fair and delicate cheeks, Hua Fuan swelled with pride. Look, not a trace of tan, all thanks to his protective role as a gentleman. Shouldn't he get rewarded with a kiss? Thunder rained down in a torrent, drumming on the umbrella, making rhythmic sounds like they were echoing inside the eardrums. Boldly, Hua Fuan decided to take a historical step forward. Come closer, commanding yet charmingly possessive, Hua Fuan encircled Su Yuha's waist and lifted him toward his side, locking his palm firmly on Su Yuha's waist. Hua Fuan, touching a woman's waist for the first time, fingers trembling, nearly lost control due to a sudden rush of blood. How slim and delicate. Practically non-existent. With his broad palm, Hua Fuan not only covered the narrow waist entirely but accidentally let his pinky finger touch the soft, perky buttocks. As Su Yuha was thinking, why doesn't Hua Fuan touch me? Is it because my butt isn't shapely enough? A strong force suddenly came from his waist, pressing him toward Hua Fuan. It seemed like all the nerve endings in his body were concentrated on the spot being pressed, causing his skin to redden entirely, even spreading to his neck and face. Su Yuha felt like he was about to burst into flames. He was extremely close to Hua Fuan, and in the heavy rain, it seemed as if he could hear the other's heartbeat. Su Yuha had been waiting for Hua Fuan to make a move. But now that the moment arrived, he was instead so nervous that he didn't know what to do next. His brain froze, and he forgot the work plan he had written down in his notebook, until Hua Fuan dropped him off at the entrance of a girl's dormitory building and watched Hua Fuan's slightly awkward back figure. Then he realized, this was a phase victory. He should seize the opportunity and push forward. That day, after the rain stopped, a dreamy rainbow hung over the mountain peak. Su Yuha carefully fastened his shoelaces, took out a self-defense spray, and seriously invited Hua Fuan to see the rainbow together. Hua Fuan, this rough man, had never thought much about how beautiful rainbows were. But Shou He, his little one, was pretty. She looked at it, and he looked at her. Hua Fuan couldn't remember how that poem went, but anyway, it felt romantic. Su Yuha, upon thinking it was his last time wearing a skirt today, felt his mood brighten up just like the post-rainbow scene. He sat on the bench of the hexagonal pavilion, posing artfully from every angle. I've arrived. The moment Hua Fuan stepped into Hatong Garden, he sent a message to Su Yuha. He thought it necessary to give Su Yuha some buffer time so he could prepare psychologically and not shrink back once they met and failed to confess. If he didn't confess this time, he would have no choice but to take action himself. Su Yuha looked around and found that the heavy rain had just stopped and tourists hadn't yet arrived. Water droplets rolled on countless lotus leaves, and lotus flowers released their fragrance. It was such a good time. Good scenery must be paired with good people doing good deeds. With renewed determination, Su Yuha wondered why Hua Fuan wasn't appearing yet. A rustling sound came from behind the rockery, as if someone was taking off their clothes. Su Yuha perked up his ears, cautiously approached, and peered through the gap, seeing a towering shadow stark naked, only the lower half exposed. Tension ran through Su Yuha's nerves, and he immediately pulled out his phone to record 10 seconds of video. A trouser leg appeared outside the rockery. It was exactly the sport style that Hua Fuan often wore. Finally, he caught him. Excitedly, Su Yuha stepped on a few dry leaves, making a slight crunching sound. The person behind the rockery sensed something and lunged forward like a fierce wolf. Realizing he had been discovered, Su Yuha shouted loudly, Hua Fuan, I'm calling the police, attempting to intimidate the person with his name. Hua Fuan, who had just entered Hatong Garden and heard Su Yuha scream, also heard the word, police. He suddenly remembered there was still an elusive pervert on campus who hadn't been captured yet. A group of energetic students from the Physical Education Institute had devised a perfect capture plan for this very reason, but it ultimately failed because none of them were willing to send their girlfriends as bait. Hua Fuan felt his internal organs tremble violently, adrenaline skyrocketed, and in one long stride, he ran toward the source of the voice. Please don't let anything happen. There was another cry of distress soon after. Hua Fuan's heart raced so fast he almost leaped out of his chest, desperately wanting to immediately protect Su Yuha. He shouldn't have sent a text before entering. Those few seconds could have meant disaster, for which he'd deserve 100 deaths. After a pause, he realized that the second voice was that of a middle-aged man. This voice. Both Hua Fuan and Su Yuha were momentarily stunned. The pepper spray made the middle-aged man tears uncontrollably, vaguely spotting a celestial-like girl in front of him, infuriating him. Having never been caught so embarrassingly since he started committing crimes, he disregarded his pain and pounced on Su Yuha right away. Turning around and running, Su Yuha was no match for the middle-aged man, whose distance grew closer and closer. In panic, he saw another person rushing here like a whirlwind. Recognizing the savior, Su Yuha hurriedly shouted, help. There's a pervert. Su Yuha collided chest first into Hua Fuan, hugging tightly, while a disgusting middle-aged man with no pants followed behind. Hua Fuan patted Su Yuha a couple of times to calm him down, then spun around and delivered a sweeping kick that sent the middle-aged man flying directly into the lotus pond. Following him, Hua Fuan grabbed the struggling middle-aged man by the shoulder and forcefully pressed him down into the mud. If you're a peeping Tom, dare lay a hand on my baby, and you'll feel the intimacy of Mother Nature. The middle-aged man struggled helplessly in the muddy sludge, crazily grabbing the lotus stems around him. Still shaken and unable to recover, Su Yuha watched silently. Hua Fuan thought it was time to showcase his boyfriend power and make Su Xiaoka completely fall for him. He held Su Yuha tightly. It's alright now, don't be afraid, I'm here for you. While comforting him with words, he gently smoothed his long hair and soothingly patted the back of his head. As he kept touching, something felt off. His little sweetheart seemed to have severe hair loss. Seeing the entire wig of long hair in his hand, Hua Fuan was struck by an existential crisis. Chapter 32. Hua Fuan stared straight ahead, trembling as he handed the wig back to Su Yuha and Dai. He put it on Dai crookedly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It was rare for Hua Fuan to be considerate of a girl's vanity instead of making a big fuss. Su Yuha remained silent. After a while, Hua Fuan felt something was off and tore it off again. With his strong grip, he swung Su Yuha around like a spinning top, pulling her a step forward. Su Yuha. He was lost in the shock of having caught a pervert who wasn't Hua Fuan, yet Hua Fuan had still heroically punched the pervert to save him. Without the disguise of the wig, Su Yuha's flat chest and short hair revealed her boyish appearance, oversized sports shoes, and taller height than an average girl. Hua Fuan tightly gripped the wig, recalling how a few days ago, he and a friend went to the swimming pool, where men and women in swimsuits walked by. His friend joked, "You've really changed. After spending so much time at the sports school, are you now into guys? You don't even glance at women with big breasts." Although Hua Fuan never used to have the habit of staring at others, he was definitely not as indifferent as he is now, completely calm and unaffected as if he had transcended worldly desires. Hua Fuan reflected on this and decided that his aesthetic preferences had completely shifted towards Su Xiaoka because she had a flat chest, and he now preferred that type. Hua Fuan firmly believed he had found true love. Bullshit. Clutching his teeth, he asked, "Are you a guy?" Su Yuha bowed deeply at 90 degrees, "I'm sorry." His well-practiced buttocks became even rounder upon bending. "Why are you bowing? Are you paying respects? His love isn't dead yet." Hua Fuan, seeing the but he never touched, wanted nothing more than to grab it and beat it up. He held back, unwillingly asking, "Where's your sister?" Keeping the pose, Su Yuha confessed, "My name is Su Yuha. I live in Province City. In the last century, my parents served as civil servants and acted as pioneers in enforcing family planning policies. Now residing at apartment 205 in building 28, I feel extremely ashamed of my past behavior and am willing to offer compensation." The little flame of hope inside Hua Fuan extinguished. "Do you think apologizing will let you off the hook for deceiving someone's feelings?" "No way." Confused, Su Yuha raised his head, "I haven't deceived anyone's feelings." This was his bottom line for fishing. Hua Fuan, who relied solely on his own imagination, fell silent. Su Yuha had indeed never said anything remotely romantic. He grew angrier, embarrassed by his own misjudgment, and soon the police car arrived, rescuing them from this stalemate. The commotion here caught the attention of students nearby, more and more people approaching. Always presenting himself as an old cadre figure, Su Yuha was wearing a skirt today. There were quite a number of acquaintances on campus, making him tense as he stole a glance at the wig that had been taken by Hua Fuan, then at the increasingly bulging muscles of Hua Fuan due to his anger and excitement, quietly shutting his mouth without saying a word. Hua Fuan looked at Su Yuha, out of place, and handed back the wig coldly. "What kind of look is this? Put it on." Why couldn't he bear to see Su Yuha in such an embarrassing state? Hua Fuan thought angrily. Taking 2 steps toward the lotus pond, he pulled out the middle-aged man struggling in the mud like a carrot and threw him violently onto the shore. When they exited the police station, it was already dark. Hua Fuan's face remained stiff, and Su Yuha maintained the expression of being prepared to die all the way to the school gate. Hua Fuan glanced deeply at Su Yuha before parting ways. Su Yuha stood there feeling bewildered. Could it be over just like that? 10 seconds later, a shadow rushed over. Su Yuha was abruptly pulled into a familiar embrace, and a kiss descended forcefully onto his lips, sucking and devouring with the momentum of swallowing flesh and bone, ravaging his lips and inner walls until Su Yuha felt dazed and confused. With his abused but clutched protectively, Su Yuha watched Hua Fuan return unpredictably, kissing him fiercely and running off again without a word. Could this be Hua Fuan's way of apology, humiliating him, this upright, pure man, through kisses and grabbing his butt? Su Yuha pressed his wildly pounding heart. He really was shamefully about to explode. He slowly made his way back to the dormitory and saw the cross-dressing expert now obediently wearing a men's shirt, holding a textbook reviewing material with an air of tranquil study. But upon closer inspection, his phone showed he was monitoring via webcam. Su Yuha pulled up a chair, sitting beside him and sincerely seeking advice. "What should you do if you accidentally trick a guy into thinking you're female?" The cross-dressing expert quietly covered the microphone on his phone and whispered, "Of course you run, as fast as possible." "What if you can't run?" "Then use what you think is the most sincere way to apologize." The cross-dressing expert hinted by glancing at his well-behaved shirt and pants. Like him, if the other party hoped he studied, then he would put up a show of studying. Shou nodded seriously. I understand. He solemnly took out a red handbook, spread open the red-lined paper. He had not considered both sides of things, always viewing Hua Fuan with a stereotypical perspective, leading to irreversible consequences. Not only should he apologize, but he must also elevate his own awareness to avoid making the same mistake again. Hua Fuan parted ways with Shou at the school gate. After walking 10 meters, he felt it was wrong to waste a whole month's effort. Giving Shou an umbrella, washing his skirt for him, protecting him in danger. For a month, Shou enjoyed the treatment befitting a girlfriend, only to discover he had something below. Since Shou was male anyway, treating him a little roughly wouldn't be a problem. Hua Fuan had resentment pent up inside but couldn't bring himself to punch Shou's face. Thus, he turned back, ran over, and pressed down to deliver a French long kiss, accomplishing all the things he hadn't dared to do before. As soon as the kiss began, the punishment-filled kiss immediately transformed. This was Hua Fuan's first kiss, and yet he instinctively became aggressive and lingering. When his hand stretched to Shou's buttocks, his heart skipped a beat, feeling that something big was off. He hesitated, reluctant to let go from Shou's rear, clinging tightly like a magnet, completely out of control. After the kiss ended, Hua Fuan fled in disorder. Like a general whose grain supplies were raided, he rushed back to his dormitory as if his eyebrows were on fire, turned on the computer, counted the stock, and accurately selected a video among the pile of English letters, featuring content fitting the widespread Chinese male aesthetic. TSK, the world's morals are deteriorating, you're too desperate. Old Zhang said you have a girlfriend already. You don't understand. Hua Fuan, hovering at the edge of questioning his sexual orientation, urgently wanted to restore his normal level. However, watching the video where a man and woman kissed, his mind filled with just now when he kissed Shou. It was so good, softer than imagined, Shou's small face pressed against his chest like a beautiful doll. Hua Fuan coldly watched the female actor's large breasts and automatically substituted them with Shou's flat ones. In fact, a flat chest was pretty good too. While kissing, one could hold as close and tight as they desired. Two hearts separated by ribs and skin, sticking together closely, each heartbeat passing directly to the other person without weakening, resonating their souls together. Just like the heartbeat during Shou's kisses. Hua Fuan shook his head, turned off the video, then took a cigarette from old Zhang's table and went outside to cool off and calm down. Why did I even kiss Shou? Hua Fuan dug himself a big hole with his own hands, so much so that he dreamt about it while sleeping. The next morning, someone knocked firmly on the door, 3 knocks then a minute's pause, very patiently. Having been sleepless until 4 o'clock last night, Hua Fuan's patience was depleted, approaching the door like an irritable lion awakened from sleep, hair tousled and with dark circles under his eyes. What do you want? Be careful or I'll beat you. Shou, equally with dark rings under his eyes, closed his eyes upon being shouted at, recalling his roommate's stories of Hua Fuan's fighting prowess, afraid of being beaten beyond recognition by his parents. But one must bear the responsibility for one's own mistakes. Shou gathered his courage, and trembling under Hua Fuan's ferocious gaze, presented his apology. A thick stack of self-examination writings. He spent the entire evening copying the party constitution by hand, his hands shivering, gaining a thorough new understanding of the world from inside out. Hua Fuan was shocked into silence by the neatness of the first 2 words, taking some time to finally look over Shou's attire today. White shirt, every button neatly fastened, short hair lying obediently brushing against his eyebrows, long pants fully extended without any trend-chasing folds above exposing his ankles. Hua Fuan frowned heavily. Are you delivering materials to the wrong place? Early morning, the person who had cried begging, "Big brother, stop," in his dream appeared in front of him, serious like he was ready to attend the flag-raising ceremony. No. Are you trying to turn the page on this? Hua Fuan loomed menacingly. Shou secretly rubbed his sore right hand behind his back and steeled his resolve. I'll add the Communist Manifesto in 8 languages. Hua Fuan warned, are you intentionally upsetting me? Shou pondered for a moment, is it due to differing beliefs? He cautiously asked, the Buddhist Sutra or Tao Te Ching? Ah, Shou was pulled by Hua Fuan's wrist into the room, the door slamming shut with a bang. You want to copy, huh? Hua Fuan pulled out a hand-washed and air-dried skirt from the cabinet. You, change into this, and sit here to copy. All right. Shou calmly went to the restroom to change clothes. Just as he picked up the pen, Hua Fuan had another fit. Change back. Seeing Shou in male attire, it was clear that he was a boy favored by nature, delicate but not weak, with determined eyes, and an oddly humorous yet serious sense of responsibility. Anyways, Hua Fuan just couldn't see him as a girl anymore. Shou sat on Hua Fuan's chair to copy the text while Hua Fuan climbed onto the bed to catch up on sleep. Within a minute, Hua Fuan tossed and turned 5 or 6 times. This couldn't be blamed on him, his ex-girlfriend was sitting below, who could sleep soundly. He sat up and looked down, only seeing Shou's upright back and a small curve of his neck. Boys were pretty good too, thought Hua Fuan. So loud and yet no anger. If it was Su Xiaohua, would he dare let her change clothes in the male dormitory, let alone make her change twice? And if Su Xiaohua came to his dorm, he definitely wouldn't have let anyone in without a thorough cleaning. Was the one who stole the paper last time you? Su Yuha felt guilty. Yes, but I returned it to your dorm. What did you come for? I'll return all the money I earned from the shared umbrella to you. Hua Fuan was careless. There was an envelope on the table, but he didn't notice it and never even opened it to check. It was evident why he couldn't find a girlfriend. He gruntedly, saying, "What's yours is yours, take it back." Hua Fuan beckoned Su Yuha with his finger. "Come up here." Su Yuha thought Hua Fuan was going to hit him and nervously took off his shoes and got onto the bed, quickly grabbing a pillow and hugging it against his chest. Rather obedient, Hua Fuan glanced at Su Yuha and declared, "Starting tomorrow, continue pursuing me, understand?" "No," Su Yuha shook his head. Hua Fuan's eyes narrowed. "I understand," Su Yuha nodded quickly like a little chick pecking rice. He guessed that Hua Fuan needed to save face, so he wanted Su Yuha to pursue him. After satisfying his self-esteem, they could call it even. "That's good." Hua Fuan lightly touched the dark circles under Su Yuha's eyelids, suppressing some untimely tenderness, and said firmly, "Now, accompany me to sleep. One cannot simply bend willingly. It must be that this little liar flirted with me first." Hua Fuan's last bit of resistance. Chapter 33. Hua Fuan wanted to embrace and sleep, but Su Yuha had his own sleeping habits. His hands were crossed over his stomach, his feet stretched out straight, and his posture was proper, making one reluctant to disturb him. Su Yuha didn't close his eyes all night, like a little eunuch serving the emperor, striving to stay awake. Later, seeing Hua Fuan had no more orders for him and hadn't beaten him, he fell asleep, sleeping for 3 hours. When he woke up, Hua Fuan's roommates were all back, the sound of keyboard tapping never ceasing. Why did it feel like being caught in an affair? Su Yuha sat stiffly on the bed, hearing the rush of water through the wall from the bathroom. He guessed it must be Hua Fuan taking a shower. 10 minutes later. Su Yuha stood there with a single strand of hair sticking up, pondering if Hua Fuan's shower was taking too long. Was this the famed fighting bath known at the sports academy? He didn't want to wait for Hua Fuan to rescue him anymore. While the 3 roommates were all wearing headphones playing games, he quietly climbed down the stairs and moved towards the door. Zhang, give me some milk quick." "Whoa, who are you? When did you come in?" 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Su Yuha nervously felt his pocket. There was something bunched up in his pocket, probably a patrol ribbon he forgot to take out when washing clothes. Su Yuha quickly pulled it out to show his identity. "My name is Su Yuha, I came to inspect the boys' dormitory suddenly. I saw your door was open, I was just about to knock." "Inspecting?" The big name Su Yuha struck fear into their hearts. The 3 guys scrambled to stand up, forming a circle around Su Yuha. "Student Su, is there any problem with our dorm? You came so suddenly, we didn't have time to clean up, usually we're very neat." Su Yuha took a step back while surrounded, pretending to look around. "No problems, sorry for the interruption." Then he ran off. "Isn't Minister Su too timid?" Ha ha ha. He just said 2 sentences. If Hua Fuan were here, we'd probably be writing apologies for an exempt inspection. Let's try this next time. When Hua Fuan came out, he heard his roommate boasting about how they could force Su Yuha to succumb and get preferential treatment for not inspection. He scoffed. Not only had his wife been let go right under their noses, but the 3 men had been deceived yet still boasted about it proudly. What brains. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Hua Fuan saw that Su Yuha was still sleeping. Supporting himself up, he stared at Su Yuha's lips, nose, and face, entranced for 3 minutes. Recalling the intensity of their last kiss, he aroused himself. Just looking at his face, Su Yuha was still Su Xiaohua. "It was because of his looks and personality that I liked him. What does the wig and dress have to do with it?" "Nothing." Hua Fuan questioned and answered as a straight man. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed Su Yuha softly, teasing apart his teeth gently with his tongue before pressing lightly. Just as he was about to wake him up, he got up and went to take a cold shower. Deliberately not waking Su Yuha before his roommates returned, Hua Fuan wanted Su Yuha to stay on his bed so he could tease him again after the shower. But he ran away. Having never chased after any girl, Su Yuha humbly sought advice from the cosplay master. "How can I quickly pursue someone?" Su Yuha held a pen and paper, flipping over plans to catch perverts, then wrote a new pursuit chapter on the blank sheet. As long as he won Hua Fuan, letting him save face, he could make up for his mistakes. The cosplay master, holding the Analects of Confucius, said profoundly, "Are you serious, or just casually pursuing?" Su Yuha thought, from the perspective of his goal, it was casual, but from the perspective of his apology, he was serious. Leaning towards casual. The cosplay master nodded. "As long as the money is in place, everything will be fine." Gifting presents. It's simple and effective. A sudden realization hit Su Yuha. His family was financially well off, and his parents never withheld his allowance. However, he spent little personally, with the largest expenditure being books. The rest of the money he saved added up to a decent sum. Time is money. If he could use money to win Huafuan and save time to focus on studies that he had slacked off last month due to catching perverts, it would be a great deal. Thus, Su Yuha booked a month's worth of fresh flowers to be delivered daily to Huafuan's dorm at 8 in the morning. Breakfast was called early in the morning, night snacks were ordered every evening, cakes or other gifts every few days, while he immersed himself in the library studying. When Huafuan received the flowers, he thought this little thing had become wise, but after 2 consecutive days, he never saw the real person. Was he being pursued or kept? Huafuan, whose family owned mines, felt displeased and made a call to criticize. Where's the sincerity? With this attitude, you won't be able to pursue me for 10 years. Su Yuha panicked. Then, how can I pursue you? Huafuan didn't answer but instead asked, where are you now? In the library. I'll come and pick you up. Huafuan was a swimmer with exceptional talent, while Su Yuha was a landlubber who avoided water. Come down, I'll teach you. Huafuan stared at Su Yuha's pale, slender legs and commanded. In the past, he had been shy to look too much at Su Xiaohua, but now his gaze was audacious. Su Yuha shook his head. No, I don't want to learn. Swimming is a survival skill. Isn't it enough that you know how to swim? Su Yuha said straightly. This sentence provoked Hua, the straight man. That little liar wanted to stick with him for life. He thought, with such an inexperienced person like Su Yuha, wouldn't it be necessary for him to bend over backward just to protect him? Huafuan leaned against the pool wall, his shoulder blades and arms were well muscled, drawing envy from someone on the shore. Alright, come down and lie on my back. If one day both of us fall into the water, even if you don't know how to swim, at least you should know how to hold on to me. Su Yuha found this reasonable. Looking at Huafuan's strong and alluring back, he was mesmerized, even thinking it more reliable than a life buoy. Su Yuha, who refused to get in the water even when held by his father as a child, splashed into the water like a dumpling falling into hot soup and clung to Huafuan's back. His palms touched the other person's muscles without any barrier for the first time. As the water rippled, his heart followed suit. There was an unreal sensation underwater. Su Yuha tightly wrapped his limbs around Huafuan. Then what? Suddenly, Huafuan turned around, supporting Su Yuha's head and back, and locked lips with him. Bending forward fiercely, he submerged Su Yuha under the water, hugging him close. Su Yuha's eyes widened in panic as he helplessly tightened his grip on Huafuan, his whole body rigid, letting Huafuan do as he pleased. Something zipped past so fast he couldn't tell if it was the water or Huafuan's fingers. It felt like an eternity until Su Yuha was finally lifted out of the water, finding himself in the middle of the pool, having no support except Huafuan. Cough, cough. Su Yuha softly coughed while lying on Huafuan's shoulders, still shaken, glaring at him like a baby leopard. How dare you randomly kiss me? But because he currently had to depend on Huafuan, Su Yuha only pouted slightly and didn't settle accounts with Huafuan. Huafuan grinned. Don't you think one stays above water forever when drowning? I'm teaching you how to hold your breath underwater and transfer air. Su Yuha was confused by this nonsense, but you can teach me the theoretical knowledge. He emphasized the words theory, adding, theory guides practice. Sudden practice without guidance is wrong. A serious Su Yuha was irresistibly cute, prompting Huafuan to embrace and kiss him again, saying, Su Yuha, I am your theory. You must listen to everything I say. Ugh, I don't want to learn anymore, Su Yuha said while gripping onto Huafuan with both hands, aware that Huafuan wouldn't let him drown but needing reassurance. With no hands to cover his mouth, he could only be reluctantly kissed underwater, pretending to learn, feeling extremely wronged. Su Yuha tightly pressed his lips together, trying to evade Huafuan's kisses by pressing closer to his shoulder, almost seeming like initiating it himself. Huafuan was surprised. Su Yuha had willingly kissed him. That single kiss from Su Yuha was equivalent to Huafuan kissing him 10 times, which made Huafuan excessively excited. He then carried Su Yuha and swam a lap around the pool, unable to part with him. This little deceiver was too good at luring him in. While he intended only to teach him swimming skills, Su Yuha had initiated the kiss and even targeted his shoulder. Was this a sign? Finally put back on the shore, Su Yuha resembled a freshwater fish forcefully thrown into the sea, flushed, with cherry-red lips, panting heavily, and utterly exhausted. Huafuan handed him a bottle of water. Let's come again next time. I won't come again. Su Yuha refused. Huafuan was upset. He spent most of his time training in the pool. How could his little darling not come to the swimming hall? I didn't make you choke once. Moreover, don't you feel like you're almost learning it? Sitting up, after leaving the water, Su Yuha regained his independent thought rather than blindly believing whatever Huafuan said. He looked at Huafuan and said, I've seriously thought about it. There will never be a chance for us to fall into the water together. Our school isn't near the sea, and I'll walk around lakes after graduation. After that, we'll go our separate ways. And my home is further away from the sea. Su Yuha swore, I will stay away from water from now on. What does going our separate ways mean? He wanted to take Su Yuha home for old Hu to see. Huafuan, nothing is absolute, like now I can just kick you into the water. Probably in the whole world, only Huafuan would have such straightforward thoughts when facing his beloved. Su Yuha looked at him alertly. Huafuan, no, what I mean is, if you don't approach actively, there will be natural disasters or accidents one day. Do you understand? Su Yuha thought that except for Hua Fuan, there wouldn't be a second person in the world who wanted to kick him into the water. Hua Fuan originally intended to say, since you're so kind-hearted, if you encounter someone drowning in the future, could you possibly stand by and watch them die? But then he suddenly felt it was fine that Su Yuha didn't know how to swim, at least he wouldn't jump in recklessly and meddle. It's better than being half-skilled but daring enough to fish out perverted wolves. And if not encountering him who was upright without evil thoughts. Alright, I won't learn. Su Yuha sighed in relief. Hua Fuan said again, but you need to continue pursuing me, all your efforts before don't count, they couldn't make my heart move at all. The straight man Hua Fuan was telling blatant lies. Su Yuha, pursuing Hua Fuan is really hard. Chapter 34. The exam month arrived as scheduled in the sweltering heat. Su Shuaba managed both studying and pursuing love interests at the same time, although his pursuit had no effect, his academic performance was solid. As for Hua Fuan, things were much worse. Even though the school had significantly lowered the bar for athletes' cultural subjects, he just wasn't cut out for studying, and continued to wrestle with frustration over his advanced mathematics textbook. During Hua Fuan's first year, there happened to be a match before the exams, and confident of passing without preparation, he walked into the exam room unprepared. As a result, he failed one advanced math course, and even his retake didn't pass. His roommates all narrowly scraped by with a 60, stepping into a new life, while he alone needed to retake the class. How terrible is retaking a class? While the roommates were all playing games, only he was studying, asking them simple questions, only to receive blank stares from 6 sets of eyes. You've given up already, now we remember nothing about advanced math except its name, old Zhang sneered mercilessly and pounded his keyboard like thunder. Hua Fuan dejectedly sat back down at the desk to study, planning to create a new online alias to ask if anyone could tutor him. He must not let Su Yuha know that he's retaking the class, otherwise where would his boyfriend's face go? The male dormitory door was wide open as usual, leaving a crack not fully closed. Su Yuha stood by the door and listened clearly to Hua Fuan's troubles. His eyes lit up, he was good at dealing with academic issues. Hua Fuan always made him think of dating ideas, which gave Su Yuha a headache. From the initial library dates, when Hua Fuan had warned him with a grip on his neck collar and forced him to adjust slowly, today's plan was to invite Hua Fuan to the zoo. In such a situation, how could they go to the zoo? It was obviously more important to study. Su Yuha cleverly reserved the precious date location for next time. Confidently, Su Yuha knocked on the door. Hua Fuan fumbled to stuff this semester's unexpected advanced math papers into the drawer and looked down haughtily at Su Yuha. Where are we going today? That's right, the rich Hua Fuan, once Su Yuha invited him, forgot all about advanced math. Su Yuha stepped past him and pulled out a stack of test papers from the loosely shut cabinet. We're studying. Hua Fuan felt Su Yuha's gaze pierce through him like his high school head teacher, full of regret over him failing to meet expectations and wishing to study for him instead. That look filled Hua Fuan with immense pressure. Isn't today our date? Hua Fuan refused to give up, believing he could fail again for Su Yuha. Su Yuha tilted his head persuasively, the most important task for the youth is learning. A spark of inspiration struck Hua Fuan, the learning environment is also very important. Without another word, he lifted Su Yuha under his arm, grabbed his wallet, and went off campus to rent a room for studying. At first, Su Yuha was moved by Hua Fuan's attitude, thinking he was aware enough to stay up late studying without disturbing the roommates. Soon, however, he realized this wasn't true. Can we change positions? Su Yuha uncomfortably sat on Hua Fuan's thighs. He wasn't a 3-year-old, why did he have to sit like that? What annoyed him further was that his legs were shorter than Hua Fuan's, and sitting with his legs apart left him unable to touch the ground. Hua Fuan, I strained my neck swimming yesterday and can't turn my head, sitting like this allows me to clearly see what you're writing when I lower my head. Can you strain your neck swimming too? Su Yuha mumbled quietly, flipping open Hua Fuan's test paper. He discovered an array of random scribblings with barely any correct answers, quickly drawing his attention and seriously focusing on the problems. Seeing Su Yuha's graceful pen-holding posture, his nape as he bowed his head, and his pale white earlobes. Everything appeared so vivid in front of him. Hua Fuan shifted slightly, realizing something wasn't right. Stay still, I'm writing formulas. Su Yuha used one hand to press Hua Fuan's thigh. Every formula I write, you have to memorize, right now, start reciting while I write. 10 minutes later, Su Yuha paused briefly and asked Hua Fuan to recite the first formula, recite it back to me. Hua Fuan. In the last 10 minutes, he was busy composing lewd stories in his mind, utterly forgetting about the formulas. Su Yuha calmly put down his pen, hopped off Hua Fuan, found a teaching rod beneath the bed, God knows what the previous guest used it for. He folded the rod in half and tapped it against the table. If you don't finish these 5 past exam papers today, we won't sleep tonight. Su Yuha yawned. He had spent the whole night before planning a detailed zoo date schedule across 5 pages, specifying exactly how to introduce each animal they'd encounter to Hua Fuan. It felt less like dating, more like organizing a kindergarten field trip. Hua Fuan pitied Su Yuha and suggested, you go sleep first, I'll recite for a while. Not allowed. Su Yuha crossed his arms behind his back. Students who daydream during class should be closely monitored. This stern, almost ascetic side of Shou Yuha drove Hua Fuan wild with desire. He wanted to devour him in one bite. Like placing a tasty snack before a starving ghost, it was impossible not to get distracted. Hua Fuan, I swear, I'll have it memorized by the time you wake up. Shou Yuha didn't realize he was the one causing distraction. His issue was whether Hua Fuan was planning to slack off while he slept. Each holding their own opinion, Hua Fuan thought, should Shou Yuha confess his distraction before he even got a chance to pursue me? Hua, the straight man, insisted on not exposing himself first. He abruptly picked up Shou Yuha and threw him onto the bed. How many times must I tell you, don't overplan your dates? So detailed that every 5 minutes of the day was accounted for. Just before departure, Shou Yuha had flaunted the plan in front of Hua Fuan, letting him know all about the day's schedule. No surprises at all. How could this be called a date? This felt more like a group tour. Shou Yuha pouted. What else should he do? He'd never dated anyone before. Seeing this look on Shou Yuha, it was simply too adorable in Hua Fuan's eyes. Yet right now, he couldn't find an appropriate reason to kiss him. This was unbearable. Hua Fuan thought, maybe he should give the little liar a chance to pursue him. Chasing someone involves both action and words, Hua Fuan advised. You can't keep coming here without ever verbalizing your feelings. Words. Shou Yuha was surprised. Do you mean I should shout my confession under his window with a megaphone? Privately is fine. The air conditioner in the hotel room was set low. Hua Fuan covered him with a blanket, his mouth curving upward in anticipation. Let me study these formulas. Shou Yuha bit his thumb, lost in deep thought. To chase Hua Fuan wasn't hard, but some things were just too difficult to articulate. Just imagining saying them turned Shou Yuha's face crimson. Confession, in his mind, was something solemn, something done only once in a lifetime for a person you were truly committed to. But with Hua Fuan's insistence, would this waste a chance? Never mind, Shou Yuha decided. When he met someone he wanted to marry in the future, he would express his love through writing. This time, he would give it to Hua Fuan. This was his retribution for his past immature behavior. Would Hua Fuan accept his confession? Shou Yuha vaguely wondered. If he did, it would mean his redemption was complete, and he wouldn't owe anything to Hua Fuan anymore. Looking at Hua Fuan who was studying the formulas at his desk, Shou Yuha slowly curled up under the blankets. Things were good this way. Lately, he always had a strange feeling that he was wholeheartedly pursuing someone he genuinely liked. Paying attention to Hua Fuan's daily life, worrying if the arranged dates weren't satisfying enough, rushing to the swimming pool after class, occasionally stepping back, Shou Yuha found himself acting somewhat split personality. After Shou Yuha fell asleep, Hua Fuan sat by the bedside, gripping the formula paper. He looked at Shou Yuha, studied one formula, then rewarded himself with memorizing another, sneaking in a quick kiss on Shou Yuha. Even kindergarten teachers reward children with a kiss when they finish reciting a Tang poem. Hua Fuan justified himself proudly. If Shou teacher wasn't sleeping, he'd definitely be happier. With this dangling carrot in front of him, Hua Fuan studied harder than a donkey pulling carts, leaving the right side of Shou Yuha's cheeks red from kisses. Shou Yuha's eyelids fluttered slightly, confused as to what Hua Fuan was doing. Feeling awkward, he kept his eyes closed. It took Hua Fuan whispering a phrase, bending down to kiss him 2 or 3 times, for Shou Yuha to finally understand what he was doing. Shou Yuha was perplexed. Was this some kind of payback against him? Using kisses as revenge to gain pleasure and stimulate learning motivation? Splash. Another kiss. As long as it spurred him to learn, Shou Yuha chose to pretend he didn't know. Meanwhile, the other earlobe turned secretly red. Today, Comrade Shou was also contributing to the educational cause of the youth. Hua Fuan recited faster and prepared to kiss again when Shou Yuha couldn't take it anymore. Wanted to kiss after getting it wrong? In a second, Shou Yuha opened his eyes and mechanically blurted out a string of formulas. You reversed the numerator and denominator. Hua Fuan was startled, falling backward, almost landing on the ground. Avoiding danger narrowly, Hua Fuan clenched his fists tightly. Shou Yuha was too cunning, pretending to sleep just to trick his kisses. Turning around, he saw Shou Yuha still looking drowsy, which tightened something in his lower abdomen again. Though not bent on his own, this little liar had succeeded in teasing him. The swimming pool. Shou Yuha received the instruction to confess. After tutoring higher mathematics that day, he returned to the dormitory and searched online for a heap of brilliant confessions, copying them all into his small notebook for backup use. After memorizing them thoroughly, Shou Yuha, with complex emotions akin to bidding farewell to Hua Fuan for the last time, headed to the swimming pool. As usual, he quietly sat on the nearby bench, hugging Hua Fuan's towel, waiting for him to emerge from the water. As soon as he surfaced, Shou Yuha rushed forward, knelt down gently, and softly dried his hair. Their actions were so familiar, like an old married couple. On the surface, Shou Yuha appeared calm and collected, but in reality, his heart was racing. Hua Fuan's head rested against Shou Yuha's shoulder, catching his emotions too, and suddenly realized that with Shou Yuha's action-oriented nature, there was an 80% chance he'd confess today. He turned around, sprawled out on the edge of the swimming pool, his bright eyes staring at Shou Yuha like a large dog that had just played in the water asking its owner for a bone. Su Yuha licked his lips, his mind blank, his fingers pressed against the back pocket, desperately wanting to pull out his notebook one last time. How did it start in the book? Hua Fuan, I. 10,000 sentences that Su Yuha had memorized the night before raced through his mind. Gathering his courage, he blurted out randomly, I like you, would you be willing to build socialism with me? Su Yuha anxiously stared at Hua Fuan, fearing that he wouldn't agree. Hua Fuan was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Su Yuha's ultimate ideal was communism, meaning this confession included him as part of Su Yuha's lifelong plan. Once he thought it through, Hua Fuan got excited, pushing himself off the ground like a dolphin leaping out of the water, drenched, he tackled Su Yuha rolling them over. He buried his face in Su Yuha's neck happily, I do. The corners of Su Yuha's eyes bent upward as a wave of joy bubbled up from his core. He accepted it. He didn't owe Hua Fuan anything anymore. This indescribable happiness seemed not only because he'd repaid his debt, but Su Yuha couldn't yet find any other reason. Was every person who successfully confessed this happy? But he wasn't genuinely attracted to Hua Fuan, so why was he blindly rejoicing? Su Yuha's heart felt like a fawn on the loose. He slightly pushed Hua Fuan's messy head away and softly asked, am I considered done with my task? Can we cancel the dress-up fishing thing? What? Hua Fuan cooled down, hovering on either side of Su Yuha. Baby, what are you talking about? Su Yuha repeated himself. Hua Fuan's pupils shrank, barely holding himself together. He had an overwhelming desire to press Su Yuha flat right then and there. Unbelieving, he stared at Su Yuha, you thought of it as a task. Isn't that your requirement? Su Yuha's confidence began to waver. If you're not sincere, why did you agree to pursue me? Is love a joke to you? Su Yuha could offer no defense, he thought Hua Fuan had forgotten his own words and now accused him. Yes, how could love be taken lightly? Su Yuha felt wronged. Hua Fuan released Su Yuha, realizing once again that he was being presumptuous. It was his first relationship, and already the gender of his partner shifted, leaving him confused and frequently embarrassed. Hua, the straight guy, suffered a blow to his coarse self-esteem. He refused to look at Su Yuha again, alright, I get it. You should immediately disappear from my sight, then we'll be even. Having finished speaking, Hua Fuan dove into the swimming pool, splashing up a sad little wave. When a fish cries, the water knows. A college bully never sheds tears in front of others. Su Yuha sat numbly in place. He should leave the swimming pool immediately as Hua Fuan requested, but recalling Hua Fuan's back before diving in, a stone-like weight blocked his chest, pressing heavily so he couldn't breathe. Even on the day Hua Fuan discovered Su Yuha was male, he hadn't spoken so harshly to him. Just moments ago, they both rejoiced at the successful confession. Su Yuha gazed at the tranquil water surface. Hua Fuan despised the school swimming pool, always preferring private ones around various locations, dragging Su Yuha through each one for intimate kisses during their swims. Su Yuha often got kissed until he lost interest in living, yet remained a non-swimmer. The water surface was eerily still. Hua Fuan loved diving in the deep area, completely submerging and disappearing from view. As the sunlight reflected intensely on the water, Su Yuha, who had mild myopia, squinted all around but couldn't spot Hua Fuan. Mentally, he knew the odds of Hua Fuan drowning were slim to none, but worry gripped him regardless. What if Hua Fuan slipped up due to a bad mood today? Something faintly shadowy appeared in the center of the pool. Su Yuha shouted a couple times but no Hua Fuan responded. In frustration, he stomped his foot, grabbed onto the handrail beside the pool, and decided to investigate underwater. Clutching the ladder with one hand and pinching his nose with the other, he opened his eyes underwater. Underwater visibility was clear, and he instantly saw Hua Fuan. Su Yuha opened his mouth to call out, "Who?" Cough cough cough. He had been flustered by Hua Fuan. After choking several times on water, unable to hold onto the ladder, feeling the immediate threat of death as a non-swimmer, Su Yuha started flailing wildly. Every previous swim was accompanied by Hua Fuan. Alone, Su Yuha had always avoided water wisely, and indeed, the first solo plunge went horribly wrong. Suddenly, a surge of force came from below, and Su Yuha was immediately lifted out of the water. He wiped his face uncomfortably and opened his eyes to see Hua Fuan with bloodshot eyes. Are you trying to kill yourself? You dared to go into the water without me. Hua Fuan's strong arms held Su Yuha as if he were a child, his chest heaving with anger. Su Yuha's eyes reddened from choking on water. You didn't come out, so I was worried. Hua Fuan was irritated, the pitiful state of the gym school's top bully had been witnessed by this little con artist. Didn't I tell you to leave? Did he want to see him in despair and crying for love? No way. Su Yuha avoided the topic, not explaining why he hadn't left, but instead softly coughed against Hua Fuan's shoulder, muttering, You haven't taken me swimming today, woo. Hua Fuan pinched Su Yuha's bottom hard underwater, I don't want to take you anymore. Su Yuha grabbed Hua Fuan's hand. His mind was chaotic, all he knew was that he couldn't part ways with Hua Fuan like this today. But what exactly did he want to do? Su Yuha urgently searched through his vast knowledge reserves, hoping to find an appropriate theoretical template to solve this problem. A brief silence spread between them. Neither seemed willing to let go, yet neither knew how to make the first move. Hua Fuan, initially angry, now had only one desire, to press Su Yuha against a wall and kiss him thoroughly as a form of payment. After a long pause, Su Yuha blurted out, truth and falsehood can transform into each other under certain conditions. Hua Fuan wore an expression of, what are you talking about? Su, the philosopher, smoothly continued, if truth exceeds its specific conditions and scope, it will also become falsehood. Likewise, falsehood returns to the appropriate conditions and scope, and it becomes truth again. The confession today is a mistake concerning love. Hua Fuan's face turned dark. But this confession is correct under the right conditions. Su lowered his head and kissed the frozen Hua Fuan. Based on the fact that I like you, it becomes real. Chapter 35. It took Hua Fuan 3 minutes to comprehend the profound thoughts of the philosopher, and he couldn't help but confirm with Su Yuhua who was leaning against the pool wall, Su Yuhua, really? Su Yuhua's white shirt was soaked by the water, tightly pressed against Hua Fuan's bare chest. He felt a little shy and turned his head, blushing, just like what Mark said. Indeed, when one has no desire, they become strong. Su Yuhua thought that whatever Hua Fuan asked for now, he would unconditionally surrender. Being too passive wasn't good. In spirit, he had already collapsed unless he could arm himself with knowledge. He also said no man can step into the same river twice. Count how many times I've fallen into your river. The academically challenged Hua Fuan was afraid he misunderstood and pinched Su Yuhua's cheeks, forcing his head back. Explain it in simple terms. Su Yuhua worried about the literary cultivation of his future boyfriend. That was Heraclitus who said it. Moreover, Su Xiaohe and Su Yuhua are clearly two different rivers. So, this statement is still correct. Damn this little con artist for not speaking plainly. How are they not the same river anymore? If Hua Fuan had a tangible spirit at that moment, it would certainly be an agitated Alaskan dog circling around Su Yuhua. Why the hell was he debating philosophy with Su Yuhua at such a moment? Su Yuhua pulled his face out from Hua Fuan's hands and pressed it against the pool wall to cool down. Because Su Yuhua likes you, I've finished my explanation. Seeing the fire in Hua Fuan's eyes as if everything could be burned to ashes in the next moment, the philosopher considered for a while, then voluntarily opened the shell of knowledge he had armed himself with, revealing the soft and tender Su Xiaohe inside. Hua Fuan finally heard what he wanted to hear and joyfully hugged Su Yuhua, kissing him in the water. He kissed until Su Yuhua lost the strength to cling onto him and kept sliding into the water. Su Yuhua, I'm about to faint. Thus, Hua Fuan carried Su Yuhua ashore and performed artificial respiration for 10 minutes. He painstakingly helped Su Yuhua take off his drenched clothes and put on a dry bathrobe, hugging him like a treasure, kissing again and again. With Su Yuhua's help, Hua Fuan smoothly passed his final exams, earning countless extra points from sports awards and possibly even winning a scholarship. Summer vacation was almost here, and Hua Fuan harbored some resentment because, in over half a month of their relationship, studying had taken up half of their dates. This was mainly his fault, as Su Yuhua could handle everything effortlessly, but if Hua Fuan didn't accelerate his review, he might fail the first subject since the start of their romance. Hua Fuan suspected that if he failed, Su Yuhua might call him out for a talk, just like his high school teacher. Love affects studies, can't things wait until after graduation? All exams were over, and Hua Fuan didn't want to part with Su Yuhua. Would you like to come over to my place? It has a rich historical background, very fitting for you. Hua Fuan regretted for the first time that there was no homework during summer break, otherwise he could invite Su Yuhua to do homework at his home, and surely receive praise from teacher Su. Su Yuhua thought for a while, alright, but I need to go home first. Su Yuhua agreed so quickly that Hua Fuan wished to spin around with Su Yuhua right where he stood. Then I'll come pick you up at your place later. Both of them went home and told their families about having boyfriends without hesitation, perhaps the most heart-to-heart time they ever had. Judge Su sat in the main seat with 5 co-judges, listening silently as Su Yuhua summarized his reasons. I can take responsibility for my own choices. Don't worry about me, Dad. Judge Su had presided over countless bizarre cases, none of which had been as shocking as his own son's announcement. They knew little about the path of homosexual love and couldn't provide professional advice. Instinctively, they didn't wish for their son to walk a road that wasn't quite clear. But is this path necessarily worse than the other? They were full of doubts but couldn't give precise answers. Based on the principle that doubt benefits the defendant, Judge Su decided, then bring him home to meet us when you have the chance. Meanwhile, Hua Fuan's situation was different. Boasting to old Hu, Dad, I've lured away the most cultured kid in our school. In reality, it was himself who got drawn in. Old Hu, unaware of the details, smiled broadly and immediately replaced the leather sofa at home with a set of classical wooden chairs. Let me go buy 2 paintings to hang up. As Hua Fuan walked upstairs, he said, you better hurry, in a few days, I'm going to pick him up to bring him home. 10 days later, Hua Fuan staggered out of the Su household, pressing Su Yuhua's face hard against his chest. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was afraid you'd get nervous. But you shouldn't have waited until I got off the plane to tell me. I didn't even adjust my expression before I arrived at your place. Hua Fuan worried that he hadn't shown enough sincerity, feeling 2-handed gifts weren't sufficient, at least there should have been a truckload from the Hu family coming over. I didn't tell my family that I look strong but actually don't bully you at all. The dominant force in the sports academy damaged his own reputation. I've been famous for stopping fights since I was a kid. He extended his long limbs to separate the two young ones by lifting them up by their necks, but was often misunderstood as bullying them. As long as we're doing well, they won't have anything to say. Su Yuhua asked Hua Fuan, have you planned our trip? Hua Fuan thought of the meticulous plans made by Su Yuhua and suddenly felt a headache. How could he plan anything? With money, they could go anywhere, so he took Su Yuhua's suitcase instead. Let's go to my place first. Oh, Su Yuhua nodded understandingly, ready to meet the parents. He walked on and off the plane awkwardly until reaching Hua family's doorstep. Suddenly, it was as if he had become a different person, focused gaze, upright back, greeting with tea like a fluid process. Mr. Hua took advantage of Su Yuhua's trip to the restroom, grabbing Hua Fuan's ear and growling low, why is he a man? Would you say he has culture or not? Yes. Sitting there, radiating intellectual grace, Mr. Hua sipped his tea slowly in 5 gulps, finally feeling deserving of Su Yuhua. You remember how you used to speak to me, about the one with the most culture? Hua Fuan emphasized, the most cultured one in our school is a man. People can't be too greedy, satisfying one condition should suffice. Mr. Hua thought about it and found sense in it. Sufficient joy comes with contentment, he sighed, your mom always complained about my lack of culture. Now seeing you both standing together, TSK, you seem even less cultured than me. Do his family agree? Mr. Hua shook his head towards his son, cursing himself for not forcing him to study with a whip back then. They agreed. Hua Fuan gritted his teeth. Hua Fuan found it magical, meeting both sets of parents in just 2 days. If it were ancient times, this would mean being arranged by their parents' will and matchmaker's words, allowing them to enter the bridal chamber immediately. A little restless, he stirred. Su Yuhua saw through his intentions, not yet. Hua Fuan, we've progressed in every other aspect like riding a rocket. Why isn't this allowed? Because we're not fully prepared. Su Yuhua said, weren't you a straight guy before? Since Hua Zainan started dating, he revamped his cloud storage thoroughly. His education thus far had brought rich rewards. He wanted to appear as someone who excels innately without guidance, so he avoided telling Su Yuhua he'd learned. Su Yuhua sat stiffly on the chair, upright like a proud young white birch tree. But within his heart, leaves trembled lightly among the clouds. He'd heard horror stories from cosplay ladies about their pain during the first time. Not knowing these stories were deliberately exaggerated, he personally witnessed one spending 3 days bedridden. A few traces of fear crept into his mind. But desire wasn't solely Hua Fuan's domain. Su Yuhua wavered between pushing away and accepting until he finally gave in. Do you remember the general procedure of the physics lab experiments? Half undressed, Su Yuhua tried hard to stay clear-headed, first write a preview report. Just kissing made him breathless, he felt slightly scared. Hua Fuan felt pressured, this is about doing you, not performing an experiment. Teacher Su pursed his lips strictly, no preview means no action. I lied earlier, I know what to do, Hua Fuan confessed honestly, pulling out things he prepared beforehand from the drawer as proof. I don't believe you. Su Yuhua moved to the diagonal corner of the bed. Hua Fuan regretted revealing the truth, becoming quite distressed. Right when he intended to prove with actions, Su Yuhua looked up pitifully, don't I deserve a proper preview? Yes, he does. Chapter 36. Following Su Yu's and pictures and texts requirements, Hua Fuan opened his notebook and wrote the 4 words, preview report. Hua Fuan was shirtless, bent over writing. Su Yu sat at the end of the bed, urgently giving himself a mental pep talk, it's okay, it won't hurt much, just bear with it for a while. The more he thought about it, the better Hua Fuan's physical condition seemed to be, and thus, needed to be constrained. Su Yu said in a low voice, time limit, 90 minutes. The pen paused for a moment, then Hua Fuan acted as if he didn't hear and swiftly wrote down the purpose, methods, and steps all in one go. At the end, he even drew 3 diagrams of positions. For the first time, let's try these 3, and then we can increase them later as needed. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, picked up a red pen from the table, and marked a big red X on the second diagram. This one is unacceptable. After browsing through it all, Su Yu crossed out half of the steps, feeling that what remained would be something he could still endure. He affected a steady demeanor as he patted Hua Fuan's shoulder, let's write according to this format from now on. What a brilliant method, Su Yu thought. To keep potential risks within a controllable range and be prepared for Hua Fuan's every move. His face turned completely red, but his mouth remained defiantly hard. Hua Fuan looked at Su Yu with teeth clenched. Thinking about the fear instilled by the Zhu dating plan, the veins on his forehead were throbbing, was Su Yu truly thinking that Hua Fuan would follow what was written here? How naive. Hua Fuan planned to make him cry until he begged him to call him dad. Can we start? Hua Fuan feigned innocence. Su Yu responded slowly, lying down on the bed, eyelashes trembling, smooth toes unconsciously curling up. He looked like a little lamb awaiting slaughter. And his butt was particularly lifted. Hua Fuan stared at Su Yu's butt and felt almost amused. Being guarded against as a pervert for so long had some unexpected benefits after all. Teacher Su, you need to fill in some data here, Hua Fuan pointed to the blank part of the preview report. Vibration frequency equals, time/minute. Su Yu's eyes were misty, his eye corners looking like peach blossoms in early spring morning dew half open and close. He blinked and shook off the dew to finally see the content. When did they need to fill in this experimental data? Hua Fuan intentionally wrote small text that he didn't notice at all. Even the most accomplished philosopher will miss things in a report due to tension, thereby falling into Hua Fuan's trap. Can I write it later? Su Yu begged. No, Hua Fuan cruelly replied, there are suspicions of data falsification. Ugh, but I don't know. Then count it out for me. Hua Fuan pinned him down and whispered next to his ear, this is only the first set of data. You're being mean. Every time he reached the last 10 seconds, Hua Fuan deliberately disrupted his counting. His mind went blank, unable to remember where he had stopped counting. It's overdue because you kept making mistakes and starting over. 47. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face as he finally ended. Hua Fuan's expression froze. What kind of food had Su Yu grown up eating that allowed him to count accurately despite distractions? One must be rigorous in academic research, so we'll take multiple measurements and find the average value. In the end, Su Yu's fingers were so tired they couldn't move, and his right hand was handed a ballpoint pen. Sign your name. Why does something like this require a signature? Looking at the battered preview report, Su Yu felt as if it were some humiliating treaty, and refused to sign on it. Hua Fuan grabbed his hand, and together they signed their names, treating it like some kind of cherished certificate. How meaningful. Su Yu dug himself a big hole. Hua Fuan fetched a hot towel to wipe down Su Yu's body while threatening him. Are you daring me to write this again next time? No. No, I won't let you. The color and sternness on Hua Fuan's face softened. Although it was fun to see Su Yu's awkward struggle to write an experiment reflection, who could stand having to write a preview report before going to bed every time? Cleverness brought its own troubles. After this battle, Su Yu rarely voiced opinions about certain matters anymore and learned how to feign misery from a cross-dressing expert. According to the crossdresser's analysis, some straight men are particularly susceptible to such tricks. They can't tell the difference between and, even a slight feint of weakness can arouse their sympathy. Su Yu bluntly remarked, but it seems like it doesn't work on you. The crossdresser, no, now should be called a neatly dressed model young man, supported his waist and rolled his eyes, duh, he's not a straight man. Neither is Hua Fuan. Su Yu semi-believed and tried it once, and it worked effectively. He couldn't help but ask Hua Fuan, do you like Su Zaya or Su Yu more? The always rough and tumble Hua straight male immediately realized this was a question destined to cause trouble. I like you, darling. No matter which of your identities, I'll love you in any suitable way. Su Yu nodded and explained the contradiction of whether Hua Fuan was straight or not using his theory. The existence and development of thought is attributed to the contradictory movement of things. Contradictions exist first, thoughts develop, and love follows. Your worldview and methodology, I really like. Regarding the serious psychological analysis Hua Fuan gave earlier, Su Yu expressed his happiness with reserve. What are you doing? Su Yu stared suspiciously at Hua Fuan. I've noticed that you often pinch my butt for no reason. Hua Fuan pressed against his forehead. I've also noticed that when you're shy, you tend to say some vague things. Especially during certain confession moments, it's impossible for a philosopher to talk normally. Su Yu's calm demeanor was revealed, his cheeks flushing red as he thought Hua Fuan couldn't see through him. Just because you can use theories doesn't mean you get to pinch my butt. Hua Fuan had once been troubled by this but later found a method. Whenever he pinched Su Yu's increasingly perky rear due to some past confusion over videos, it forgave this pseudo-serious little liar. Hua Fuan hoped Su Yu would ramble on a bit more. Watching the process of Su Yu's dual nature gradually turning red, he could do so for a lifetime. End. The only enemy of pure fans. Synopsis: Gun Yan appears to be a young entertainer, but secretly is called the Divine Scissors Hand, loving to produce videos where actors have babies. Until the 36th time, the secondary Yuan Family Planning Bureau comes knocking and tells him, you've exceeded the birth limit. There aren't enough secondary Yuan babysitters, so either he becomes a father to 36 kids for 18 years, or he has a baby with actor Duan Shun in the third-dimensional world. Gun Yan. Main body. In the CP pairing circle, there is a legendary cutter with 5 million fans. There are no pairs he cannot splice together. Half of the videos he produces are labeled, high energy. Babies. Enter at your own risk. And a certain actor always dominates the C position. This cutter, known as Lady by Millions, is named Gun Yan, gender male, who specializes in post-production work for variety shows. With his powerful techniques and imagination, he gives even actors without interaction pink bubbles, earning him the reputation as the top storyteller in the entertainment circle and a prized member of the entire post-production team. Because of some private grudges with Duan Shen, Gun Yan lets the overly domineering actor conceive again and again in his pairing videos. By now, they've already accumulated enough to form a class of 35 kindergartners. Initially, he released these videos under a minor account, surprisingly gaining strong attention from CP fans. The arrival of this professional cutter in the CP community is like a deity descending from heaven, creating magic out of nothing. Every frame is an epic scene. The fans showered him with endless praise, making him arrogant, working day and night, producing constantly with varying styles, all except the recurring theme of the actor having babies. Just when he felt satisfied and wanted to stop, all kinds of CP dogs arrived, showering him with money to continue. Duan Shen is incredibly popular, with CP fans across the entire entertainment industry. A simple search for his name along with another star will yield 1 or 2 fanfictions. In short, his appearances are frequent, splitting and reconstructing households almost dominating half the CP fandom. No story about Duan Shen means you've cooked your rice poorly. The truth about Duan Shen fanfiction is the sole measure of a fan's diversity. Blinded by money, Gun Yan continued producing high-quality content, prices steadily increasing due to his previous obsession with the actor. Gun Yan's computer virtually stores every piece of Duan Shen's work since his debut, all segmented and preserved for easy use, unimaginably convenient. For convenience, he only took editing requests related to Duan Shen. CP fans love and hate him simultaneously because Gun Yan is too commercialized. Today, he cuts their favorite pairings, and tomorrow, he personally splits them up. 2 years later, most eligible youth in the entertainment industry were victimized. All of the pure fans in the entertainment industry detested him. Those dedicated solely to Duan Shen despise Gun Yan the most, ready to rip him apart. A pure fan union was even established. Amidst the fierce online feuds, within this super comment section, fans understand and console each other, pledging to make Gun Yan's accounts explode as their ultimate goal. Except for one group of fans who didn't participate. That's Gun Yan's younger brother. Because Gun Yan had never edited his CP, who knew how large the group was that shipped Gu Shaoxing and the Ing. Once, a CP fan offered a price of 20,000 yuan for every 3 minutes, begging Gun Yan to edit a video. But Gun Yan refused them all. Thus, everyone drew a conclusion: the scissors hand was a toxic stan of Gu Shaoxing. Half of the comments under the scissors hands Weibo were the vilest curses from stan-only fans. Every time he cut a video, Gu Shaoxing would have another child within 3 years. Gu Shaoxing was punished by the stan-only union, even though he stayed at home doing nothing, but pots fell down from the sky. The Gu faction fans huddled together crying, "Why punish our Gij, he is still a child." Actually, it wasn't unjust at all. Gun Yan was Gu Shaoxing. His debut opportunity came about very accidentally. Due to the needs of editing a certain variety show video clip, he was forced to do something out of his comfort zone and temporarily recorded a segment. The variety show was already very popular, and Gun Yan immediately won over the audience with his pure and unpretentious good looks. Child, technical dogs work too hard. Mama asks you to debut. Mama forbids you to stay up late editing videos. I will give you money if you debut. He was originally the company's treasure, loved by everyone from the 70-year-old cleaning auntie to the 18-year-old intern. When the leaders saw that Gun Yan had a future and also had connections in the company, they pushed him to debut. Gu Shaoxing's acting was not hot nor cold, without ambition, but luckily, there were no scandals either. He took on minor supporting roles, allowed fans to look at his face and regularly released materials as food for thought. I just see him and feel peaceful. Fans exclaimed. Of course, everything was just calm on the surface. The real Gun Yan held grudges. All the goddesses he consecutively chased in university expressed their preference for Duan Shen, willing to be his lifelong brainless fan, implying that there would be no results with him. Gun Yan suffered jealousy toward Thi for 4 whole years. After debuting, a year later, Gun Yan got busier and his jealousy for Thi gradually dissipated with time. He posted a message on his old account announcing his retirement from the editing world. The exclusive fans union celebrated widely. Lottery forwards were shocking to behold, except only Gu Shaoxing's fans weren't allowed to participate. Gu Shaoxing's fans, what did our brother do wrong? Today, after completing a series of episodes, Gun Yan found himself with idle hands and unearthed a dusty video from his project files. Cut halfway through, the keyword still being Duan Shen and having a baby. Guided by his principle of seeing things through, he spent the night finishing the video. The computer kept emitting warning beeps, as if alerting to overload. Gun Yan hadn't used his computer for some time, so he was puzzled. For work, he purchased top-of-the-line specifications. It shouldn't crash like this. Suddenly, a flash of white light flashed before his eyes, and Gun Yan was swept into a spatio-temporal tunnel. Welcome to the second dimension world. Still shaken, he stood, only to glance around and actually see the main character from the video he had just edited, Duan Shen, there as well. You too, hello. I am the Dimension Wall System, specially invited by the Director of Family Planning Bureau in the second dimension to ask both of you for help. Since your CP edits contain excessive childbirth content, resulting in an overpopulation of infants in the second dimension that we can't take care of, we have to bother the 2 of you to come help. Gun Yan lost all words when faced with 36 cribs before him. The image of Thu is different than what was marketed. He was an irritable and ruthless older brother. What does that have to do with me? The system, we are concerned that Mr. Gu may not be able to take care of them. In a certain sense, you are these children's father. Duan Shen, someone who didn't even want to date, turned green with anger and cornered the perpetrator. Gu Shaoxing, give me an explanation. Some people appear to be flourishing on the surface, but in reality, they're extremely cowardly inside. With a slap, Gu Shaoxing knelt on the ground, holding Duan Shen's legs in repentance. I'm sorry. Gun Yan truthfully recounted all his actions. It was his own fault, and Duan Shen was completely innocently involved. Duanshan looked down at Gun Yan, his face unreadable with mixed emotions. He asked the system, how long do we need to stay here? System, don't worry, it won't affect your third-dimensional life. You just need to come over when asleep. Duanshan, that's not what I asked. The system chuckled, until these children grow up. 18 years. A thunderbolt struck Gun Yan in broad daylight, and his vision went dark. Then, he was woken up by the cries of children. Whether willing or not, the matter was already settled, with 36 children wailing deafeningly. While nominally the son of Duanshan, since the footage Gun Yan used came from film works, these infants had absolutely no relation to Duanshan and didn't even look alike. In short, it was difficult for Duanshan to develop paternal love, and he seemed more like a passerby. Gu Shaoxing was clumsy, and by the time he finished feeding the last child, the first one was hungry again. Knowing he was at fault and not daring to direct he worked himself like a lapdog. But this wasn't the worst part. What was truly terrifying was that the 36 children looked almost identical. No matter how adorable a creature might be, when there are too many of them, it's still overwhelming, especially during bath time. Babies were crawling all over the floor. After Gu Shaoxing had exhausted himself washing one child and placed it back into the pile, it immediately got mixed up with the others so he couldn't tell them apart. He wiped his hands, took a deep breath, and picked up another child to give it a bath. Idiot, that one's already washed, Duanshan suddenly mocked. Gun Yan. Chapter 37. When had Gun Yan ever suffered this much? If heaven gave him another chance, he'd rather chop off his hand to show his determination. He should have gone to be a preschool teacher instead of learning photography and editing back then. So why did I slack off in the first place? All the kids were made with the same material. It was the 1001st time that Gun Yan had lost his temper. No, I shouldn't have even used this material. Gu Shaoxing knelt on the ground, needle in one hand and thread in the other, carefully threading it. He was embroidering numbers onto each child's hat, from 1 to 36, so they wouldn't get mocked by Duanshan again. This kind of delicate work was something Gu Shaoxing hadn't done before, but editing videos required patience too. It went hand in hand, and slow work meant fine results. By the time he reached number 16, Gun Yan shook out his fingers and was about to take a break when the baby in the second crib pouted its lips and started howling. The 36 children had an incredibly strong domino effect. Gun Yan quickly threw down the needlework and picked up the baby. He gently rocked the child in his arms, using his index finger to tickle the baby's mouth. Thinking it was a pacifier, the infant opened its mouth and sucked. It must have been hungry. Gun Yan helplessly looked over at Duanshan, who was lounging around like some old geezer. If I let go, he'll start crying. Can you make some milk for him? You don't want to hear all 36 of them cry, do you? Duanshan massaged his forehead, getting up to prepare the milk. Seeing Duanshan's softened attitude, Gu Shaoxing thought he saw an opportunity. Slowly edging closer to the emperor of film, Gu Shaoxing grinned like a pyramid scheme leader. Why not try raising these kids yourself? As long as you slightly give them some love, you'll have 36 children calling you daddy. I won't compete with you, they can just call you dad. Isn't that prestigious? Thinking about it, he was practically raising these kids for Duanshan. Like a servant in the Duan household. Of course, he didn't dare say this to Duanshan's face. Duanshan cast him a cold glance. You have this hobby, why not leave the entertainment circle and become a babysitter? The cries of the second baby suddenly grew louder, and Gun Yan hurriedly patted its back. Don't cry, don't cry. Look, if kids lack fatherly affection, they'll feel wronged and cry. Duanshan placed the nipple in the mouth of the second baby, and the infant immediately became engrossed in sucking. The crying ones are the ones who get fed. Gun Yan. Since the baby wasn't cooperating, he tried a different approach. Don't you think our situation is like being widowed parents? Duanshan looked at him with a, you're an idiot, gaze. At best, you count as an unmarried person who had children out of wedlock. Since Duanshan refused to budge, Gun Yan didn't dare push him further. If reality caught up with him tomorrow, things would only be worse. A system notification reminded Gun Yan that it was time to change the baby's diapers. They've just finished bathing 2 hours ago. Gu Shaoxing broke down. An actor doesn't know how to handle kids. At most, he might turn on the water or make milk. The rest, feeding, soothing, and diaper changes, all fell to Gun Yan. He gritted his teeth and bore it. Finally, after all 36 kids fell asleep, Gun Yan slumped to the floor, calling out to the system. The thought of 18 more years of this life made him feel suffocated, wanting nothing more than to ascend right where he stood. Is there any kind of accelerator? The system, yes. Gun Yan brightened with hope. I want it. The system, my full name is the Dimension Barrier System. Part of my ability to break dimensional barriers comes from the grudges in your world. Once the grudges are removed, the system will lose energy, making it impossible to summon you. What grudge? The grievances of the Weifan, loyal female fans. Gun Yan immediately had a bad feeling. The two groups of people he offended the most in his life were Duanshan and the Weifan. He was quite self-aware, keeping his identity well hidden. Sure enough, the system announced, the biggest grievance of the Weifan is, every time Gu Shaoxing edits a video, it's as if he's 3 years pregnant twice in one. I'm a man. After having edited countless videos of himself giving birth, Gu Nian's first instinct was still to picture himself birthing. The system found Gu Xiaoxing's awareness admirable and decided to play along. Due to the overwhelming grudge from the real-world Weifan combined with the overload of overpopulation in the fictional world, both forces led to a bug forming in the dimensions, which is why I exist. Since the bug already exists, adding a male childbirth bug isn't unreasonable. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, sounding somewhat like the actor, "Wait." Strangely, the sentence was immediately muted. Gu Xiaoxing tilted his eyes curiously. How come there's a second person? The system, cross-connection just now. I can grant individual birth permissions separately. The buggy system acted arbitrarily. Gu Nian didn't suspect anything. Separately, what does that mean? Could it mean only he and the actor could reproduce? It means exactly what you're thinking. Gu Xiaoxing was torn between being a nanny for 36 children in the fictional world for 18 years versus giving birth to 2 kids every 3 years in the real world, which was less terrifying. Why did he have to face this choice? Let me think. Can I not tell Duanshan about this matter first? It's too late, said Duanshan coolly. System, sorry, our brainwaves are interconnected while we're communicating. Gu Xiaoxing. What was Duanshan thinking? He immediately distanced himself from Duanshan by the span of 36 cradles and picked up baby number 36 as a talisman. Duanshan's cold voice came, we are just spirits here, even if I wanted to leave, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Each punctuation mark mocked Gu Xiaoxing's intelligence. Gu Nian didn't understand what was happening. He thought Duanshan seemed somewhat exasperated and, also more disdainful of his intelligence than before. Recalling his conversation with the system, Gu Nian suddenly felt something was off. The grievances of the loyal female fans only mentioned Gu Xiaoxing having 2 kids every 3 years, without specifying that he had to give birth himself. For those fans, it would be devastating if their idol got married, had kids, stayed at home nursing his feet, and gained weight raising children. Thus, their wish was purely practical, they just wanted to annoy the video editor, who happened to be a devoted fan of Gu Xiaoxing. Clearly, getting married and having twins would also fulfill the task. Having made too many childbirth videos, his thinking had skewed. Gu Nian perked up and summoned the system again to revisit his requests. System, I'm sorry, every word we exchange is a binding agreement. Childbirth permission has been granted and cannot be revoked. Gu Xiaoxing remembered the interrupted sentence earlier. It turned out that Duanshan realized what was happening and wanted to stop him, but the system muted him forcibly. You tricked me. Gu Xiaoxing couldn't believe it. Weren't systems supposed to be emotionless? Why was it messing with people? The system remained silent with a knowing smile. Every system comes into existence with a mission. The cross-dimensional barrier system's task was to address overpopulation as requested by the Secondary Dimension Family Planning Bureau. These 36 children were equivalent to fragmented spiritual entities. If their 2 fathers, nominal father Duanshan and actual creator Gu Nian, voluntarily brought them into the 3rd dimension where they could merge as one and be born anew in the 3rd dimensional world, the population in the secondary dimension would decrease, completing the system's mission. Holding the child, Gu Nian felt speechless. Since coming here, he had continuously sensed intellectual superiority from Duanshan, but he refused to admit it. A shadow approached behind the cradle, and Gu Xiaoxing turned around on alert. Duanshan was walking toward him. Duanshan squatted in front of him, pinching Gu Nian's chin, expressionless. Remember, we're a community of interests here. You're not allowed to summon the system recklessly. When they arrived, the system introduced itself as sent by the Secondary Dimension Family Planning Bureau. Clearly, its core program originated from there. If resolving the grievances of the loyal female fans alone sufficed, then the system wouldn't be able to summon them again. Who would take care of the overpopulated children? Would the system handle it? Gu Nian tried to nod but couldn't move under Duanshan's grip. In reality, wouldn't he be completely defenseless? Duanshan's fingers on Gu Nian's chin never moved, his gaze deeply fixed on Gu Nian. Gu Nian felt like Duanshan wasn't gripping his chin but his heart. He frantically implied, black fans keep labeling me as an idiot and say my stupidity will pass down 3 generations. Before, I thought they were intentionally attacking me, but now I feel they saw far ahead and made an accurate judgment. 3 generations. Gu Nian emphasized. Therefore, having children with me is a waste of your ancestrally excellent chromosomes. This statement kept looping in Gu Nian's mouth but never left it. What if the Emperor of Film didn't mean any of that? Duanshan let out a light scoff, eyebrows furrowed, since entering the secondary dimension was your mistake, therefore, how we leave should be decided by me. Before the Emperor finished speaking, the east brightened, and the 2 popped out of the secondary dimension world. Gu Xiaoxing lay on the big bed, wiping sweat. It must have been a dream. That dream was truly horrifying. According to Duanshan's last sentence, it was practically ominous foreshadowing. Luckily, dawn had broken. No one would know he edited the video. He'd delete his account and smash his computer right away. His phone lit up with a string of unknown numbers. Lazily answering, it was unmistakably the Emperor's voice. Where are you now? Gu Xiaoxing hung up instantly, scared out of his wits. He was done for. Chapter 38. The ringing was relentless, like a death warrant. Gu Nian paced back and forth in the room with his phone in hand. This wasn't a call for death, it was a call for childbirth. Starting a family while on the rise in one's career would lead to a scolding from his agent. Gu Nian stared resolutely at his phone. That wasn't because he didn't want to leave the world of animation. His agent had been his female boss when he worked at a post-production company for reality shows. For his unexpected debut in entertainment, even her basic knowledge of talent management was rushed training. After many hardships, they'd reached this point. It hadn't been easy. Somewhere along the line, the screen changed to show his agent, and he greeted her as if she were a savior. Sister Lu, didn't you mention a concert for the troops in a remote mountainous area? Don't ask Shaolin, I'll go. The concert venue was deep within the mountains, a heavy industry zone rarely visited by humans, where signals barely existed. Once inside, even if Duanshan blew up his phone trying to reach him, it wouldn't work. But he is about to set off. Besides, I'm coming right away. Gu Nian changed clothes at top speed, leaving his hair untidy but exuding a sense of innocence. Agent, you can't sing anyway. Watching Gu Nian come down from upstairs in just 5 minutes, the agent felt quite speechless. She had never seen him move so quickly before. Singing. Gu Nian scratched his head confidently. I do know a few revolutionary songs. Gu Nian sang terribly out of tune, and to maintain his image, he'd never sung in public. His parents had fallen in love singing at a young social gathering. Somehow their genes mutated significantly by the time they got to him. Thankfully, during Gu Nian's childhood, his mother used to sing those same songs repeatedly around him, causing these particular ones to be ingrained and on key. Early this morning, Duanshan's agent suddenly asked me for your contact info. Do you think Duanshan wants to collaborate with you? The agent seemed hopeful, knowing that Duanshan currently had a big project and held some casting power. Gu Nian looked at the excited agent and couldn't bear to tell her the truth. The agent teased, back when we were at the company, all the videos on your computer were about Duanshan. Little brother Gu, if you two ever collaborate, keep a lid on it. It said the emperor of film doesn't like crazy fans. Recalling the main cause stored on his computer, Gu Nian sincerely looked at his agent. If only she had mercilessly destroyed them back then, everything would have been better. Deep in the mountains, the signal was bad, allowing Gu Nian to relax. He cherished every moment of the day until night fell inevitably. Snow came in the night, making the mountain paths dangerous. They wouldn't leave until tomorrow. It was then he realized how he would face Duanshan's wrath that evening in the animated world. And besides, he thought of those 36 small children and felt a headache brewing. If only Duanshan could help. An idea struck Gu Nian, and he pulled out his phone, ready to search how to enhance a new dad's paternal affection, 100 little tips to make a prospective father feel responsible, how to bring a career-driven man back to the family. Oh yes, and guide for marginalized groups facing domestic violence. What a clever boy I am. Let me check out thousands of years of accumulated experience from our industrious and brave laboring people. The clever boy slumped his shoulders upon seeing 0 bars on the signal. In the work area were mostly young men, so Gu Nian wandered over to the canteen, chatting earnestly with the cook auntie by the stove, soaking in her wisdom. She had borne 2 sons and 2 daughters and thus spoke with authority. My husband used to be the same, working hard during the day, and coming home to collapse onto the bed. When the baby cried, he simply ignored it. Gu Nian's eyes lit up. Then what? So, I placed the son on him. Blood is thicker than water, who can ignore such things when they're right in front of them? You must also shower praise on him, let him take care of chores. Your son looks just like him, eyes, nose, mouth, all of it. Isn't that enough satisfaction when you hear, Dad, constantly? Gu Nian despaired, but what if they don't look alike? How can they not resemble? 2 eyes, 1 mouth, who wouldn't agree that these things become more similar the more you say them? As long as no scandals emerge, paternal love shines through any filter. This meaningful conversation by the stove inspired Gu Nian, who then slept soundly with full confidence. Just as he drifted to sleep, he was pulled into the animated world by a burst of white light. All the courage Gu Nian had built up before bed vanished at the sight of the black-faced movie star. Why aren't you answering my calls? Well, I'm in the mountains today. Gu Nian lied stubbornly. Duanshan glanced at Gu Nian's awkward hands and gave a half-smile. Are you afraid I'll have my way with you? No. Gu Nian jumped up high. The child must be hungry, let me check. Duanshan hooked Gu Nian's collar with 2 fingers, and with an effortless pull brought him close, pinning him against the wall. Gu Nian's gaze shifted nervously as Duanshan approached, his legs growing weak. Why you? I have no intention of having children with just anyone. Duanshan enjoyed the sight of Gu Nian's fearful expression for half a minute before speaking, at least not in the near future. So, you don't need to worry. Having children was not only a way to leave the animated world but also a long-term responsibility. Gu Nian's earlobes were red as if bleeding, yet he felt an immense sense of relief. Losing all strength, he sat on the ground and looked up at Duanshan, thinking that the movie emperor looked more handsome today than ever before. So, are you not planning to go out anymore? Gu Nian feared Duanshan might change his mind. Duanshan leaned back on a sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Anyway, it's just a matter of resting in a different place. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Gu Nian. You'd better keep those kids under control so they don't disturb me, or I may regret this decision. Gu Nian thought, handsome my foot. Yeah, Duanshan was simply switching places to rest, while things were much more complicated for him. Following this logic, it should be him who would beg Duanshan to come over. Resigned to his fate, Gu Nian picked up a baby, glaring at the relaxed Duanshan, recalling the cook auntie's suggestion. He held the baby upright and poked its shoulder, exclaiming with an air of discovering a treasure, I just noticed how much this baby looks like you. Look at the child's eyebrows, just like yours. Gu Nian's inner self waved its magic wand, burn with paternal love. Making up lies, Duanshan's eyebrows were praised as heaven's masterpiece, sharp and authoritative, every single raised eyebrow enough to make fans scream. Annoyed, Duanshan opened his eyes, glancing at the baby whose eyebrows were so light they could barely be seen. He looked at Gu Nian, moving his lips slightly, then finally sighed. Gu Nian read the unspoken words from Duanshan's lip movements, idiot. Not discouraged, Gu Nian attempted to brainwash Duanshan through constant chatter. And the mouth looks exactly like yours. Where does it look alike? Duanshan cut off his words. He understood now, Gu Nian had learned how to nag non-stop. Gu Nian stuttered for a moment, the baby already has teeth. Without warning, the baby grabbed one of Duanshan's fingers, and Gu Nian boldly placed the child into Duanshan's arms before running off as fast as he could. Intimate contact between father and son helped build emotional connections quickly. The movie emperor's body stiffened momentarily as he adjusted his sitting position awkwardly with the baby in his arms. His large hand covered the baby's ears while he angrily ordered, Gu Nian, come back here. Gu Nian, please hold the baby for half an hour, please do. Baby number 3 especially loved crying, disliking sleeping in the cradle, and insisted on being held by someone. Staring into each other's eyes, big and small, the baby sucked its finger and drooled all over, while another soft little fist clung tightly to the movie emperor's finger. How could anyone bear to pull away? Bolstered by the movie emperor's promise of not wanting to have kids soon, Gu Nian grew bold. Duanshan somewhat regretted telling him too early. Today, the proportion of childcare undertaken by the movie emperor and Gu Nian was 135. Step by step, the gap narrowed, and Gu Nian was confident that one day it would become 117. The next day, after Gu Nian came out of the mountains, his agent informed him that the movie emperor was indeed looking to collaborate with him. 3 p.m. this afternoon, Yueyun Hotel. With mediocre acting skills, Gu Nian didn't think the high and mighty movie emperor would give him the time of day. Not only had he personally contacted him, but also overestimated his ability by casting him as the male lead. Nervously flipping through the contract at the dinner table, Gu Nian worried it might be a trap. No problems. Duanshan said lightly. Yeah, Gu Nian asked hesitantly, what's in it for you? Doesn't this hurt your reputation? After all, Gu Nian was just a small-time actor without any connections. There were plenty like him in the entertainment industry. Outsiders in the business might happily promote them for a while but could easily replace them with a roll of videotape, forcing them back into post-production work. Absolutely no benefit, said Duanshan. Gu Nian felt heartbroken. But he immediately comforted himself. Their meeting in the animated world must have been by chance, and Duanshan must have seen how quickly and diligently he cared for the children, deciding he had potential. Though Duanshan didn't say it, surely he had recognized the shining talent within him. After signing the preliminary contract, Duanshan instructed his assistant to take it away. When they were alone, he slowly told Gu Nian, this is my way of thanking you for taking care of the children. Gu Nian grinned, it's nothing, really. If you dare to throw the child at me again tonight, feel free to try it. Gu Nian paused mid-smile. So, the resource offered in real life bought his babysitting services for 18 years every night. He negotiated, isn't this too sneaky? Even a kept lover wouldn't cost this much. It's not that no one wants to support Gu Nian, but his small team is extremely laid back from top to bottom. Worse, Gu Nian himself spends every day obsessively making videos about Duanshan having a child, showing little interest in promotions and definitely problematic thinking. The one who started this has no right to negotiate. Gu Nian fell silent. Before the official start of filming, Duanshan brought Gu Nian on an outdoor variety show. The agent was astonished by Duanshan's full commitment while Gu Nian had grievances he couldn't express. The variety show's location was in a snow-covered rural homestay. The director assigned tasks, build a fire indoors or slaughter chickens in the kitchen, working in pairs. Duanshan had such a big star status that the crew secretly arranged for him to get the former task, bringing along Gu Nian as well to enjoy the favor. In the CP world, Scissors Hand, Gu Nian was like a huge spotlight overshadowing all opposing CPs. Especially the perpetually ignored Shengu CP, which truly lived in the Great Rift Valley. Now, with Scissors Hand announcing retirement, it was Duanshan and Gu Nian's first screen collaboration. The good CP pairing became more popular as their fans meticulously examined every frame of footage online, determined to create a sensational edit. They aimed to lift the Shengu CP out of obscurity and onto the world stage. No one knew these things better than Gu Nian, formerly known as Gu Shaoxing in the fan circle. According to legends, once you've reached the peak in the Scissors Hand community, you must have the courage and awareness to dismantle your own CP. All previous efforts shouldn't be wasted, after all, that's what being a true career fan of the Scissors Hand entails. Thus, Gun Yen voluntarily offered to go and kill the chicken. The singer gratefully exchanged tasks with him. Duanshan glanced at Gun Yen but made no comment. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Gu Shaoxing realized he was in trouble. There sat a lopsided-necked chicken quietly dumped in a wooden basin. Boil water, scald the feathers. Oh, it's already been killed then. Gun Yen squatted down to poke the chicken wing. Suddenly, the processed rooster came alive as if injected with adrenaline, leaping out of the basin and rushing towards the door. Without hesitation, Gun Yen took off running behind it, chasing a wounded rooster he should easily outrun. Outside, the snow was deep, and a snow bank as tall as a person stood by the gate. Panicking, the rooster dove headfirst into the snow bank, followed immediately by Gun Yen, who disappeared just the same. Gun Yen thought it was solid-packed snow, but instead, it was fluffier than cotton. One misstep later, he sank completely. The commotion outside alarmed those inside. Reacting quickly, Duanshan clawed through the snow with bare hands and single-handedly hoisted up Gun Yen, who was stuck upside down, brushing the melted snow out of his hair. Behind the snow pile lay a frozen pond. Gun Yen's hand was cut by the icy surface, bleeding while trying to avoid Duanshan. However, with one struggle, he slipped, forcing him to cling on to Duanshan in fear. Ice formed beneath Gun Yen's shoes, so Duanshan simply picked him up. Gu Shaoxing, damn. This will give them even more content to sugarcoat. To meet the year-end deadline, the variety show released a teaser clip the same day. Countless fans were shouting in excitement, preserving the stunning scenes. Some people interpreted from Duanshan's anxious eyes and actions when carrying someone that the two unrecorded syllables he called out were actually Nyen Nyen, reading his lips. Could there really be some invisible sweetness? Gun Yen angrily watched the newly edited video repeatedly for 16 to 18 times. Clearly, he was called idiot. Chapter 39. Gun Yen was all wrapped up like a dumpling, his wound throbbing with dull pain as he struggled to play with his phone while avoiding the camera. After exiting the Deep Valley CP interface, most of the outside bystanders were still analyzing rationally. The comments, like a refreshing cold breeze, blew Gun Yen's mind clear in an instant. People are indeed a species easily swayed by the crowd, caught up in the group of CP fans, thinking unconsciously aligned with them. As a former video editor, Gun Yen condemned himself for 10 seconds for not immediately seeing through this sugar extraction scam. Duanshan's fans were arguing online based on reason, both denying Nyen Nyen and defending their idol's image. Our husband is gentlemanly and would never be suspected of cursing someone, stupid. Hashtag Nyen Nyen hashtag stupid became a trending topic. Combined with the upcoming New Year's atmosphere, Gun Yen's fans acquired a new nickname, Nyen Goods. Gun Yen put down his phone, feeling restless and unable to sleep. He opened the door with one hand to sneakily check if everyone was asleep. As soon as he opened the door, cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed onto his eyelashes, prompting Gun Yen to quickly close the door and climb into bed. It wasn't until he officially tried to sleep that he noticed the window beside his bed leaked cold air, making the warm room feel chilly in this small corner. Gun Yen's injured palm faced the hole directly, freezing it and causing more pain. So, he had no choice but to switch sides to sleep. In the two-dimensional world, several little ones were sprawled around Duanshan's feet, with some hyperactive babies even climbing up his trouser legs. The film emperor could only sit on the ground, supporting each child with one hand to prevent them from falling. How hasn't Gun Yen arrived yet? Duanshan's voice carried icy shards. What nonsense, leaving all the kids to him, an uninvolved person. System, you can only come after they're deeply asleep. According to my detection, Mr. Gu did not completely fall unconscious tonight. Can't you at least put these, Duanshan gestured toward the circle of children around him, back into their cradles? No, now is the designated free activity time. The babies under a year old completely ignored the cold aura emitted by the film emperor, one outdoing the other and crowding towards him, pulling on his sleeves for a hug. After a while, realizing that the emperor didn't imitate Gu Shaoxing's habit of kissing and lifting them high, the second and third baby started wailing first. A headache struck the emperor. He remembered this number two who always wanted milk when crying, but right now, he couldn't leave. Finally, in humiliation, the film emperor picked up the common back basket used by Gu Shaoxing. With one on his back, one in his arms, and two more clinging to his pant legs, he reluctantly left. With his entire family in tow, Duanshan spent 10 minutes walking a 10-meter distance, finally reaching the kitchen to prepare powdered milk. He thought about mixing it casually, but as he looked down, he saw a detailed guide written by Gu Shaoxing on how to prepare the formula, for seeing a day like today. Gu Shaoxing had just scribbled it for his own fantasy satisfaction. Duanshan frowned, prepared a bottle of milk, and moved at the same speed back to number two's crib, placing one baby back. Still 35 left. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Gu Shaoxing finally drifted off into a dreamy state. And then saw this shocking scene. If you ignore the sour face of the emperor, it was purely that of a caring father. Duanshan was bending over to burp baby number 16. Seeing that he hadn't noticed him, Gun Yen tiptoed towards the sofa. Previously, the couch belonged to Duanshan. Now, Gun Yen decided to seize the opportunity to enjoy it, even if only for a minute. Come over. Gu Shaoxing paused his steps and obediently walked over, complimenting Duanshan according to what the cooking aunt taught. you're truly amazing, the babies listen to you so well. Indeed, Emperor, one of you equals 10. I couldn't achieve what you have done. You're truly a good father. Shut up. Duanshan stood up straight, his gaze sweeping Gun Yen's left hand, where there was no bandage, as the wound disappeared upon entering the two-dimensional world. Can't sleep? Gun Yen squeezed his left hand, slightly embarrassed, a bit, sorry. Duanshan glanced again at his left hand, said nothing, and then headed to the sofa. His fatherly image completely disappeared, replaced by cold and mercilessness. Gun Yen snorted, squatted next to number 16's crib, taking over to pat the baby's back. The little guy's lively, glossy black eyes darted around before smiling at Gun Yen, showing uneven teeth. Adorable. Gun Yen softly taught him to call Dad, 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 don't call me, call you Duan Dad, understand? Gun Yen was still up to no good, wanting Duanshan to take over a few babies for him, especially after seeing what happened earlier. The film emperor managed all 36 children on his own, although he looked somewhat disheveled with baby formula and saliva all over his clothes, there were no major issues. This only strengthened Gun Yen's resolve. To warm the icy heart of this film emperor, it would start from calling him Dad. Gun Yen used a little milk bottle to tease number 2 baby, simulating the call of Dad himself. Little glutton number 2 first cried out twice, seeing that Gun Yen wasn't moved, furrowed his brows, as if deep in thought. Gun Yen felt that he had understood, gave him a smacking kiss and let him finish the milk happily. To avoid being heard by Duanshan, he carried each one to a corner far away from Duanshan, patiently teaching them for 3 hours until his mouth went dry, clearly noticing the regression of his language skills. Duanshan, seeing Gun Yen repeatedly holding the children, became a little puzzled. What are you doing? Gun Yen reacted instinctively, Dad. Duanshan. The only 2 words left on his lips made Gun Yen quickly adjust his tongue, searching for vocabulary. Nothing, I'm just walking around with them. Duanshan disagreed, don't spoil them too much. What if one day Gun Yen has something and isn't there? Won't Duanshan have to keep holding them forever? They'll cry if he doesn't. TSK, interesting, Duanshan cares about the growth of the children now. Blindly optimistic Gun Yen cunningly smiled, deciding to go to sleep early tomorrow and open a Call Dad express class before Duanshan arrives. Inside the room, the voices were chaotic, and the shadows were disordered. Gun Yen opened his eyes and found Duanshan right in front of him, his expression exactly the same as in the two-dimensional world. He couldn't tell reality from virtuality at the moment, mistaking the surrounding noise for dozens of crying babies. Gun Yen felt uncomfortable, closed his eyes to escape from the responsibility of feeding the babies, buried his face in the quilt, and said to Duanshan, the babies cried again, didn't they? I'm so sleepy, could you help me feed them? It was his usual pleading tone, but because he had said it so many times and had become more familiar with Duanshan, it sounded a bit like pouting, soft and cutesy. Duanshan. The people around. Damn, explosive. No wonder the film emperor went to find the team doctor early in the morning, saying that Gun Yen's wound might not be good. Although the wound was long, it actually wasn't very deep, so no one paid attention. But when the doctor examined it, it turned out that there was indeed a problem. Not only was it cut by ice shards, but snow water also seeped into it, causing frostbite, along with a slight fever spreading through his body. Everyone was asleep last night, how did Duanshan know beforehand? More shockingly, as soon as Duanshan entered, he noticed the wind leakage from Gun Yen's window and realized his hand had been frozen where it touched the window edge. Duanshan's expression darkened immediately, scaring the organizer, who almost thought this room belonged to Duanshan's wife. They even had kids already. Listening to this familiar tone, it seemed they must have said it hundreds of times. Suddenly, the air became silent, and the crying sounds Gun Yen imagined disappeared instantly. He blinked under the quilt, acutely realizing, he was awake. Just as Gu Shaoxing was about to suffocate himself in shame under the quilt, Duanshan spoke up to defuse the situation. What nonsense are you muttering in your sleep? Get up and let the doctor check your hand. After Duanshan spoke, everyone else thawed and started moving busily. The assistant director asked the director quietly, can we broadcast this segment? What can't be broadcast? Isn't it just some mumbling? The director replayed it 3 times, broadcast it, must broadcast. After getting an injection, Gun Yen bounced back lively by the afternoon. Also participating in the variety show were the leading actors from 3 other crews. There were a total of 4 groups with 8 people, all starting their films after the Spring Festival, gathering together for the show for the opening prosperity, publicity. After dinner, the 8 people split up and were led to different places respectively. When they arrived, the director then announced that this was a section testing teamwork. Without using any communication tools, see who finds their partner first. Gun Yen was brought to an unfamiliar cottage at the foot of a mountain. It was said that the other 7 people were distributed in different places on the mountain. The task would begin the next morning. Thus, Duanshan and Gun Yen, unlike the others, had one advantage, an opportunity to cheat. In the two-dimensional world, Gun Yen had watched Duanshan's back 180 times. From the competitive urge to ask where Duanshan was at first, to later realization, if they win too harmoniously, wouldn't they be unintentionally bolstering the fanbase of the Deep Valley CP? He had accidentally mentioned the baby thing in the daytime, and needed to urgently patch it up tomorrow to maintain their innocence. Gu Nian decided he would definitely come in last place, unable to find the other party dead or alive, making the director embarrassed. How could Duanshan fail to feel Gu Nian's gaze? Sticky and hard to ignore. Was this fool very eager to win? Walk along the stream, there is a mill. Duanshan obtained a map clue. Gu Nian nodded, good, he would go the opposite way. The next day. Gu Shaoxing, help, my feet seem not under my control. Gu Nian gave up on himself and walked along the little river. After a while, he saw a small wooden bridge. Since he didn't know which side the mill was on, he spent 5 minutes thinking about whether he should cross the river or not. Let's count Duanshan's number of strokes, if it's an odd number then he'll cross the river, if it's even then he won't. Okay, he won't cross. An hour later, the broadcast alerted that Gu Nian and Duanshan were less than 100 meters apart. Excitedly, Gu Nian started running. 30 seconds later, he and Duanshan stared at each other across the river. The teammates needed to hug once to be considered successful. The river wasn't deep, only 5 meters wide, but it was winter, and the icy water felt like needles. Only someone crazy would wade through the freezing water. The broadcast prompted that another group was also less than 100 meters apart. Gu Nian pursed his lips, somewhat dejected, knowing it would take at least half an hour to return. By that time, dinner would have gone cold, and filming would start soon. He had hoped they could win together just this one time as a bonus. What are you doing, Duanshan? Don't come over. Duanshan calmly stepped through the water as if it weren't sub-zero icy water but warm, soothing hot springs. Gu Nian developed a slight fever yesterday from a mere scratch by ice shards. He knew how cold that water was, and couldn't imagine the pain of having both feet submerged in it. You go back. Tears were almost streaming down Gu Nian's face. He tested the water with his foot, stepping onto a stone in the middle of the river, ready to go in. He couldn't stand watching Duanshan alone in the water. It was strange. Clearly, it wouldn't matter if Gu Nian jumped into the water since Duanshan would leave anyway after getting out. Before Gu Shaoxing could stick his foot in, Duanshan stopped him with a glare, turning off the microphone and coolly threatening, do you want to get a fever again? Who will look after the kids tonight? Don't count on me. Their dialogue was so familiar, if heard by the cameraman, it would surely shock them speechless. Gu Shaoxing turned off his mic too, feeling a bit angry, is it all because of this? Duanshan, who cared nothing for winning, seemed strangely reckless to enter the water. Gu Nian's mind wandered off, thinking Duanshan might have been inspired by his earlier thought, willing to fall sick just to visit their children in the two-dimensional world. Why? Was he unwilling to take care of the kids with him? He didn't actually cause Duanshan much trouble except for when he got sick, right? Just for this reason, he crossed the river. On the surface, it seemed like Duanshan disregarded his body for victory, but upon deeper consideration. Gu Shaoxing scratched the white gauze on his left hand, feeling a trace of sadness. Did the film emperor despise him and the babies? Duanshan didn't deny it, quickly arriving in front of Gu Shaoxing. After hugging him, he squatted down, come on. The broadcast immediately announced to the world that Duanshan and Gu Nian successfully hugged. They were 3 seconds faster than the other team. Gu Nian blinked in confusion, why? There's heating inside the mill. If I don't want to freeze to death, follow me. Duanshan still sounded irritated, idiot, why didn't you cross the bridge? Can't you read road signs? Are there road signs? After the program aired, the CP Deep Valley exploded, rapidly becoming a national sensation. Countless people joined in celebration. Someone asked, if the mill has heating, why carry Gu Shaoxing over the water? His shoes aren't wet. Answer, of course, share the warmth with your wife. That moment over the water touched me deeply. Our Nian behaves just like a little spouse. Another question, did Gu Shaoxing dream about marrying and having children with the film emperor? Breastfeeding and all, that was pretty explosive. Answer, they've already married and had children, fans needn't worry. Question, can Duan Film Emperor and Gu Shaoxing release a video with their child today? Answer, thank you, we've broken 10 million views. After the previous lesson of being called a stupid person, Gu Nian no longer paid attention to those sugary edits. All sugar was fake. Glass shards did exist though, Gu Nian thought. Deep Valley fans, this time, it's pure, unadulterated sugar. Enough to fill Deep Valley. Overflowing with joy like a volcanic eruption. Past Deep Valley fans have perished, strangled by sweetness. Now alive, Himalaya, Deep Valley. Chapter 40. After the variety show ended, if not intentionally focusing on CP fans, Gu Shaoxing's life hadn't changed much beyond gaining a few more New Year's Goods fans. The guideline for New Year's Goods fans, baby, it doesn't matter if you're dumb, anyway, mommy loves you. Before meeting Duanshan, Gu Shaoxing had never been called stupid by anyone. But this resentment stayed bottled up inside Gu Nian because he realized that what he'd been doing lately was really stupid. After the last variety show, Gu Nian suspected that Duanshan actually didn't like him or the babies. For some reason, he stopped bringing the babies to Duanshan and even stopped teaching them to call him dad. If the babies learned to call someone dad but Duanshin didn't like them, that would be terrible. Duanshin's attitude, however, had subtly shifted. Sometimes even when Gunyen didn't ask, Duanshin would take the initiative to help boil water or change diapers. After the Spring Festival, the first movie co-starring Duanshin and Gunyen began filming, with the early stages at a film studio and the later ones in the mountains. The entire crew was supported by award-winning actors and seasoned veterans, making an actor of Gunyen's fame feel completely out of place. When performing their lines together, he often got dragged off course, sometimes even mimicking the other actor's accent so exaggeratedly that even the director laughed. Gunyen was invited by Duanshin as the second male lead, and everyone knew why he wasn't being openly criticized for his acting skills. It was only then that he realized his go-with-the-flow acting style was like a clown act in front of real artists. Even his pride in his memory, citing obscure clips while editing videos of Duanshin giving birth, didn't give him an edge over remembering lines. What was the point of reciting lines flawlessly if the director wasn't looking for perfection word for word? Gunyen sat on the floor zoning out, cradling baby number 18 in his arms, supporting the baby bottle with one hand to feed the baby milk. Each time the director shouted, "Cut," there were two reactions among those present, some looked at him, others looked at Duanshin. He felt just like a slacking student who was caught unprepared by the teacher and was now getting tattled on by everyone. Duanshin seemed unaffected, continuing to do what he had to do as if they weren't acquainted. He brought shame to the renowned actor. Sighing again, Gunyen suddenly felt an emptiness in his arms. Several sheets of paper floated down, and upon picking them up, he discovered they were Duanshin's handwritten script drafts. A three-dimensional script couldn't be brought into a two-dimensional world. Duanshin had spent an hour writing down every scene scheduled for the next day, including Gunyen's and some other supporting roles. This. The early bird gets the worm. Duanshin patted the baby's back. Since you haven't had professional acting lessons, you'll have to put in twice, maybe even 10 times, the effort others do. Tears welled up in Gunyen's eyes. When did Duanshin become so considerate? You are somewhat stupid, but luckily, you have more time than others, Duanshin nodded. Go practice over there. Gunyen instantly retracted his sentimentality, then what about the baby? Duanshin, I'll watch him for a bit. Gunyen, now we should change the diaper. Duanshin's face darkened. And so it turned into Gunyen practicing his lines on the sofa while Duanshin changed the baby's diaper one after another, as though their roles were reversed. Louder. Loosen up. Do you still think you're walking down a red carpet? Babies cry louder than you. Actor Duan was really strict. While taking care of the baby, he could simultaneously correct Gunyen's performance mistakes as if he had 8 eyes. Acting so stiffly in front of empty air, no wonder whenever old Zhang speaks, you mimic him. Do you think following behind others is cool? It's not. Gu Shaoxing, ashamed, turned toward actor Duan to apologize deeply. To his surprise, Duanshin had quietly arranged 36 baby seats into a square formation of 6 by 6. Seeing Gunyen, the babies became excited, waving their little hands, patting the protective railings of the baby seats, looking fervently and applauding. Actor Duan stood by the side with crossed arms. Continue. Feeling humiliated in front of his sons. Gu Shaoxing gritted his teeth and read his lines. Dad, this is what era. After years studying overseas, you've forgotten your roots, the tableware you used as a child is still right here. Duanshin replied expressionlessly, yet his voice carried profound emotion, as if he truly was old Zhang portraying Gunyen's father. Dad, I heard. Over 5 pages of dialogues, everyone else's parts were voiced solely by Duanshin. Gunyen started feeling immense pressure, but gradually entered a state of flow until calling Dad came naturally. Duanshin commented, you sure can call Dad well. The second male lead in the drama both reveres and depends on his father, a very contradictory feeling. However, Gunyen's portrayal felt authentic. Duh. The second baby had been laying groundwork with recent lessons, coupled with hearing Gunyen earnestly calling out Dad numerous times today, and suddenly grasped the concept. His tiny hand waved to clearly communicate, can the baby have milk now? Both Gunyen and Duanshin were momentarily stunned. With the powerful domino effect of the 36 babies, as soon as the second one called out Dad, more voices joined in, growing from few to many until Daddy calls echoed continuously. Because all their voices sounded exactly alike, Gunyen couldn't tell who was calling. The scene was like a game of whack-a-mole, popping up here and there. They can call Daddy. Gunyen happily grabbed Duanshin's arm, all the gloom from acting erased. He pulled Duanshin over one by one. This one can call. 17 is the loudest. 5's voice is a bit soft, he needs to drink more milk. You'll get milk if you call Daddy, just wait. Gunyen rushed into the kitchen in a blur and started bustling around. Duanshin initially kept a straight face, seemingly indifferent to the matter, but he couldn't help cracking a smile when Gunyen kept cheerfully reporting updates near his ear. He gently pinched the back of Gunyen's neck. Idiot. It doesn't matter if I'm an idiot, my son is the smartest in the world. Gunyen said gleefully. Thanks to Duanshin giving him private tutoring day and night, Gunyen's acting had greatly improved. Though it wasn't stunning, at least it didn't feel so out of place within the production crew. In early March, as snow began to melt, the first phase of filming in the film city came to an end. The next location would be deep in the mountains. This part didn't include Gun Yen's scenes, but he volunteered to follow along for learning purposes. Duanshan stopped him with one sentence: shooting conditions aren't good, and it will be troublesome. The agent wasn't sure if shooting the movie would make Gun Yen a breakout star. She shared the same concerns as fans did: poor acting might result in criticism after the movie premiere. Go where? Go back and focus on maintaining your fanbase. Gun Yen had no choice but to revert to his internet idol persona. Fortunately, they could still meet in the evening. I'm currently in the rapid improvement stage of my acting career. If Duanshan isn't around, wouldn't that mean giving up halfway? Yes, just that. Though Gu Shaoxing wasn't staying in the crew, a young newcomer joined from Japan, apparently trying to replicate Gun Yen's path. Even before accomplishing anything significant, this person insisted on pairing with Duanshan to stir up CP rumors. On a large fandom forum, a passerby thread soared to the top. Are there people interested in discussing? Recently teetering on the edge of rooting for this ship, the Emperor and Yuan Yuan are such a great CP. 1L, that Japanese guy. Calling him Yuan exposes everything, group me for cash. 2L, my CP is number 1 in the world, who do you think you are? 3L, XSWL, Mount Fuji stop stealing fame from Mount Everest. Me, Himalayan Valley, not someone to mess with. 4L, there hasn't been much interaction between Yer and the Emperor recently. WA, I can't take it anymore. 5L, sister. Can't take it, you must bear it. Let the sky fall and we'll still hold it up. 10, the snow on Mount Everest, my CP's sugar. 11, Jijia says too well, this candy I can lick until next year. 97, dead of night and the Himalayan Valley fandom is talking nonsense again. 98, hee, spring has arrived, ice caps are melting, I'm kneeling at the foot of the Himalayas to lick my CP's first drop of sugared snow water. 99, sisters, let me have a sip. After the 5th floor, the tone of the post deviated, and the poster never reappeared. But certain events actually validated what the post said. In mid-March, a major geological disaster struck the location where Duanshan's crew was filming. Melting snow seeped into the slopes, causing severe landslides and mudslides. Millions of cubic meters of earth and rock destroyed all communication and transportation. The chosen filming location was quite primitive, already lacking developed transportation. This made them almost disappear into the mountains. Multiple landslides increased the search area, and there were many small villages scattered throughout the mountain region. The production team was only one among them. Even the most glamorous stars faced no special privileges in the face of natural disasters and could only quietly wait. Duanshan's studio quickly issued a statement donating $1 million for rescue efforts. Despite the burning anxiety, they expressed that they would not request preferential treatment from the police. When Gun Yen saw the disaster location pinpointed, his blood ran cold. It was precisely where Duanshan was located. Last night, Duanshan was nagged into speaking about local environmental conditions, explaining that tomorrow's shoot would be near the snowline, and upon completion, it would almost be time to return. Duanshan looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Isn't seeing me at night enough? There's still a difference between the real person and the spiritual form. Gu Shaoxing was being stubborn despite knowing it himself. I'm worried that if you don't come back soon, I'll forget how to act again. Duanshan, alright then, so stupid yet so confident. As no news came from the crew for days, Gun Yen finally put down his phone and lay in bed, hypnotizing himself. I'll see him in the secondary world soon. Sleep right now, I need to sleep. The more anxious he got, the more restless he became, tossing and turning all night. In the middle of the night, Gun Yen sneaked into the agent's room on the pretense of fetching the script, stealing 3 sleeping pills. He swallowed them in one breath, and their effect was evident. Half an hour later, Gun Yen successfully entered the secondary world. But Duanshan wasn't there. Gun Yen sat anxiously curled up on the couch waiting for Duanshan. All the children slept soundly tonight, seemingly knowing that both dads were preoccupied with other matters. Nothing bad would happen. It was possible that due to unexpected circumstances, Duanshan couldn't fall asleep either. He's so smart, nothing bad would happen to him. 4 hours later, when dawn approached, Duanshan still hadn't shown up. Intellectually, Gun Yen knew it was normal. Who could possibly rest peacefully in a place where landslides might strike again any moment? But deep inside, anxiety gnawed at him differently. Clutching his teeth, Gun Yen decided to call the system. Though forbidden by Duanshan from speaking alone to the system, Gu Shaoxing didn't care about such warnings anymore. He could occasionally be shrewd. System, sorry dear, usually, if the other party isn't deeply asleep, we cannot randomly check their information, as this would interfere with the 3rd dimension and cause unnecessary troubles. Gun Yen, what about special cases? Please, I beg you. Could something have happened to Duanshan? That's why he couldn't pass through. Gun Yen didn't dare to think further. System chuckled, not impossible, but it will cost some energy unless you agree to another condition. Gun Yen was just about to blurt out, I agree, but suddenly remembered Duanshan's warning and asked, what's the matter? System, it's like this, the time flow in both dimensions is the same. During your waking moments, the 36 babies are unattended and temporarily under our system's custody. Custody requires energy, and if I use energy to detect third-dimensional information, I won't be able to manage both tasks simultaneously. Therefore, if you're willing to extend the secondary world's time for taking care of the children, I'll have extra energy to spare. Gun Yen, how to extend it? System, don't worry about that. You can enter the secondary world even during fragmented times like naps or light sleeps. Gun Yen thought about it for a while, which seemed like an acceptable thing. After all, it's just about sleeping, doesn't matter where you end up. According to his experience, looking after kids in the secondary world, no matter how tiring it might get, rarely affects his work the next day. And he could also spend more time with the babies. I agree. Transaction successful. Now scanning Duanshin's information, beep. Scanning result, good. Status, exhausted, injuries, none, danger, none. Phew, thank you. Gun Yen sighed in relief, sitting on the floor. Having taken sleeping pills today, his stay in the secondary world was unusually long. So long that Duanshin briefly entered for 30 minutes. The crew had just wrapped up their shoot when they encountered a landslide. Luckily, they noticed early enough to run to safety. With communication cut off and hunger and thirst consuming them throughout the night, everyone stayed awake. However, considering the exhaustion from all-night shoots before, the director arranged for shifts of rest in case of emergencies. Regardless of how messy things were in the mountains, when he arrived in the secondary world, Duanshin remained impeccably dressed and composed. He silently glanced at Gu Shaoxing, who somehow managed to remain here in the secondary world till noon. What a heavy sleeper. He'd originally planned to nap and report safety to Gun Yen, but clearly, that wasn't necessary. Gu Shaoxing didn't seem too surprised to see him, as the system had already told him everything. You've come. Is everything alright? Nothing serious. We should be out by tonight, said Duan the Emperor coldly, breaking precedent by picking up one baby to mask the unsettling mood swelling inside. When the manager discovered her sleeping pills stolen, she almost thought Gun Yen had committed suicide out of heartbreak, scaring her into sending him to the hospital for thorough examination. Only after the doctor confirmed no harm was done did she relax. Later, Duanshin donated 2 million more to the disaster area. Gu Shaoxing, who hadn't been in the industry long and didn't have much savings, quietly donated 50,000 anonymously. Suddenly, the relationship between Duanshin and Gun Yen turned chilly, even CP fans picked up on it. I stand atop the world, surrounded by fields of sweet sugar, yet the wind feels so cold. Why haven't they released wedding candies yet? Gun Yen felt completely guilty. He had secretly made a deal with the system behind Duanshin's back, seeking temporary reassurance. Ultimately, it proved almost useless. He didn't dare to tell Duanshin, and recently he'd been feeling so tired. It was strange, even when just a little sleepy, a situation where previously blinking his eyes or washing his face would suffice to keep him awake for reading, now caused him to doze off for an hour at the slightest inattention, only to be pulled into the secondary world. His self-control was utterly zero, just like during his university math class. If it weren't for the fact that he and Duanshin hadn't done anything together, he would have suspected he was pregnant. It wasn't until one late-night interview when Gun Yen nearly fell asleep on the sofa in the studio that he realized he might, maybe, probably, definitely had been scammed by the system. What they called fragmented time was actually every instance when he felt even the slightest drowsiness, regardless of timing or place, pulling him in as a babysitter. Gun Yen felt somewhat dejected. I'm truly a fool. Still, at this point, he didn't dare to tell Duanshin. But one day, while reshooting a movie scene with Duanshin, he actually dozed off leaning against Duanshin's shoulder. When he woke up, he felt something was wrong immediately. How unprofessional. Sure enough, Duanshin's gaze darkened slightly, complex in a way Gu Shaoxing couldn't understand. I heard from your agent that you've been very prone to drowsiness lately. Gun Yen awkwardly laughed. Why are you so familiar with my agent? Don't change the subject, said Duanshin, because he couldn't answer this question. I've been playing games at night, and I'm a bit tired during the day. I'm sorry, I know it's unprofessional, but I'll stop tonight. Without another word, Duanshin unlocked Gun Yen's phone using his fingerprint. The screen was perfectly clean, not a single game downloaded. I play on the computer. Gun Yen panicked and stood up, only to be pressed back down by Duanshin. The day I got hurt, did you take sleeping pills? Duanshin looked deeply at him, his mood unclear. He didn't know when his manager and Gun Yen's manager started getting along so well, mentioning this casually during a morning phone chat. Recalling Gun Yen's calm demeanor that day, Duanshin guessed the truth based on the broker's conversation, further confirming it by his reaction today. Are you stupid? Huh? Duanshin hit Gun Yen on the side, frightening him to crouch in defense. I didn't do anything, said Gun Yen nervously. Duanshin glanced at Gun Yen, his chest heaving violently before finally turning around and leaving. Gun Yen exhaled, only to yawn. Had he fooled Duanshin? Probably just about passing through, as Duanshin likely disapproved of his use of sleeping pills. What he didn't know was that Duanshin immediately checked all of Gun Yen's activities for the past month. In conclusion, Gun Yen's drowsiness symptoms were getting worse, even affecting daily life. At 8 p.m., after washing up, Gun Yen lay in bed, feeling sleepy. Just before drifting off, he received a call from the actor King. This was Duanshan calling him for the second time. The content eerily overlapped with what Gu Shaoxing had imagined the first time. Gu Shaoxing was so startled that he dropped his phone. "Let's have a child," said Duanshan. "He's coming for me." Chapter 41. Gu Nian ran 2 laps around the bed before he dared to pick up his phone. Duanshan was still on the line. If Duanshan no longer wanted to raise children in the second dimension with him, then he would just have to have one with him in reality. Gu Nian felt a little sad. Since he disliked the 36 children of the second dimension, should they then be born into the real world? Things that one dislikes will remain so. He imagined Duanshan finishing with him and walking away after pulling up his pants, and the thought of raising the child alone for the next few decades saddened him even more. But there was one thing Duanshan said correctly: the one who initiated this has no choice. Gu Nian wanted to stall, striving to appear calm and composed. "I'm sleepy now, can we do this another day? It's only 8 o'clock, how could he be tired already?" Duanshan now knew Gu Nian's schedule better than Gu Nian himself. He usually got up at 10 in the morning, slept for 2 hours on the set, and now it was only 8. If he were merely resting, it wouldn't be an issue. However, Gu Nian had gone to the second dimension to take care of their children. Duanshan's gaze darkened. He began to suspect if the system was gradually shifting Gu Nian's focus of life to the second dimension. Moreover, without his supervision, would this fool continue being tricked into making trades? What would the system plan to do next? Turn him into a vegetative state? Password. Duanshan's breathing became tense as he stated firmly, "If you're sleepy, go sleep. Give me the door password, I'll enter by myself." The request for a password didn't seem odd to Mr. Duan. Gu Nian anxiously muttered out the password, and after hanging up the phone, he suddenly realized how casually he'd handed over such sensitive information. Covering his rear, he nervously paced back and forth trying to distract himself from other thoughts. He needed to mature a bit more. He couldn't let Mr. Duan know that after all these years since graduation, he was still a virgin. Surely, he'd be mocked for being too naive. There will always be a first time, whether on the 1st or 15th day of the month. Things would naturally fall into place. What if, when the pants were off, Mr. Duan suddenly realized he wasn't interested in males? He had forgotten to remind himself that there was nothing prepared in his house. Would Duanshan buy condoms? No, they wouldn't need those. But what about lube? What am I thinking about? Gu Nian abruptly stopped his frantic pacing. He had no stance whatsoever. Time flew by quickly, it seemed like Mr. Duan would soon appear downstairs. Gu Nian self-destructively lay on his bed and whimsically considered, what if I sleep first? It's not like Duanshan could wake me up by doing that, right? Contrary to his expectation of insomnia, under the powerful call of the system, Gu Nian fell instantly into the second dimension. When Duanshan arrived, Gu Nian was sound asleep on top of his quilt. His mouth corner showed a damp mark from sleeping awkwardly. Duanshan pulled a tissue to clean him and lifted him into his arms, wrapping him warmly in the quilt again. Despite all this commotion, Gu Nian showed no signs of waking. His little face was red, retaining traces of excitement from earlier. The bangs on his forehead were flattened, quietly draped above his eyebrows. "You must be feeding milk by now," Duanshan murmured sitting on the edge of the bed. He gently stroked Gu Nian's hair and took away the phone clutched tightly in his hand. This couldn't go on any longer. Even though Gu Nian became so anxious due to just one word from him and fell asleep immediately, it meant Gu Nian couldn't have any thought of, "I want to sleep." The system wouldn't care if he truly desired rest. One day, in some dangerous setting, if Gu Nian behaved this way, it would pose a life-threatening situation. Still, as Gu Nian thought, Duanshan would never try to awaken someone forcefully like that. Sitting by the bed, Duanshan stared at Gu Nian for a while, then bent down as if intending to kiss his forehead. At the last moment, with only 1 centimeter left, he changed course and kissed through his fingers instead. There aren't many genuinely foolish people in the entertainment circle, and even fewer who are as dim-witted as Gu Nian. When the system asked him to raise children, he resisted, but Gu Nian didn't push. After once being mocked for mixing up which baby was which after multiple washes, Gu Nian started numbering the babies seriously. Out of the 36 children, none received less attention than the others, each was pampered as if they were his own biological offspring. Even when exhausted to the point where his back hurt, upon hearing a baby cry, he would promptly rush over to cradle and comfort them. Every day, he begged for help holding a baby but never complained. To normal people in the real world, the second dimension is merely a data construct. Duanshan remained rational while Gu Nian couldn't bear seeing the babies cry or starve. Through this experience, he developed affection even for those small beings. In the end, Duanshan pinched Gu Nian's cheek lightly, turned off the lights, and spent the night on the living room sofa. In the second dimension, Gu Nian kept looking at the couch, wondering when Duanshan would come. Gu Nian was anxious, fearing both Duanshan's arrival and his absence. Restlessly waiting for an hour, his doubts increased, perhaps the great actor encountered a traffic jam, or maybe Duanshan wouldn't do anything strange with his body now. Gu Nian suddenly turned as red as a cooked shrimp, even his toes blushed, and he felt as if his whole body had been touched inappropriately. "Why are you blushing?" Duanshan appeared suddenly, catching him off guard. Gu Nian didn't know how to face him, darting his eyes around nervously, but unexpectedly, Duanshan didn't bring it up. After one glance, he took the 15th baby from Gu Nian's arms. Did you change the diaper? No. Then, Gu Nian watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the legendary actor personally changed the diapers of all 36 babies. Utterly astonished, Gu Nian wondered if Duanshan might be possessed by a magical nanny spirit. Next, Gu Nian never found an opportunity to talk to the actor since each baby alone could send generations into chaos, let alone 36 of them. Perhaps the sentence from Duanshan's phone call was just a joke. Gu Nian thought, worrying needlessly, that Duanshan was possibly sound asleep at home and hadn't come at all. In this state of continuous surprise, Gu Nian spent 8 hours. Upon waking, his first action was to post on BabyTree forum. Post title, because I was reckless, I had children with someone practically unknown. The situation is complicated concerning these children, it involves quite a number. A month ago, he left everything to me, I was the one soothing the babies, feeding milk, and changing diapers. Unless I begged him, he wouldn't budge from the sofa. However, recently, he has become suddenly industrious, striving to care for the babies without cursing me a fool. Well, occasionally there were still some words, but that's not the point. The key is everyone help analyze what's wrong with him. 1L, I bet the poster wants us to say that the good-for-nothing has fallen in love with you unreservedly and reformed. But I won't. 2L, keep such men to yourself, don't let them out to harm others. 3L, bastard men and women are naturally matched. 4L, is the LZ a top graduate of the Female Virtues Training Camp? Normal people can't endure to this extent. Congratulations on making it this far. 5L, not stopping while producing child after child, impressive. When the first reply appeared, Gu Nian felt a pang in his knees, feeling somewhat guilty. Before he could figure things out, more replies surfaced, and within the building, the actor and Gu Nian were scolded for hundreds of floors. Gu Nian angrily applied to delete the post. What's wrong with Duanshan? He has tens of millions of female fans clamoring to marry him. You're not allowed to insult him. From posting to deleting, it wasn't even an hour, and Gu Nian was thoroughly angered. He was holed up in the room posting until his brain cleared, only then did he realize that he hadn't slept like last night. Duanshan had been here. Gu Nian patted his own butt, the pants were intact, so he hurriedly got off the bed, too impatient to wear shoes, and twisted the door open. Sure enough, he saw the actor sitting in the living room on the couch reading a book. The two met unexpectedly. Duanshan put down the book and said to him, awake. Let's talk about the children. Duanshan woke up half an hour later than Gu Nian. Taking advantage of Gu Nian's departure from the second dimension, he summoned the system alone, let's settle our accounts. The system chuckled, fair trade, no cheating young or old. The tone was exactly like a despicable merchant taking advantage of a stupid kid's lucky money to buy game consoles when their guardian isn't around. But now the guardian had arrived. Duanshan raised an eyebrow, no solution. System, once the transaction is completed, it's handed over to the upper management. I don't have permission to withdraw either, dear. I will have a child with Gu Nian in the third dimension. The system was thrilled since they finally didn't have to take care of those 36 little brats. Duanshan asked, are you the family planning bureau of the second dimension? The system cheerfully replied, yes. Duanshan nodded, my social media account has 10 million followers. If I hinted to my fans that I liked various pairings childbirth edits and responded often, his fans would definitely be energized, producing content every day, leading soon to a population explosion of second-dimensional infants. The system couldn't laugh anymore, don't beat around the bush. Duanshan stood up, straightened his cuffs, shorter pregnancy, painless delivery. Sounds a bit difficult, the system clenched its teeth bitterly, originally giving Gu Nian only a temporary pregnancy bug to deal with and having surgery by himself when the time came. 100 million fans, Duanshan calmly threatened. By the way, though that idiot has always been deceived by you, he also has several tens of millions of followers. You abuse your power, making Gu Nian sleep during the day. If the number of babies explodes and draws the attention of the Family Planning Bureau, and they come to investigate your work, I wonder if this point will be uncovered. Even though Duanshan doesn't understand the operation rules of the second dimension, there are no squares without rules, and the second dimension certainly can't let the system run amok, or the two dimensions would have been in chaos long ago. But understanding is one thing, the system dominates here, and Duanshan has no way to reach its superior, so he has to endure being cheated. Alright. The system surrendered. In theory, as long as Gu Nian becomes pregnant, the 36 spiritual entities of the second dimension will find their home and disappear from the second dimension, preventing the two from entering again. Now the system needs to consume energy to summon them once more, allowing Gu Nian to give birth to the child in the second dimension. In reality, it means just sleeping for a while, and the child appears. However, Duanshan doesn't intend to tell Gu Nian these things right away, if this fool doesn't learn his lesson, he'll be deceived again. Gu Nian was pressed against the sofa, feeling a bit afraid of pain. What, do you regret? Duanshan poked his cheek, lifted him up, and placed him in the large bathtub in the bathroom. The system had been threatened by Duanshan, but its nature is inherently untrustworthy. Duanshan fears it might secretly mess with things, so it's better to resolve some matters quickly. Before confirming that Gu Nian is definitely pregnant, Duanshan won't leave his side. In other words, little Gu will continue to be intimate until he's pregnant. Gu Nian felt like a small kitten splashing around while bathing, with wet fur. His two hands were gripping the edge of the bathtub, his head tilted back, wanting to ask Duanshan whether he has any other intentions toward him, but he lacked the courage for a long time. About to be intimate, yet asking such a face-losing question, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Stubborn little Gu cried out of anger. He really wanted to know. Duanshan rolled up his shirt sleeves twice, slowly and deliberately leaned down, lifted little Gu's chin, and kissed him. I've recently discovered that giving the baby a bath is quite interesting. Isn't it, baby? Little Gu whimpered, disbelievingly looking at the renowned actor, stammering, there's no baby now. Was he calling him baby? Had he upgraded from a fool to the renowned actor's baby? Chapter 42. Gunnian Bao Bao, said the movie star. Upon hearing the movie star's response, Gunnian realized that he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Then, do you like me? Gunnian clenched his fists, his expression as tense as a soldier charging into battle. Why would I want to have a child with someone I don't like? Duanshan furrowed his brow, his large hand enveloping Gunnian's fist, prying his fingers open and intertwining them with his own. For you, I'll clear snow, for you, I'll cross icy rivers, for you, I immerse myself in all the trivialities of baby care. Without hesitation, at some point, the gruff and cold movie star started treating Gunnian with more warmth than anyone else, as if melting ice. Gunnian felt utterly embarrassed yet exhilarated inside. He wanted to tell Duanshan that he could endure and also like him. Gunnian widened his eyes, his mouth was suddenly covered. This kiss lasted well over 10 minutes. Gradually, from sitting in the bathtub, Gunnian lost strength and lay down flat. At some moment, the movie star stepped in, hovering above him with a commanding presence. Tisk, no need to say it. The thoughts of fools were always too transparent. Gunnian, who got underestimated, insisted, I lick. Hold yourself back a little, spread your legs. The movie star pinched Gunnian's bottom gently. What's with this talk while we're about to do it? Do you not want to get out of the bathroom today? Gunnian returned to his usual role again. He closed his eyes in tension, his eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings incessantly. But immediately, the movie star bit his neck. Open your eyes, the movie star warned, you dare fall asleep, and you're dead. Given Gunnian's particular condition, he chose the time just after waking up during the day to ensure Gunnian wouldn't fall asleep. Gunnian, can I hold back any longer? Day by day, he watched himself getting worn out. When Gunnian fell asleep from exhaustion, before he knew it, he entered a different realm. Daddy hug, the kids immediately extended their small chubby hands. Gunnian took a cautious step forward without feeling any discomfort. Come on, Daddy will hug. He picked up each of the 36 children and showered them with kisses one by one. In a few days, Daddy will take you to Daddy's world. There are Grandpa and Grandma, also Grandma and Grandpa. In this other realm, their activities were confined to this single room, where these little ones were pitiable. Duanshan walked behind him, let me hold. Today, the movie star was practicing standard hugging postures. You go lie on the couch, Duanshan said to Gunnian, don't tire yourself. Gunnian wore a delighted look, I'm not tired. Duanshan gazed at him deeply, I hope you still think so when you wake up. Instantly, Gunnian recalled how his arms and legs felt before sleeping, sore all over. Before you get pregnant, we must stay together. Duanshan implied that only the movie star knew Gunnian could randomly fall asleep. He himself, carefree and without a worry, shouldn't be left alone. Otherwise, the movie star couldn't rest easy. Gunnian blushed as if his throat had been gripped, shuffling over to the couch, then I'll rest for a bit. Since they could still enter this second realm, it meant that Gunnian wasn't pregnant yet. Once pregnancy occurred, this realm's entrance would immediately shut off. Duanshan was somewhat disappointed at not having succeeded with his first try. However, not entirely so. After all, whether or not Gunnian would still be willing to let him after getting pregnant, when he now willingly offered everything to him, remained uncertain. The third day. Recently, for the first time in his attempts to sleep, Gunnian did not enter the alternate dimension. By the time he woke up, he almost felt completely spent, licked wet all over, and covered in bite marks everywhere. So soon. Over these 3 days, they had worked hard trying to conceive, and Gunnian was almost physically undone. But because he'd slept a lot before, now that he was pregnant, the system's deal no longer affected him, and he woke up even earlier than the movie star. Anxious, Gunnian checked his belly, which remained flat and taut, showing no changes. He shook Duanshan awake. The moment Duanshan opened his eyes, he understood what was happening. He then heard Gunnian ask hesitantly, is it really in my belly? Yes. Seeing the anxiety in his eyes, Duanshan felt somewhat tender-hearted despite verbally telling him not to fear. His body language matched his words. Even upon real pregnancy, there was still a lack of composure. Duanshan pulled Gunnian, whose hands didn't know where to place, close and said, let me give you some good news. Then he told him about his request to the system. Gunnian's eyes lit up. Well rested, his complexion looked moist and glowing, akin to a freshly steamed white soft rice cake. He looked at Duanshin in admiration. "You're really amazing." Duanshin's Adam's apple moved slightly as he restrained himself from devouring Gunyan right there. After 3 days of debauchery, Gunyan finally returned to work. His agent noticed the rosy flush on his face and his eyelid twitched. "You're a grown-up actor now. You should learn how to deal with those hickey marks on your neck yourself." Gunyan quickly covered his neck. "Sorry, I lack experience." After a morning passed, the agent suspiciously asked, "Why aren't you feeling sleepy today?" Gunyan pursed his lips. Sooner or later, he had to tell the agent this matter, and he trusted her. "Because I'm pregnant," Gunyan said seriously. He had changed jobs and entered the entertainment industry after working, reaching the common marriage age for youths, so both elderly folks at home were looking forward to it. Naturally, the agent wouldn't judge him by entertainment industry standards. How could such good things happen? The agent didn't believe it. Nevertheless, good things bring high spirits, right? "Is your girlfriend pregnant? For your career, it's better not to disclose it for the time being. By the way, haven't you been dating Duanshin recently?" The agent was somewhat worried that Gunyan might become the big gossip of the year in the entertainment circle. "Yes." Gunyan's eyes gleamed brightly. This stunning news could only be shared with the agent. What a pity. Then was this an affair? It seemed the entertainment world truly was a big melting pot. How pure and righteous Gunyan used to be when he was younger. The agent rubbed her forehead. "When you're out there, don't mention Duanshin like that, otherwise netizens might say you're relying on him." Ever since Gunyan joined the workforce on his first day, whenever he mentioned Duanshin, his eyes would shine brilliantly. The agent suspected that Gunyan entered the entertainment industry for Duanshin. Gunyan tried to hold back, but Duanshin couldn't. Wherever Gunyan worked, the movie star sent loving lunchboxes filled with prenatal supplements, taking care of everything Gunyan might hesitate to buy himself, fully taking care of everything. The little baby inside him didn't restrain either. Because of the shortened pregnancy term, Gunyan's belly grew twice as fast as others. By 2 months, it was as round as someone 4 months pregnant. Initially, Gunyan was mocked for middle-aged weight gain, altered his age secretly to enter the industry, seeming 27 to 28 years old, actually 35. Looks deceive. But the small belly did not. The fans struggled against their conscience and started spamming photos from 3 months ago all over social media, brainwashing people by claiming Gunyan was gaining weight for a role. However, seeing Gunyan completely indifferent to losing weight, lying flat and enduring mockery, they frequently begged beneath Duanshin's Weibo posts, "Please stop feeding our Nyen Nyen. He's too naive to know better, and eats everything." Suddenly, the movie star's Weibo page was flooded with comments from Gunyan's fans. A verbal battle between the two fanbases ensued, lasting 3 whole days. Gunyan nervously sucked in his belly, helplessly watching as it refused to obey. It was early June, and it was the entertainment industry's mid-year gala. Before regaining his figure, it would be the last external event for Gunyan. He went along with Duanshin, promoting their upcoming summer movie together. Duanshin had found a designer who customized a suit to cover Gunyan's stomach. When walking side by side, he instinctively positioned himself on the outer side, lightly shielding Gunyan to prevent unexpected crowds from rushing in. "I'm only 2 months along. Don't walk this way down the red carpet," Gunyan emphasized. As the red carpet live stream unfolded under the flashing lights and constant camera shutters, the movie star remained alert and sharp-eyed, fearing any intruder. Duanshin's fans, ahahaha, what a gaze. Loved it. Movie Emperor's classic fierce expression. So epic. Like everyone in the world is against him. That's called unwavering belief even if it means opposing the world. Go read more books before spewing such nonsense, sis. Deep Valley fans, I just peeked at the Movie Emperor fans groups. I'm certain now, his sole focus is Gunyan. Count how often he looks at Gunyan during this whole thing. Confirmed. Following the red carpet session, came a 10-square-meter host stage where guests were required to give brief speeches. Duanshin spoke succinctly, "I am Duanshin." That was it. Fortunately, Gunyan was well prepared with several hundred words advertising their movie, forgetting even to introduce himself. Duanshin kept observing the surroundings as though serving solely as Gunyan's private bodyguard. Above Gunyan's head, the cool light beautifully illuminated his flawless skin, requiring no touch-ups at all under high-definition cameras, yet every extra ounce of flesh on his face wasn't missed by the merciless lenses. Suddenly, the studio lighting flickered, switching to a long shot in the live stream. Fans glued to their screens screamed, a spotlight above Gunyan was falling. It was a massive hanging light, complete with several extended decorative light rods. Before anyone reacted, Duanshin made a quick move, grabbing Gunyan and pulling him to the wall behind, protecting him from the outside. His hand covered Gunyan's nape, forming a fortress-like defense, guarding against the falling light. The chandelier crashed down. The hosts fled, yet unavoidably some dresses got splashed by shattered glass. As everyone sighed in relief, grateful for the quick reaction of the Emperor of Cinema who prevented the light from hitting anyone, Gunyan shakily reached out to touch Duanshin's neck. When he pulled his hand away, it was covered in blood. A pipe had struck Duanshin during the incident, but everything happened so fast that no one noticed. The blood was concealed between his hair and the black suit, making it difficult to see clearly. Duanshan immediately grasped Gunyan's palm and calmly wiped the blood on himself, muttering something about bad omens when seeing blood. My head is fine, just a scratch on my neck, Duanshan said while simply picking up Gunyan and walking past shattered glass scattered across the floor. Gunyan dared neither to let him carry him nor struggled, trying hard to suppress his crying tone. Let's go to the hospital. Hospital. Gunyan stared at the bandage around Duanshan's nape, filled with guilt. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Too many things, causing you to get injured, not being able to promote the movie. Duanshan, however, felt this was a blessing in disguise as he reasoned with Gunyan. The movie's already done anyway. If anything, it's not bad if the leading actor runs into an issue. It brings natural traffic better than planned promotions could ever do, and will even earn some sympathy votes at the box office. Also, I've been wanting an excuse to stay with you. Now isn't that perfect? Because of Duanshan's supposed heroic act, Gunyan could abandon work and care for him. Both found reasons to step back from their careers temporarily. Duanshan had mapped out a plan perfectly. Gunyan's agent could say Gunyan would take care of Duanshan for a month. And during this time dedicated to taking care of Duanshan, Gunyan wouldn't have the heart to discuss any contracts, which conveniently left the next 3 months completely free. Push all the blame onto the Emperor of Cinema then. But will you really need 3 months? Gunyan disagreed. 3 months meant more to Duanshan at his peak than gold itself. Duanshan chuckled, if you can give birth to our child, then can't I take 3 months off? The system shortened Gunyan's pregnancy to 4 months, a faster route to the finish line. Duanshan worried about whether the shortening might overdraw Gunyan's physical capacity. Watching Gunyan closely without letting anything slip through became necessary, otherwise focusing on acting projects was out of the question. Gunyan, I can handle it alone. Duanshan, who mentioned parenting without each other? Gunyan's mouth twitched, don't mention that term. Alright. Duanshan took his hand, it's not like I'll be idle either, I'll analyze a few scripts. Constantly entering film sets isn't right either, acting requires sedimentation. Generally speaking, the baby inside seemed quite calm. When Gunyan entered the 4th month, his belly swelled larger than a balloon. One evening, they were once again pulled into the two-dimensional world. In this two-dimensional realm, nothing was wrong with them, and Gunyan's stomach remained flat. He felt somewhat helpless and out of place. Where's the baby? Duanshan analyzed, when we wake up, he should have been born by then. The system wasn't entirely heartless in this matter. Sure enough, when Gunyan woke up, a naked little figure appeared between him and Duanshan, a miniature version of the 36 children from the two-dimensional universe. It felt like resetting back to factory settings, with every feature identical. The Emperor of Cinema quickly grabbed clothing prepared beside the bed and dressed the newborn. Still stunned, Gunyan couldn't process how simple this was. Duanshan, meanwhile, already overwhelmed with paternal love, gazed at the tiny face more tender than in the virtual world, wrinkled, still not fully developed. Look at his eyebrows, how much they resemble mine. Duanshan proudly pointed to the barely visible brows of the baby, showing them off to Gunyan. Gunyan. Where? How do they resemble? Chapter 43. Due to Gu Xiaoxing's blurted comparison that didn't resemble a shadow emperor, Duanshan was highly dissatisfied and left with his phone. Gu Xiaoxing was a bit confused, the official can set fires, but the common people cannot light lamps. Men are so fickle. After waiting for a while, Duanshan came back and casually said, I just bought a natural pasture and some dairy cows. After drinking the milk I bought, you'll look more and more alike. Gu Nian. The baby's eyes were round and fixed on Gu Xiaoxing and the shadow emperor. His fingers moved slightly, as if he wanted to lift them and ask Gu Nian for a hug. Gu Nian excitedly, I think he's trying to speak. Duanshan, he is speaking. Being confirmed by the shadow emperor, Gu Nian still didn't quite believe his ears and solemnly said, you can't just go along with everything I say because you like me. What does it mean to gain advantages yet complain? Duanshan touched the idiot's head, you've taught them so many words in the second dimension, the baby is the fusion of these spirit fragments, naturally remembering some things. The baby isn't stupid, like me, the emperor thought. Their experience with babies in the second dimension was not wasted. The baby understood some things from birth, but the language system hadn't caught up, so they could temporarily not open their mouth. The baby was very obedient, after being full, they would sleep soundly and occasionally blink at their fathers, no one knows what they're communicating. At first, the baby looked like the little actor in Gu Nian's editing, but genes ultimately came from Gu Xiaoxing and Emperor Duan. The older the baby grew, the further they deviated from the original appearance. Under the strong guidance of genetics, the strengths of both fathers gradually showed in the baby. He had eyebrows as sharp and dark as Duanshan, some cold corners of his eyes, but eyelashes as long and soft as Gu Xiaoxing's, not as aggressive as Duanshan's. Duanshan was extremely proud and secretly told the baby, Dad has bought another pasture for you. Milk really works. Smack. Gu Nian, who just happened to pass by, slapped Duanshan's waist, are we going to buy when it's almost time to stop breastfeeding? 1 pasture's worth of milk is already too much. Isn't this extravagant? Duanshan calmly held Gu Nian's hand, we should try different kinds of milk. When the child grows up, we can switch to horse farms. Gu Shaoxing and the Shadow Emperor have experienced storms, one person taking care of 36 children, now having only one baby is sometimes even not enough. The Emperor holds whenever there's free time, and it's difficult for Gu Nian to snatch him away. There is an element of flooding paternal love, more than that, a form of compensation. In the early days of entering the second dimension, he left everything for Gu Nian to handle, acting aloof. That time indeed was too cold-blooded. Of course, if it weren't Gu Shaoxing involved in such situations, the Emperor would still dare. After being together with Duanshen, Gu Nian suddenly had an idea and took out a magnifying glass to nitpick, studying the details of their past interactions with the Deep Valley fans. What if all the nitpicking turns out to be true? As the sugar nitpicking master, Gu Nian got overly sweetened by the pairing with himself and the Emperor, always happily following behind the Deep Valley fans rehashing outdated sugary moments, marking uncertain spots for verification with Duanshen. Not only can I nitpick my own pairing, but I can also confirm on sight. Gu Shaoxing ran around, rushed into the kitchen, asking according to the notebook's list titled, Top 10 Questions Deep Valley Fans Want to Verify Annually. When I plunged myself into the snow pile, weren't you inside? How come you were the first one to run out? Have you been watching me all the time? If I went to slaughter a chicken alone without being grouped with you, will you be unhappy? Gu Shaoxing is now flying high, daring to bring up guesses like these. Duanshen skillfully washed the baby bottles without answering directly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about such nonsense. Oh. Gu Shaoxing crossed it off in the notebook, fake sugar. He persisted, in the second evening of the reality show, how did you know I had a fever? I don't seem to remember mentioning it in the second dimension. Duanshen placed the baby bottle in the sterilizer, because you were staring at your hands in the second dimension, so I just casually checked on you. You were brought onto the show by me, if something went wrong, would need to take responsibility, right? It was far from casual, it was so cold outside, the Emperor intended to sleep until the director called. Half sugar. Gu Shaoxing truthfully marked, growing braver despite setbacks. Then, why did you cross the river in the end? Winning or losing doesn't matter. I bet if I did that, you would call me an idiot. The Emperor turned around, picked him up, placed him on the countertop, kissed him until he couldn't breathe, so many words. Isn't it because you want to win? Gu Nian tried to evade backwards, weakly saying, I didn't want to. No, you want to. The Shadow Emperor's cool fingers pressed against his neck, half threatening. And you dare not admit it. You looked at me 180 times last night. When I mentioned clues, your eyes shone like stars. Alright, then this one is full sugar. Gu Nian excitedly gripped the pen, ready to draw 5 stars. No more questions. Duanshen snatched the pen, threw the notebook into the cabinet, and pushed up Gu Shaoxing's shirt, muttering, it's all true. The Shadow Emperor also has his pride. Gu Shaoxing felt as sweet as honey inside, as if he were being licked like a sugary candy. After they finished, Gu Shaoxing finally woke up from his dream and slid off the countertop. Didn't we agree that we would do that only when we both had nothing the next day? On such a hot day, how was he supposed to wear a white shirt? Gu Shaoxing had changed his style 5 times already, white shirts all paired with a suit jacket. The Shadow Emperor helped him button up his shirt. I've changed my mind. Despite their busy schedules after the success of Gu Shaoxing and the Shadow Emperor's blockbuster movie, which solidified the Shadow Emperor's position in the film industry and made Gu Shaoxing a rising star, their invitations kept coming in non-stop. Even at home taking care of the baby during maternity leave, the fans remained faithful. With less interaction between Duanshen and Gu Nian due to the hectic schedule, Duanshen expressed his dissatisfaction through actions. But Gu Shaoxing was a principled actor. Not more than twice a week. In order to get pregnant, Gu Shaoxing let himself be overworked by the Shadow Emperor for 3 days without complaint. Now, Gu Shaoxing dared to stand up to the Shadow Emperor. Deep Valley CP recently gained a strong competitor, whose editor was a mysterious talented editor who could rival Gu Shaoxing's small account. Her finely crafted video edits with a beautiful visual style easily garnered tens of thousands of likes and attracted countless new fans. This editor even teamed up Duanshen with Fuji Mountain from Japan. Since Duanshen was recently shooting on set, there was less public interaction with Gu Nian. Fuji Mountain, who was in the same crew, kept posting gratitude posts saying, Duan good guiding me in acting. The Himalayan Deep Valley supporters encouraged each other, we'll have our sugar. But the other party's editor is so powerful. I went undercover and checked out her stuff. The CP vibe is amazing. You're not undercover anymore, you've already betrayed us. If only the legendary retired editor would come out of retirement, things would be better. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly fell silent, and then became very nervous. You should shut up now. After all, that editor almost explicitly declared herself as a hardcore Gu Nian fan. Given her temperament, the possibility of her joining the opposition side is 200%. As a spiritual shareholder of the Deep Valley team, Gu Nian was just as worried as the fans, not because he was jealous, as Duanshen video chatted with him daily. Looking at the dusty computer beside him reignited his determination and ambition. From today on, the computer would be his matchmaker, his medium, introducing them together. However, Duanshen forbade him from sitting in front of the computer for too long, let alone overusing his eyes to edit videos. But Duanshen wasn't home today. The baby was sleeping soundly. Gun Yan rubbed his hands and turned on that sinful computer, patting the mouse and keyboard. He decided to give the computer a chance to clear its name. Starting today, the computer would become his matchmaking tool. For convenience to keep an eye on the baby, Gun Yan used a large monitor designed for watching movies. He sat a meter away from it, placing the baby between himself and the screen. Then, he wore headphones to ensure he wouldn't miss anything happening with the baby. Passionately editing throughout the night, he praised himself while editing. Me and Duanshan are what kind of divine love? It's impossible to capture even a fraction of it. Just as Gu Shaoxing was gloating at the end, a sudden idea struck him for a technical show-off. Science is the first obstacle to heresy. Black tech is the light of editing. So-called black technology in editing refers to creating something out of nothing, using available materials to fabricate scenes that don't exist, making it look real. To fully suppress the heretical couple, Gun Yan prepared to Photoshop a gif of him and Duanshan in bed together, a hazy aftermath-looking kind. The scene was simple, just the two of them on a snow-white large bed, covered by blankets exchanging smiles. Though his phone had existing photos, he couldn't use them. Editing static images was easy, but dynamic ones were much harder. Immersed completely in his work, Gun Yan wore headphones playing embarrassing accompanying sound effects and didn't hear the sound of the door opening at all. The monitor, the baby, and Gun Yan lined up perfectly straight, echoing the alignment of the clock's 3 needles hitting 0, complementing each other beautifully. Duanshan, who returned overnight from the set, chuckled seeing the perfect line in the living room setup. He put down his suitcase, walked behind Gun Yan, checking first whether the baby had kicked off the blanket before looking at Gun Yan's computer. Is this Gun Yan editing their bed photo? He's only been gone for half a month, and Gun Yan is already this thirsty. Duanshan's Adam's apple rolled as he adjusted his tie and went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water. He wanted to see when Gun Yan would notice his presence. After drinking a glass of water, Duanshan focused on Gun Yan's snow-white and lustrous neck. The picture of them in bed that formed in his mind was faster than even Master Gu's mouse movements. Watching Gun Yan save the project file, name it, export it, then open a website and log into a rarely used account to prepare posting a content summary. The Empress position cannot be shaken. Duanshan x Gun Yan. High energy warning. Enter with caution. Just as Gun Yan prepared to take one last look, ensuring there were no risks of being exposed, the crib moved slightly as the baby inside stretched its little legs, kicking off the blanket. Gun Yan noticed right away, pulling out the chair to cover his son again, only to bump into someone when he turned around. Duanshan swiftly covered Gun Yan's scream with his hand, releasing him after a moment to steal a deep kiss. Horny already? Duanshan's voice was rough. When did you come back? Gun Yan remembered his masterpiece and hurriedly blocked the computer screen with his body. I'm not. I didn't. After tucking the baby in properly and moving him to the bedroom, Duanshan said, can't I answer your call? Gun Yan sensed Duanshan's desire to take him and dissatisfaction with him playing on the computer for too long. His conclusion was simply pent-up longing. He clung to Duanshan, trailing behind him as he tried to explain, no, I was just enjoying some sugar. I shouldn't have secretly played on the computer. He muttered quietly, if I don't do something now, our CP fans will start going after other pairings. Duanshan turned around, waiting for Gun Yan to crash into his arms. Wrapping an arm around his waist, he pulled him close, allowing Gu Xiaoxing's limbs to instinctively wrap around his body, and they were already beyond turning back when Duanshan's certain part hardened beneath him. You know what time it is. Duanshan wasn't in any hurry yet, sitting him down in front of the computer. You stayed up all night just to Photoshop this. As Gun Yan watched Duanshan enlarge the image on full screen, he wished he could die from embarrassment. You wouldn't let me have you more before I left, huh? Asked Duanshan. That wasn't more, that was dozens of times. Helplessly trying to justify himself, Gun Yan gave Duanshan an earnest look, this is different. Duanshan nodded, your mouth says no, but your body wants me, it's a different matter. Gun Yan remained speechless. Then he watched as the Emperor effortlessly retrieved deleted files from the recycle bin. All the titles lined up neatly read, Duanshan giving birth, high energy warning, proceed with caution. Damn it, the Emperor was coming for him later. What a terrible computer, he just praised it as their matchmaker earlier. Duanshan, count how many proceed with caution tags there are. Sitting under an immense threat, Gun Yan dared not refuse, nervously counting while frantically dragging the mouse wheel, hoping to confuse Duanshan so he couldn't catch his false count. 30. Absolutely more than that, he knew exactly how extravagant his creation was. Duanshan lovingly stroked his idiot's cheek, even your lies aren't precise. There are already 36 babies alone, how dare you report less than 37? Gun Yan conceded, 46. Duanshan patted his butt, fine, I'll satisfy you. Gun Yan protested, wait, satisfy me with what? I don't lack anything. Satisfy you. Duanshan nibbled at Gun Yan's earlobe, doesn't that mean I'll have my way with you? Chapter 44. Duanshan's long fingers tapped a few times on the keyboard, adding the words, official announcement, in the summary of the edited content. After revising, it became, official announcement, Duanshan and Gun Yan together, year after year they belong together. Duanshan pressed Gun Yan's finger to click and send. Tonight, along with Goon Yen, those who had strained their voices also included Deep Valley fans. After a break from editing videos, Duan Shen was back, uniting all factional solo fans. Without hesitation, hundreds of comments were left, Gu Shaoxing holding on to 2 babies for 3 years. Deep Valley fans worried more about which celebrity Duan Shen would couple with this time, knowing whoever it was, they'd be formidable opponents. After the first brave viewer finished watching the video, both sides were utterly baffled. Solo fan, what is this? Not supporting Goon Yen as a solo fan anymore. Then do we still keep posting, Gu Shaoxing holding on to 2 babies for 3 years? Deep Valley fan, I'm dead. This is the pillar of the town circle, nothing escapes the true fragrant rule. Thus, the solo fans faded into the background, while the Deep Valley fans celebrated wildly, even wanting to grab a microscope to write a 380-page analysis promoting the video. Duan Shen enters Goon Yen yearly entering Duan Shen became a classic quote, a myth in the circle. Class is in session. The first, yearly, refers to a name, the second one refers to frequency, too beautiful. What kind of godlike romance am I indulging in? Even the names match perfectly. Deep Valley redefines entry. Everyone, start obsessing. The doors are locked, the key is at Mount Everest. How can there even be co-sleeping footage? Is this some kind of black tech? No one focused on the term official announcement. If they knew that this edit was truly sent by Duan Shen and Goon Yen together, it wouldn't just stop at tonight's spectacle. But Goon Yen knew and was scared to stay offline for days, always feeling like he'd fallen off his high horse naked and turning red whenever seeing related keywords. This symptom persisted until he paid off all his debts totaling 46 instances, finally subsiding. Wrapped in a blanket, Goon Yen sat on the carpet reading a book. Since the baby learned to crawl, it showed an intense curiosity typical of children. He couldn't be held, no matter where he went, he insisted on crawling and exploring himself. In this secondary world, entertainment was scarce apart from the basic necessities. Thinking about the months the baby spent confined in such an environment made Goon Yen and Duan Shen shower him with love, wrapping all furniture at home with sponges and even contemplating removing the doors just to make it easier for the baby to play. The television was an intriguing black box. The baby loved aimlessly pressing buttons on the remote control. When something he liked appeared, he stopped to watch for a moment. Once the screen turned black, he sought help from his father. This father specifically referred to Duan Shen. Because sometimes Goon Yen didn't understand the complex usage methods of digital TV either, let alone dealing with the baby's random button presses, completely unsure how to resolve the issue. If Duan Shen received a video call during the daytime on set, it was almost always teaching Goon Yen how to change channels for their son. Daddy. Suddenly the baby tugged on Goon Yen's pants and called out. Goon Yen put down the book, reflexively reaching to call Duan Shen for help. But when he looked up, he saw Duan Shen appear on the TV. Duan Shen's latest movie had just wrapped up, and the TV was showing a brief interview. Goon Yen picked up his son and sat him on his knee. Both big and small eyes gleamed as they focused intently. Reporter, Fuji Mountain often thanks you for mentoring him as a senior actor in the crew and guiding his acting. What do you want to say about this young successor? This reporter wasn't very articulate, and Goon Yen found himself being somewhat protective. His Duan Shen was obviously not yet 30, the distinction between seniors and juniors made it seem like there was a large age gap between him and Fuji Mountain. No. Duan Shen gave a cold stare, I've only taught one person how to act, and that person isn't him. The reporter faltered, pushed forward and asked again, the rarely collaborates twice with someone within a short period. Is there anything special about Times? Are you looking forward to the next collaboration with Times? Duan Shen, not particularly. He never bothered responding to rumors. Being upright meant not fearing crooked shadows. Because of his integrity, it was difficult for the media to speculate much about him. However, he recently browsed through Goon Yen's search history, gaining some understanding of fandom culture. Now that he understood it, clarification was necessary. Who cared if others got offended? Regardless, his little idiot at home would be happy. Other reporters, what's wrong with this reporter? Clearly here to interview Thebet keeps pulling topics toward other artists. Together, everyone pushed the problematic reporter out and chased the truth. Can you reveal who that person is? Being able to be the student of Thea must be quite talented, right? Someone immediately guessed it might be Goon Yen. Upon hearing Goon Yen's name, Duan Shen's eyes softened slightly with a smile, it's Nyen Nyen. Very humble, I really like him. After the interview ended and the advertisement started, the baby saw that his daddy was no longer on TV and struggled to crawl away. Goon Yen let him go, lost in thought over what Thea had said. Let's see who could shake his position in the CP circle now. The baby crawled a little but couldn't move forward. Confusion appeared in his eyes. He looked back and saw that Goon Yen was nibbling on the long rabbit ears of his hat, seemingly unaware of the baby's struggle. Daddy? Huh? Goon Yen awkwardly released the hat, too excited, mistaking it for his own sleeve. In the end, he couldn't resist picking up the baby and giving him a big kiss on the cheek. Daddy loves you so much. Daddy will take you out to play. Goon Yen quickly packed the baby milk powder and diapers, and carried the baby out of the door. The baby clapped his chubby little hands and mumbled, "Play, find daddy." Whenever Gu Shaoxing claimed they were going out to play, the real destination was Duanshan. The baby had already figured out this routine but was still very happy every time. Before leaving home, Duanshan had mentioned that he was going to the company's recording studio today. Wearing a mask, Gu Nian arrived with some packages only to learn that Duanshan had already finished his recording and was currently in his private lounge room. The lounge had a fingerprint lock with Gu Nian's prints registered. After knocking lightly on the door without receiving any response. Did he go back? Gu Shaoxing opened the door, not having informed Duanshan of his visit. Wouldn't this be an unfortunate coincidence? A suit jacket was casually thrown onto the large bed in the room. It was exactly the one Duanshan wore when he left this morning. On the table lay a wallet and a half-filled cup of hot water, indicating he'd only stepped out momentarily and would be returning shortly. Gu Shaoxing hugged his son and hid under the table draped by curtains. "Shou, let's play hide-and-seek with daddy." The baby blinked his big eyes, quiet yet excited enough to cover his mouth with his hands. Both father and son shared identical expressions. They loved playing hide-and-seek with their daddies the most. There was even a special mini-palace at home designated just for playing hide-and-seek games, resembling a small maze. Especially when Duanshan took him to hide while Gu Shaoxing searched, leading to Gu Shaoxing always failing. "Does baby want milk? Come here." Unable to resist temptation, the baby wriggled to get down, leaving Duanshan helplessly shaking his head. When Duanshan entered, he didn't notice anything unusual. Opening the drawer, he told the agent trailing behind, "Starting tomorrow, I'm taking 3 days off. TSK, another break. Spending sweet springtime moments together with your lover makes the night feel too short, and thus, our king neglects rising early." Under the table, Gu Nian. Why did the serious-looking agent spout lines like the ones mass-produced by Deep Valley fans? Fortunately, it wasn't that line. Though people may change year after year, flowers remain forever alike. Otherwise, his face would have nowhere to hide. "Duanshan, stop reading useless things. You suddenly gave me a big fat baby boy without a word. Don't tell me I can't relieve stress by reading something." The agent sat on a chair, laughing, "Ha ha ha, Deep Valley fans are really funny." Duanshan opened the wardrobe. "What do you think about me wearing this set of clothes the day after tomorrow?" Agent snidely replied, "There's no event anyway, does it matter what you wear? Are you proposing?" Duanshan answered casually while carefully comparing 3 outfits. Gu Nian and agent. Damn. Such a surprise just got ruined by being eavesdropped on. If Duanshan found out he was there, would he be angry and cancel the proposal? Gu Nian quietly tightened his hold on his son, deciding to leave undetected once Duanshan went out so he could pretend ignorance. An ideal plan, but he forgot one uncontrollable factor in his arms. The baby was sucking on his own finger, his clearly defined black and white eyeballs sparkling as he stared outside. Where was daddy? Usually when Gu Nian held him hiding, it took less than a minute before getting caught. The agent accidentally slid open a drawer with his elbow, revealing a sky blue velvet box lying alongside a seemingly perfect engagement plan inside. Yuri quite ruthless. "If Gu Nian doesn't cry later, I'll call you dad." The agent skimmed Thruff's grand plan and felt somewhat touched. This must be true love in the entertainment circle. Considering Gu Nian's character, he'd probably agree to a proposal while washing dishes. Yet still meticulously planned it out for a whole month. "Daddy." As if to counter the remark, the moment the agent finished speaking, a voice of "Daddy" echoed from the baby. The baby tried his best to hold back, but when he heard the uncle outside calling, "Daddy," he softly followed suit. Gu Nian. Pitiful daddy. Duanshan. The agent covered his big mouth. "I didn't say it." A vein throbbed on Duanshan's forehead. Without further ado, he opened the door, shoved the agent out, locked the door again, and crouched in front of the table. "Come out." Who else could enter besides Gu Nian? The baby peeked out first from under the table, exposing a furry little head wrapped in red satin. Like a kitten, he cried, "Daddy," and lunged into Duanshan's arms. Duanshan cradled him, quietly waiting for the other one to emerge. The red cloth moved again as Gu Nian hesitantly slid out, half his body still cloaked in the fabric, eyes innocent. "I didn't hear anything." Unbeknownst to him, his appearance mirrored that of a beautiful bride after her veil was lifted, cheeks faintly pink, bright eyes brimming with emotion. Duanshan's Adam's apple bobbed. "No need to beg anymore, let's go to the bridal chamber first." Gu Shaoxing ignored S latter words and anxiously wriggled out from under the table. "Why stop begging? I really didn't hear anything." Had one arm around the baby and the other hand pushing Gu Nian onto the bed, placing the baby between them and ensuring he wouldn't fall before pressing a deep kiss onto Gu Nian's back of the head. After a long pause, Duanshan whispered, slightly out of breath, "Nian Nian, I love you, will you marry me?" Gu Nian quickly adjusted his breathing and solemnly replied, "Yes." The formality of proposing didn't matter, he just wanted to hear Duanshan say it personally. Duanshan smiled lightly. How could he not know Gu Nian's response, but this little fool always deserved his care, the best he could give. What was left undone, we'll see at our wedding. The end. Selling cuteness. Synopsis, the story of a cross-dressing roommate and professor. Shenhui has been taking advantage of her looks since high school. Coming from a poor family, she came up with a plan to turn her beauty into cash, charging clients who needed fake girlfriends. Her employer would visit internet cafes while she stood by carrying clothes. If they went joyriding, she'd sit on the back shouting, "This is so fun," even when the speed reached 250 kilometers per hour, never losing her cool. Pouring tea, being cute, making the immature employer look good without doing anything inappropriate, somehow it all worked. She once enraged her 50-year-old homeroom teacher to no end. Until one day the old man fell ill. The place lacked teachers, so his son, a graduate student, came back to take care of his dad. Concerned about leaving his students untended, he refused to guard his bedside, choosing instead to teach in his stead. Thus, Shen Hui, the troublemaker, found herself in Lin Jingming's hands. Lin Jingming looked gentlemanly but was actually devious and strong, capable of scaring away all the rowdy students with just a cold glare. Within days, Lin Jingming had made Shen Hui shrink like a quail. No one dared ask her to pose as their girlfriend anymore. With no additional income, government subsidies barely covered tuition, and Shen Hui, accustomed to lavish spending, was anything but happy. Shen Hui's parents passed away early, leaving no one to oversee his schooling until he started playing in the mud a year longer than others before joining elementary school. In second grade, due to poor performance, he decided to repeat a grade and dawdled along until senior 3, ending up 2 years older than his peers. All the money earned from pretending to be someone's girlfriend went toward buying good mattresses, fine furniture, and carefully selecting pots, except for food where he skipped meals regularly. Though an adult now, Shen Hui remained submissive in front of Lin Jingming. "Where's your uniform?" Lin Jingming frowned looking at Shen Hui's torn jeans. Sold it. Shen Hui truthfully admitted. He'd grown tired of lying to Lin Jingming, even if he could drag him out of internet cafes at 3 a.m. Eventually, dresses were thrown out, hair chopped short to ear length, and he donned Lin Jingming's oversized school uniform from his own student days, sitting in class like a naive young deer. His sharp brain enabled rapid academic improvement, leaping straight into the top tier. After only a month, Lin Jingming left. On the surface, Shen Hui seemed reluctant to part ways, acting as if his guiding beacon had gone out, shedding tears and declaring he'd keep studying hard. In reality, his heart burst with joy. He could make money again, finally. But Lin Jingming was gone, the old teacher returned, seeing Shen Hui reformed, he got emotional, good, cough. "You must get into university. Jingming cares deeply for you. Tell him whenever you make progress, send him your report cards, cough. Shen Hui. Blackmailing him? Progress reports were clearly a way to say, dare to regress, and I'll come back and thrash you. The old man wasn't fully recovered yet, waking up before dawn every day, pacing in front of classrooms waiting for students, showing relief when spotting Shen Hui. Shen Hui dared not anger the old man, fearing Lin Jingming's retaliation, so continued to grind academically, eventually getting accepted into a key university. On the graduation day of high school, the old teacher called Shen Hui into the office, handing him a brown envelope. "Even in university, focus on your studies, everything else can wait." When Shen Hui opened the envelope, inside was the living expense for university. The old man worried that Shen Hui would become too obsessed with money and neglect his future. Shen Hui, red-eyed, silently vowed to pay back the old man tenfold, hundredfold. As for Lin Jingming, he deliberately chose a city far away from Lin Jingming for university. Once at university, Shen Hui reverted to old habits. He heard that live streaming in women's clothing attracted lots of viewers and made good money, so he couldn't resist giving it a try. With good looks and prior experience, Shen Hui quickly became popular. Every day, he counted his earnings, long forgetting the vow he once made, never to earn money dressed as a woman again. Every winter break, Shen Hui returned home and secretly slipped money through the old man's window. He didn't follow the old man's advice. After leaving the money, he fled without meeting him or staying over. Recently, there was a big spender in Shen Hui's live stream who splurged tens of thousands. Shen Hui went from delight to worry within 10 seconds. Rarely did male audiences lavish gifts on him knowing he was a man. This male viewer raised his suspicions. Looking into his profile, age 18. It wouldn't be some minor who thought being 18 made them cool and had altered their age, would it? What the hell? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like some elementary school kid stealing their parents' fingerprint to act rich while they slept. Shen Hui thought he might soon find himself on legal affairs television. He was just a broke guy earning pocket change part-time. Thus, he added the person's chat number and subtly asked if he was an elementary school student. After a few sentences, the primary schooler confessed, sobbing that he had used his father's money and now had run away from home out of fear of returning. Upon inquiry, it turned out they were in the same city. Further questioning revealed this young kid didn't even know what a crossdresser was, he merely thought Shen Hui was a beautiful older sister. Shen Hui had no taste for deception. Tips should be mutual agreements, not coerced. He immediately offered to return the money, including compensating for the platform fees. However, this little kid kept saying he didn't dare to go home, and his phone battery was almost dead. Shen Hui felt a flicker of anxiety. What if he encountered human traffickers? Unconsciously slipping into the role of a caring older sister, he said, "Where are you?" The elementary schooler reported his location, a cafe. Shenhui didn't question why the boy wasn't at KFC but at a cafe instead. Dressed up in women's clothes, he headed out. On the way, he preened with vanity, "I am a fine youth, observing the 5 principles and 4 virtues." As the excellent youth Shenhui reached the cafe, he announced the table number. Following the server's finger direction, his expression changed instantly, as if seeing a ghost. What the hell? How was Lin Jingming here? Seeing the lacy dresses covering most of his body, Shenhui froze upon making eye contact with Lin Jingming. Within 5 seconds, he vividly recalled the vow he made, as well as a particular scenario. When Lin Jingming left, Shenhui had clung to his leg, crying buckets, professing that he couldn't bear to leave Lin's guidance towards the path of knowledge. Lin Jingming, his expression slightly moved, patted his shoulder and gave him money specifically for reference books, which was now a set of knives in his old house. Shenhui cursed inwardly, then ran off. Chapter 45. Lin Jingming hadn't seen Shenhui for 3 years. The troublemaker who used to give his father headaches had faded from his memory, except for the vivid image of Shenhui clinging to his pants and crying his eyes out, whether it was real or fake. It was entirely by accident that Lin Jingming's attention returned to Shenhui. Recently, the website where Shenhui streamed in female clothing was promoting itself. Without Shenhui's consent, they used him as a selling point and wrote a few soft promotional articles that were pushed to various browser feeds. By chance, Lin Jingming caught sight of the familiar face in the live streaming room. 3 years later, Shenhui had matured, with sharper, stunning features, enhanced further by a whole lot of makeup, plus the use of a voice-changing device. Lin Jingming wasn't entirely sure if it was him. If it is, arranging a meeting will confirm it. Shenhui maintained 2 personas online but never met anyone offline, even money couldn't persuade him. However, based on Shenhui's assumption that he was still underage, Lin Jingming surprisingly managed to coax him out. Lin Jingming didn't understand the current trend of male-to-female cross-dressing culture. He just thought that the little cabbage he'd worked so hard to nurture had once again grown crooked, a cabbage that his father often reminded him to water regularly. Busy as he was, the cabbage grew freely. Now, standing right before him, he felt it would be irresponsible not to loosen the soil for its benefit, remembering how earnestly Shenhui had tried to retain him back in the day. After finishing his PhD, Lin Jingming was hired as a professor by the school next to Shenhui's. He was handsome, wealthy, and appeared cool and unapproachable, exuding cultivated poise with every move. Dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase for class, passers-by frequently glanced at him in admiration, as if seeing a gentleman brimming with intellect or a dapper aristocrat stepping out of the Republican era. Just sitting there sipping coffee painted an elegant and serene picture like an oil painting. But Shenhui was the only one who didn't appreciate it. When Shenhui saw the cuffs of Lin Jingming's shirt rolled up twice, revealing a portion of his wrist, thought this must be the hand of a man skilled with the brush, while Shenhui immediately recalled the time under cover of darkness, Lin Jingming single-handedly hauled him off the back of a motorbike, as easy as picking up a chick. The previous moment Shenhui had cut class recklessly due to the elder Lin's falling ill and no one being around to supervise evening self-study. The next, Lin Jingming scared Huang Mao into abandoning Shenhui, who was pretending to be his girlfriend. Shenhui often failed to wake up for early morning study sessions, brazenly choosing to stay in bed and sleep in. Lin Jingming employed an auntie from the market who, starting at 5:30 in the morning, blared through a megaphone for an hour outside his door, cucumbers 50 cents a pound, eggplant 62 cents. Though Shenhui was notorious for skipping classes, he actually couldn't climb over walls. He secretly copied the gatekeeper's key, taking advantage of his naps to slip away unnoticed. No one else knew this, but the next day, Lin Jingming paid to replace the lock with a fingerprint one. Shenhui wasn't completely averse to studying, it was just that he wanted to make money. Faced with Lin Jingming, he could hardly keep slacking, and thus picked up his backpack and headed to class. 3 years had passed since they last met. Damn it, why did Lin Jingming seem to have come up with even more tricks? Shenhui bolted, running as fast as he could while nervously glancing back to see Lin Jingming calmly put down his mug, pay leisurely, and cast a faint glance at him, as though saying, "Let you run first for 39 meters. Shenhui. In the prime of his youth, Shenhui swore that if Lin Jingming, a 30-year-old man, caught up with him, he would do a headstand and eat a meal live on stream. Even today, Shenhui could still feel riled up by just one look from Lin Jingming, wishing he could hurl insults as fluently as a street quarrelsome woman. But alas, no matter how he searched his mind, he couldn't think of any effective counter-strategy against Lin Jingming. Afraid to look back, Shenhui ran as fast as he could, skillfully dodging between 2 small cars and weaving through winding paths. Only someone of his stature could manage to pass through them. Something didn't seem quite right. A gust of wind whistled past his ears, and Shenhui suddenly panicked. In the next second, Lin Jingming intercepted him at a corner. Seeing the person in front of him calm and composed without a hint of exhaustion, Shenhui finally realized what went wrong. The twisting paths he chose didn't mean Lin Jingming had to follow him along those routes. Instead, Lin simply walked the shortest distance straight. Am I a moron? Shenhui questioned his soul. Lin Jingming, why are you running? As Lin Jingming stretched out his hand toward Shenhui's face, Shenhui closed his eyes in fear. If punched, his eye would surely bruise. It was strange, but Lin Jingming had never truly struck Shenhui. At most, he once broke a steel bar barehanded in front of him, which happened because Shenhui accidentally got tangled with a nasty gangster. When the thug came looking for trouble, bringing along the steel rod, Lin's Jingming confiscated it and gave him a stern warning. But Shenhui just felt that Lin's Jingming would beat him, with a clothes hanger, a broom, a ruler, or any other object he could grab. Whenever he made a mistake or lied to Lin's Jingming, this premonition became especially strong. If Shenhui had been fortunate enough to experience a healthy family life, he would have understood that many children go through this phase, like watching one extra episode of cartoons and neglecting homework, fearing a good thrashing from their father upon his return from work. He had lived carefree up until high school when he met old Lin's, only then beginning to vaguely feel something like this. With Lin's Jingming's arrival, the feeling was magnified 100-fold. No one had ever bothered to wake him up for class due to his laziness before. Shenhui didn't understand, so he speculated wildly, imagining that perhaps in his past life, he had stolen Lin's Jingming's wife, which was why he grew timid whenever he saw Lin's Jingming now. "Don't hit me," Shenhui begged, huh? His eyelashes were lightly tugged, and Shenhui squinted to see Lin's Jingming's elegant fingers pinching a few, false lashes. Back in high school, Shenhui was a beginner in female attire, but now, although decked out fully, it was as if a big spender in gaming had pinned him down and stripped his gear off him piece by piece. Lin's Jingming paused, pulled the false lashes and wig from Shenhui's other side, his actions far from gentle. He even took out an unused wet wipe from his briefcase, originally prepared to clean chalk dust from his hands. Shenhui closed his eyes while Lin's Jingming roughly removed makeup on the street, feeling this experience could be submitted under boyfriend actions that make you want to kill him. No, not a boyfriend. Lin's Jingming found it rather amusing, as if cleaning an ancient precious artifact, gradually revealing Shenhui's real face beneath the concealer. Don't move. Lin's Jingming held Shenhui's hand firmly. Summoning a bit of courage, Shenhui took out a bank card from his bag. Inside was the 50,000 yuan Lin's Jingming had tipped him. We don't interfere with each other. Lin's Jingming smiled faintly, his cool lips curling slightly, blinding Shenhui with his smile. Who was it that clung to me saying they didn't want me to leave? It was me. Shenhui lowered his head. Who said they wanted me to be their lifelong guiding light, the beacon of knowledge? That was also me, but wasn't I telling you to hurry up and leave and never come back? Who vowed that if they dressed as a girl to make money, they would be a dog? Shenhui, woof. It wasn't for school expenses, right? If you don't have money, you must earn it, and since I lack special skills, I can only sell my face. Shenhui played the pity card. Lin's Jingming narrowed his eyes. Didn't I give you an allowance? Shenhui opened his mouth but couldn't admit the money came from Lin's Jingming. He kept pushing cash through old Lin's window every year just to avoid contacting Lin's Jingming. Shenhui deceived himself. I'm studying financial law. You don't know how expensive those specialized books are. Lin's Jingming pulled out a copy of International Private Law from his briefcase. I know. Shenhui's gaze flickered, his toes uncomfortably scraping the marble floor as he ran out of excuses. It seemed he was a bit afraid to look at Lin's Jingming's book, deflecting. Okay, if you plan to hit me, make sure not to mess with my face. I have a half-hour live stream scheduled tonight. Lin's Jingming chuckled at his logic. We're adults now. Why would I hit you? Even if you skipped class now, do you think I'd barge into your dormitory to drag you out? You're not going to bother me anymore. Shenhui stiffened his neck. Anyway, I will be streaming. Lin's Jingming adjusted his expression. Shenhui, I didn't want you earning money back then so you could focus on your studies. Now. Did I hear correctly that some live stream viewers mentioned you failed 2 courses last semester? Professor Lin spent 2 hours lurking in Shenhui's live stream, quietly chatting with the audience familiar with Shenhui's history, knowing even about how he had squeezed time to live stream, compressing review sessions until late night, and still ended up failing 2 classes. Shenhui's cheeks burned red. That was an accident. As final exams approach, no more live streaming until all exams are done. Regarding academics, Professor Lin remained strict. Do it and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of. Lin's Jingming reached out, unhooking the glittering earrings from Shenhui's ears. He crushed them between his fingers into a lump of scrap iron with ease. Shenhui quickly nodded. Sure, I promise to graduate smoothly. All right. Lin's Jingming scribbled down a series of letters. Send me your transcript. Shenhui is now in his senior year of college. Naturally, Lin's Jingming wouldn't pressure academics like he did in high school. After 3 years apart, respect turned out to be more effective than coercion. Lin's Jingming glanced at his watch. That's it. I've got things to do. When you have time, visit teacher Lin's. He keeps thinking of you. Whenever old Lin's thought about it, he would mention Shenhui. Shenhui was the only student in his teaching career who had no relatives to speak of, growing up like a blade of wild grass. Naturally, the old man couldn't help but pay extra attention. Each time the old man spoke about Shenhui, Lin's Jingming felt helpless. The kid avoided him, so how could he possibly know his current situation? Shenhui leaned against a pillar, watching as Lin's Jingming walked down to the underground parking lot. All makeup had been wiped off his face, making him look oddly mismatched with the blouse he wore. Lin's Jingming left him an overcoat, and Shenhui stared at it for a moment before checking the pockets. Finding nothing important, as he passed a trash can, he tossed it inside without hesitation. When Lin's Jingming returned driving out of the parking lot, He looked around for Shen Hui but found no trace of him, only catching sight of his expensive suit awkwardly protruding from a green garbage bin. He chuckled while tapping on the steering wheel. Still so childish. Back in the dormitory, Shen Hui's first act was opening his live stream to inform fans that he wouldn't be broadcasting until exams were over. Fans teased him, wondering when he'd ever feared failing a course. Probably a fake fan then. Shen Hui thought, I don't fear failing courses, but I sure fear Lin's Jingming. This year is different. Failing gets me beaten. He paused. Someone wants my transcript. Unaware that he had no parents, the audience's chat window filled with mocking remarks. Ha ha ha. Dad is too strict. Ha ha ha. Who says college life means freedom? No sympathy for you. Live streaming feels great now, but if you fail, you'll end up at the crematorium. Review your lessons on camera already. Dad, are you there? Dad, I have to report, last semester, 2 courses failed, the one before that, a retake. But soon, laughter-filled comments were brushed aside by another wave of statements. The main task for youth is learning. Dedicate limited energy into infinite knowledge acquisition. Do the right thing at the right time. 18 maxims cycled through, rolling with special font effects reserved exclusively for high-level members. Clearly, someone who spent 50,000 to become a premium member, likely a professor, had joined the room. The quotes took over the screen, interspersed with questions from common viewers, filled with suspicion and speculation. Could this person paying so much be Shen's dad? I think the truth has surfaced. Shen Hui tensed, shutting down the stream before the gossipy fans revealed that he'd been disciplined for skipping classes during freshman year. For one day, Shen Hui stayed quiet. But by the next, he grew restless. There were 5 days till the exam, and he aimed for just a passing grade. Studying this early seemed like a bad deal. His personality meant insecurity set in if he didn't make money daily. Streaming wasn't an option, so Shen Hui pondered finding some other part-time work recently. Just then, he casually mentioned this idea to a senior classmate, who immediately said she needed someone. The classmate was the daughter of the company chairman, secretly dating a poor boyfriend while her family insisted she break up and attend matchmaking sessions for suitable matches. She lied to her family, saying they'd broken up, yet continued their relationship behind their backs. To avoid making her boyfriend jealous, she planned to find someone else to go through the motions of a blind date for her. Pay rate was 500 per hour. Where else could you find such a good opportunity? Shen Hui immediately agreed, promising not to give himself away. He ensured whoever interacted with him wouldn't say anything bad but subtly feel disinterested in continuing the charade. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, dressed as a girl, Shen Hui took a taxi to an obscenely expensive private dining house located far off the beaten path. Once in the private room, Shen Hui took pictures of the pre-dinner desserts and sent them real-time to his client to let her family believe all went according to plan. This strange behavior didn't go unnoticed, prompting several glances from the service staff. At the same time, Lin's Jingming, single for 30 years and forced by his elders into the world of arranged dating, drove his Bentley to the same destination, arriving moments after Shen Hui. Chapter 46. It was said that the employer's blind date mate had great breeding and knowledge, upright and cold, difficult to approach. Shen Hui decided to take an opposite strategy. He specially chose a wine-red wavy curly wig, smearing powder on his face and neck without hesitation, forming a thick layer. It not only thoroughly concealed his real gender but also exuded a plastic feel, almost making himself unrecognizable. He took off the outer part of his suit as soon as he entered, revealing a thin strapless dress underneath. The server brought pu'er tea first. In the elegant and plain private room, with rising mist, Shen Hui's style from hairstyle to clothing was completely out of place. It was as if someone used clumsy PS to force him into the picture here. Though beautiful, it wasn't suitable for marriage. Heavy makeup, revealing clothing, Shen Hui believed the target would certainly avoid him. Oh, yes, and add overly intimate behavior as well. The wooden sliding door gently sounded 3 times, slowly pushed open to the left. Shen Hui saw first 3 fingers pressed against the doorframe, nails round and neatly trimmed, joints as smooth as jade. Even before the other person fully entered, Shen Hui couldn't help grabbing onto his wrist immediately. Why did you come so late? Shen Hui noticed the identity of the boss daughter and didn't get too close, merely slightly pressing on the other's arm, acting willful and spoiled, resembling an eccentric character. Shen Hui clearly sensed the muscle in the other person's wrist stiffening, showing a tendency to retract. Instantly raising a big smile, he judged correctly, this person disliked those who acted too familiar too fast. Thus, taking advantage of the situation, he stepped forward to push the door open. Lin Jingming was held by the hand even before entering the door, furrowing his brows, weakly gripping his right hand to try minimizing physical contact while pushing her away. At that moment, he suddenly felt that this voice sounded weirdly familiar. As the door opened, Shen Hui still wore a delicate smile on his face. Lin Jingming reacted faster than him. Originally intending to push his hand away, he instead tightly clasped Shen Hui's hands behind his back and pressed them against the door. In a flash, Shen Hui saw the face of his blind date partner and nearly fainted. What bad luck. Weren't you supposed to be studying? Lin Jingming looked at Shen Hui's exaggerated makeup from last time, pinching his chin and turning his face around. The two were too close. Lin Jingming smelled the scent of Shen Hui's wig and retreated a little. A slight finger movement actually left 2 fingerprints on his powder. How thick was this layer? Lin Jingming became speechless. Watching Shen Hui's awkward, angry, and fearful expression, he even found it somewhat amusing. Shen Hui defended himself. Teacher Lin said one needs to balance work and rest. Lin Jingming, so your idea of resting is coming to go on a blind date with me? Taking the opportunity when Lin Jingming let him go, Shen Hui, I walked into the wrong place, I'll leave. Just after saying that, Shen Hui quickly crouched down and slipped under Lin Jingming's arm, but before he could take more than a few steps, his foot lost footing and was hoisted up, placed at the table across. Lin Jingming warned him with a look, stepping outside and whispering something to the server. Subsequently, the server came in with 3 clean warm towels, eyes widening when noticing the fingerprints on Shen Hui's cheeks. Did the shrinking lady sitting there just experience some violence? Due to Shen Hui's tilted wig, the visual effect doubled its shocking nature. The server gave Shen Hui a hint with their eyes, if you're being threatened, blink twice. Embarrassed, Shen Hui lifted his hand to wipe his cheeks, evening out the foundation. The server. Shen Hui realized Lin Jingming wanted a towel to remove his makeup. Sure enough, the next moment, a warm moist cotton cloth covered his face, forcing him to take off the makeup. 3 towels were used in succession, his small face rubbed red. Shen Hui dared not resist, remembering a time in high school when he lied to Lin Jingming about recuperating at home but actually went far away with Yellow Hair for drag racing. Both he and Yellow Hair feared Lin Jingming, but Yellow Hair couldn't find anyone as daring and easily taken out like this girlfriend, so they agreed to go somewhere Lin Jingming definitely wouldn't see. This incident proved there's no absolute certainty in this world. After returning that day, Shen Hui discovered his front door had been dismantled, with a box of medicine left on the table. Anyone could guess with their toes whose handiwork this was. Lin Jingming, carrying antipyretic drugs, knocked on the door for a long time without response and out of urgency broke down the door, only to discover that the kid wasn't even at home. With Lin Jingming's wiping, Shen Hui obediently turned his head left and then right, like a fine marionette puppet. Shen Hui remembered how bone-chilling cold he had felt then but could barely recall how it was handled. Lin Jingming thought he might have some problems since he began to find wiping Shen Hui's face interesting. This catching out behavior was both infuriating and hilarious. It had happened countless times, yet it seemed to happen only to Shen Hui. This person apparently never learned, always surprising everyone. Just like this face, each wipe revealed something different. Only with patience and attentiveness could one uncover the real Shen Hui layer by layer. Lin Jingming took off his coat and handed it to Shen Hui. He looked better in male attire. Don't lose this one. Even throwing a piece of clothing and getting caught red-handed left Shen Hui utterly embarrassed. Lin Jingming tossed the towel into the trash can, sat across from Shen Hui, picked up the menu, and asked him, "What do you want to eat?" Shen Hui fidgeted uncomfortably, wishing desperately that a legal encyclopedia would appear in his hands. I need to go back and review. Isn't this a blind date? Lin Jingming remained calm and collected. Let's continue. Shen Hui couldn't understand Lin Jingming's thought process at all. Everyone knew Lin Jingming was here for someone else, yet the session went on as if nothing was wrong. That Miss Dong has an emergency today. Shen Hui didn't know how to explain on behalf of his employer. As a stand-in, he had already been paid sufficiently. However, due to his personal reasons, this meeting ended disastrously, a very serious mishap indeed. He might ruin the employer's chance of marriage. But how could he lie convincingly in front of Lin Jingming? Even when he tried not to speak at all, 10 sentences would be immediately seen through. He almost wanted to kneel down and beg Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming wasn't particularly enthusiastic about blind dates anyway. It was just something he did because of growing older and still being single, it was simply a step he should take. In contrast, teasing Shen Hui was much more entertaining. Lin Jingming had been wondering why he felt no reason behind his actions until Shen Hui walked right into his trap. Show me your performance. Lin Jingming quickly ordered a few dishes, which were automatically sent via the electronic menu. Shen Hui couldn't figure out what Lin Jingming meant. What kind of performance? You messed up my blind date, so now you owe me one. Lin Jingming raised his eyebrows. The introducer said she was knowledgeable and graceful. When you demonstrate those qualities, then it'll be over. That 8-word standard was hard to meet. If he didn't manage it well, it might cost him a lifetime. Shen Hui protested, how could this be considered as me messing it up? Even if it wasn't me, anyone doing this job for money would have done the same. But others wouldn't expose themselves like this. Lin Jingming, oh. Shall I tell the introducer then? No. Shen Hui surrendered, knowing that accepting this gig seemed fun initially but later became a nightmare. After the food arrived, Shen Hui was surprised to hear Lin Jingming say, I seem to remember that you prefer these dishes. Sorry, maybe I'm not too sure. Thank you. Shen Hui picked up the chopsticks but hesitated, feeling blocked inside. Each dish seemed so precious that he didn't dare to eat any of them. You're too skinny. Lin Jingming helped himself several times, you haven't gained a pound in 3 years. Where are you spending all your money? Shen Hui had no answer to that. It definitely wasn't on satisfying his appetite. He liked to buy absurd things that he didn't actually need. Within his capability, he always chose the most expensive items and shipped everything back home because there was no space in his dormitory. He even bought imported German kitchen knives, tools, and pots, yet he had never used them once. He didn't know why he bought them, perhaps in some distant fantasy where if he had a home, he'd make every effort to equip it perfectly, spending all his savings. Shenhui stared at the pig trotters in his bowl and suddenly changed the topic. You're not married yet? Lin Jingming mocked him. Yeah, but I've already had a son since 3 years ago. Shenhui, Lin Jingming suddenly became serious. Do you know if this kid has passed his rebellious phase yet? Could he not run away wherever he went? Speechless from being choked, Shenhui hastily stuffed a mouthful of rice, muttering unclearly, who is your son? After dinner, Shenhui intended to take his female outfit along when Lin Jingming retaliated by confiscating his clothes. I'll buy you new ones. No need. Shenhui helplessly watched Lin Jingming throw his feminine dress into the trash can. Then I should compensate you for one. No need from you. Lin Jingming drove Shenhui to the nearest mall's men's section and picked out a few suits. While swiping his card, Shenhui couldn't help but marvel. They both graduated from the same unremarkable high school and majored in finance and law at good universities. Why was Lin Jingming so much wealthier than him? Lin Jingming dropped Shenhui off at the school gate. Before Shenhui got out of the car, Lin Jingming called him over but just stared without saying anything. Shenhui felt inexplicably flustered. Just as he was about to storm off angrily, Lin Jingming spoke. Remember to review tonight. Shenhui. At 8 p.m., Shenhui opened the video call reluctantly and flipped open his thick textbook under Lin Jingming's remote supervision. My favorite thing is studying, Shenhui kept repeating to brainwash himself. On the other side, Lin Jingming was reviewing the same book in preparation for class. Though they weren't at the same school, their progress perfectly matched. Ask if you don't understand, Lin Jingming said briefly before focusing on his book. Shenhui tried hard not to look at Lin Jingming but couldn't help daydreaming. Would Professor Lin, such a cold, ruthless, and unreasonable teacher, even point out key sections to students? Is the whole book just key points? Click. Professor Lin closed the book. Today's task was already done. Shenhui, who had barely made it to page 10. He envied so much. Hastily, Shenhui focused again on his book, worried Lin Jingming might think he was completely ignorant. But when he looked up, he saw a nude man. He quickly flipped his phone face down, yet the image lingered. Lin Jingming had just stepped out of the shower, loosely wrapped in only a towel, with abs and an impressive physique that exuded overpowering strength in every detail. Before Shenhui turned the phone over, Lin Jingming gave him a casual glance, a single look that made Shenhui's heart race and left him flushed. Calmly scholarly dressed, ferociously beastly undressed. Shenhui indignantly thought, this man must be a hooligan. Why isn't there a law requiring Lin Jingming to put clothes on after showering? Chapter 47. Shenhui pressed his face against the table to cool down. His elegant eyebrows looked as if they had been smoothed by autumn water. Regaining a bit of composure, he opened one eye and lifted the phone screen. Humph, want to do a naked chat? Am I scared? Shenhui narrowed his eyes. His long, dark eyelashes could not hide his curiosity that was about to burst forth. He had yet to see Lin Jingming's abs and wanted to see what kind of abs could hit people. What happened? They're gone. He straightened up immediately, turning the phone in a few futile directions, as if this would bring Lin Jingming back into the lens. But Lin Jingming must have gone to change his pajamas. Shenhui couldn't see him for a while. Soon, he heard a soft chuckle. What are you looking for? Lin Jingming took over the phone, dressed properly, making Shenhui's restless glance look like a little pervert. Annoyed and embarrassed, Shenhui ended the video call and went off to take a shower in a huff. Why did I only get one glance? That's a loss. Speaking of which, Lin Jingming deserves his reputation of being someone who can scare off an entire street of gangsters. Just look at those abs, truly awe-inspiring. Shenhui glanced at himself in the mirror. His abdomen was flat with no extra flab, slender waist and straight legs, and his skin as white as milk, though it looked like Lin Jingming could knock him out with one punch. Shenhui stayed in the bathroom for too long and sneezed twice when he came out. It was summer so he didn't pay much attention. Recently, his cheeks were badly abused by Lin Jingming, so Shenhui carefully applied a facial mask. If there's another time, he'd send Lin Jingming the complete makeup removal video process. A messy night full of dreams followed. In high school, he hugged Lin Jingming and cried, at Lin Jingming's house doing physics homework, and him wearing women's clothing while being chased around the streets by Lin Jingming. In short, Shenhui was busy all night in his dreams, waking up with a sweat-drenched forehead. He touched his forehead to check the temperature and thought it seemed fine, then returned to bed without concern, a bit chilled from the air conditioning but too lazy to get up. Wrapping himself tighter in the blankets, he fell back asleep. At 7 p.m., it was the agreed-upon time for review with Lin Jingming. Shenhui groggily got out of bed and turned on the video. It seemed he had a slight fever. Shenhui didn't think it was due to taking a long shower. I might be sick from being scared by Lin Jingming, his punches are terrifying. After shifting blame onto Lin Jingming, Shenhui pouted his lips which were red and glossy from the heat, looking as if pressing them could make rose juice drip out. Lin Jingming glanced at him and uncertainly said, "Are you using a filter?" Shenhui, what an annoying straight man. Yes, new filters. Trying out the effect. Shenhui didn't want Lin Jingming to know he had a fever since it might stir up unpleasant memories. The next moment, his phone beeped, a transfer notification arrived. Lin Jingming transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Shenhui counted the zeros and glared at him. What are you doing? Lin Jingming, when I see your filter, I'm reminded of your live streams, and I can't help but tip. Turn it off, haven't I seen everything there is to see already? If you've seen me, why don't you notice I have a fever? Shenhui did nothing, causing the transfer notifications to beep non-stop. Shenhui, it's like I'm intentionally scamming money or something. Lin Jingming teased Shenhui for a while before noticing something wrong. Do you have a fever? No. Shenhui denied it immediately. Lin Jingming's smile disappeared, revealing a fleeting hint of sympathy and anger in his eyes. Have you taken medicine? Shenhui nodded. How come I feel like you haven't stepped outside today? Lin Jingming asked as if he had surveillance on Shenhui. My roommate helped bring me some medicine. Shenhui hadn't had a serious illness for years, enduring mild headaches without any medication because he didn't like taking pills. Lin Jingming, let me see the medicine. Shenhui had no choice but to admit dejectedly, I don't have it. Shenhui, you've developed talent. Used to swallow everything at once, now not taking anything. Is this deliberate to irritate me? I haven't, Shenhui mumbled, cutting the video connection. I'm tired, don't feel like reviewing today. Before disconnecting the video, Lin Jingming caught a glimpse of Shenhui's almost cracked lips, but the stubborn little fellow avoided his gaze, shutting down the video with great efficiency. Lin Jingming sighed, resigned to changing into his outdoor clothes. First, he bought some antipyretics at the pharmacy. Then, he called Shenhui's college professor, asking him to help find Shenhui's dormitory number. This circle wasn't large, and the professors basically knew each other. Half an hour later, Lin Jingming appeared at Shenhui's dormitory door just as he saw a figure with Shenhui's silhouette unlocking the door. Long hair, strapless top, with a more slender physique than most girls, clearly male cross-dressing as female. Thanks to Shenhui, Lin Jingming had become well-versed 3 years ago in identifying men who dressed as women. Lin Jingming was unaware of the fragile duck theory, which stated that when a dorm has one crossdresser, it's easy for more people to start dressing up too. Shenhui had worn this outfit during live streams, so Lin Jingming assumed it was Shenhui. He pressed his forehead. The scene reminded him of 3 years ago when he had once carried a bag of medicine to Shenhui's place because Shenhui was sick. Back then, no one answered the door, so Lin Jingming impatiently broke it down with his bare hands. His fingers were cut by wood splinters, but upon entering, he discovered Shenhui was off somewhere else racing motorcycles with yellow hair. At that time, Lin Jingming felt a little heartbroken. Just like now. Clearly sick, where was Shenhui going? Or was it another lie to evade studying? Had he been tricked again? Lin Jingming wanted to call out, but recalling how Shenhui apologized 3 years ago, he decided against it. As the person went inside, Lin Jingming hung the medicine on the doorknob and turned to walk downstairs. Su Yuhua, Shenhui's roommate, took off the borrowed small strapless top from Shenhui after hearing some noise at the door, puzzled. Shenhui, did you order takeout? Opening the door, Su Yuhua saw a bag of medicine and a bottle of glucose. Are you sick? Yeah. You should come downstairs and take your medicine then. Why didn't the pharmacy delivery guy knock? Su Yuhua boiled water for him. No, wait, medicine. Shenhui suddenly sat up and scrambled down the stairs to grab the medicine. I didn't buy this. When did it arrive? It just came as I was entering. Was it Lin Jingming? Then why didn't he say anything? Shenhui looked at Su Yuhua's outfit. Recently there was a pervert roaming the campus, and out of self-sacrifice, his roommate dressed as a frail girl to bait the criminal and work tirelessly day and night. His eyes widened as an idea dawned on him. Had Lin Jingming mistaken Su Yuhua for him? Did he think Shenhui lied and faked being sick again? Seizing the bag of medicine, Shenhui didn't even have time to put on shoes before running down the stairs barefoot, his dizzy brain shaken further in confusion. Lin Jingming. Seeing a shadow flash past in the corner upstairs, dressed in a shirt and slacks, who else could it be in this summer except Lin Jingming, who enjoyed sultry attire? Shenhui quickened his pace, jumping down 3 steps at a time, feeling like a ball rolling down the stairs and about to burst open. Finally, he caught up with Lin Jingming just as the latter was about to leave. Lin Jingming. Shenhui couldn't stop in time and slammed into Lin Jingming's back, getting dazed from hitting those sturdy muscles. Lin Jingming, struck by this small bouncing ball from behind, nearly collided with the glass window due to inertia. I'm not lying, Shenhui panted behind him, explaining in a raspy voice, sounding like a lamb that hadn't drunk water for days. Shenhui grabbed his suit jacket corner, trembling fingers gripping tightly, his shiny bare toes twitching anxiously, rubbing against each other like a frantic ant turning circles. In the moment Shenhui attached himself closely, Lin Jingming realized his misunderstanding through the fabric touching him. Gripping Shenhui's hand, Lin Jingming turned around and saw his anxious red eyes, chapped lips, and messy hair, making his heart immediately ache. Sorry. Looking down Shenhui's clothing, he noticed the lack of shoes, and without hesitation, he squatted slightly, lifting Shenhui under his hips in one swift motion as if holding a child, while his other arm encircled Shenhui's back. Lin Jingming strode towards his car, opening the door and placing Shen Hui inside. As he was about to close the door and move to the driver's seat, Shen Hui suddenly held his hand, pressing it to his own forehead, speaking softly, "I'm not lying, don't hit me. Don't, ignore me." Shen Hui released Lin Jingming's hand, hastily untying the bag, tearing open a pack of pills, and hollowing out a few pills into his palm, where there quickly accumulated over 10 capsules. He opened his mouth, ready to swallow them all at once. Lin Jingming stopped him, "Shen Hui." He gently spread Shen Hui's fingers, taking away the excess pills and leaving only 2. "Follow the prescription." Lin Jingming felt sorrowful, just those 2 words, "didn't lie," had pierced his heart and let in a little person. For so many years, only Shen Hui could evoke such emotions in him, make him work tirelessly, endure fate and accept it willingly. Lin Jingming twisted open the thermos in the car. Still warm, he watched Shen Hui obediently take the medicine, both angry and heartbroken. The reason Lin Jingming brought Shen Hui medicine today was that he knew Shen Hui wouldn't voluntarily purchase it. More accurately, ever since last time he was caught speeding with yellow hair, Shen Hui stopped taking medicine altogether. After finishing the medicine, Shen Hui quietly sat still without saying a word. He knew Lin Jingming must have thought back to their high school days. High school. When Shen Hui noticed the medicine on the table, his mind went blank for a moment. He resented Lin Jingming's manipulative skills back then that prevented him from earning money, but Shen Hui was not an ungrateful person either. He couldn't recall clearly the events of his childhood, but Lin Jingming was the first person who had taught him, disciplined him, and treated him kindly with full sincerity. Even old man Lin cared about him, but with over 50 students in one class, it was impossible to chase Shen Hui around all the time, or the old man might have either died of anger or exhaustion. Lin Jingming was different, Shen Hui couldn't quite say how. In the past, he feared Lin Jingming beating him for his mistakes, but this was the first time Shen Hui actually feared Lin Jingming ignoring him. Shen Hui's defiance remained, but Lin Jingming didn't wait for him to make a move this time, scaring Shen Hui. Shen Hui knew if someone lost their resolve, there was no way to mend it. Neither related by blood nor any kinship bound them. If Lin Jingming ignored him, if Lin Jingming didn't care for him, every child would worry, at least once, that their parents would abandon them. Like taking a kid from the trash can only to throw them away again, the fear he hadn't felt as a child came back to haunt him now. Shen Hui wasn't aware of how adults apologized. Though he'd become an adult himself, his behavior remained frighteningly childish. Ignoring the dosage instruction, Shen Hui swallowed all the pills placed on the table by Lin Jingming and then went to find Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming panicked instantly, sending Shen Hui straight to the hospital for gastric lavage. Pale-faced, Shen Hui lay on the hospital bed, gripping Lin Jingming's sleeve and asked if he could forgive him this one lie. Lin Jingming agreed. Then Shen Hui, having been forgiven, pressed further, asking Lin Jingming to promise he wouldn't have to take medicine anymore. And Lin Jingming agreed. An awkward atmosphere spread through the car. Shen Hui looked down as Lin Jingming wiped his soles with a damp towel. Cool and ticklish. Given his elevated body temperature and heightened senses today, the sensation stood out even more prominently. Lin Jingming lifted his feet onto the cushion. Close your eyes and sleep. Shen Hui watched Lin Jingming start the car and asked, "Where are we going?" "My place." Professor Lin intended to look after the patient properly. Shen Hui thought these actions contradicted his cross-dressing image known for ruling heaven and earth. To distance himself, he said, "No, I need to check my dorm." What if Lin Jingming decided to beat him up once inside? Out here, they could act without restraint. Lin Jingming focused on reversing while saying, "Shouldn't the student affairs department be concerned about me taking care of my blind date?" Shen Hui smirked slightly, "Isn't that childish? Pretend play, still stuck in the dating charade like it were real." He'd never transform into the cultured and polite, standard date object. Deciding to not go after agreeing to come, who is acting more immature. Noticing Shen Hui's improved mood, Lin Jingming smiled, "Let's make a deal, stop bringing up me hitting you every day." Hadn't he ever beaten Shen Hui? What kind of misconception did he give Shen Hui? Problems that law could solve, Professor Lin would never resort to physical force. As for issues beyond legal resolution, like Shen Hui, Professor Lin certainly wouldn't use violence against him. Chapter 48. Shen Hui, you just beat me. Lin Jingming looked at him and suddenly said, "Then I'll have to find an opportunity to make it happen." See, he really does want to beat me, Shen Hui thought, so it makes sense why he's afraid of Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming's home was in the city center. When they arrived, Lin Jingming wanted to carry Shen Hui up in the same pose, but Shen Hui refused. "I'm not a 3-year-old kid anymore, I can walk myself." Lin Jingming squatted down by the car door, "Get on my back." When he saw Shen Hui hesitating, he deliberately teased, "What, you still want me to wipe your feet again?" "That's not impossible." Before Shen Hui could scold him, his face turned red, and he crawled onto Lin Jingming's back who effortlessly lifted him up. As they moved, Shen Hui's bare feet kept brushing against Lin Jingming's suit pants, smooth and almost imperceptible. Beneath the fabric, with every step Lin Jingming took, the curvature of his muscles tensed. Shen Hui felt as if he were directly stepping on Lin Jingming's chest, which reminded him of the bathing scene in the video. His thighs were wrapped by a towel. Shen Hui sighed. "Ah. What am I thinking about? Shenhui suddenly realized this and turned red from his toes all the way up to his neck. The key is in my right pocket, Lin Jingming said, help me grab it. Shenhui carelessly rummaged through Lin Jingming's trouser pocket, heard him take a sharp breath, and with trembling hands, managed to catch the keys, fumbling several times before finally inserting it into the lock. How is it my fault that your pocket fabric is so thin and sticks so close? It's not my problem. Put on shoes. Lin Jingming placed Shenhui at the entrance and patted his buttocks, be good. Shenhui almost jumped up, what are you doing? Lin Jingming had one hand in his pocket, with a mischievous smile playing on the corner of his mouth, I'll beat you, just as you wish. Beat him? It's clearly just touching. Shenhui's head was dizzy, feeling like he might have a high fever, his face hot enough to warm milk. Lin's professor, without reason, corporal punishment cannot occur. Have you not read the code of conduct for university professors? Lin Jingming closed the door and walked towards the guest room, who was the one earlier who rubbed their toes against me for no reason. If I didn't know the behavioral standards well, then today. Lin Jingming swallowed the rest of his words, tapping his long fingers casually on the door frame as if warning him. This doesn't apply to potential matches. Shenhui nearly exploded into ash right where he stood after Lin Jingming's words. Did he really rub? Did he intentionally rub Lin Jingming's thigh? He did. Lin Jingming found a set of bed sheets in the wardrobe and laid them down. You'll sleep here tonight. The studying will be postponed temporarily, we'll review books early tomorrow morning. I didn't bring any books. Shenhui stared at Lin Jingming's diligent figure. Who comes into Professor Lin's house to study anyway? I do. Lin Jingming cruelly replied, if you fail your courses, watch out, or I'll beat you. Shenhui looked around but couldn't see any traces of another person living here. Remembering there was only one pair of slippers at the entrance and the ones on his feet were new, his mood soared like flying above the clouds. I must have a fever. Shenhui obediently lay down on the bed and asked Lin Jingming, what about you? I'll handle some work in the study. Lin professor was indeed very busy, otherwise how could he be so wealthy merely as a university professor? Mr. Lin has a passion for teaching, guarding the 3-foot-wide lectern all his life. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lin was an astute businesswoman. They divorced when Lin Jingming was young due to differences in perspective. Afterwards, Mrs. Lin went abroad to develop her business, which expanded greatly. She remarried and had children. Following her son's keen mind, she never neglected him either, providing Lin Jingming large sums of startup capital whenever he needed. Lin Jingming ruffled Shenhui's hair, make money through work so that I can reward you. Shenhui said, didn't you tell me not to wear women's clothing? Not that I don't let you wear it, it's just I worry about it affecting your studies, Lin Jingming said. Concerning academics, Lin Jingming already inherited Mr. Lin's methods, the knowledge you gain lasts a lifetime, but wearing women's clothes, it surely isn't a sustainable plan. Shenhui's self-positioning was also dependent on looks. It's hard to guarantee that trends won't eliminate him one day, you can't stay young forever, but there will always be someone younger. Lin Jingming earnestly advised, hobbies are fine, but don't treat them as legitimate work unless you have a long-term career plan. Alright, Shenhui had no fetish for women's clothing. His pure intention was just to earn money during school. Lin Jingming felt Shenhui was more obedient now compared to high school and wanted to transfer him some money. Spend the summer vacation interning with me at the law firm. Lin Jingming thought about it for a moment and added, the salary won't be less than your live-streaming income. Anyway, he was the boss, and could pay Shenhui however he wanted. If he were happy, giving Shenhui all the law firm's income would be fine too. Shenhui didn't have a problem with unfamiliar beds, let alone at Lin Jingming's home. However, having slept too much during the day, after just an hour of sleep in the night, his curiosity drove him to get up and tour the living room and kitchen. He saw the light coming from Lin Jingming's study, which made him restless. He found a box of milk in the refrigerator, heated it up, then pretending to be composed, carried it over to knock on the door. Come in. Lin Jingming's voice in the night was somewhat deep and sensual. The porcelain cup of milk wavered slightly as it was placed down on the desk. Shenhui stood beside looking at Lin Jingming. Time had given this handsome and elegant man an even more profound appearance and grace, with a mature and steady air emanating from every gesture. Shenhui glanced at the notebook on the desk. Lin Jingming's handwriting was still sharp and defined, just like when he wrote math formulas on scratch paper in the small house on Affiliated Middle School Street years ago. Shenhui wouldn't say that back then, he hadn't been willing to throw away any scrap of paper, locking them all away in a small storeroom at his family home. There were many scattered old items inside, all treasures carefully preserved by Shenhui, the marks of his growth. Of course, Shenhui himself wouldn't use such sentimental words. He just felt that if no one else remembered his past, then he had to preserve it himself or else lose it all after traveling through life. Lin's professor was undoubtedly the bold yet fleeting highlight in Shenhui's journey. Sit anywhere, Lin Jingming said as he picked up the milk and took a sip, thank you. Shenhui entered without thinking, finding fault where none existed, but fortunately, Lin Jingming was busy and didn't have time to question him. It turned out Lin Jingming had so much to do, yet he always supervised Shenhui's review sessions, driving to deliver medicine. Shenhui couldn't help but smile subtly as he sat quietly without disturbing Lin Jingming, letting his gaze wander over the titles of books on the bookshelf. The bookshelf was simple, not fitting for someone who splurged on everything, with some books worn and yellowed with age, indicating they'd been around a long time, accompanying Professor Lin for a long while. In the end, Shenhui lay down on the small bed in the study and fell asleep. Lin Jingming put down his pen, gently gathered Shenhui into his arms, and carried him to the master bedroom with its en-suite bathroom before going to the guest room to sleep himself. That night, Shenhui slept very soundly, feeling completely free from the discomfort of being sick, and he had a long dream. In the dream, there was a tall bookshelf again. 19-year-old Shenhui was pressed into doing homework at Lin Jingming's house. With a pen dangling from his mouth, he stared at the repetitive book titles on the shelf. Carefully, he wrote the 4 words, financial law, on the paper. Summer vacation arrived quickly, and Lin Jingming opened his email, browsing Shenhui's transcript seriously to ensure he hadn't failed any classes. He decided to reward Shenhui by taking him on a trip. There's a reward. Shenhui was struck by the surprise. Knowing this earlier, he could have aimed for higher scores. If he'd won a scholarship, would Lin Jingming have rewarded him with a verbal praise, or perhaps even a kiss? Didn't you say you'd take me to intern at the law firm? Shenhui scratched his cheek, wondering if Lin Jingming had regretted his decision because of his poor grades. That legendary law firm known only for hiring elites, famous for extremely expensive lawsuits. People need vacations sometimes. You haven't gotten your visa done yet, so we'll start domestically this year. Where do you want to go? This year? Shenhui hesitated for a moment. Would there be next year between them? Lin Jingming, the old man said I should cultivate feelings with my matchmaker. Shenhui blushed. What if I develop feelings for my matchmaker? Lin Jingming raised an eyebrow. According to regular development, we should get married. Okay. Shenhui didn't dare to think deeply about Lin Jingming's words. Anyway, he wasn't his legitimate partner. Now, he was about to go on a trip with Lin Jingming. Shenhui bounced around like a child in excitement, tiptoeing around in the study as he randomly pointed at places on the map of China. This place, Shenhui looked at where his hand landed and turned to ask Lin Jingming, do you prefer Nanjing or Suzhou? The 10-mile Qinhuai River. The gardens of Suzhou. I like Shenhui. Lin Jingming leaned back nonchalantly, crossing his fingers over his knees. Shenhui's finger froze momentarily, annoyed at sharing the same pronunciation with province capital. He glared at Lin Jingming. Nanjing, right? Lin Jingming was truly terrible. Chapter 49. Lin Jingming was scrolling through his phone, would booking a suite be okay? Shenhui was still bothered by what had just happened and replied half-heartedly, do I really have any say in this? This is because I'm worried about some rebellious kids not wanting to stay with me when they go out. Calling him a kid every day, isn't that taking advantage? Shenhui sat next to Lin Jingming, pointing at the couple's room on the screen, bragging, someone like me, who has seen it all, has worn more women's clothes than certain people have undergarments. Any kind of room will do, even this one. Lin Jingming pinched Shenhui's neck, following Shenhui's instructions and smoothly booked 2 nights in the couple's room. Hey, you. Shenhui grabbed Lin Jingming's right hand, what are you doing? Professor Lin calmly switched to his left fingerprint for payment, let's go out and see the world together. Shenhui had talked too much, his neck was turning bright red. The two then finalized the other parts of their itinerary side by side, as if planning a honeymoon. Sleep early tonight, we're heading to the airport tomorrow morning. Lin Jingming patted Shenhui's shoulder and stood up to leave. Shenhui followed him out of the study, seeing him head towards the guest bedroom, and pulled Lin Jingming back, you take the master bedroom, I'll sleep in the guest room. Since Shenhui had slept in the master bedroom for half a month after being feverish and taken care of by Lin Jingming, he really felt awkward about it. He thought that since Lin Jingming might need to pack things tonight, letting him sleep in his own room would be more convenient. Lin Jingming suddenly stepped closer, trapping Shenhui in front of the bedroom door with both hands leaning against either side of his neck, you haven't slept enough in my bedroom? Want to roll around on every bed? That strong possession instinct? You're talking nonsense. Under the hormonal invasion from Lin Jingming, Shenhui felt a little weak in the knees but mumbled a weak objection, it's just sleeping in a bed, not like, sleeping with you. Just as Shenhui gasped in shock, Lin Jingming swept him into his arms, took a few hurried steps toward the bedroom, and threw him onto the bed. Watch your words, said Lin Jingming. For some reason, Shenhui grew bold, crawling under the covers and mumbling indignantly, I'm just saying, if you've got the guts, hit me. Are adults not allowed to tease each other a bit? Are you so sure I won't lay a finger on you? Lin Jingming chuckled, thinking of the boy who used to run away as soon as he saw him on the street back then. Shenhui already knew Lin Jingming to be a paper tiger, and wasn't nearly as afraid of him as before. Just as he was about to celebrate his newfound confidence, a sudden gust of wind rushed under the blanket. There was a slap, and his butt was struck. Very loudly. Shenhui wondered if he'd been spanked without his pants down, otherwise how could it be so loud? He pouted and touched his belt buckle only to find it was still there. What happened? This puzzled expression looked especially cute in Lin Jingming's eyes. He glanced at his slightly red hand and didn't plan to tell Shenhui the truth, that he had slapped himself across the hand instead. Shenhui had thin skin and blushed easily, looking like someone who'd had fake alcohol. He curled up under the blankets, trying hard to hear Lin Jingming packing his clothes inside. He usually slept in the main bedroom, and Lin Jingming rarely came in, only occasionally entering to fetch changes of clothes. Shenhui was usually asleep by then. It was rare that both of them were in Lin Jingming's room, and this feeling was somewhat akin to a married couple. The cabinet doors slid open and closed, drawers slid in and out. Shenhui guessed which clothes Lin Jingming might be taking, wondering if he had also picked up some underwear. Realizing his train of thought, Shenhui sobered up immediately. Was he turning into some kind of pervert? Lin Jingming packed up his belongings in 5 minutes. He needed to bring very few items. He asked Shenhui if he wanted to share his suitcase so Shenhui wouldn't have to carry anything. Sure. Shenhui sprang off the bed, opened his luggage box brought from school beside the bed, took out several sets of clothes, and stuffed them next to Lin Jingming's. The next evening, Shenhui and Lin Jingming checked into the hotel. The lover's room did not disappoint. It had a large round bed draped in celebratory red, alluring curtains everywhere, even over the bathtub. Shenhui felt a slight headache. He believed Lin Jingming felt the same way. Accustomed to minimalist and spacious living quarters, they both found themselves ill-adapted to the pink-laden decor surrounding them. Shenhui had expected to lie awake in nervousness on his first night sharing a bed with Lin Jingming, but he had fallen asleep almost immediately, wrapped tightly in separate blankets. The big round bed fully exposed Shenhui's poor sleeping posture. Usually, while sleeping on a square bed, he would at least feel the edges or the headrest, having a rough sense of direction, knowing which side was the head and which was the side. But the moment it became a round bed, it truly turned into a repetitive 60-degree cycle with no clear wrong turn. He and Lin Jingming ended up lying crosswise, one leg stretched across Lin Jingming's abdomen, and the other trapped between Lin Jingming's legs. Shenhui rubbed his body closer to Lin Jingming's abdomen, pressing the sole of his foot against something hard, prompting another shift. The early morning was a time when it was easy for misunderstandings to arise. Still half asleep, Lin Jingming instinctively reached out and grabbed Shenhui's ankle. Lin Jingming didn't control his strength, and Shenhui immediately woke up with a sharp yelp. Ow! His scream echoed as he kicked his leg, feeling as if his foot were nailed to an iron pillar, impossible to free. In the throes of pain, he stepped on something firm and tried to use it as leverage to pull away, but instead, he was held even more tightly. Tears sprang to Shenhui's eyes. Had he broken anything? Lin Jingming was awakened by Shenhui's startled cry. Realizing he had gripped Shenhui, he quickly loosened his grip, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Are you okay?" Shenhui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, looking like someone who'd been tormented all night. Sitting up and cradling his foot, he accused, "You hit me." Lin Jingming ignored the fact that his own arousal had been triggered by their contact. He urgently leaned down to inspect Shenhui's wrist, finding it already red in a ring shape, unsure if there were other injuries. Tracing along the ankle, he asked, "Does this hurt?" "How about here?" "I'm okay now," Shenhui responded, calming down slightly. Lin Jingming gently blew on the injured area. "It's fine, we'll put some ointment on it later." "I'm sorry, I lost control of my strength." "Let me apologize." "You can make one request." Shenhui's eyelashes shimmered damply, his eyes clear like a fawn's. He stared at Lin Jingming, unsure what request he could make right now. It wasn't entirely Lin Jingming's fault after all. What if it weren't for him recklessly putting his foot where it shouldn't have gone? He tilted his chin up shyly to glance at the prominent bulge on Lin Jingming's body, teasing in his tone, "Can I touch it back?" Lin Jingming hesitated for a moment, then suddenly kissed Shenhui's wrist lightly, saying, "If you pinch me again, you can always kiss it back." Shenhui yanked his foot back sharply. Why on earth was he talking about this nonsense with Lin Jingming so early in the morning? Too inappropriate for young years. Still glaring at his slightly swollen wrist jealously, Shenhui stroked his lips regretfully. How come his foot got more attention than his lips? With his mind racing after being kissed, Shenhui began pondering over Lin Jingming's slip-up from yesterday. Did he like provincial capitals? Or did he like Shenhui? In the bustling Confucius Temple district, Shenhui dodged through the crowd while hand-in-hand with Lin Jingming. Mind wandering somewhere? Is your foot still hurting? Shenhui gave Lin Jingming a long, mysterious look. No. They stood under a wall inscribed with the life stories of Confucius. Glancing casually at the writings, Shenhui exaggerated, "Wow, Kong Chiu truly is a divine person, the greatest sage of all ages. Look over there, a lady selling ropes. Could it be possible to seek marriage destiny at the Confucius Temple?" Shenhui continued, "Can you repeat what I just said?" Lin Jingming tilted his head, confused by Shenhui's intent. "Hurry up," Shenhui pleaded. Lawyer Lin isn't supposed to forget things so easily, right? You hear statements and instantly grasp the key points, so let me test you. Perplexed, Lin Jingming repeated Shenhui's words anyway. Shenhui listened intently. Wait. He pulled out a recorder. I have a bad memory, so I'll record this to see if you missed any words. Thus, Lin Jingming repeated the statement once more. Judging like a judge, Shenhui's expression was solemn as he listened attentively to 3 versions, snorting dismissively through his nose afterward. Why could Lin Jingming pronounce words clearly, like gods, sages, ropes, and ladies, with such perfect enunciation, sounding just like a news anchor, but when it came to provincial capitals, or Shenhui, they sounded nearly identical? Could Lin Jingming possibly like him? This sneaky old man was intentionally keeping him in suspense and even kissed his wrist. Fuming, Shenhui bought 2 red strings, one to hang on his left wrist, the other around his ankle. Professor Lin subtly retracted his hand and mockingly offered, "Do you like them so much that I should buy out the entire rack for you? Would he buy himself 2 to wear, or does he plan to gift them to someone else? I just like them." After visiting the Confucius Temple in the morning, they spent the afternoon by the Qinhuai River. Ancient buildings lined both shores, stores crowded together. One little tavern displayed barrels of aged daughter's red wine outside. Shenhui and Lin Jingming sat at a wooden table, sampling a few sips of the amber-hued rice wine. Suddenly, Shenhui asked, "Have you ever been drunk?" Lin Jingming fondled the delicate wine glass, replying indifferently, "No. I have." Shenhui boasted proudly. "When?" Lin Jingming inquired nonchalantly. Hi." Shenhui stopped abruptly, fearing a confession about getting drunk in high school might earn him a slap. After the college entrance exam. Hearing their conversation, the tavern boy enthusiastically invited them to try the inn's drunken room. The hut was a simulation drunk experience room with a sloped floor, causing immediate dizziness and loss of balance upon stepping in, just like one would feel in a heavy drunken state. As if transported to the Qinhuai riverbank 1,000 years ago, where ancient people drank wine heartily, ate meat voraciously, let their hair down in the wind, and exhibited an elegant bearing. With high tourist traffic, taverns didn't dare serve strong alcohol, only offering simulated experiences. Shenhui pulled Lin Jingming into the place to try it out. Once inside, oddly enough, Shenhui, the experienced drinker, couldn't keep calm. He stuck close to Lin Jingming, swaying unsteadily as his center of gravity kept shifting. Lin Jingming also felt slightly dizzy. Before he knew it, Shenhui had pushed him back against the wall, delivering a sudden soft, wet kiss on his lips. Shenhui's eyes brimmed with innocence, "It's all gravity's fault." Trying to struggle free, Shenhui pressed his hands on Lin Jingming's body but found himself helpless in this simulated environment, falling onto Lin Jingming once again. His lips landed on Lin Jingming's cheek instead with a smacking sound. After 2 unintentional kisses, Shenhui gave up and tiptoed to forcibly pry open the other's mouth, thrusting his tongue inside. After an initial surprise, Lin Jingming firmly grasped Shenhui's head and responded fervently, conquering fiercely. When they finally broke the kiss, Shenhui panted heavily, unable to get off Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming half carried and half dragged him out. Shenhui's face flushed pink, his gaze hazy as if truly drunk. Catching sight of the boy's knowing look and the sign, "A drunken scholar's true intention lies not in alcohol," behind him, he felt utterly embarrassed. Neither wanting to continue touring, they quickly returned to the hotel. Muttering, "I'm drunk all along," Shenhui quivered his fingers as he worked to unbuckle Lin Jingming's belt. It's too normal to lose control after drinking. Justified. After being tormented by Lin Jingming all night long, Shenhui regretted tempting him. 30-year-old virgins were terrifying indeed. Crying and begging for mercy by calling him "Dad" didn't seem to help at all. He somewhat regretted initiating this affair. At least from early morning, no, yesterday morning already, he had learned that pain when Lin Jingming squeezed his wrist, yet why did he completely forget about it? Shenhui held his bruised waist, lying flat on the bed feigning death. Lin Jingming furrowed his brows while examining Shenhui's condition. "Sleep for a while, I'll go buy medicine." Professor Lin, who hadn't slept all night, still appeared fresh and alert. Shenhui fell asleep face down, and when he woke up groggily, it seemed Lin Jingming was answering a phone call. "Hello, what is the matter, about my prearranged study abroad program?" "Of course I remember." With more cross-border businesses these days, lawsuits in that area increased too, making deep understanding of foreign legal systems essential. Lin Jingming had originally planned to take a short period to study overseas. Lin Jingming, who'd been awake all night massaging Shenhui, seeing him move slightly, quietly stepped into the bathroom to avoid waking him for the call. Even though Shenhui couldn't hear Lin Jingming speaking, his imagination was working overtime. How much did he fear Lin Jingming leaving the country? 3 years ago, he feared it immensely, now, his fear has only grown. Back then, as soon as old Master Lin recovered, Lin Jingming immediately left to study abroad without delay. Shenhui stood frozen as Lin Jingming walked into and out of his life so suddenly, catching him totally off guard. It happened again. Shenhui thought, but he would have to get used to it. The heavens surely knew how to play their games, gifting Lin Jingming to poor Shenhui each time with a 1-month expiration date, like Cinderella's pumpkin carriage turning back to squash after midnight. Shenhui rubbed his face against the pillow, tightening his lips. This phone call took quite a while. When Lin Jingming came out and saw Shenhui still sleeping, he smiled faintly with eyes filled with affection. He kissed Shenhui's shoulder blade lightly and lay down next to him, drawing him closer with a long arm. Shenhui wasn't actually asleep. After Lin Jingming fell into slumber, Shenhui got up, sitting on the floor trying to clear his head a bit. Lin Jingming had booked lunch earlier, which arrived via a text message prompt. Shenhui put on clothes carefully, biting his lips due to the pain. Opening the door to get the food, just before stepping inside, he caught attention from an argument between the couple next door. Both parties spoke loudly, with heated conflict and occasional physical contact. Shenhui worried it might disturb Lin Jingming, and fearing that the female might be weaker in the situation, possibly leading to domestic violence. So he closed the door and pretended to check his phone. The woman turned out to be the rich girl who initially hired him for matchmaking with Lin Jingming. She and her less affluent boyfriend were coincidentally on vacation here too. Outraged, she said things without thinking. Seeing Shenhui there, her eyes lit up, seemingly finding support. Shenhui, you're here. Tell him, didn't I hire you to help me with matchmaking? Gu Mengping. If you think that matchmaking candidate is excellent, why don't you ask him? I skipped meeting him for you. So what, would I rather have a law firm boss than someone who works for others? Just because I'm with you doesn't mean I'll like another employee. Can you stop being jealous for no reason? You're so annoying this way. Dong Qianjin's every mention of working for others probably hurt her boyfriend's pride. Gu Mengping didn't trust Dong Qianjin's words. How could a female substitute appear out of nowhere, and even worse, bring in a male liar without batting an eye? The situation grew increasingly intense, until finally Dong Qianjin, driven mad by anger, said to her boyfriend, I've realized something, people from different social classes really shouldn't date. You have no parents, no money, and can give me nothing. My mom was right, I'm waking up. Shenhui, Dong Qianjin loudly called out, give me Lin boss's number. Starting tomorrow, I'll go on dates myself. Gu Mengping, wait for my wedding joy. Oh, okay, Shenhui responded as he handed her the phone number. With the upper hand now firmly hers, Dong Qianjin walked off in high heels, leaving Shenhui alone with a heartbroken man. No, two heartbroken men. There was some shared sorrow. Dong Qianjin's remarks not only struck her boyfriend like lightning but also hit Shenhui hard. Yes, without parents or money, and from a different social class, how could they possibly be in love? Old Mr. Lin treated him so well, yet how could he ever imagine himself having a relationship with Lin Jingming? As Lin Jingming considered studying abroad, Shenhui was still selling jokes online for a living. Despite both coming from the same high school and choosing the same major, there were undeniable gaps between them. He was merely a fake stand-in for matchmaking, now rendered redundant since the real person was here. Yet, he couldn't find a single word to salvage the situation. Lin Jingming had said he came to nurture feelings with his matchmaking partner, not with Shenhui. He liked Nanjing, not Shenhui. Shenhui moved closer to a bewildered Gu Mengping, giving his arm a pull, then feeling another surge of pain spread through it. Both carried the same heavy hearts as they left the hotel, leaning on each other like brothers. Shenhui usually applied to stay on campus during summer breaks, but this year, due to Lin Jingming, he didn't apply. Now alone, he didn't know where to go. If he were a regular person, maybe he'd head home to find his mother. Shenhui sat on the steps of a plaza, watching the pigeons for a while, then suddenly remembered he too had a home, it just lacked anyone. Shenhui bought a ticket at the station to return to his hometown. Passing by the attached middle school was inevitable, so he hurriedly wore a hat and passed quickly, fearing he might bump into old Mr. Lin. Afraid as he was, what came happened anyway. Shenhui. Hearing someone call his name, his heart leaped, but upon recognizing the caller, old Zhang at the gatehouse of the school instead of old Mr. Lin, he relaxed. Shenhui, come over here. Old Zhang smoked a cigarette and beckoned to him. Shenhui was quite well known around the attached middle school, famous for his journey from a troublemaker to a top student. He couldn't refuse when old Zhang called. What's up? Old Zhang pulled out a stack of postcards and envelopes from under his desk. Look through them. Postcards sent to the school, filled with deep emotion by their senders, often suffered due to slow postal services and severe loss rates. The time taken was long, making it possible for the recipients to lose patience, change feelings, or never even know about the attempts, which meant these postcards and letters often went unclaimed. On the table lay hundreds of dusty envelopes and letters, showing the arduous journey they'd endured. The names of intended recipients were written one by one on the small blackboard outside the wall, waiting for someone to claim them. Shenhui looked carefully for half a year, never finding any address to him. Shenhui became skeptical and sneaked into the reception room every day to look through the mail, pretending not to care as he flipped through letters, caught a few times by old Zhang, who denied it despite everything, saying he was preparing to skip class. Eventually, it turned into once a week, once a month, once every 6 months. Shenhui hadn't come for a whole year. Old Zhang still remembered this former young rebel who used to come full of hope, only to leave disappointed. If you told me your pen name, I could have kept an eye out for you specifically. Old Zhang thought Shenhui's receiving name might be some weird online nickname. Shenhui's eyes misted slightly, fingers twitching in his pocket, but ultimately he refrained from taking action. I'm not looking for anything. He'd long known Lin Jingming wouldn't send him a letter. Professor Lin woke up and discovered Shenhui had run away with someone. Chapter 50. Lin Jingming retrieved the hotel surveillance footage. Coincidentally, the audio recorder was broken, there were images but no sound. He watched Shenhui converse with an unfamiliar couple. The three of them said something indecipherable, after which the woman stormed off in anger. Then Shenhui walked away amicably with the man. No phone calls answered, no text messages replied to, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Professor Lin was so anxious he was ready to call the police. Who's staying in the neighboring room? The hotel manager hesitated. It was clear that the person had left voluntarily with someone else, and they couldn't disclose guest information. My wife came out for lunch and was abducted by one of your hotel guests. I have reason to suspect there might be human trafficking or a pyramid scheme involved. The manager was initially surprised at the mention of wife, but then calmed down, realizing the truth. Who else would stay in a couple's hotel with a friend? Lin Jingming massaged his temple and pulled out a business card. Or would you prefer a lawyer's letter or a court summons? On the silvery white rectangular card, the law firm's name and Lin Jingming's title were neatly printed. The manager's eyes widened. As a hotel, even 5-star establishments have irregularities. Word has it that this law firm could strip a layer off your skin just by using consumer protection laws. Show him. While looking at the neighboring check-in details, Lin Jingming felt a sense of familiarity. He quickly went over the people he had dealt with recently and remembered, it was the lady Shen Hui had set up on a blind date. He immediately contacted the matchmaker to get Miss Dong Qianjin's phone number. On the phone, Miss Dong Qianjin, still furious, clearly treated Lin Jingming as her venting target. When Lin asked what had happened, she began recounting how she met her boyfriend. Looking at the surveillance footage, Lin Jingming noticed Shen Hui's sudden pale face after Miss Dong Qianjin's words, and he lost patience. If you don't want me to reveal the fact about switching dates, please tell me immediately what you said to Shen Hui. It wasn't much, really. Dong Qianjin paused to think. I barely remember anyway. All I know is that I was quarreling with that idiot, so I asked Shen Hui for your contact information and told her that I didn't need you as a substitute anymore. I'd handle my own blind dates. It was just a joke, I mean, it wasn't serious. Don't misunderstand me, I have no feelings for you. It must be because of this. Lin Jingming closed his eyes briefly and interrupted her. How much did you pay Shen Hui? 1,500 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Jingming transferred her 15,000 yuan. He seriously warned her, please don't say this again, especially not in front of Shen Hui. He isn't a substitute for anyone. He's my boyfriend. Ah. Dong Qianjin was stunned. What's your boyfriend's number? Lin Jingming's commanding tone forced Dong Qianjin to recite a string of digits before realizing to ask, what are you going to do with him? To ask Shen Hui where she went. After ending the call, Dong Qianjin realized she had just split up with her boyfriend, yet here she was eating dog food all over again, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Lin Jingming asked around and learned that Shen Hui had gone towards the train station. Did she return to her hometown? Shen Hui hadn't applied for an on-campus residency this year, so it seemed like her only destination could be her hometown. Thinking of Shen Hui heading back alone to an empty home, exhausted, Lin Jingming desperately wanted to fly to her side and hold her close. Not until he boarded the train did the usually composed Professor Lin have time to reflect. While others woke up the next morning cuddling their wives after climbing into bed together, he had spent the whole morning rubbing Shen Hui's lower back and managed to lose her in just a nap's time, a drama of chasing his wife across 1,000 miles. Shen Hui said goodbye to old Zhang and returned home. Being a spendthrift, all her packages were delivered directly to her house for convenience. To make things easier, she left a key with a neighbor to help her receive deliveries. Once inside, the house was overwhelmed with piled-up boxes everywhere, leaving no room to stand. Shen Hui struggled through the stacks of packages to reach the bathroom. After confirming the water and electricity worked fine, she decided to take a shower first. But she had nothing with her. Didn't she buy towels and underwear from the pile of packages? Shen Hui burrowed into the mountain-like heap, tearing open package after package, getting dusty and sweaty without any success. Well, since she was the only one home, she might as well just deal with it. Taking a shower while examining her body, Shen Hui drew a conclusion: Lin Jingming was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Her waist almost got crushed. With her delicate fingers, she touched the fingerprints around her waist, sucking in a breath sharply due to the pain. And yet, why had she taken the initiative to kiss Lin Jingming and undress him? The ground floor was filled with dust and clutter from the packages, so Shen Hui climbed upstairs, uncovered the dust cover, and lay down to sleep. Stop thinking about Lin Jingming. No matter how much you think, he's not yours. The last time Jingming Lin left, he had secretly gotten drunk once, but it seemed not to have helped. This time, Huishan decided to sleep. Hopefully, there wouldn't be a next time. By the time Jingming Lin arrived, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, 3 hours later than Huishan. On his way past the high school annex, the senior 3 students were just finishing their night tutoring classes. The lights at the fork in the road were shining brightly, guiding the way for the students. Old John saw Jingming Lin right away and called out loudly, "Young Lin has come back. Hey, what a day, everyone's returning one after another." Jingming Lin stopped in his tracks and abruptly asked, "Was it Huishan?" Yes, it was him, looking lost and dazed. With confirmation that Huishan was really here, Jingming Lin quickened his steps. Huishan's 2-story house was dark, without a speck of light showing through. It had been gloomy for decades. Jingming Lin knocked on the door. Huishan, open the door. Huishan woke up startled by the loud noise, hearing Jingming Lin immediately. I know you've returned, open the door quickly. Huishan nervously sat up. How had Jingming Lin found him so fast? He glanced under the covers, with no clothes to be found, he was completely naked. How could he face anyone like this? Huishan clutched the blanket tightly. He knew Ji Minglin must want to talk about something serious, possibly abroad-related matters again. How could he do so without clothes? Huishan decided to pretend he wasn't there. But Professor Lin would break down the door if needed, and he'd done it before. This was Ji Minglin's final ultimatum. It was at this moment he realized the inconvenience brought on by their identities. If they had a relationship that could be openly declared, he wouldn't be knocking now. Instead, he'd already be shouting into a megaphone outside the girl dormitories, confessing loudly and running straight to Huishan. Not only was Ji Minglin wealthy, but also shameless. How despicable. Huishan wrapped himself in a bedsheet and opened a small crack in the window. You will not break down my door, I've already called the police. Ji Minglin saw that Huishan had finally appeared, stepped back, and looked clearly at his flushed little face. Go ahead and report me, the law firm can always bail me out. Huishan protested, you are breaking and entering and acting like a hooligan. Ji Minglin smiled faintly, if the police come, I'll say I broke the door because I was worried you might have passed out inside. Maybe I'd even get a May 4th youth medal. Huishan rolled his eyes. A 30-year-old man still fantasizing about getting a youth award, it was too embarrassing. Huffing, he said, I'm perfectly fine. Where exactly are you not fine? Do I need to tell you? Ji Minglin this time was outright misbehaving. Without breaking the door, he climbed over the wall instead, stepping onto a flower stand at the corner of the wall, climbing effortlessly until he reached Huishan's window. Huishan watched wide-eyed, his heart racing. He tried dissuading Ji Minglin from proceeding further but failed and dared not speak louder for fear of distracting him. When Ji Minglin's hands finally gripped the edge of the window frame, Huishan let out a deep breath, finding his limbs gone weak. Being weak-limbed wasn't much of a problem, but when the sheet covering him slipped off, it became critical. For the 101st time, Huishan regretted not keeping any clothes at his old home. Ji Minglin's late-night rendezvous took on a thief-like quality when he saw the completely nude Huishan. He understood then why throughout history, sneaking into a lover's window was so common. Give me a hand, Ji Minglin said. Huishan suspiciously eyed Ji Minglin, someone who could climb up like this alone, how could he possibly need the last little bit of help? A trick, obviously. Haven't closed my eyes since last night, do you think I can hold on forever? Ji Minglin replied calmly. Scared by his stern expression, Huishan remembered how much energy they had expended last night. He quickly rushed forward to pull Ji Minglin, not daring to blink. Ah, Ji Minglin. Huishan was thrust down onto the bed by Ji Minglin's momentum as his body was locked in an even stronger grip than the previous night. What nonsense, believing Ji Minglin's words. Ji Minglin cupped Huishan's cheeks, gazing deeply into his eyes. Why did you run? Huishan turned his head aside. My legs belong to me, As though to silence him, Ji Minglin tightened his grip in a threatening manner, signaling that there would be no more escape now. Huishan fell silent. Ji Minglin said, is it because of Dong Lady's words? I apologize for not being clear. Huishan, I have never regarded you as some optional partner for matchmaking. I wouldn't invite someone I met through matchmaking to live in my home or spend time traveling with them. The reason for all these things is simply one, I like Huishan. I apologize for using those words carelessly before, but from that point on, those words became the truth. Why do you like me? I have no money, no parents. Tears welled up in Huishan's eyes as he spoke. I'm rebellious, old Lin is constantly angry at me. Your words go in one ear and out the other, outwardly obedient but inwardly disobedient. His clean break over the past 3 years shows that Shen Hui was merely a passing figure in Ji Minglin's life, certainly not worth missing. These were things Shen Hui did not say. He didn't want to bring up old issues in front of Ji Minglin, appearing petty. Ji Minglin gently kissed away the tears at the corner of his eyes. I like you. If you want specifics, give me a day. I'll go back home and review some medical books to make sure I mention every part of you. Shen Hui wiped his tears into a laugh. Nonsense logic. I accept everything about you and love everything about you. This is non-negotiable, or I'll spank your bottom. Ji Minglin leaned down to kiss him. Sorry, these things should have been made clear before we got intimate, but... Shen Hui's cheeks instantly turned crimson as he mentally completed Ji Minglin's sentence, but Shen Hui was too eager and left no room for Ji Minglin to explain. He dared not listen on, fearing Ji Minglin might suggest some kind of rulemaking talk about one-night stands. So, are you still interested in matchmaking? Already found my partner, why would I bother? And since we're both back, let's visit Professor Lin tomorrow. Shen Hui panicked, no way. He now wanted to be someone's daughter-in-law but no longer dared to treat Ji Minglin carelessly as he had done before. He simply couldn't face him. Ji Minglin held Shen Hui, feeling good, but knowing it might easily lead to more than just hugging. Shen Hui needed rest, so better stop. Ji Minglin touched his nose, hesitantly letting go. Where are your clothes? Shen Hui puckered his lips. I don't have any. After thinking hard, an idea struck him. I remember buying a fully automatic drying washing machine last year. I forgot all about it. Let's get up, I'll install it. Ji Minglin followed Shen Hui downstairs. Watching his figure move in front of him made every step difficult. With the large washing machine being easy to find, they spent 20 minutes studying the manual on how to set it up and finally started washing clothes. Ji Minglin got to witness Shen Hui's extravagant spending habits and looked rather speechless at the scattered packages on the ground. Shen Hui sheepishly tidied up the boxes and wrappers he had torn open in the afternoon, bending down and sticking his rear out occasionally, which nearly caused irreparable damage to Ji Minglin's suit. Professor Lin pressed his temple and decided to help clean up instead. From among the clutter, Ji Minglin found a partially opened package. It contained a plain-colored apron with scarce fabric, yet its price was astonishing. Ji Minglin didn't mind Shen Hui spending money, he earned plenty, who else could Shen Hui spend it on? But this habit of Shen Hui's must change. He didn't understand priorities. Skinny as bones, eating only a little rice each day, yet stacking useless items at home. Who says they're not useful? Shen Hui countered, salvaging some impression points from Ji Minglin. Why isn't it worth 1,000 yuan? It's dust-proof, oil-proof, water-resistant. Shen Hui's voice became softer and lacked confidence. These features seemed present in 10 yuan aprons too. Pretty good. Ji Minglin suddenly agreed with Shen Hui, picking up the 2 straps of the apron. Shen Hui immediately raised a proud smile. Wasn't he always right? However, he forgot the truth learned from textbooks. Capitalists are the best at exploiting surplus value, and someone as ruthless as Ji Minglin wouldn't even spare an apron. What else did you buy? Ji Minglin casually asked, holding the apron. Shen Hui eagerly sat down and began unpacking another package for Ji Minglin. I don't know, let me check. A smile played on Ji Minglin's lips as he indulgently watched Shen Hui, already plotting ways to ensure he prioritizes health first, meals second. Chapter 51. Lin Jingming was watching Shen Hui while asking him about his eating habits during school days, what he ate, how many meals a day, looking every bit like an overworried father. Shen Hui wasn't paying full attention, his mind was occupied by finding a cheap yet reliable courier service to prove his judgment. However, his shopping habit didn't reflect value for money, the more expensive, the better, which made him sneakily hide several items behind his back. Lin Jingming quietly took note of his little actions, deciding to press him for details later. He found out that Shen Hui sometimes only had 1 meal a day, making Lin quite upset. No wonder he was still as thin in college as he was in high school, almost able to be carried with one hand. Back then, when Lin returned to take care of the old man, he would daily stew nourishing broths for the elder while also supervising Shen Hui's eating, all without much extra effort for adding one more person. With the youth well fed, the changes quickly showed on the surface. By the time Lin went abroad again, Shen Hui's face had rounded up considerably. Lin Jingming suspected Shen Hui wasn't as heavy then, but it was hard to tell. After all, he hadn't embraced Shen Hui back then. Where were the promises that male students would gain weight in university? Buying so many pots, do you even use them? Lin Jingming pried the tag from Shen Hui's hand, glanced at the price, and smiled. Could just buying pots make you full? Shen Hui realized he might have revealed something he shouldn't have said. Now he understood why his classmate who ordered fried chicken deliveries every day would always tell his mother during their phone calls that he timely ate 3 meals a day at the cafeteria. This was truly wisdom in life. Shen Hui hastily defended himself. I think not eating is no good, so I'm preparing in advance. I'll cook my own food after graduation. Can you cook? Yes. Shen Hui stood taller, unperturbed. I've read 3 recipe books already. This action caused the tender points on his pale chest to stand prominently, drawing peculiar attention. Lin Jingming reached his limits of restraint, deeply sensing he couldn't continue looking at Shen Hui this way anymore. He picked him up through his knee crook with one hand, supported his slightly bruised back with the other, striving hard to keep his gentlemanlike demeanor. Time for bed. Shen Hui compliantly embraced his neck, feeling smooth and cooling like a cake clinging close to him, aromatic and delicate, inviting a bite. Lin Jingming nibbled Shen Hui's cheek, placed him on the bed, and carefully covered him with the blanket. Don't kick off the quilt. I'm a bit hot. There was no air conditioning installed in the second-floor room. Lin Jingming, heat or tiredness, choose one. Not wanting to be both tired and hot, Shen Hui obeyed silently, only to suddenly have his lower body's cover pulled away by Lin Jingming. What do you want to do? Forgot to apply medicine. Lin Jingming pulled out a soft ointment tube from his suit pocket. Knowing you wouldn't buy any medicine, I specially got some. Shen Hui actually wasn't fragile at all, rather rough around the edges. Most injuries he regarded as self-healing ones that didn't need doctor visits. To be accurate, Shen Hui seldom visited doctors because he didn't want to hear them ask, little friend, where are your parents? Why did you come alone? Fortunately, his body never caused problems, and the only time worth gathering forces and troubling a doctor was when Lin Jingming sent him there. Shen Hui let Lin Jingming apply the ointment, shamefully tearing up. Why are you crying? Does it hurt? Lin Jingming wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Let me blow on it. Shen Hui tightened his bottom and fiercely refused. I'm embarrassed. How didn't you feel embarrassed walking around naked? Who knew you'd come? Lin Jingming indulgently replied, the reason for why I came, we'll discuss once you're recovered. Shrouded in the quilt, Shen Hui rarely jumped up in agitation this time. Was Lin Jingming showing pity towards his current state, thus reluctant to bring up the matter of going abroad? Shen Hui didn't inquire further. Knowing beforehand wouldn't change the outcome anyway. The next morning, Lin Jingming not only tidied up Shen Hui's clothes and placed them on the bedside but also used the pots and pans he bought to prepare breakfast. Shenhui ate happily until Lin Jingming mentioned they'd go see old Master Lin together shortly. I don't dare. Shenhui feared old Master Lin disapproved of their relationship. Without the teacher's consent, Shenhui would probably be too ashamed to be with Lin Jingming. The elder awaited his smooth path in life, while Shenhui acted like a white-eyed wolf constantly eyeing their only son. As the saying goes, a grain of rice grants gratitude, but a measure brings resentment. If it was just Master Lin, Shenhui would forever be grateful to him. But Lin Jingming had done more for him than Master Lin, and Shenhui remained unsatisfied. I am such an unlikable person. Shenhui chewed the grains and told Lin Jingming, I'm nothing special, relying on looks till now, haven't learned any life lessons taught by the teacher, I'd rather not go, and please don't tell him about us. He didn't deserve Lin Jingming. When no one knows, just take it one day at a time. He was too terrible, so terrible that he didn't have the courage to stand beside Lin Jingming and ask for forgiveness. Lin Jingming knew that Shenhui lacked security due to his childhood environment, but instead insisted on bringing him to meet the old man, to give him promises and an above-board identity. Perhaps in others' eyes, Shenhui's conditions were weaknesses, but at Lin's old master's place, it was quite the opposite, and this was also Lin Jingming's confidence. The old master had mentioned Shenhui countless times over 3 years. But this confidence couldn't be told to Shenhui. After the meal, Shenhui was eventually dragged out by Lin Jingming. He was so nervous that he didn't know how to walk, or I should change into a dress. The teacher won't know and might think you found a girlfriend. Get rid of your bad ideas. Lin Jingming tapped his forehead, you're deliberately dressing up oddly to upset him. Old Master Lin was even happier seeing Shenhui than seeing his own son. He pulled Shenhui to ask all sorts of questions, and Shenhui experienced for the first time the enthusiastic bombardment from uncles and aunts during the new year. While happy, he felt uneasy. He signaled Lin Jingming not to say anything, as he didn't want to anger the old man. Lin Jingming pretended not to see and even locked Shenhui inside when he went to the toilet. They were in the old man's faculty dormitory, where the bathroom had an old wooden door that could be locked from both sides. Shenhui had decided today not to let Lin Jingming open his mouth, watching Lin Jingming closely, ready to pounce and cover his mouth if needed. He didn't expect Lin Jingming to do this. Shenhui scratched the wall, almost wanting to break the door down. But this was his teacher's door, and he didn't dare break it. Father and son of the Lin family sat opposite each other on small tea chairs. Old Master Lin spoke first, say it, what is it? Shenhui has already looked at you hundreds of times. Lin Jingming retracted his carefree smile, Dad, previously, you made me go on blind dates, right? I met Shenhui there working part-time. I didn't fancy the blind date partner but fell for Shenhui. Lin Jingming gave Shenhui a bit of face, not mentioning the female attire used during the blind date, and appropriately portrayed him in a pitiable manner. I can never find another person like him who makes me worry so much. I don't want to look any further. I don't feel we are wrong, I just wish to smoothly proceed with our lives together. Dad, will you agree? Old Master Lin was initially shocked, then deep in thought. He himself had gone through a failed marriage and did not believe in rigidly thinking only a male-female couple could last. Across from his room lived an elderly couple who had met while teaching in rural areas. They had no children throughout their life, yet every morning they would go buy groceries together, stroll after dinner. As teenage couples grew old together, having or not having children seemed to make little difference. One shouldn't sacrifice decades of happiness for the sake of being attended to in bedridden final years. Old Master Lin understood well, he knew his son had everything under control and was always steady and reliable. His mother had formed another family abroad, having a younger brother in his 20s. The old man took a sip of tea and sighed, Shenhui, this kid, smart, quick-witted, but without proper guidance from young, I fear most he would go astray, ruining his life. Now that you're watching over him, one of my heartaches is relieved. Lin Jingming was indeed correct, the old man really cared for Shenhui. I'm not praising my own son, the old man muttered to himself, indeed very reassured about Lin Jingming. This child had been upright since young, totally different from Shenhui, I trust Shenhui with you. Saying more, how was it getting a bit like marrying off a daughter? The old man frowned, suddenly figuring something was off, immediately becoming serious, you weren't attracted to Shenhui back in high school, were you? Little bastard, dared messing around with his students. Just because he got sick once, he allowed a big bad wolf to enter his carefully nurtured sheep pen. Trusting Lin Jingming was one thing, but knowing his son was sneaky inside was another. How else did Shenhui manage to return obediently to class? Old Master Lin strictly enforced rules against early romances, regardless of who his son was. It had to be said, when the old man scowled, he bore a resemblance to when Lin Jingming frightened Shenhui. Lin Jingming smiled wryly, no. Really not. The old man stood up, showing signs of searching for a stick, how do you guarantee it? Lin Jingming, back then, I just purely thought this kid looked good, eye-catching, pitied him. Otherwise, could I have left so straightforwardly to pursue a PhD abroad? Wouldn't I have tied him down? That's true, the old man waved his hand, quickly release him, what kind of talk is that? Shenhui was locked in for less than 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity to him. He couldn't hear the conversation between the two, not knowing how Mr. Lin reacted. As soon as the door opened, Shenhui looked like a criminal waiting for the judge's verdict, his eyes wide and breathing light. But he forgot, his boyfriend was the most excellent lawyer, turning things around easily. Lin Jingming saw Shenhui standing there stupidly and gave him a kiss on the lips. Come out and call Dad. Call who? My dad, Lin Jingming whispered gently, the words for me, save them for when we're in bed. In Shenhui's 23rd year of life, he had two people who were close to him. When they left the school, it still felt surreal to him, his gaze wandering vaguely toward the alleyway, almost afraid to look at his now legitimate boyfriend walking beside him. High school students had heavy workloads, so summer vacation started late. It was right after class when Lin Jingming and Shenhui went back to cook dinner, waiting for Mr. Lin to finish grading assignments and come over for dinner. Shenhui felt somewhat embarrassed. Years ago, the old man had visited his home during a home visit. Not knowing what such a visit without elders meant, Shenhui thought Mr. Lin would skip him and didn't even prepare water. The house is too messy, there's no time to clean up. It's fine, Lin Jingming said, I cleaned the kitchen this morning. As long as there's somewhere to sit. I'll tell our dad that the pot was bought by his son-in-law, showing good household management, and it's very useful. Shenhui blushed red, don't tell the teacher the price. Don't tell who? Don't tell Dad. Shenhui was embarrassed because his university living expenses were covered by the Lin family. If Mr. Lin knew how frivolously Shenhui spent money on these things, he would have no face to see anyone. As for the messiness of the house, Shenhui just let it be. The first time Mr. Lin came for a home visit, not only did he not get any water, but on leaving, he helped Shenhui air out the bedding. His image was already irretrievable. As they were talking, a sudden panicked cry rose from the crowd. A middle-aged man with a sharp weapon suddenly appeared, indiscriminately attacking unarmed students. Everyone scattered in all directions. Students in their uniforms, panicked and unable to run fast because of their heavy backpacks, didn't know to throw them away and ended up being tripped, watching helplessly as blades came closer. Lin Jingming moved swiftly, throwing his phone like a brick, hitting the assailant and gaining 2 seconds of hesitation. The next moment, Lin Jingming disappeared from Shenhui's side, fighting barehanded against the assailant, dodging the knife and restraining the assailant's right hand, rendering the wildly flailing armed hand completely immobile. By the time Shenhui grabbed a loose brick from the ground, ready to join the fight, Lin Jingming was already stepping on the attacker's neck, pinning him to the ground. Are you injured? When Shenhui realized the bloodstains on the ground belonged to Lin Jingming, his eyes immediately reddened. You're hurt. I'm fine. Lin Jingming's arm was cut while seizing the blade earlier. Glancing at the struggling assailant, he told Shenhui, stay away. Surrounded by students and women, everyone watching the violent assailant remained fearful. Shenhui was the closest, seeing the man desperately struggle to break free, causing more blood to gush from Lin Jingming's arm. His eyes fierce, before Lin Jingming could react, he smashed the brick onto the attacker's forehead. Although Shenhui wasn't a promising person, he hadn't done any fighting before, unsure of his strength. Lin Jingming quickly blocked his foot to ease off most of the force. Lin Jingming comforted him, killing him isn't a big deal, but don't dirty your hands. He bent down and used the person's belt and pants as a rope, binding him tightly. Lin Jingming wouldn't let Shenhui participate in the physical struggle, insisting, go stand aside. Shenhui threw the brick with tearful eyes, instantly changing from a belligerent wolf cub into a sobbing lamb, supporting Lin Jingming's arm and crying himself silly. They sat aside waiting for the ambulance, Professor Lin letting those less injured go ahead. Lin Jingming, woo you're bleeding so much, does it hurt? Forget it, I'm going to be the first on the ambulance. I don't want to wait Wu. Initially, the assailant ran fast with the blade aimed at the crowd but only managed to injure arms and thighs superficially. Several were just grazed, the black-hearted stab towards the end was blocked by Lin Jingming. Shenhui cried into a teary mess, Lin Jingming sensing something familiar in this scene. He raised his uninjured hand to rub Shenhui's hair, looking at the azure sky and suddenly mused, Shenhui. 3 years ago, when you cried holding me, it was because you truly couldn't bear to see me go, right? Lin Jingming was deeply moved as the 19-year-old Shenhui clung to his leg crying. After Shenhui ran off, he suddenly decided to stay until after Shenhui's college entrance exam so they could leave together and be close for 3 more months until university started. But when Lin Jingming went to find Shenhui, he overheard him talking to classmates in a disdainful tone that left a lasting impression. Shenhui had said he hoped Lin Jingming would leave soon so he'd finally be free. He also said that crying now was worth it, because it would convince Lin Jingming he'd reformed and let him leave without worry. Lin Jingming at the time felt like all his good intentions had been thrown to the dogs. Thinking back now, the 19-year-old Shenhui couldn't possibly have been such a brilliant actor, shedding tears while planning something else entirely. This little liar. Shenhui sniffed and snapped, you're not allowed to talk. Or touch my head. Don't move. When they arrived at the hospital, Shenhui watched as Lin Jingming got x-rays, stitches, and N4, crying as if there were no costs, vowing to buy lots of ambulances when he became rich, just like buying aprons. Chapter 52. Lin Jingming looked strong and healthy in his blue and white patient gown, sitting up straight while reading a book to alleviate the dull ache of his wounds. Shenhui had gone out to buy him fruit and toiletries. Lin Jingming suggested hiring a helper, but Shenhui refused, insisting on buying them himself. A nurse came in to change the dressing and was impressed by how calm Lin's Jingming appeared, not flinching at all. Now everyone knew that Lin's Jingming fearlessly subdued the criminal barehandedly for justice. When people looked at Lin's Jingming now, they admired him with shining eyes. There are many reporters outside who want to interview you. Should I let them in? In recent years, with the rapid spread of internet news, violent knife attacks in bustling areas have frequently been reported, often resulting in heavy casualties. This time, however, the attacker was quickly stopped by a passerby, averting further tragedy. Lin's Jingming didn't wish to be portrayed as a hero, it was simply his instinctive reaction to an injustice happening in front of his alma mater, against one of his junior alumni and possibly a student of his father's. Acting was natural to him. No media attention could disturb his life with Shenhui. He preferred simplicity over complications. While changing into his hospital gown earlier, Lin's Jingming hadn't taken off his socks. While Shenhui was out, he finally let the nurse check his foot. Almost forgot about this little problem, Lin's Jingming said with a smile, as if it were no big deal. Shenhui might look meek in front of Lin's Jingming, but when it mattered, his actions were decisive, a brick strike so swift and accurate. Lin's Jingming took the blow for the assailant, it seemed harmless, but it indeed hurt. He wished to tear the criminal apart limb by limb, yet Shenhui had already acted. Lin's Jingming feared involving him, choosing instead legal means to ensure the perpetrator spent the rest of his life behind bars. His young Shenhui, making his courtroom debut, should appear as a lawyer in a suit Lin's Jingming carefully prepared for him, wielding the law as his weapon, engaging in sharp debate. The nurse observed a large dark blood blister on Lin's Jingming's foot near the toes and was surprised. I'll call the doctor. Lin's Jingming, no need, the bone is fine. Just see if there's any ointment we can apply, otherwise, let it heal on its own. After applying an anti-inflammatory ointment, the nurse watched Lin's Jingming put his sock back on disapprovingly. Could you please keep it a secret? Don't tell the child who came with me. Child. The nurse hesitated before realizing that Lin's Jingming referred to Shenhui. How could someone his age still be called a child? Aren't you worried your younger brother will worry? But still, wounds must breathe. Lin's Jingming joked, maybe I can trust the quality of these socks. After all, everything about Professor Lin's was purchased with money, including socks with excellent breathability. Shenhui returned carrying several bags. Through the glass window of the door, he saw Lin's Jingming talking happily with the nurse. His cheeks puffed up as if stuffed with half a lemon. So jealous. Shenhui lowered his eyelashes. Ever since Lin's Jingming introduced him to his family, he truly felt they were together. If the country allowed it, they would have gotten married right away. Still daring to be jealous? When Lin's Jingming saw Shenhui return, he silently pulled his foot back under the blanket. Shenhui confiscated his book and sat on the bed peeling an apple for Lin's Jingming. Does it still hurt? They stitched quite a few times, but you wouldn't let me see. You're so mean. Shenhui sniffed, looking heartbroken again. Don't cry, how could I dare to feel pain? Lin's Jingming wiped away his tears, my heart is full of you, there's no room to think about pain anymore. Ancestor, stop crying and focus on the knife. Lin's Jingming feared Shenhui might cut himself, so he took both the knife and the apple away and placed Shenhui's head on his chest. If you keep crying, I'll have to change my clothes. You know how difficult it is for me now. Shenhui hurriedly wiped his eyes vigorously with his sleeve, reddening them, careful not to wet Lin's Jingming's patient gown with tears. You never told me, was it really because you couldn't bear to let me go, or just for show? Shenhui remained silent for a moment, then nodded with a sense of unfairness. It was real. After hugging Lin's Jingming's leg and crying, Shenhui went back to class in a daze. His seatmate, a small flat-headed guy with glasses, leaned over and asked, don't you want Mr. Lin's to stay? Shenhui didn't respond. Normally, Lin's Jingming, having graduated as a top-ranked scholar, combined with his outstanding appearance, was surrounded by an aura of prestige, making him popular among high school students who had endless questions about academics and daily life. However, Lin's Jingming always answered others briefly but was unusually patient with Shenhui. With nothing to do, Lin's Jingming strolled to the last row of seats and approached Shenhui, who sat alone. Are there any questions you can't solve? Did you have breakfast? If you race with that blonde guy again, I'll kill you. Shenhui thought it was a threat, but others saw it as a mix of kindness and authority, leaving them envious. The little flat-headed boy turned to Shenhui and suddenly scoffed, mocking him, you're too selfish. Teacher Lin's is going abroad for further studies with a brilliant future ahead, he won't stay in our small town. You act like an unwanted burden. Shenhui exploded, who's the unwanted burden? I wish he'd leave already. I hate when people boss me around. Shenhui feared being anyone's burden more than anything else. Those distant relatives always said these things without ever helping him. He lived on his own strength up to now, so why should this little flathead judge him? Would Lin's Jingming think so too? Shenhui caught a glimpse of Lin's Jingming walking towards them before turning back and heading down another staircase. His eyelids twitched. He tilted his neck, not knowing if Lin's Jingming had heard, murmuring softly, anyway, I won't be anyone's burden. It didn't matter if Lin's Jingming had heard or not, he just hoped Lin's Jingming would hurry abroad, stop worrying about him, it wasn't worth it. After hearing all this, Lin's Jingming wanted to slap Shen Hui's butt twice. Instead, he gave him a light pinch. I'll hold you accountable for that later. What a naughty kid, deliberately avoiding explanation. Shen Hui didn't dare press himself onto Lin's Jingming, so he climbed off the bed and sat on the chair, pressing his cheeks into Lin's Jingming's hand like a fledgling bird seeking warmth. Will you be going abroad again? Lin's Jingming almost missed hearing that question. He finally understood why Shen Hui had run away earlier, and this was one reason. Sneaking in on my phone call. Lin's Jingming pinched his cheek. How can it count as sneaking when you were the one talking? Not asking after listening means you're eavesdropping, Lin's Jingming sighed. Shen Hui, both times you didn't give me a chance to speak. Poor lawyer Lin's felt even judges in the strictest court would give him a few words to defend himself. You're stricter than any judge, that's why everyone fears overprotective wives. Shen Hui blushed in shame, that's not what I meant. Why can't you believe in me, in my ability to take care of you no matter when? There wasn't a trace of complaint in Lin's Jingming's tone, only reassurance for Shen Hui. Even taking a step back, advanced training isn't the same as studying abroad, it's just a months-long distance love. Can't we endure it together? That last sentence Lin's Jingming delivered with hidden meaning. Shen Hui, laughed at for being a lonely spouse, felt somewhat embarrassed. Why hadn't he thought of that? Being wealthy really was great. And Lin's Jingming was amazing. To keep his foot injury hidden from Shen Hui, Lin's Jingming secretly asked the nurse to dress his wound without involving Shen Hui. This made Shen Hui secretly bitter as though he had swallowed 8 lemons, becoming sour like lemon juice. Do nurses' uniforms have a calming psychological effect on patients? Is that why Lin's Jingming preferred them? Or did he think nurses' uniforms were cleaner, ensuring less infection while caring for him? Shen Hui rested his chin on his hands, pondering deeply. The next day, when Lin's Jingming opened his eyes, he saw Shen Hui wearing a nurse's outfit he got from somewhere, looking immaculate and slim in white. Shen Hui strutted around proudly in front of Lin's Jingming, I'm a nurse now, and everything from now on will be handled by me. Lowering his head, he warned Lin's Jingming sternly, especially don't go flirting with that pretty female nurse. Shooting daggers with his eyes, wrinkling his nose, glaring, everything appeared unbearably adorable to Lin's Jingming, making him yearn for more. Lin's Jingming felt quite the headache. Was Shen Hui testing his limits? After Lin's Jingming was discharged, he asked Shen Hui if he would consider inviting him to cohabitate. You mean at my place? Shen Hui couldn't believe it. His house was a 2-story building constructed 20 years ago, old and messy. Would Lin's Jingming truly deign to live there? If you live at my place during school days, and we come here to visit old man Lin's, living at your house makes sense. Shen Hui felt excited. Alright. But I'll need to tidy up. The items I bought can finally be put to good use. Seeing Shen Hui's delighted expression, Lin's Jingming fondly patted his head. He could easily buy another house outright and move in instantly, but Lin's Jingming remembered how dark and unwelcoming Shen Hui's home looked the night he followed Shen Hui there. It didn't feel like a home at all. Lin's Jingming wanted to give Shen Hui a true home, one exclusively for Shen Hui, which no one could snatch away. If they ever quarreled in the future, Shen Hui wouldn't return to an empty, desolate house. Shen Hui lacked security, and Lin's Jingming worked hard to fill that gap. Buying him a house directly wouldn't be accepted, nor could Shen Hui afford one right now. So, they decided to make full use of Shen Hui's old house. Besides, Shen Hui's house was very close to the affiliated high school, which allowed Grandpa Lin to rest assured about his son recuperating there. A garbage truck hauled away a truckload of courier packaging boxes. Lin's Jingming hired domestic help and workers who tidied up the house thoroughly, checked the electrical circuits and pipes, and confirmed that all the household appliances were running properly after ensuring there were no issues. Shen Hui arranged the pots, pans, and kitchenware in the kitchen and even hung up an apron, feeling as though he were preparing a marital home. Outside the door, a large truck arrived, unloading a double-sized bed. Another express delivery tricycle followed, carrying enough clothes to fill up an entire wardrobe. Lin's Jingming had provided his father's and Shen Hui's measurements to his secretary, so she bought clothes for the entire year and sent them over. The secretary almost thought that Lin's Jingming's company would collapse and he wouldn't return. With his arms suspended in a sling, Lin's Jingming directed the movers and then turned around to see the neatly organized kitchen. They had everything they needed except for someone who could cook. Shen Hui forced himself to cover up the lie, I can cook. Go rest in the room, and when you come out, I'll have it done. Shen Hui pushed Lin's Jingming into the bedroom and then faced the basket of vegetables and meat with a worried expression. Should he order takeout? But Lin's Jingming needed to heal his wound, and eating takeout wasn't good for him. Shen Hui quietly sneaked out of the door, intending to hire a cook from the neighbor's house. Then he heard Lin's Jingming's soft chuckle. Startled like a cat stepping on its tail, Shen Hui yelled, didn't I tell you to sleep? Could I possibly be unaware of my wife's true weight? How could I fall asleep letting you alone in the kitchen? With one hand, Lin's Jingming maneuvered the kitchen effortlessly, cutting vegetables, flipping the wok, and plating the dishes faster than Shen Hui could manage with 2 hands. Shen Hui started urging him not to work too hard, but how could his puny little arms match Lin's Jingming's strength? He could only follow behind meekly, passing a spatula and humbly learning. The dining table was also purchased online by Shen Hui, costing 7 months' worth of live streaming rewards. Lin's Jingming looked at the straight long wooden table before him where one person could sit at each end, separated by 2 or 3 meters. Shenhui moved the chairs closer together so they could eat side by side. What exactly are you thinking? Instead of saving money for meals and taking care of yourself better, why do you buy something this expensive? Lin's Jingming reprimanded him, wouldn't a cheaper one suffice? And that apron. Look at how skinny you've become. The size of the apron didn't suit Lin's Jingming, so he hadn't used it earlier. Shenhui weakly defended himself, this table is solid wood, durable. And I already said that the apron is waterproof and oil-resistant, with a great feel. Lin's Jingming smiled seeing Shenhui stubbornly defending his choices. Alright, we'll try out the table later. For today, first put on the apron. Shenhui questioned, but haven't we finished cooking? It's because I finished cooking. Lin's Jingming replied, since you don't know how to cook, buying an apron is just a waste. It costs over 1,000 yuan, so let's try out other uses for it. 5 minutes later. Shenhui struggled, can I keep my underwear on? No. How can we eat like this? Lin's Jingming maintained a serious demeanor, just like wearing a uniform to school reminds you that you're a student, the apron can constantly remind you that if you don't eat well, you'll be punished. Shenhui pleaded, I'm sorry, Jingming. Tomorrow, he'd sell the apron just like selling off his school uniform. Lin's Jingming reminded him, when you sold your school uniform back then, you ended up wearing mine, which was way too big. Shenhui. And now Lin's Jingming wanted to make him wear a similarly oversized apron. What was the difference between that and not wearing anything at all? Chapter 53. Shenhui discovered a serious issue, Jingming wouldn't let him join in the shower. When they were at the hospital, he said the restroom was small and that only his arm was injured, thus, using one hand wasn't an issue. Shenhui believed him, helped take off his shirt, and left. Now that they were back home, with such a spacious bathroom and bathtub, why wouldn't he allow Shenhui to assist? Shenhui first doubted for a second whether he was being too overbearing, then quickly dismissed it, as Jingming seemed calmer with the apron games than even he was. Once you get me, you don't value me anymore. Shenhui suspiciously stared at Jingming. Then we will just have sex and not do anything else. Jingming couldn't help but laugh at how hard it was to hide this foot injury, I'm afraid you'll wet your clothes, no need. Afterwards, I should be the one holding you while we bathe, how can it be reversed? With his face heating up, Shenhui shamelessly retorted, didn't you say we should use things efficiently? I've got my waterproof apron, right? Jingming had no words to answer, leaving Shenhui to slip in unawares, starting the bathwater on his own. Seeing Jingming sitting still on the stool, Shenhui remarked, it's obvious that you're not comfortable doing this alone. In a few swift motions, Shenhui stripped him of his clothes and carefully wrapped his wound with cling film, saying, we need to move fast, staying too long isn't good for breathability. As expected, when the truth could no longer be hidden, and while he himself removed his socks, how could he possibly always wear them in front of Shenhui? He had planned to casually inform Shenhui once the bruises weren't so alarming or fabricate some other excuse for the injury. As predicted, Shenhui immediately spotted his bruised foot. His eyebrows furrowed and he turned an accusatory look toward Jingming. Jingming remained silent, pulling out a couple of tissues. Shenhui, without needing his words, stiffly knelt down, his trembling fingertips brushing against the surrounding skin as tears fell uncontrollably. Was it me who caused this? Right? That foot was a large bruise, black and bloody where it was worst, now crusted over, yet due to Jingming pretending like everything was normal, walking quite a distance wearing leather shoes on the day of discharge, its healing hadn't been ideal. Jingming wiped away his tears, my Shenhui protected me, I know. He moved his toes freely, look, it doesn't hurt at all. It's just unsightly, if you don't mind, then there's nothing wrong. Shenhui spread out his fingers, gripping him, preventing further movement, how could I forget how heavy-handed I am? Why didn't you tell me? How did you bathe these past days when you couldn't stand or lie flat? Jingming, it hurts me to see this. Am I so stupid? Jingming pulled Shenhui up, wrapping him in his arms, if it had been me that day, more than just bricks would have been involved. However, the SLY professor avoided hitting his head, something he'd teach Shenhui later. We both worry about each other, you don't need to blame yourself. On the contrary, I'm glad. Isn't this exactly what Shenhui was initially like when I met her? My Shenhui may go racing recklessly with yellow hair to the mountaintop, but the first time she fought was for me, it's such an honor. Shenhui wiped his tears, no more racing. We need to take care of ourselves. He crouched down, carefully wrapping Jingming's foot, then guided him into the tub, being extremely cautious not to let any water touch the wound. This shower experience felt almost torturous for Professor as Shenhui's sticky gaze and tight lips ignited a fierce passion within him, though he was held under the water by Shenhui, making all the fiery sensations suppressed. The doctor, no, Shenhui had said excessive indulgence was bad for wound recovery. In the following days, Jingming was forced to rest in bed, Shenhui unwilling to let him move even a finger. With an arched eyebrow, Jingming teased, do you want to render me useless, so I can't control you in the future? Shenhui shook his head, no. Then let me run on the treadmill for an hour. No. Shenhui firmly shook his head, lest Jingming dare complain to Mr. Lin. Never would Jingming have dreamt that the rebellious Shenhui would one day report him to the teacher. This is what being a good student feels like when they tattle. Shenhui found complete satisfaction. Then, Professor used strengthening abdominal muscles as an excuse to sit on top and make the moves. Stop. You must follow the doctor's orders, resting quietly. Please, Nurse Shen, cooperate. I'll only move my waist. After that, Jingming often brought Shenhui back to stay at his place, and during the Spring Festival, Old Man wrote dozens of Spring Festival couplets, asking Shenhui to take them home to paste up. At the front door, back door, outer windows, shop windows, after nearly 20 years, Shenhui's two-story building brimmed with celebratory festivity, fully embracing the spirit of the new year. Shenhui, drenched in sweat, tiptoed to stick a vibrant red couplet on the two stone pillars at the gate of the courtyard. The old man's brush calligraphy was vigorous and forceful, full and profound, with every character representing blessings for the younger generation. As he looked at his tidy, warm, and fiery home, his eyes suddenly misted over. An elderly neighbor lady, leaning on her cane as she passed by, adjusted her glasses for a while before asking Shenhui, "Are you getting married?" Shenhui bashfully shook his head, "No. If not, then you bought the wrong Spring Festival couplets. These are for weddings. We can just put up prosperity or peace." Shenhui hurriedly checked what they had stuck earlier. Old Man Lin instructed that the larger ones were meant for the main gate, and he hadn't had time to see the actual words. On each side, there were two characters. Qing 2, mutual affection, He, harmony. Shenhui's face instantly turned red as Jingming approached him at some point, holding his hand and smiling. "Did you see clearly?" So is our Shenhui going to start a family?" "Yes, yes." After saying it, Shenhui realized this cunning older man simply wanted to get married straight away because of a pair of couplets. What could he do? Of course, he chose to marry him. End. Dedication. Synopsis: He accidentally kissed Shen Yi on the street. Shen Yi registered a secondary account to replace He in class, took on a load of tasks as revenge, and then fled abroad. He's phone was overwhelmed with calls from teachers and classmates. "I don't dare kiss anymore." The two straight men started exploring their boundaries at the edge of the new world. Main text. University, examination room. Shen Yi recently caught a severe cold, always wearing a white mask wherever he went. This large mask covered half of his face, leaving only a pair of almond-shaped eyes visible, looking moist and pitiful due to the cold, both innocent and pathetic. It had been an hour into the exam, but Shen Yi's gaze kept lingering on the guy seated to his right front. Usually, Shen Yi wouldn't care about who else was in the same exam room, but this classmate was late by 15 minutes and almost didn't make it in time. Every time Shen Yi looked up during the exam, he couldn't take his eyes off this person. A month ago on the street, some rogue suddenly approached him and acted lewdly, kissing him, and even left contact information. "If you feel cheated, contact me for compensation." It was as if these words were written directly on his face. "I'm rich, and I don't apologize." Shen Yi got angry. That phone number got washed with his jacket in the washing machine by accident. Finally, he saw this idiot again. He, having practiced from a young age, was very sensitive to other people's scrutiny. This person behind him had been watching him openly or subtly for at least 20 minutes, which made him somewhat restless. Trying to copy his test. He grinned slightly, tearing off a corner from his scratch paper, quickly scribbling a few words on it, and then closing his test paper to submit it first, becoming the top student to finish in the entire room. A piece of paper landed on Shen Yi's desk. Shocked, Shen Yi hastily picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. Seeing that He was about to leave, he also submitted his test. The invigilator helplessly watched He hand in an absolutely failing test paper, using his gaze to advise Shen Yi, "Don't follow his bad example, try solving a few more problems." However, Shen Yi's test paper was fully filled out, with neat handwriting, standardized format, a sure sign of a perfect score. He placed his test paper over He's and memorized his name, major, and student ID. Once he stepped out of the exam room, Shen Yi took out the small note and saw a line of unruly writing on it. You didn't even give me a chance to copy." Shen Yi thought of He's blank test paper. Fool. Shen Yi was an excellent student, whereas according to his investigation, He was a laid-back second-generation rich kid. Shen Yi deeply reflected and believed that he shouldn't stir up trouble at such a critical moment so as not to ruin his future. He had heard of He's tactics. Those who offended him generally didn't have good outcomes. At the start of the next semester, since several unfortunate incidents occurred in the school due to excessive stress, the school urgently added a psychology course for all students. He was unhappy, so he hired someone to take his class on his behalf, which Shen Yi happened to find out about. A flash of slyness crossed Shen Yi's eyes as he opened a minor account to accept He's orders. He didn't double-check, thinking he found a conscientious substitute, acting as a hands-off manager, feeling extremely comfortable. Whenever his roommate complained about the professor in class proposing yet another psychological classroom activity where everyone must participate, he happily considered transferring money to Shen Yi. Shen Yi was highly dedicated during his substitute teaching sessions, wearing black-framed glasses, holding a stack of psychology textbooks, pretending to be sick with a big mask on. In class, he exchanged deep and friendly conversations with the teacher and voluntarily took on the role of a class representative. As the pivotal moment for all students' mental health improvement, the position of class representative now highlighted its importance. Responsibilities included organizing any signs of psychological issues within the entire class, always listening to the worries of classmates, and reporting important problems to the professor so that the psychological topic could be adjusted accordingly. Shou worked diligently twice, fully completing the professor's tasks and voluntarily taking on more work before leaving immediately when it was time to go abroad for exchange. I'm done. Consider those 2 times as a gift. Oh, I nominated you as the new class representative, no need to thank me. Before leaving, Shou sent Hiyu's phone number to the class group chat, informing everyone to call him if they needed to talk, at any time. Hiyu helplessly took over Shou's mess. Not only did the professor frequently reach out, but because he looked handsome, classmates seeking comfort turned his phone into an overnight emotional radio station. People called when they broke up with their boyfriends. When they fought with their parents. When they failed exams. And even when they won scholarships, just to share good news. What had that idiot done during his substitute teaching? It drove people crazy. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hiyu decided to seek revenge against whoever had taken over the classes. Unfortunately, Shou planned everything well. He knew no one in Hiyu's selected class recognized them, so he made some provocative moves before leaving the country. Hiyu had to eat the bitter pill, transforming from a school bully to a caring big brother against his will. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even late at night while indulging in masturbation, he would suddenly think of Shou and feel frustrated, unable to climax. Just before driving himself to the edge, he found an excuse and reviewed the school's class surveillance. The person in the video wore a mask, his face couldn't be seen clearly. Hiyu racked his brain for 3 days, finally recalling that someone who sat behind him last semester seemed similar, wasn't that the person trying to cheat off his paper? He then asked his older brother for favors to check the exam records and saw Shou's ID photo. Isn't this the little guy he accidentally kissed on the street last year? At that time, wearing skateboarding shoes, cramping, and struggling to turn around, to avoid knocking Shou down, he grabbed him, only to accidentally kiss him. Admittingly, momentarily stunned by the first-time experience, he moved his lips slightly and deepened the kiss further. Seeing the red lips and white teeth afterward, feeling guilty about making the other side lose out a bit, impulsively left contact information for possible compensation later. Could such a trivial matter hold grudges until now? Hiyu chuckled through gritted teeth, then what if I get back at him? In a famous foreign library, Shou sneezed while holding an English classic novel. He pursed his lips, smiling faintly. Some things were truly delightful just thinking about them. Chapter 54. Hiyu recorded every emotional confessional call he received in his little notebook. 1 phone call equaled 1 kiss, and by the time they accumulated to 49, it was like cursing at him. Isn't it supposed to hold a grudge when given a kiss? Hiyu insisted on kissing him with deep resentment, pressing him against the library pillar to kiss, cornering him in the classroom to kiss. The university where Shou studied was rather simple to locate, and soon enough, Hiyu appeared outside the library Shou frequented, lying in wait. Hiyu crossed his arms and stared at his shiny leather boots. Outside, it was freezing cold with sub-zero temperatures, but as for why he didn't go inside. Hiyu stomped his feet, giving that little thing a bit of face-saving grace. Indeed, kissing forcibly in the library would not be gentlemanly. At 8 or 9 in the evening, the breath coming out was all white clouds. Groups of men and women with blonde hair and blue eyes came out of the library, except for Shou. This little thing has angered me. Hiyu thought, if he didn't come out, he would have to settle accounts right there in this brightly lit, public area outside the library. As a result, by 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole library suddenly dimmed down, and almost no one was left. Only then did Hiyu see Shou slowly turning on the mobile phone light source, step by careful step, carefully moving on the icy steps. That was him. Hiyu's eyes brightened as he held his breath, watching Shou safely descend the steps. Once he landed, his heart settled. No, why should he worry about this little liar? If only his fall caused him an exploded bottom. Hiyu followed Shou from the library to a small forest, then into a quiet alleyway under the moonless night and strong wind, an ideal occasion for committing crimes. With his hands in his pockets, he prepared to ambush Shou from behind. Ah! Shou cried out in pain, crouching down on the ground with one leg curled up. Hiyu clenched his fists. What happened? Did he fall without me even making a move? Is this person faking it? This little liar knew too many tricks. Hiyu quickly stepped back. SSSS. Painful. Shou shakily pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket to call an ambulance. It was late at night, and few people walked this alley. By the time the ambulance arrived, he might already be dead. Shou moved his leg slightly, hoping to exit the alley and take a taxi. Don't move. Hiyu firmly held Shou's hand, draping his coat over his leg, then gently carried him up. His boots had good traction and friction, allowing him to walk steadily every step, completely unlike someone who broke their leg easily. Shou said thanks and looked up to see sharp jawlines, seemingly an Asian person. Finding it quite coincidental, he expressed another thanks. Hiyu sneered softly. The more polite-looking someone seems, the better they deceive others. Initially, during his first tutoring session with Shou, Hiyu was fooled by sweet words and tips. Eventually, Shou made him lose guard. Shou never accepted those tips. Shen did not know what this well-meaning passerby laughed about, until he was placed in the spacious back seat of a car, where he instantly recognized Yu's full appearance, nearly hopping out on one leg. You. Shen Yi's face turned pale, his heart skipping a beat. Falling into Yu's hands, he wondered how long he could perform the one-leg jump before needing a wheelchair after tonight. Yu saw his pale little face and felt especially pleased, ridding himself of long-standing frustration. He blocked the car door maliciously, his tall figure casting a shadow over the streetlight, with one hand leaning on the car seat and the other grabbing Shen Yi's chin. Recognized me? I'll consider letting you off if you apologize properly. Yu showed his reckless side, otherwise, your leg won't get timely treatment, and tomorrow you may end up limping. Shen Yi's lips pouted, if you hadn't randomly kissed people on the street. Yu gritted his teeth, what was wrong with this little liar, refusing to apologize and instead pouting? Wasn't he trying to play the pity card? Did he think doing this would make Yu let him go? We'll see once his leg recovers how Yu kisses him. Yu quickly strode to the driver's seat and drove Shen Yi stably and rapidly to the hospital. Unfortunately, the hospital was overcrowded today due to heavy snowfall causing road ice and a chain collision. Moreover, being an unremarkable black-haired foreign student, Shen Yi was left with only an extra bed squeezed in the corridor. Not familiar with the environment, money couldn't solve everything for Yu, so he went off angrily to pay the bill. Shen Yi, observing Yu's inexplicable anger, became confused. Why are you angry? Of course, I'm angry with you. Do you think becoming lame would stop me from settling accounts with you? In Shen Yi's mind, it didn't quite match his current situation, but his ankle swelled like a huge pig's trotter, hurting so much he had no strength to think. Besides, his butt also ached. Shen Yi kept his spine straight, not mentioning to anyone that he'd injured his bottom. To Yu, Shen Yi's stubborn little expression made him want to kiss the guy and see if he would blow up. Yu wanted to make a move, but he also feared Shen Yi might struggle and worsen his leg injury. Thus, he had no choice but to feel regretful inside. By the time the emergency care got to Shen Yi, it was already close to midnight. Yu stood outside with his arms crossed, waiting patiently, not even realizing that the entire day he spent waiting for Shen Yi resembled a foolishly devoted lover. Shen Yi's bottom ached, so he wished to sleep on his stomach, but his foot was held firmly by Yu at the end of the bed to prevent any movement. In truth, Yu simply wanted to watch Shen Yi squirm. Unwilling to speak about his soreness, they locked eyes silently. After I leave the country, I've received 63 calls. Yu emphasized the number, and I only kissed you once. Yu slyly included 10 harassing calls from those confessing their feelings to him. Shen Yi, how can these be comparable? If I say they are, then they are. The school bully Yu was almost driven to visit an urologist because of those calls. I have to kiss you back, no tricks here, one-to-one exchange. Shen Yi covered his mouth, no way. Is Yu sick? What could kissing him possibly achieve? In a foreign land, Shen Yi saying no wasn't helpful. As soon as Yu saw Shen Yi discharged from the hospital, he brought the man home like a bandit abducting a bride. Carrying him out of the hospital dramatically, people might mistakenly think they owed money to the hospital. He specifically borrowed a villa near Shen Yi's school from his brother, providing a wheelchair and crutches for Shen Yi. Add 2 more kisses. Shen Yi returned the wheelchair and haggled. 1. Yu, incomprehensible to Shen Yi, had attentively cared for him in the hospital for 3 days, adding 1 kiss for each thing he did. Sometimes he'd increase the price, yet Shen Yi couldn't refuse without signing off. So far, there were 236 owed kisses. His lips would surely swell. But, all Yu did was keep a record, showing no sign of immediate action, leaving Shen Yi confused. Was he planning to demand payment all at once? It felt like torture. Shen Yi secretly bought 3 lip balms online. As a typical rich second-generation heir, Yu usually lived a life of leisure but recently became obsessed with caregiving. It seemed like Shen Yi was a gold coin-dropping mushroom, just poking him would shower down kisses. Yu was active like a video game addict. Shen Yi always felt that when certain values were reached, some perverted level would unlock, preventing Yu from helping him take a bath. I can do it myself. Shen Yi held his crutch, blocking the narrow bathroom door. Yu grabbed under his armpits, lifting him up, accidentally causing Shen Yi to bump his head. Shen Yi clutched his head, his eyes watering. I bumped my head, deduct 10 kisses. Yu pouted his lips, fine. Young gamers should never lose points. Yu insisted on giving Shen Yi a bath as compensation. He placed Shen Yi sitting on the edge of the bathtub, pulling him into his arms, rubbing his head with one hand while running water with the other, muttering threats. Little cripple, we will settle accounts once your leg is better. He repeated this statement 18 times a day. Shen Yi was a bit scared, timidly negotiating. Can we pay back a bit first? Yu stiffened his body. Looking down, he saw Shen Yi's thick, black lashes and remembered the unexpected kiss long ago on the street, his heart rate uncontrollably increasing. While talking, he also undid Shen Yi's shirt buttons, originally intending to bathe him. Yu inadvertently glanced and was captivated by the milky white neck, instantly turning off the faucet and fleeing. Yu lit a cigarette on the balcony, then extinguished it, mentally adding another count against Shen Yi. This little cripple made him go 2 months without releasing his frustration, and today, suddenly recovering without medication, he almost hoisted a flag in front of Shen Yi. The image of Shenyi's wet and frightened eyes surfaced in Hiyu's mind, making him feel increasingly glad that this trip was worthwhile. Teasing this little cripple made him less frustrated, feeling particularly energetic. Indeed, he needed to kiss him harder. Shenyi pursed his lips, daringly testing Hiyu with great risk, as expected getting his desired result. He confirmed that Hiyu was straight and dared not kiss him. Perhaps he had misjudged Hiyu before. In fact, he was an excellent youth with a broad mind, adhering to the Chinese spirit of mutual assistance overseas. Chapter 55. Shenyi was always watched by Hiyu in the hospital and couldn't turn over, but now temporarily staying in this spacious villa, at night Hiyu didn't have to share a bed with him anymore. Shenyi could finally sleep on his stomach as he pleased. He lay buried in the snowy white big bed, his sleep pants half pulled down, revealing 2 round buttocks, and a patch of dark bruise. While planning his study schedule for next week to catch up on the progress lost due to his injury, Shenyi rubbed medicinal oil on the bruised area. Hiyu entered without knocking and happened to see this heart-thumping scene, quickly stepping out and knocking 3 times on the door as if to make amends. But when he entered again, Shenyi was still in that position, not even pulling up his pants. What is this little cripple doing? Deliberately teasing him. Hiyu hesitated with his steps, avoiding eye contact, and finally gathered his courage to sit at the head of Shenyi's bed, his eyes glued to Shenyi's back unable to tear away. Shenyi now considered Hiyu as a good friend who had helped him in time of need, feeling there was no need to hide some things from him. After all, they were both men, it wasn't a big deal. You fell and got bruised. Why didn't you say? Hiyu, unable to resist, reached out to touch it, finding it smooth like a bouncy milk pudding. At first, I didn't have the heart to mention it. And now he has the heart to mention it. Hiyu pinched again, unsure if it was his imagination, but it seemed Shenyi wasn't as afraid of him as before. Shenyi let out an ah and handed the medicinal oil to Hiyu. Help me. Incredulous, Hiyu accepted it reflexively, asking, 1 kiss? Okay. Shenyi slightly nodded, thinking it can't be real anyway, so whether owing more or less doesn't matter. Even 100 wouldn't matter. Hiyu just wanted to help, but found it awkward to offer directly, so he used the excuse of a kiss. Shenyi enjoyed the moderate pressure applied on his butt and blissfully closed his eyes. But the other person wasn't as comfortable. Hiyu couldn't figure out why Shenyi was no longer afraid of being kissed. Hiyu thought he theoretically should be gaining significant benefits, but at present, Shenyi commanding him felt rather natural. After careful thought, Hiyu realized, this phenomenon occurred because he hadn't actually kissed Shenyi. Whoever uses the same excuse to threaten someone yet never executes it, even a 3-year-old would know there's nothing to fear. Realizing this, a sudden surge of fire spread throughout Hiyu's body, burning even his earlobes red. His Adam's apple moved as he silently conducted some psychological construction. For instance, how to appease Shenyi if he reacts badly, how long should he kiss next time, at least longer than the last. Time passed 30 minutes. By the time Hiyu slapped a kiss on Shenyi's cheek with what he believed to be a dramatic and spark-filled moment, Shenyi had already fallen asleep. Hiyu held Shenyi's nape tightly and subtracted 1 kiss from the enormous debt. 351 left. That night, Shenyi slept exceptionally soundly, whereas Hiyu made his own life harder by staying in the bathroom for an hour. But Hiyu didn't think so. In his mind, it was revenge followed by mental release. The next day, Hiyu acted like a lord, pushing the baked sandwich towards Shenyi. Eat. 352. There were 5 burnt loaves of bread lying in the trash bin, and Hiyu calmly kicked them under the dining table. Shenyi frowned. Being a top student, he paid particular attention to numbers and immediately realized Hiyu had miscalculated. Helping him with the bruised spot last night should have been counted as number 352, missing 1. Indeed, Hiyu didn't care about kissing, he simply wanted to help. Thinking of this, Shenyi gave Hiyu a grateful smile, his almond-shaped eyes appearing particularly obedient, giving others an innocent impression even when plotting mischief. If he smiled, in the eyes of unreasonable people like Hiyu, it looked deliberate and overly well-behaved. Hiyu rubbed Shenyi's head with his large hand, satisfied with his understanding. Later, seeing Shenyi applying lipstick in the afternoon, he became even surer. Last night, after just 1 kiss, Shenyi remembered to apply lipstick automatically, not out of fear of getting his lips bitten and swollen but preparing in advance. Facing the 3 newly arrived lipsticks, Shenyi felt a twinge of pain. He initially bought the best quality ones, whose price was far from pretty. Now they're useless and could perhaps be returned. But since he currently couldn't go out, and didn't want to bother Hiyu either, Shenyi randomly applied them onto his lips, making use of their value. The scholar Shenyi focused on studying, rarely using lipsticks during the cold winter days, often encouraging himself with preface to sending Mashing east of Yangzhou. After using them for 3 consecutive days, his lips became rosy and lustrous, looking even more kissable to Hiyu. Hiyu's courses back home were not yet completed, but he had taken leave to come abroad and catch someone. His brother had no choice but to fabricate a reason to extend his leave for 10 days. Now the deadline has passed, Hiyu still has several exams ahead, and his brother had no choice but to shout and scold him back to school. I've already failed 3 subjects, so a few more won't matter much. Just give me 3 more days, not a whole week, I'll go back before the exam. The little cripple was still unable to get out of bed, and after receiving all those kisses from Hiyu, how could he just abandon him? Shen-yi, sitting in a wheelchair, overheard Hiyu's words through the slightly ajar door. Because Hiyu skipped classes to take care of him, Shen-yi didn't feel moved at first. Instead, he felt worried like a strict teacher. If one cannot earn enough credits, they can't graduate. Would 4 wasted years of college not be considered a waste of youth? Shen-yi tapped on the door and said, "Studies are important. You should go back." Hiyu felt extremely embarrassed that Shen-yi heard his phone conversation. He threw the phone onto the couch and lifted up the wheelchair, putting it on a table to make himself look tough as Shen-yi remained seated, feeling relieved. "You haven't repaid your debt yet, how could I leave? What if you refuse to pay?" Taking advantage of this height difference, Hiyu squatted down to examine Shen-yi's right foot, carefully stretching it. "Does it hurt?" "I don't feel much." Shen-yi lowered his eyes, his long lashes covering his thoughtful gaze. How could he not notice that Hiyu was reluctant to go back because he was concerned about him? Shen-yi unintentionally became the biggest obstacle to Hiyu's studies. Shen-yi couldn't accept being taken care of by Hiyu anymore. He debated with Hiyu all day, trying to persuade him to return home, but received only answers like, "One more word and I'll kiss you." Hiyu was unaffected by any persuasion. For scholar Shen-yi, the worst thing he could see was someone wasting their education. Therefore, the next morning, Hiyu woke up to find someone missing in the house. The cripple ran away. On the dining table lay an IOU clearly stating, Shen-yi owes Hiyu 566 kisses. It was also mentioned that these would be paid back after Hiyu graduated. The IOU was stamped with a blue-purple handprint, as Shen-yi couldn't immediately find red clay and used iodine tincture from the medicine box instead. It looked rather official. Underneath, there was a pile of cash, Shen-yi's payment for Hiyu's living expenses and nursing services. To Shen-yi, the IOU was just for fun, a subtle hint telling Hiyu not to forget about graduation. The focus was actually on returning the money. Though, perhaps Hiyu wouldn't care much about the money Shen-yi saved while eating and drinking for free. For Hiyu, he exploded in anger. Why should this little cripple wait until graduation to repay the debt? What if he doesn't graduate? When Hiyu catches him again, he will collect everything back at once. Before Hiyu could chase Shen-yi who wasn't far away, Hiyu's brother's men arrived first. 7 men in black suits showed up unannounced and dragged Hiyu to the airport to take him back for his exams. Hiyu's elder brother is 10 years older than him and has spoiled him since childhood. In middle school, when Hiyu saw a prodigy on TV who skipped grades and entered university at 15, he decided to skip grades too. His reasons were convincing. "Anyway, whether I study this year or not, by junior high, I'm sure to be as good as if I hadn't studied at all." So, Hiyu's elder brother arranged for him to skip grades, nearly spoiling him rotten. However, grandfather he intervened and declared that Hiyu must graduate from university on his own, or he'd be disowned. Facing a stubborn younger brother unwilling to return home, the elder brother had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. Feeling utterly helpless, Hiyu was forcibly escorted back home, with his passport confiscated. Upon reclaiming his phone, his first action was to call Shen-yi. "Where is your conscience? Running off with debts unpaid?" Hiyu loudly accused. "You mean, I only kissed you twice and took care of you for 2 weeks? Is your face really worth that much?" "Shen-yi, thank you for taking care of me. Wait, kissed twice?" Hiyu said in a rough voice, "Did you forget? That day when I rubbed your butt, it counted towards the total. Don't try to dodge." Shen-yi, shocked, "Do you really want to kiss me?" Hiyu, alert, "Are you trying to deny the debt?" "Not. Aren't you straight?" "I am." Hiyu hesitated, and both sides simultaneously fell into silence. Chapter 56. Shen-yi quickly realized that the few seconds Hiyu hesitated was a life-and-death moment, a split second of opportunity where, a term referring to romance writers/fans, could snatch someone away. Immediately fluent, Shen-yi smoothly continued, "Yes, you're straight. You like Asian girls with long hair. Your laptop startup screen is an Australian beach, which says you long for summer, passion, and women. Your chat avatar is Shizuka from Doraemon, meaning you've always liked gentle, kind, studious girls. In games, you usually choose female characters, with striking figures and beautiful faces, spending half an hour on customizing facial features, which indicates you fantasized about the bodies of the opposite sex. You call me, another male, little cripple, but whenever you see an attractive member of the opposite sex on the street, you're always courteous. In summary, you're straight. A straight man without a girlfriend." Shen-yi's reasoning, though utterly illogical, shook Hiyu, who was contemplating major life issues. People tend to subconsciously believe others' answers when they're confused. Shen-yi cut through Hiyu's confusion at lightning speed, severing the nascent thought in his mind that had been leaning toward questioning his orientation. He held his breath, listening to Hiyu's reaction for a while, and the other party seemed somewhat dazed. "Oh, so it's like this." "Yes," Shen-yi let out a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. On the wheelchair, he touched the blanket covering his knees, something he had borrowed from Hiyu's house. In his hurry to leave early yesterday morning, a familiar international student pushed him out, accidentally taking the blanket on his wheelchair as well. Luckily, the living expenses he'd given back to Hiyu included this item. Shen-yi's nails ran over the wool blanket in deep strokes, suddenly feeling somewhat lost. He remembered Hiyu mentioning earlier today about helping him trim his nails. Now, due to heavy snow blocking the roads, food delivery couldn't make it in, forcing him to cook with his injured body. Shou attributed his sense of loss to the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality. He frowned and thought for quite some time before finally reacting strongly. He called to confront Shou for his despicable behavior, running off with borrowed money. Did it have anything to do with whether or not he was straight? Staring at the computer screen, he gradually figured things out. The notebook startup screen was default and hadn't been changed since he bought it. The chat account avatar was created during middle school and doesn't represent him now. He calls Shou little cripple, but behaves courteously to everyone he meets, regardless of gender. As for games, they only feature customizable female characters. What choice does he have? Setting aside whether he's bent or not, how come Shou knows him so well? Shouldn't there be some self-reflection? This little liar talks nonsense. And kisses 10 more times. He rubbed the armrest of his swivel chair, grinding his teeth, thinking about how Shou applied lip gloss to make his lips shiny and he hadn't even kissed them yet. Since he can't go abroad now and Shou has vacationed early, wouldn't he come back eventually? When he gets hold of Shou, he would not only claim back the owed kisses but exchange them for some extra activities. But Shou said he wouldn't return and planned to catch up on missed courses there. He politely hung up the phone and then called Shou's class monitor to get his parents' number. As expected, this little cripple didn't tell his parents about being injured. He pretended to care about Shou's condition and asked Shun's mother how he was recovering, saying that he met Shou while traveling abroad and felt heartbroken for the kid. At first, Shun's mother suspected it was a fraud, wanting her to send money to a designated account, but as she listened, it grew increasingly believable. By the end, when he never mentioned any bank accounts, she believed him instantly and immediately called her son. "Are you on holiday already? Come home quickly, I'll stew soup for you. It takes 100 days for ligaments and bones to heal, you shouldn't be alone abroad. If there are after effects, what will we do? If it wasn't for your classmate calling us, until when did you plan to keep this hidden? Son is growing up, he doesn't tell me anything anymore." Shou had a headache, he couldn't say, "The person who informed you just wanted to kiss me." "Alright, I'll buy the ticket tomorrow." Shou played it safe and didn't purchase tickets near his home but instead traveled through several cities to avoid getting ambushed by Hiyu. Hiyu took advantage of the situation again, calling the elders to meet him at the airport together. He exaggeratedly implied that he had taken great care of Shou right after the injury, winning much favor. Shou limped down from the plane and saw his parents standing together waiting for him far away. Just as he thought about speeding up his steps, he noticed Hiyu standing nearby, pushing a wheelchair. Shou immediately wanted to turn around and get back on the plane. Seeing him, Hiyu pushed the wheelchair swiftly ahead. The crowd exiting the airplane, noticing the disabled person, voluntarily made way, allowing Shou to pass first. Under public scrutiny, Hiyu forcibly placed Shou on the wheelchair. "I'm apologizing first. Sorry, I deliberately told your parents." This preemptive move left Shou speechless. Hiyu seized the opportunity before Shou's parents approached, pinching Shou's cheek boldly. "I'm apologizing first. You can deduct 10 or 20 kisses. The rest, however, is another matter. What exactly do you want to do?" Shou was confused. "Aren't you straight?" "Yes," Hiyu nodded. "Does that necessarily relate to me kissing you?" Shou scratched the leather of the armrest and dropped a bombshell. "It does. Because I like men. That amounts to sexual harassment, you know." Hiyu stumbled, almost pushing Shou to the ground. He steadied himself hastily, incredulous. "Really? You're not lying to me? You've lied to me so much that you've lost all credibility with me. Really? If I'm lying?" Shou rolled his eyes. "Then you can kiss me anytime. My parents are right ahead, let's settle one way of repaying our debt, and I'll certainly not dodge." At this, Hiyu blurted out, "Then be my boyfriend." Shou stiffened his spine. This person wasn't straight at all. "No, I don't like you. This way, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Being disadvantaged is a blessing." From 5 steps away from Shun's parents, Hiyu shamelessly hijacked their son. "I'm willing, and that's all that matters. Starting now, we're dating." Coming back to China truly felt like lambs being led into the lion's den for Shou. He instinctively reached back to pinch Hiyu somewhere, anywhere, and thought he was going to die of annoyance. Hiyu didn't dodge. He wore only a cashmere sweater and deliberately tightened his abs. "How's this? Solid enough?" Hiyu enjoyed seeing Shou lose his cool, feeling utterly comfortable as those flailing arms were like tickling him. Although Hiyu forcefully took Shou as his boyfriend, it was as if he suddenly came to his senses, becoming much more polite in his words and actions. He no longer brought up kissing, instead behaving like a suitor who respected boundaries. For several days, Shou hadn't heard Hiyu call him little cripple, making him slightly uncomfortable. He buried this discomfort deep down, firmly sticking to the principle of ignoring Hiyu. He estimated that it was Hiyu's first time falling in love, and with another man at that, just finding novelty in it, but if someone was always enthusiastic while the other side never responded, even someone as brilliant as Hiyu would gradually lose interest. Hiyu seemed unaffected by Shou's coldness, fully embracing his role as a boyfriend. Even when Shou told him to focus on studying so he wouldn't fail his exams, Hiyu followed through without hesitation. Sometimes, Shou also thought Hiyu deserved better. If he dated a beautiful, understanding girl, his first love should have been sweeter than honey, rather than continually hitting walls with Shou. Yet day after day, Shou's subtle hints about breaking up went unnoticed by Hiyu. That day, Hiyu had just finished an extremely difficult professional exam. Having spent 3 days reviewing without video chatting with Shou, once he exited the examination room and felt confident he'd pass, he excitedly called Shou to brag. Shou held his crutch in one hand and answered the phone with the other. Hearing that Hiyu hadn't failed any courses, he was about to crack a smile but then remembered he needed to keep Hiyu at bay, saying coldly, "You still have 2 exams left. Keep it up. Hiyu, once I finish all my exams, can I come find you?" Lately, Shou stayed home, drinking his mother's 10-flavor bone soup until his face turned green. He couldn't help but miss the days he spent living with Hiyu abroad. At least Hiyu wouldn't force him to drink something he didn't want. Whatever, Shou didn't cut Hiyu off completely, concerned about affecting his exams. "How's your leg injury?" Hiyu asked concernedly, "Can you walk yet?" Before Shou could respond, Hiyu continued, "Don't rush to walk. Once I'm on break, I'll take you to the rehab center at my family's hospital. Just use the wheelchair while you can. Be extra careful when you're alone, and call me if anything happens. I'll answer even if I'm in the middle of an exam." Since the topic shifted to recuperation, Shou couldn't help but complain, "I don't want to drink bone soup anymore. Come on, we'll have some more for a while. I've recently been learning how to stew soup from the chef, and I'll probably have learned enough by the break." "You weren't like this before," Shou said, receiving not sympathy but even more bone soup from Hiyu. In the past, Hiyu would run out in the freezing cold to buy him ice cream, even though he only allowed him to lick a single bite. As soon as these words slipped out, Shou realized he'd said too much and muttered a few sentences before hanging up the phone. Hiyu looked at his phone screen, which had gone dark, his gaze cooling. His battery was still full, and he had washed his hands, charged his phone, and chosen a time that wasn't too early or too late to call Shou. So hard to pursue. He actively retreated to the position of a suitor, but it seemed little cripple didn't go for that. Clearly, pressing him down in the wheelchair for a kiss worked better. Who isn't a first-timer in love? Carefully exploring the way that suited them both, avoiding potential issues for their future relationship, Hiyu had restrained himself for 2 weeks without rushing things. Knowing that little cripple didn't like men, after a certain remark was made in conversation, Hiyu smoothly accepted the role of nominal boyfriend. But he didn't like men either. Couldn't little cripple be like him and just like him? Shou sat at his desk, about to pick up an English original text, when the corner of his eye caught sight of the silent phone. He paused, recalling the math subjects Hiyu was retaking, then took out a blank notebook and began summarizing key concepts from electronic books and past exam papers he'd found online. His little niece, a third-year junior high school student, came in asking if they could go eat some fruit. Shou shook his head, "You go ahead, I have something to do." The little niece tiptoed and sneakily glanced at what Shou was writing on the paper, curiously asking, "Is this what Big Brother is writing for his girlfriend?" "It's not, Big Brother," Shou said without looking up, "and how would you think it's for my girlfriend?" "Because you're writing so seriously. If it was for yourself, there's no way you'd mark things so clearly." The little niece borrowed Shou's review materials, flipping through page after page, which only contained pure formulas, unlike now where every character's meaning was annotated. It was practically written for an idiot. Shou hesitated at the tip of his pen before suddenly asking her, "Then why does it have to be for a girlfriend?" The little niece pouted and said dejectedly, "Because in our year, the top students only mark things this clearly when they're revising for their dumb girlfriends, they even mark the pinyin." She sighed maturely, "I really hate you all who have double standards." Shou thought for a moment as he rubbed her hair gently, "Don't call others idiots." The little niece asked jokingly, "If I don't say it, will you make me one?" Shou got stuck, "This has to wait until I've done one for Hiyu." The little niece huffed, "I'm neither smart enough nor dumb enough, people have to rely on themselves." Shou. He stared at the desk deep in thought, completely ignoring the flashing notifications on his phone beside him. When Hiyu came out of the library, he witnessed a dramatic breakup between a couple, deeply realizing the lesson that a lick dog ends up with nothing in the end. Each word of the man accusing the woman turned into daggers stabbing straight into his knees. No, it wasn't exactly the same. Although Shou had hung up 36 times, he still picked up eventually, though not saying much. As if to prove something, Hiyu immediately called Shou but couldn't get through after over 15 or 16 calls. "Break up." The man lost his patience, "You don't even love me." The woman got furious, feeling embarrassed by the scene in public. Once she realized the farce was finally ending, she let out a sigh of relief. "All right, never see each other again." Hiyu stared speechlessly, dimly imagining Shou's face swapped in place of the girl. Should they really break up? Hiyu put down his book nearby, sitting down on the steps in front of the library. He decided to wait right there today. If Shou called him back, then they wouldn't break up. As the clock hand passed 12 o'clock, Hiyu stretched his legs and threw 2 textbooks in a parabolic arc into the trash can. "Let those who want to study do so, I'm done." At the same time, Shou, who had spent the entire night reflecting on life while blowing cold wind on the balcony, slowly turned the wheelchair. Perhaps, he might indeed not be straight after all. Shou picked up his phone and saw a long list of missed calls. Roughly scanning, there were 50 or 60 of them, and the most recent one was a short message. Having a relationship with a man really isn't fun. I'd rather stay single and not date. Just like the earlier statement, I won't copy your test even if you hand it in. Because he didn't answer the call, did you get mad? Thinking back yesterday, Shou probably would have been happy. No, he mentally argued with himself. He stopped being happy about it a long time ago, ever since he started dating Shou inexplicably. Now seeing these words only filled him with unhappiness. In a hurry, Shou returned the call to Shou, but as soon as Shou saw it was him, he hung up. Eventually, he even blocked Shou on the blacklist. Shou, red-eyed, pulled the covers over his head and quickly blocked all of Shou's contact information. That despicable little cripple, at least for the next 2 days, he didn't want to see him. The next morning, Shou received a harassment call. An unfamiliar coarse male voice directly declared his love for him. You dialed the wrong number, Shou snapped irritably. Dude, you'll never find a girlfriend with the wrong phone number. So what if it was a wrong number? You bastard cursed me in the morning, and your girlfriend dumped you. Shou was already annoyed. Are you crazy? I'll have someone beat you up. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. I'm at a university. Haven't you heard of it? Could you even get in? Shou rubbed his fists, sneering. What a coincidence, so am I. If you've got guts, wait for me at the west gate. The other side seemed to back off a bit but quickly began cursing again about calling his buddies. Go ahead, call them. A coward is the one who'd be afraid. Don't hang up, or I wouldn't know if you ran away. Shou was just itching for an outlet for his bottled-up anger when this jerk conveniently came knocking. He directly jumped down from his top bunk ready to confront whoever dared. When he reached the west gate, instead of any thug, there was only a little cripple with a voice changer. Shou glared at Shou's innocent almond eyes from 3 meters away. Damn, Oing, screw him. Chapter 57. Shou had tried several numbers, but all of her family's numbers had the same origin, making it easy to be exposed. So she simply leaned on her crutches and took a 3-hour car ride. As soon as she got off the bus, she bought a new SIM card to trick Shou. From afar, she watched as Shou stormed over in anger. Shou pressed her lips together, ready for her legs to be broken again. It wasn't a big deal, anyway. Shou would carry her to the hospital if it happened. Shou's scalp tingled with nervousness, yet her face still maintained an innocent and pitiful expression, knowing this kind of silent pouting was something Shou couldn't handle. Shou's chest heaved up and down, then he turned around and walked away. You're using another fake account to trick me again. Shou hurriedly caught up. My leg is broken, I can't catch up with you. Shou gasped for breath, shouting out without much sincerity. Shou paused his steps, struggling internally. If he turned back, he'd be a fool. Everyone knew Shou was pretending to look pitiful, but this little cripple really was a cripple right now. Shou clenched his fists and angrily turned around. Sure enough, Shou seemed perfectly fine. What are you here for anyway? Shou stepped quickly, approaching Shou. I already said it on the phone. After recalling, Shou furrowed his eyebrows. Are you cursing me for breaking up with my girlfriend? No, before that, I came to confess to you, Shou whispered, looking up at Shou with a smile. The winter sunlight surrounded his hair, driving away the nighttime troubles. Shou blinked, turning his head, coldly saying, you just don't want to lose your nanny, right? All he wanted was to be a boyfriend, the kind who could pin Shou on the bed and tease him. This little cripple was so stingy, not even giving him a kiss. Shou, I lost a boyfriend. Is there one missing here? If not, I'll go somewhere else and find one. As she spoke, Shou clumsily turned around, struggling to take a step. There won't be any elsewhere. Shou crossed his arms, following behind Shou. Little cripple won't be able to chase anyone. Except me. Shou didn't say anything. Shou lowered his head to sneak a glance at Shou's eyes, afraid of angering Shou and losing the partner who had finally come. But after letting him cool off for so long, reconciling so soon after their breakup would surely be embarrassing. Shou stopped walking. Last night, I was pondering on the balcony about something. She sneezed and took out the review material she had organized from her backpack. Why do I make study outlines for you when the dropout of people unrelated to me shouldn't matter? It's neither coercion nor gratitude. My niece once said she saw someone like this. It was their school scholar helping his girlfriend review. Shou stood straight, throwing her crutches to the side. She extended her hand towards Shou. Will you carry me? Shou stepped closer, supporting her while desperately suppressing the upward curl of his mouth, lowering his gaze. Is that it? Didn't you say you came to confess? I already did on the phone. That doesn't count. I thought it was a wrong number and didn't listen carefully. Shou squatted down. Shou jumped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I've already said it, I like you. Shou's phone vibrated. She took it out, answered, and hung it by Shou's ear. I snuck out. You tell my mom. Shou tightened his grip and pinched Shou's butt. Before he could think of an excuse, Mrs. Shen's anxious voice came through. Shou, where have you gone? Auntie, it's Shou. Shou immediately changed his tone. I managed to connect with an American orthopedic doctor who just happens to be visiting here for an exchange. So, I brought Shou along. Hey, it's no problem, it should be done. After hanging up the call, Hiyu gritted his teeth, "You're always digging pits for me." Shen-Yi smiled without saying anything. Hiyu suddenly realized that because Shen-Yi had left in such a hurry, this was also like giving him a sweet candy from another angle. Shen-Yi hadn't told Hiyu that Shen Mom had probably already guessed their situation, to avoid making Hiyu nervous in front of her. After all, daily inquiries about health and warmth weren't something that could be considered mere classmate friendship. Since bringing Shen-Yi, they obviously couldn't return to the dormitory. Hiyu carried her back to his off-campus residence. Shen-Yi patted Hiyu's shoulder, reminding him to bring his professional books. Hiyu. The books were already thrown into the trash. What to do? I've put them in the library. I'll go there tomorrow to read for 2 hours. When I'm with you, I keep thinking about kissing you, unable to focus on studying. Hiyu's words were half true and half false, but Shen-Yi believed them. All right. Shen-Yi rested on his back. At this moment, a cleaning worker passing by accidentally knocked over their cart, causing a whole cart of garbage to spill out. A book slid under their feet. The opening page flipped, revealing 2 large characters, Hiyu. Hiyu quickly turned around with Shen-Yi on his back, but it was already too late. Yours? Kind of. Hiyu sighed, holding Shen-Yi's but with one hand, bending down and reaching long to pick up the book. It's mainly because you don't answer my calls. Then next time if I don't answer your call, will you throw money all over the street? Wouldn't you dare not to answer? There are times when the phone runs out of power or my hearing isn't clear. Hiyu, if you don't answer, I'll kiss you. Shen-Yi's lips curved upward as she leaned against Hiyu's shoulder, tilting her head and kissing him gently on the lip. Is this how to kiss? Hiyu's gaze wavered, a flush creeping up his earlobes, making his mouth look like it had touched an ice cream cone, always wanting to flick out its tongue for a taste. Not at all. Hiyu's face turned red. I. Then Shen-Yi turned his head forcefully, firmly pressing her lips against his. Like this? How could he still be a man if he kept getting teased by this little cripple? Hiyu didn't reply, taking a long step and sprinting back at full speed, forgetting completely that his 4-wheeled car was parked outside the school. The door opened and closed again, Hiyu stepping onto the small stool used for changing shoes in the foyer, letting Shen-Yi sit on his lap, and then couldn't wait to press her against the doorframe and start a wild round of kisses. With her feet off the ground, Shen-Yi had no choice but to hold tight to Hiyu's legs, sitting astride as if straddling a fence while being ravaged by Hiyu. This kiss was fierce like a storm, reducing the climbing roses peeking through the wall into a pile of mud, drooping limply from their branches, crushed into juice, tears spilling over, without an ounce of pride left. Hiyu adjusted his foot on the stool slightly higher, creating a slope with his thighs. Weak Shen-Yi slid down along this incline, colliding with his hip bone, pressing tightly against each other. Shen-Yi hugged Hiyu's shoulders tightly, breathing unevenly like a big hanging decoration. I'm crippled. Hiyu lightly patted her lower back. I know. He pulled Shen-Yi's head out from under the puffy jacket and pressed his forehead against hers, just telling you that all debtors need to kiss me this much, 500 times. How many can there be? Shen-Yi grabbed Hiyu's zipper. Watching Hiyu's ears turn red on the street earlier was funny, but now teasing him made her feel a bit nervous. It had been just over 24 hours since they'd first bent the rules. Wasn't the world developing new ways so fast? Hiyu pecked Shen-Yi on the lips. This isn't my fault, I was dazed yesterday from your kisses and my memory is bad. But I said this many and that's it. Also, me kissing you means paying off a debt. You kissing me, that's teasing without responsibility, 50 extra kisses every time. How am I not responsible? With this body of yours right now, how would you take responsibility? After saying this, both of them simultaneously thought of something inappropriate and shifted their gazes. When Hiyu's final grades came out, Shen-Yi's legs were almost fully healed. This semester, Hiyu managed to pass all his exams without failing, making Grandpa He very happy. He decided to grant him one wish. Can I have a boyfriend? Sure. The grandpa was practicing calligraphy, answering without hesitation because the request sounded simple enough. Big brother He, who was grinding ink nearby, heard this and looked at Hiyu in surprise. No wonder he asked him to accompany their grandpa to practice calligraphy early in the morning, exploiting Grandpa He's fascination with calligraphy. Brother He didn't expect to be utilized for his younger brother coming out, and he couldn't help but regard Hiyu with renewed respect. Grandpa He finished writing a cursive piece, unexpected attack, and, staring at these 4 words, suddenly realized something was off. He called Hiyu, who was about to slip away. Little brat. What did you just say? Hiyu stood straight. Grandpa, I'll bring him home another day for you to see. You. Grandpa He pulled out a ruler from under the table. Come here. You're also involved. Talking about business all the time and scheming people's losses, but today, accompanying me for calligraphy turned out to be a plan to swindle me, an old man in his 70s or 80s. Big brother He was left speechless. In the end, both brothers were sentenced to kneel in the study. Although Hiyu was beaten, he was still excited. Brother, do you want to meet my wife? Big brother He, do you want to meet my wife? Hiyu paused for a moment. Now I understand why Grandpa wasn't as angry as expected. It turns out your marriage has been settled. Big brother He changed from kneeling to sitting. Sit, he doesn't know anyway. With family approval secured, Hiyu faced a new problem. Shen-Yi was going abroad for studies. The house was warm with sufficient heating. Hiyu, as usual, rolled up his sleeves and saw several red marks from the ruler before quickly trying to cover them back up. But Shen-Yi had already noticed them. What's wrong? Shen-Yi grabbed his arm, urgent as if she was about to fight someone. Who hit you? Hiyu smiled at her. Shen-Yi looked into his eyes for 2 seconds and suddenly realized, did you tell your family? Hiyu hugged her. Grandpa agreed. Shen-Yi thought for a moment and said to Hiyu, I won't go abroad then. Hiyu's lips curved slightly, and he immediately restrained himself. I can't delay your studies. Anyway, he could also go abroad. Shen-Yi thought, according to the school requirements, he had already reached his goal, studying 2 semesters worth of courses in 1 semester. He rephrased his words to Hiyu, without you, I have nothing much to exchange with that country. What kind of sweet talk is this? Hiyu was delighted and wanted to pick Shen-Yi up and spin around 3 times, but he refrained due to her leg, directly carrying her into the bedroom. I want to try that position. Which one? Shen-Yi gave him a faint glance with her almond eyes, calm and composed. Don't ask, or I'll kiss you. Hiyu understood clearly. Sometimes Shen-Yi was very bold, liking to tease him. No matter how many times, his mouth was always slower than Shen-Yi's ease. However, this surface phenomenon was easily shattered. As for who has the thicker skin, the truth will be revealed in bed. He liked every aspect of Shen-Yi. For everything related to you, I am the most dedicated. The end.